Chapter 24. Bran. In the yard below, Rickon ran with the wolves. Bran watched from his window seat. Wherever the boy went, Grey Wind was there first, loping ahead to cut him off until Rickon saw him, screamed in delight, and went pelting off in another direction. Shaggy Dog ran at his heels, spinning and snapping if the other wolves came too close. His fur had darkened until he was all black, and his eyes were green fire. Bran's summer came last. He was silver in smoke, with eyes of yellow gold that saw all there was to see. Smaller than Grey Wind and more wary, Bran thought he was the smartest of her litter. He could hear his brother's breathless laughter as Rickon dashed across the hard-packed earth on little baby legs. His eyes stung. He wanted to be down there, laughing and running. Angry at the thought, Bran knuckled away the tears before they could fall. His 8th name day had come and gone. He was almost a man grown now, too old to cry. It was just a lie, he said bitterly, remembering the crow from his dream. I can't fly. I can't even run. Crows are all liars, old Nan agreed, from the chair where she sat doing her needlework. I know a story about the crow. I don't want any more stories, Bran snapped, his voice petulant. He had liked old Nan and her stories once, before, but it was different now. They left her with him all day now, to watch over him and clean him and keep him from being lonely, but she just made it worse. I hate your stupid stories. The old woman smiled at him toothlessly. My stories? No, my little lord, not mine. The stories are before me and after me, before you, too. She was a very ugly old woman, Bran thought spitefully. Shrunken and wrinkled, almost blind, too weak to climb stairs, with only a few wisps of white hair left to cover a mottled pink scalp. No one really knew how old she was, but his father said she'd been called Old Nan even when he was a boy. She was the oldest person in Winterfell for certain, maybe the oldest person in the 7 Kingdoms. Nan had come to the castle as a wet nurse for a Brandon Stark whose mother had died birthing him. He had been an older brother of Lord Rickard, Bran's grandfather, or perhaps a younger brother, or a brother to Lord Rickard's father. Sometimes old Nan told it one way and sometimes another. In all the stories, the little boy died at 3 of a summer chill, but old Nan stayed on at Winterfell with her own children. She had lost both her sons to the war when King Robert won the throne, and her grandson was killed on the walls of Pike during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. Her daughters had long ago married and moved away, and died. All that was left of her own blood was Hoder, the simple-minded giant who worked in the stables, but old Nan just lived on, doing her needlework and telling her stories. I don't care whose stories they are, Bran told her. I hate them. He didn't want stories, and he didn't want old Nan. He wanted his mother and father. He wanted to go running with Summer loping beside him. He wanted to climb the broken tower and feed corn to the crows. He wanted to ride his pony again with his brothers. He wanted it to be the way it had been before. I know a story about the boy who hated stories, old Nan said with her stupid little smile, her needles moving all the while, click, 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 until Bran was ready to scream at her. It would never be the way it had been, he knew. The crow had tricked him into flying, but when he woke up he was broken, and the world was changed. They had all left him, his father and his mother and his sisters and even his bastard brother Jon. His father had promised he would ride a real horse to King's Landing, but they'd gone without him. Master Luwin had sent a bird after Lord Eddard with a message, and another to Mother and a third to Jon on the wall, but there had been no answers. Oft-times the birds are lost, child, the master had told him. There's many a mile and a many a hawk between here and King's Landing. The message may not have reached them. Yet to Bran it felt as if they had all died while he had slept. Or perhaps Bran had died, and they had forgotten him. Jory and Sir Roderick and Vayon Poole had gone too, and Hallen and Harwin and Fat Tom and a quarter of the guard. Only Robb and baby Rickon were still here, and Robb was changed. He was Robb the Lord now, or trying to be. He wore a real sword and never smiled. His days were spent drilling the guard and practicing his swordplay, making the yard ring with the sound of steel as Bran watched forlornly from his window. At night, he closeted himself with Master Lewin, talking or going over account books. Sometimes he would ride out with Hallis Morlin and be gone for days at a time, visiting distant holdfasts. Whenever he was away more than a day, Rickon would cry and ask Bran if Robb was ever coming back. Even when he was home at Winterfell, Robb the Lord seemed to have more time for Hallis Morlin and Theon Greyjoy than he ever did for his brothers.
"I could tell you the story about Bran the Builder," Old Nan said. "That was always your favorite."
Thousands and thousands of years ago, Bran the Builder had raised Winterfell, and some said the Wall. Bran knew the story, but it had never been his favorite. Maybe one of the other Brannons had liked the story. Sometimes Nan would talk to him as if he were Brandon, the baby she had nursed all those years ago, and sometimes she confused him with his uncle Brandon, who was killed by the Mad King before Bran was even born. She had lived so long, Mother had told him once, that all the Brandon Starks had become one person in her head. "That's not my favorite," he said. "My favorites were the scary ones." He heard some sort of commotion outside and turned back to the window. Rickon was running across the yard toward the gatehouse, the wolves following him, but the tower faced the wrong way for Bran to see what was happening. He smashed a fist on his thigh in frustration and felt nothing.
"Oh, my sweet summer child," Old Nan said quietly. "What do you know of fear? Fear is for the winter, my little lord, when the snows fall 100 feet deep and the ice wind comes howling out of the north. Fear is for the long night, when the sun hides its face for years at a time, and little children are born and live and die all in darkness, while the dire wolves grow gaunt and hungry, and the white walkers move through the woods."
"You mean the others?" Bran said querulously.
"The others," Old Nan agreed. "Thousands and thousands of years ago, a winter fell that was cold and hard and endless beyond all memory of men. There came a night that lasted a generation, and kings shivered and died in their castles, even after swineherds in their hovels. Women smothered their children rather than see them starve, and cried and felt their tears freeze on their cheeks."
Her voice and her needles fell silent, and she glanced up at Bran with pale, filmy eyes and asked,
"So, child, this is the sort of story you like?"
"Well," Bran said reluctantly, "yes, only—" Old Nan nodded.
"In the darkness, the others came for the first time," she said as her needles went click, click, click. "They were cold things, dead things, that hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun, and every creature with hot blood in its veins. They swept over holdfasts and cities and kingdoms, felled heroes and armies by the score, riding their pale dead horses and leading hosts of the slain. All the swords of men could not stay their advance, and even maidens and suckling babies found no pity in them. They hunted the maids through frozen forests and fed their dead servants in the flesh of human children." Her voice had dropped very low, almost to a whisper, and Bran found himself leaning forward to listen. "Now these were the days before the Andals came, and long before the women fled across the narrow sea from the cities of the Rhoyne, and the 100 kingdoms of those times were the kingdoms of the first men, who had taken these lands from the children of the forest. Yet here and there in the fastness of the woods the children still lived in their wooden cities and hollow hills, and the faces in the trees kept watch. So as cold and death filled the earth, the last hero determined to seek out the children, in the hopes that their ancient magics could win back what the armies of men had lost. He set out into the Deadlands with a sword, a horse, a dog, and a dozen companions. For years he searched, until he despaired of ever finding the children of the forest in their secret cities. One by one his friends died, and his horse, and finally even his dog, and his sword froze so hard the blade snapped when he tried to use it. And the others smelled the hot blood in him, and came silent on his trail, stalking him with packs of pale white spiders big as hounds.
The door opened with a bang, and Bran's heart leapt up into his mouth in sudden fear, but it was only Master Lewin, with Hoder looming in the stairway behind him. "Hoder!" the stable boy announced, as was his custom, smiling hugely at them all. Master Lewin was not smiling. "We have visitors," he announced, "and your presence is required, Bran."
"I'm listening to a story now," Bran complained. "Stories wait, my little lord, and when you come back to them, why, there they are," Old Nan said. "Visitors are not so patient, and oft-times they bring stories of their own."
"Who is it?" Bran asked Master Lewin. "Tyrion Lannister and some men of the Night's Watch, with word from your brother Jon. Robb is meeting with them now. Hodor, will you help Bran down the hall?" "Hodor!" Hodor agreed happily. He ducked to get his great shaggy head under the door. Hodor was nearly 7 feet tall. It was hard to believe that he was the same blood as Old Nan. Bran wondered if he would shrivel up as small as his great-grandmother when he was old. It did not seem likely, even if Hodor lived to be 1,000. Hodor lifted Bran as easy as if he were a bale of hay, and cradled him against his massive chest. He always smelled faintly of horses, but it was not a bad smell. His arms were thick with muscle and matted with brown hair. "Hodor," he said again. Theon Greyjoy had once commented that Hodor did not know much, but no one could doubt that he knew his name. Old Nan had cackled like a hen when Bran told her that, and confessed that Hodor's real name was Walder. No one knew where Hodor had come from, she said, but when he started saying it, they started calling him by it. It was the only word he had. They left Old Nan in the tower room with her needles and her memories. Hodor hummed tunelessly as he carried Bran down the steps and through the gallery, with Master Lewin following behind, hurrying to keep up with the stable boy's long strides. Robb was seated in father's high seat, wearing ringmail and boiled leather and the stern face of Robb the Lord. Theon Greyjoy and Hallis Morland stood behind him. A dozen guardsmen lined the grey stone walls beneath tall narrow windows. In the center of the room the dwarf stood with his servants, and 4 strangers in the black of the Night's Watch. Bran could sense the anger in the hall the moment that Hodor carried him through the doors. "Any man of the Night's Watch is welcome here at Winterfell for as long as he wishes to stay," Robb was saying with the voice of Robb the Lord. His sword was across his knees, the steel bare for all the world to see. Even Bran knew what it meant to greet a guest with an unsheathed sword. "Any man of the Night's Watch," the dwarf repeated. "But not me. Do I take your meaning, boy?" Robb stood and pointed at the little man with his sword. "I'm the lord here while my mother and father are away, Lannister. I'm not your boy." "If you are a lord, you might learn a lord's courtesy," the little man replied, ignoring the sword point in his face. "Your bastard brother has all your father's graces, it would seem." "Jon!" Bran gasped out from Hodor's arms. The dwarf turned to look at him. "So it is true, the boy lives. I could scarce believe it. You Starks are hard to kill." "You Lannisters had best remember that," Robb said, lowering his sword. "Hodor, bring me my brother here." "Hodor," Hodor said, and he trotted forward smiling and set Bran in the high seat of the Starks, where the lords of Winterfell had sat since the days when they called themselves the kings in the north. The seat was cold stone, polished smooth by countless bottoms. The carved heads of dire wolves snarled on the ends of its massive arms. Bran clasped them as he sat, his useless legs dangling. The great seat made him feel half a baby. Robb put a hand on his shoulder. "You said you had business with Bran. Well, here he is, Lannister." Bran was uncomfortably aware of Tyrion Lannister's eyes. One was black and one was green, and both were looking at him, studying him, weighing him. "I'm told you were quite the climber, Bran," the little man said at last. "Tell me, how is it you happened to fall that day?" "I never," Bran insisted. "He never fell. Never, never, never." "The child does not remember anything of the fall or the climb that came before it," said Master Lewin gently. "Curious," said Tyrion Lannister. "My brother is not here to answer questions, Lannister," Robb said curtly. "Do your business and be on your way." "I have a gift for you," the dwarf said to Bran. "Do you like to ride, boy?" Master Lewin came forward. "My lord, the child has lost the use of his legs. He cannot sit a horse." "Nonsense," said Lannister. "With the right horse and the right saddle, even a cripple can ride." The word was a knife through Bran's heart. He felt tears come unbidden to his eyes. "I'm not a cripple." "Then I'm not a dwarf," the dwarf said with a twist of his mouth. "My father will rejoice to hear it." Greyjoy laughed. "What sort of horse and saddle are you suggesting?" Master Luwin asked. "A smart horse," Lannister replied. "The boy cannot use his legs to command the animal, so you must shape the horse to the rider, teach it to respond to the reins, to the voice. I would begin with an unbroken yearling, with no old training to be unlearned." He drew a rolled paper from his belt. "Give this to your saddler. He will provide the rest." Master Luwin took the paper from the dwarf's hand, curious as a small grey squirrel. He unrolled it, studied it. "I see. You draw nicely, my lord. Yes, this ought to work. I should have thought of this myself." "It came easier to me, master. It is not terribly unlike my own saddles."
"Will I truly be able to ride?" Bran asked. He wanted to believe them, but he was afraid. Perhaps it was just another lie. The crow had promised him that he could fly.
"You will," the dwarf told him. "And I swear to you, boy, on horseback you will be as tall as any of them."
Robb Stark seemed puzzled.
"Is this some trap, Lannister? What's Bran to you? Why should you want to help him?" "Your brother Jon asked it of me, and I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples and bastards and broken things."
Tyrion Lannister placed a hand over his heart and grinned.
The door to the yard flew open. Sunlight came streaming across the hall as Rickon burst in, breathless. The dire wolves were with him. The boy stopped by the door, wide-eyed, but the wolves came on. Their eyes found Lannister, or perhaps they caught his scent. Summer began to growl first. Grey Wind picked it up. They padded toward the little men, one from the right and one from the left. "The wolves do not like your smell, Lannister," Theon Greyjoy commented. "Perhaps it's time I took my leave," Tyrion said. He took a step backward, and Shaggydog came out of the shadows behind him, snarling. Lannister recoiled, and Summer lunged at him from the other side. He reeled away, unsteady on his feet, and Grey Wind snapped at his arm, teeth ripping at his sleeve and tearing loose a scrap of cloth. "No!" Bran shouted from the high seat as Lannister's men reached for their steel. "Summer, here! Summer, to me!" The direwolf heard the voice, glanced at Bran and again at Lannister. He crept backward, away from the little men, and settled down below Bran's dangling feet. Robb had been holding his breath. He let it out with a sigh and called, "Grey Wind!" His direwolf moved to him, swift and silent. Now there was only Shaggydog, rumbling at the small men, his eyes burning like green fire. "Rickon, call him!" Bran shouted to his baby brother, and Rickon remembered himself and screamed, "Home, Shaggydog! Home now!" The black wolf gave Lannister one final snarl and bounded off to Rickon, who hugged him tightly around the neck. Tyrion Lannister undid his scarf, mopped at his brow, and said in a flat voice, "How interesting." "Are you well, my lord?" asked one of his men, his sword in hand. He glanced nervously at the direwolves as he spoke. "My sleeve is torn and my breeches are unaccountably damp, but nothing was harmed save my dignity." Even Robb looked shaken. "The wolves, I don't know why they did that." "No doubt they mistook me for dinner." Lannister bowed stiffly to Bran. "I thank you for calling them off, young sir. I promise you they would have found me quite indigestible. And now I will be leaving, truly." "A moment, my lord," Master Luwin said. He moved to Robb and they huddled close together, whispering. Bran tried to hear what they were saying, but their voices were too low. Robb Stark finally sheathed his sword. I may have been hasty with you," he said. "You've done Bran a kindness and, well..." Robb composed himself with an effort. "The hospitality of Winterfell is yours if you wish it, Lannister." "Spare me your false courtesies, boy. You do not love me and you do not want me here. I saw an inn outside your walls, in the Winter Town. I'll find a bed there and both of us will sleep easier. For a few coppers I may even find a commonly wench to warm the sheets for me." He spoke to one of the Black brothers, an old man with a twisted back and a tangled beard. "Yoren, we go south at daybreak. You will find me on the road, no doubt." With that he made his exit, struggling across the hall on his short legs, past Rickon and out the door. His men followed. The 4 of the night's watch remained. Rob turned to them uncertainly. "I have had rooms prepared, and you'll find no lack of hot water to wash off the dust of the road. I hope you will honor us at table tonight." He spoke the words so awkwardly that even Bran took note. It was a speech he had learned, not words from the heart, but the Black Brothers thanked him all the same. Summer followed them up the tower steps as Hoder carried Bran back to his bed. Old Nan was asleep in her chair. Hoder said, "Hoder," gathered up his great-grandmother and carried her off, snoring softly, while Bran lay thinking. Rob had promised that he could feast with the night's watch in the great hall. "Summer," he called. The wolf bounded up on the bed. Bran hugged him so hard he could feel the hot breath on his cheek. "I can ride now," he whispered to his friend. "We can go hunting in the woods soon. Wait and see." After a time he slept. In his dream he was climbing again, pulling himself up an ancient windowless tower, his fingers forcing themselves between blackened stones, his feet scrabbling for perches. Higher and higher he climbed, through the clouds and into the night sky, and still the tower rose before him. When he paused to look down, his head swam dizzily and he felt his fingers slipping. Bran cried out and clung for dear life. The earth was 1,000 miles beneath him and he could not fly. He could not fly. He waited until his heart had stopped pounding, until he could breathe, and he began to climb again. There was no way to go but up. Far above him, outlined against the vast pale moon, he thought he could see the shapes of gargoyles. His arms were sore and aching, but he dared not rest. He forced himself to climb faster. The gargoyles watched him ascend. Their eyes glowed red as hot coals in a brazier. Perhaps once they had been lions, but now they were twisted and grotesque. Bran could hear them whispering to each other in soft stone voices, terrible to hear. He must not listen, he told himself. He must not hear. So long as he did not hear them, he was safe. But when the gargoyles pulled themselves loose from the stone and padded down the side of the tower to where Bran clung, he knew he was not safe after all. "I didn't hear," he wept as they came closer and closer. I didn't. He woke gasping, lost in darkness, and saw a vast shadow looming over him. "I didn't hear," he whispered, trembling in fear, but then the shadow said, "Hoder," and lit the candle by the bedside, and Bran sighed with relief. Hoder washed the sweat from him with a warm, damp cloth and dressed him with deft and gentle hands. When it was time, he carried him down to the great hall, where a long trestled table had been set up near the fire. The Lord's seat at the head of the table had been left empty, but Rob sat to the right of it, with Bran across from him. They ate suckling pig that night, and pigeon pie, and turnips soaking in butter, and afterward the cook had promised honeycombs. Summer snatched table scraps from Bran's hand, while Greywind and Shaggy Dog fought over a bone in the corner. Winterfell's dogs would not come near the hall now. Bran had found that strange at first, but he was growing used to it. Yoren was senior among the Black Brothers, so the steward had seated him between Rob and Master Lewin. The old man had a sour smell, as if he had not washed in a long time. He ripped at the meat with his teeth, cracked the ribs to suck out the marrow from the bones, and shrugged at the mention of Jon Snow. "Sir Alice's bane," he grunted, and 2 of his companions shared a laugh that Bran did not understand. But when Rob asked for news of their Uncle Benjen, the Black Brothers grew ominously quiet. "What is it?" Bran asked. Yoren wiped his fingers on his vest. "There's hard news, my lords, and a cruel way to pay you for your meat and mead. But the man who asks the question must bear the answer. Stark's gone." One of the other men said, "The old bear sent him out to look for Waymar Royce, and he's late returning, my lord." "Too long," Yoren said. "Most likely he's dead." "My uncle is not dead," Robb Stark said loudly, anger in his tones. He rose from the bench and laid his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Do you hear me? My uncle is not dead." His voice rang against the stone walls, and Bran was suddenly afraid. Old, sour-smelling Yoren looked up at Robb, unimpressed. "Whatever you say, my lord," he said. He sucked at a piece of meat between his teeth. The youngest of the Black Brothers shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "There's not a man on the wall knows the haunted forest better than Benjen Stark. He'll find his way back." "Well, said Joran. Maybe he will and maybe he won't. Good men have gone into those woods before and never come out.
All Bran could think of was old Nan's story of the others and the last hero, hounded through the white woods by dead men and spiders big as hounds. He was afraid for a moment, until he remembered how that story ended.
"The children will help him," he blurted. "The children of the forest."
Theon Greyjoy sniggered, and Master Luwin said,
"Bran, the children of the forest have been dead and gone for thousands of years. All that is left of them are the faces in the trees." "Down here might be that's true, master," Joran said. "But up past the wall, who's to say? Up there a man can't always tell what's alive and what's dead."
That night, after the plates had been cleared, Robb carried Bran up to bed himself. Greywind led the way, and Summer came close behind. His brother was strong for his age, and Bran was as light as a bundle of rags, but the stairs were steep and dark, and Robb was breathing hard by the time they reached the top. He put Bran into bed, covered him with blankets, and blew out the candle. For a time, Robb sat beside him in the dark. Bran wanted to talk to him, but he did not know what to say.
"We'll find a horse for you, I promise,"
Robb whispered at last. "Are they ever coming back?" Bran asked him.
"Yes,"
Robb said with such hope in his voice that Bran knew he was hearing his brother and not just Robb the Lord.
"Mother will be home soon. Maybe we can ride out to meet her when she comes. Wouldn't that surprise her, to see you're a horse?"
Even in the dark room, Bran could feel his brother's smile.
"And afterward, we'll ride north to see the wall. We won't even tell Jon we're coming. We'll just be there one day, you and me. It will be an adventure."
"An adventure," Bran repeated wistfully. He heard his brother's sob. The room was so dark he could not see the tears on Robb's face, so he reached out and found his hand. Their fingers twined together.
Chapter 25. Eddard. "Lord Aaron's death was a great sadness for all of us, my lord," Grandmaster Pycelle said. "I would be more than happy to tell you what I can of the manner of his passing. Do be seated. Would you care for refreshments? Some dates, perhaps? I have some very fine persimmons as well. Wine no longer agrees with my digestion, I fear, but I can offer you a cup of iced milk, sweetened with honey. I find it most refreshing in this heat."
There was no denying the heat. Ned could feel the silk tunic clinging to his chest. Thick, moist air covered the city like a damp woolen blanket, and the riverside had grown unruly as the poor fled their hot, airless warrens to jostle for sleeping places near the water, where the only breath of wind was to be found.
"That would be most kind," Ned said, seating himself.
Pycelle lifted a tiny silver bell with thumb and forefinger and tinkled it gently. A slender young serving girl hurried into the solar.
"Iced milk for the king's hand and myself, if you would be so kind, child. Well sweetened."
As the girl went to fetch their drinks, the Grand Master knotted his fingers together and rested his hands on his stomach.
"The small folk say that the last year of summer is always the hottest. It is not so, yet oft times it feels that way, does it not? On days like this I envy you northerners your summer snows."
The heavy jeweled chain around the old man's neck chinked softly as he shifted in his seat.
"To be sure, King Maekir's summer was hotter than this one, and near as long. There were fools, even in the citadel, who took that to mean that the great summer had come at last, the summer that never ends. But in the 7th year it broke suddenly, and we had a short autumn and a terrible long winter. Still, the heat was fierce while it lasted. Old Town steamed and sweltered by day and came alive only by night. We would walk in the gardens by the river and argue about the gods. I remember the smells of those nights, my lord. Perfume and sweat, melons ripe to bursting, peaches and pomegranates, nightshade and moonbloom. I was a young man then, still forging my chain. The heat did not exhaust me as it does now."
Pycelle's eyes were so heavily lidded he looked half asleep.
"My pardons, Lord Eddard. You did not come to hear foolish meanderings of a summer forgotten before your father was born. Forgive an old man his wanderings, if you would. Mines are like swords, I do fear. The old ones go to rust. Ah, and here is our milk."
The serving girl placed the tray between them, and Pycelle gave her a smile.
"Sweet child." He lifted the cup, tasted, nodded. "Thank you. You may go." When the girl had taken her leave, Purcell peered at Ned through pale, rheumy eyes. "Now, where were we? Oh, yes. You asked about Lord Arryn." "I did." Ned sipped politely at the iced milk. It was pleasantly cold, but oversweet to his taste. "If truth be told, the hand had not seemed quite himself for some time," Purcell said. "We had sat together in council many a year, he and I, and the signs were there to read, but I put them down to the great burdens he had borne so faithfully for so long. Those broad shoulders were weighed down by all the cares of the realm, and more besides. His son was ever sickly, and his lady wife so anxious that she would scarcely let the boy out of her sight. It was enough to weary even a strong man, and the Lord John was not young. Small wonder if he seemed melancholy and tired, or so I thought at the time, yet now I am less certain." He gave a ponderous shake of his head. "What can you tell me of his final illness?" The Grand Master spread his hands in a gesture of helpless sorrow. "He came to me on one day, asking after a certain book, as hale and healthy as ever, though it did seem to me that something was troubling him deeply. The next morning he was twisted over in pain, too sick to rise from bed. Master Coleman thought it was a chill on the stomach. The weather had been hot, and the hand often iced his wine, which can upset the digestion. When Lord John continued to weaken, I went to him myself, but the gods did not grant me the power to save him." "I have heard that you sent Master Coleman away." The Grand Master's nod was as slow and deliberate as a glacier. "I did, and I fear the Lady Lisa will never forgive me that. Maybe I was wrong, but at the time I thought it best. Master Coleman is like a son to me, and I yield to none in my esteem for his abilities, but he is young, and the young ofttimes do not comprehend the frailty of an older body. He was purging Lord Arryn with wasting potions and pepper juice, and I feared he might kill him." "Did Lord Arryn say anything to you during his final hours?" Purcell wrinkled his brow. "In the last stage of his fever, the hand called out the name Robert several times, but whether he was asking for his son or for the king I could not say. Lady Lisa will not permit the boy to enter the sick room, for fear that he might too be taken ill. The king did come, and he sat beside the bed for hours, talking and joking of times long past, in hopes of raising Lord John's spirits. His love was fierce to see." "Was there nothing else? No final words?" "When I saw that all hope had fled, I gave the hand the milk of the poppy, so he should not suffer. Just before he closed his eyes for the last time, he whispered something to the king and his lady wife, a blessing for his son. 'The seed is strong,' he said. At the end, his speech was too slurred to comprehend. Death did not come until the next morning, but Lord John was at peace after that. He never spoke again." Ned took another swallow of milk, trying not to gag on the sweetness of it. "Did it seem to you that there was anything unnatural about Lord Arryn's death?" "Unnatural?" The aged master's voice was thin as a whisper. "No, I could not say so. Sad for a certainty. Yet in its own way, death is the most natural thing of all, Lord Eddard. John Arryn rests easy now, his burdens lifted at last." "This illness that took him," Ned said, "had you ever seen its like before, in other men?" "Near 40 years I've been Grand Master of the 7 Kingdoms," Purcell replied. "Under our good King Robert and Aerys Targaryen before him, and his father Jaehaerys II before him, and even for a few short months under Jaehaerys' father, Aegon the Fortunate, the 5th of his name. I've seen more of illness than I care to remember, my lord. I will tell you this, every case is different, and every case is alike. Lord John's death was no stranger than any other." "His wife thought otherwise?" The Grand Master nodded. "I recall now, the widow is sister to your own noble wife. If an old man may be forgiven his blunt speech, let me say that grief can derange even the strongest and most disciplined of minds, and the Lady Lisa was never dead. Since her last stillbirth, she has seen enemies in every shadow, and the death of her lord husband left her shattered and lost." "So, you're quite certain that John Arryn died of a sudden illness?" "I am," Purcell replied gravely. "If not illness, my good lord, What else could it be? Poison, Ned suggested quietly. Purcell's sleepy eyes flicked open. The aged master shifted uncomfortably in his seat. A disturbing thought. We are not the free cities, where such things are common. Grandmaster Ethelmore wrote that all men carry murder in their hearts, yet even so, the poisoner is beneath contempt. He fell silent for a moment, his eyes lost in thought. What you suggest is possible, my lord, yet I do not think it likely. Every hedge master knows the common poisons, and Lord Arryn displayed none of the signs. And the hand was loved by all. What sort of monster in man's flesh would dare to murder such a noble lord? I have heard it said that poison is a woman's weapon. Purcell stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is said. Women, cravens, and eunuchs. He cleared his throat and spat a thick glob of foam onto the rushes. Above them, a raven cawed loudly in the rookery. The Lord Varys was born a slave in Liz, did you know? Put not your trust in spiders, my lord. That was scarcely anything Ned needed to be told. There was something about Varys that made his flesh crawl. I will remember that, master, and I thank you for your help. I have taken enough of your time. He stood. Grandmaster Purcell pushed himself up from his chair slowly and escorted Ned to the door. I hope I have helped in some small way to put your mind at ease. If there is any other service I might perform, you need only ask. One thing, Ned told him. I should be curious to examine the book that you lent John the day before he fell ill. I fear you would find it of little interest, Purcell said. It was a ponderous tome by Grandmaster Mallion on the lineages of great houses. Still, I should like to see it. The old man opened the door. As you wish. I have it here somewhere. When I find it, I shall have it sent to your chambers straight away. You have been most courteous, Ned told him. Then, almost as an afterthought, he said, One last question, if you would be so kind. You mentioned that the king was at Lord Arryn's bedside when he died. I wonder, was the queen with him? Why, no, Purcell said. She and the children were making the journey to Casterly Rock, in company with her father. Lord Tywin had brought a retinue to the city for the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day, no doubt hoping to see his son Jaime win the champion's crown. In that he was sadly disappointed. It fell to me to send the queen word of Lord Arryn's sudden death. Never have I sent off a bird with a heavier heart. Dark wings, dark words, Ned murmured. It was a proverb old Nan had taught him as a boy. So the fishwives say, Grandmaster Purcell agreed. But we know it is not always so. When Master Lewin's bird brought the word about your Bran, the message lifted every true heart in the castle, did it not? As you say, master. The gods are merciful. Purcell bowed his head. Come to me as often as you like, Lord Eddard. I am here to serve. Yes, Ned thought as the door swung shut. But whom? On the way back to his chambers he came upon his daughter Arya on the winding steps of the Tower of the Hand, windmilling her arms as she struggled to balance on one leg. The rough stone had scuffed her bare feet. Ned stopped and looked at her. Arya, what are you doing?
Sirius says a water dancer can stand on one toe for hours. Her hands flailed at the air to steady herself. Ned had to smile.
Which toe? He teased.
Any toe, Arya said, exasperated with the question. She hopped from her right leg to her left, swaying dangerously before she regained her balance.
Must you do your standing here? He asked. It's a long, hard fall down these steps.
Sirius says a water dancer never falls. She lowered her leg to stand on 2 feet. Father, will Bran come and live with us now?
Not for a long time, sweet one, he told her. He needs to win his strength back.
Arya bit her lip. What will Bran do when he's of age? Ned knelt beside her.
He has years to find that answer, Arya. For now it is enough to know that he will live.
The night the bird had come from Winterfell, Eddard Stark had taken the girls to the castle Godswood, an acre of elm and alder and black cottonwood overlooking the river. The hard tree there was a great oak, its ancient limbs overgrown with smokeberry vines.
They knelt before it to offer their thanksgiving, as if it had been a weirwood. Sansa drifted to sleep as the moon rose, Arya several hours later, curling up in the grass under Ned's cloak. All through the dark hours he kept his vigil alone. When dawn broke over the city, the dark red blooms of dragon's breath surrounded the girls where they lay. "I dreamed of Bran," Sansa had whispered to him. "I saw him smiling." "He was going to be a knight," Arya was saying now. "A knight of the Kingsguard. Can he still be a knight?"
"No," Ned said. He saw no use in lying to her. "Yet some day he may be the good lord of a great holdfast and sit in the king's council. He might raise castles like Brandon the Builder, or sail a ship across the Sunset Sea, or enter your mother's faith and become the High Septon."
"But he will never run beside his wolf again," he thought with a sadness too deep for words, "or lie with a woman, or hold his own son in his arms." Arya cocked her head to one side. "Can I be a king's counselor and build castles and become the High Septon?"
"You," Ned said, kissing her lightly on the brow, "will marry a king and rule his castle, and your sons will be knights and princes and lords and, yes, perhaps even a High Septon."
Arya screwed up her face. "No," she said. "That's Sansa." She folded up her right leg and resumed her balancing. Ned sighed and left her there. Inside his chambers, he stripped off his sweat-stained silks and sluiced cold water over his head from the basin beside the bed. Erlin entered as he was drying his face.
"My lord," he said, "Lord Baelish is without and begs audience." "Escort him to my cellar," Ned said, reaching for a fresh tunic, the lightest linen he could find. "I'll see him at once."
Littlefinger was perched in the window seat when Ned entered, watching the knights of the Kingsguard practice at swords in the yard below. "If only old Salmi's mind were as nimble as his blade," he said wistfully, "our council meetings would be a good deal livelier."
"Sir Barristan is as valiant and honourable as any man in King's Landing."
Ned had come to have a deep respect for the aged, white-haired Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. "And as tiresome," Littlefinger added, "though I dare say he should do well in the tourney. Last year he unhorsed a hound, and it was only 4 years ago that he was champion." The question of who might win the tourney interested Eddard Stark not in the least.
"Is there a reason for this visit, Lord Pettyr? Or are you here simply to enjoy the view from my window?"
Littlefinger smiled. "I promised Cat I would help you in your inquiries, and so I have." That took Ned aback. Promise or no promise, he could not find it in him to trust Lord Pettyr Baelish, who struck him as too clever by half.
"You have something for me?"
"Someone," Littlefinger corrected. "For someone's, if truth be told. Had you thought to question the hand servants?" Ned frowned.
"Would that I could. Lady Arryn took her household back to the Eyrie."
Lisa had done him no favour in that regard. All those who had stood closest to her husband had gone with her when she fled. John's master, his steward, the captain of his guard, his knights and retainers. "Most of her household," Littlefinger said. "Not all. A few remain. A pregnant kitchen girl hastily wed to one of Lord Renly's grooms, a stable hand who joined the city watch, a podboy discharged from service for theft, and Lord Arryn's squire."
"His squire?"
Ned was pleasantly surprised. A man's squire often knew a great deal of his comings and goings. "Sir Hugh of the Vale," Littlefinger named him. "The king knighted the boy after Lord Arryn's death."
"I shall send for him," Ned said. "And the others?"
Littlefinger winced. "My lord, step over here to the window, if you would be so kind."
"Why?"
"Come, and I'll show you, my lord." Frowning, Ned crossed to the window. Pettyr Baelish made a casual gesture. "There, across the yard, at the door of the armory, do you see the boy squatting by the steps holding a sword with an oilstone?"
"What of him?"
"He reports to Varys. The spider has taken a great interest in you and all your doings." He shifted in the window seat. "Now glance at the wall, farther west, above the stables. The guardsman leaning on the ramparts?" Ned saw the man. Another of the eunuch's whisperers.
No, this one belongs to the queen. Notice that he enjoys a fine view of the door to this tower, the better to note who calls on you. There are others, many unknown even to me. The Red Keep is full of eyes. Why do you think I hid Cat in a brothel?" Eddard Stark had no taste for these intrigues.
7 hells,
he swore. It did seem as though the man on the walls was watching him. Suddenly uncomfortable, Ned moved away from the window.
"Is everyone someone's informer in this cursed city?"
"Scarcely," said Littlefinger. He counted on the fingers on his hand. "Why, there's me, you, the king. Although, come to think on it, the king tells the queen much too much, and I'm less than certain about you." He stood up. "Is there a man in your service that you trust utterly and completely?"
"Yes,"
Ned said. "In that case, I have a delightful palace in Valyria that I would dearly love to sell you," Littlefinger said with a mocking smile. "The wiser answer was no, my lord, but be that as it may. Send this paragon of yours to Sir Hugh and the others. Your own comings and goings will be noted, but even Varys the Spider cannot watch every man in your service every hour of the day." He started for the door.
"Lord Pettyr,"
Ned called after him.
I am grateful for your help. Perhaps I was wrong to distrust you."
Littlefinger fingered his small pointed beard. "You are slow to learn, Lord Eddard. Distrusting me was the wisest thing you've done since you climbed down off your horse." Chapter 26. John. John was showing Darian how best to deliver a side stroke when a new recruit entered the practice yard.
"Your feet should be farther apart," he urged. "You don't want to lose your balance. That's good. Now pivot as you deliver the stroke. Get all your weight behind the blade."
Darian broke off and lifted his visor.
7 gods, he murmured. "Would you look at this, John?"
John turned. Through the eye slit of his helm, he beheld the fattest boy he had ever seen standing in the door of the armory. By the look of him, he must have weighed 20 stone. The fur collar of his embroidered surcoat was lost beneath his chins. Pale eyes moved nervously in a great round moon of a face, and plump, sweaty fingers wiped themselves on the velvet of his doublet.
They told me I was to come here for training,"
he said to no one in particular.
"A lordling," Pip observed to John. "Southron, most like near Highgarden."
Pip had travelled the 7 kingdoms with the Mummers troop, and bragged that he could tell what you were and where you'd been born just from the sound of your voice. A striding huntsman had been worked in scarlet thread upon the breast of the fat boy's fur-trimmed surcoat. John did not recognize the sigil. Sir Alistair Thorne looked over his new charge and said,
"It would seem they have run short of poachers and thieves down south. Now they send us pigs to mend the wall. Is fur and velvet your notion of armor, my lord of Ham?"
It was soon revealed that the new recruit had brought his own armor with him. Padded doublet, boiled leather, mail and plate and helm, even a great wood and leather shield blazoned with the same striding huntsman he wore in his surcoat. As none of it was black, however, Sir Alistair insisted that he re-equip himself from the armory. That took half the morning. His girth required Donal Lloyd to take apart a mail hauberk and refit it with leather panels at the sides. To get a helm over his head, the armourer had to detach the visor. His leathers bound so tightly around his legs and under his arms that he could scarcely move. Dressed for battle, the new boy looked like an overcooked sausage about to burst its skin.
"Let us hope you are not as inept as you look," Sir Alistair said. "Halder, see what Sir Piggy can do."
Jon Snow winced. Halder had been born in a quarry and apprenticed as a stonemason. He was 16, tall and muscular, and his blows were as hard as any Jon had ever felt.
"This will be uglier than a whore's ass,"
Pip muttered, and it was. The fight lasted less than a minute before the fat boy was in the ground, his whole body shaking as blood leaked through his shattered helm and between his pudgy fingers.
"I yield!" he shrilled. "No more! I yield! Don't hit me!"
Rast and some of the other boys were laughing. Even then, Sir Alistair would not call an end.
"On your feet, Sir Piggy," he called. "Pick up your sword."
When the boy continued to cling to the ground, Thorne gestured to Halder.
Hit him with the flat of your blade until he finds his feet." Halder delivered a tentative smack to his foe's upraised cheeks. "You can hit harder than that," Thorn taunted. Halder took hold of his longsword with both hands and brought it down so hard the blow split leather, even on the flat. The new boy screeched in pain. Jon Snow took a step forward. Pip laid a mailed hand on his arm. "Jon, no," the small boy whispered with an anxious glance at Sir Alistair Thorne. "On your feet," Thorne repeated. The fat boy struggled to rise, slipped, and fell heavily again. "Sir Piggy is starting to grasp the notion," Sir Alistair observed. "Again." Halder lifted the sword for another blow. "Cut us off for him," Rast urged, laughing. Jon shook off Pip's hand. "Halder, enough." Halder looked to Sir Alistair. "The bastard speaks and the peasants tremble," the master-at-arms said in that sharp, cold voice of his. "I remind you that I'm the master-at-arms here, Lord Snow." "Look at him, Halder," Jon urged, ignoring Thorne as best as he could. "There is no honor in beating a fallen foe. He yielded." He knelt beside the fat boy. Halder lowered his sword. "He yielded," he echoed. Sir Alistair's onyx eyes were fixed on Jon Snow. "It would seem our bastard is in love," he said as Jon helped the fat boy to his feet. "Show me your steel, Lord Snow." Jon drew his longsword. He dared defy Sir Alistair only to a point, and he feared he was well beyond it now. Thorne smiled. "The bastard wishes to defend his lady love, so we shall make an exercise of it. Rat, Pimple, help our stonehead here." Rast and Albert moved to join Halder. "3 of you ought to be sufficient to make Lady Piggy squeal. All you need to do is get past the bastard." "Stay behind me," Jon said to the fat boy. Sir Alistair had often sent 2 foes against him, but never 3. He knew he would likely go to sleep bruised and bloody tonight. He braced himself for the assault. Suddenly, Pip was beside him. 3 to 2 will make for better sport," the small boy said cheerfully. He dropped his visor and slid out his sword. Before Jon could even think to protest, Gran had stepped up to make a third. The yard had grown deathly quiet. Jon could feel Sir Alistair's eyes. "Why are you waiting?" he asked Rast and the others in a voice gone deceptively soft, but it was Jon who moved first. Halder barely got his sword up in time. Jon drove him backward, attacking with every blow, keeping the older boy on the heels. Know your foe, Sir Roderick had taught him once. Jon knew Halder, brutally strong but short of patience, with no taste for defense. Frustrate him, and he would leave himself open, as certain as sunset. The clang of steel echoed through the yard as the others joined battle around him. Jon blocked a savage cut at his head, the shock of impact running up his arm as the swords crashed together. He slammed a side stroke into Halder's ribs and was rewarded with a muffled grunt of pain. The counterstroke caught Jon on the shoulder. Chainmail crunched and pain flared up his neck, but for an instant Halder was unbalanced. Jon cut his left leg from under him, and he fell with a curse and a crash. Gran was standing his ground as Jon had taught him, giving Albert more than he cared for, but Pip was hard-pressed. Rast had 2 years and 40 pounds on him. Jon stepped up behind him and rang the raper's helm like a bell. As Rast went reeling, Pip slid in under his guard, knocking him down, and levelled a blade at his throat. By then Jon had moved on. Facing 2 swords, Albert backed away. "I yield!" he shouted. Sir Alistair Thorne surveyed the scene with disgust. "The mummer's farce has gone on long enough for today." He walked away. The session was at an end. Darien helped Halder to his feet. The quarryman's son wrenched off his helm and threw it across the yard. "For an instant I thought I finally had you, Snow." "For an instant you did," Jon replied. Under his mail and leather his shoulder was throbbing. He sheathed his sword and tried to remove his helm, but when he raised his arm, the pain made him grit his teeth. "Let me," a voice said. Thick-fingered hands unfastened helm from Gorget and lifted it off gently. "Did he hurt you?" "I've been bruised before." He touched his shoulder and winced. The yard was emptying around them.
Blood matted the fat boy's hair where Halder had split his helm asunder. "My name is Samuel Tarley, of Horn—" He stopped and licked his lips. "I mean, I was of Horn Hill until I left. I've come to take the Black. My father is Lord Randall, a bannerman to the Tyrells of Highgarden. I used to be his heir, only—" His voice trailed off. "I'm Jon Snow, Ned Stark's bastard, of Winterfell." Samuel Tarley nodded. If you want, you can call me Sam. My mother calls me Sam." "You can call him Lord Snow," Pip said as he came up to join them. "You don't want to know what his mother calls him." "These two are Gran and Piper," Jon said. "Gran's the ugly one," Pip said. Gran scowled. "You're uglier than me. At least I don't have ears like a bat." "My thanks to all of you," the fat boy said gravely. "Why didn't you get up and fight?" Gran demanded. "I wanted to, truly. I couldn't. I didn't want him to hit me anymore." He looked at the ground. I fear I'm a coward. My Lord Father always said so." Gran looked thunderstruck. Even Pip had no words to say to that, and Pip had words for everything. What sort of man would proclaim himself a coward? Samuel Tarley must have read their thoughts on their faces. His eyes met Jon's and darted away, quick as frightened animals. I'm sorry," he said. "I don't mean to be like I am." He walked heavily toward the armory. Jon called after him. "You were hurt," he said. "Tomorrow you'll do better." Sam looked mournfully back over one shoulder. "No, I won't," he said, blinking back tears. "I never do better." When he was gone, Gran frowned. "Nobody likes cravens," he said uncomfortably. "I wish we hadn't helped him. What if they think we're craven too?" "You're too stupid to be craven," Pip told him. "I'm not," Gran said. "Yes, you are. If a bear attacked you in the woods, you'd be too stupid to run away." "I would not," Gran insisted. "I'd run away faster than you." He stopped suddenly, scowling when he saw Pip's grin and realized what he'd just said. His thick neck flushed a dark red. Jon left them there arguing as he returned to the armory, hung up his sword and stripped off his battered armor. Life at Castle Black followed certain patterns. The mornings were for swordplay, the afternoons for work. The Black brothers set new recruits too many different tasks to learn where their skills lay. Jon cherished the rare afternoons when he was sent out with Ghost, ranging at his side to bring back game for the Lord Commander's table, but for every day spent hunting, he gave a dozen to Donal Noy in the armory, spinning the whetstone while the one-armed smith sharpened axes grown dull from use, or pumping the bellows as Noy hammered out a new sword. Other times he ran messages, stood at guard, marked out stables, fletched arrows, assisted Master Aemon with his birds, or Bowen Marsh with his counts and inventories. That afternoon, the watch commander sent him to the winch cage with 4 barrels of fresh crushed stone to scatter gravel over the icy footpaths atop the wall. It was lonely and boring work, even with Ghost along for company, but Jon found he did not mind. On a clear day you could see half the world from top of the wall, and the air was always cold and bracing. He could think here, and he found himself thinking of Samuel Tarley, and, oddly, of Tyrion Lannister. He wondered what Tyrion would have made of the fat boy. Most men would rather deny a hard truth than face it, the dwarf had told him, grinning. The world was full of cravens who pretended to be heroes. It took a queer sort of courage to admit to cowardice as Samuel Tarley had. His sore shoulder made the work go slowly. It was late afternoon before Jon finished graveling the paths. He lingered on high to watch the sun go down, turning the western sky the color of blood. Finally, as dusk was settling over the north, Jon rolled the empty barrels back into the cage and signaled the winch man to lower him. The evening meal was almost done by the time he and Ghost reached the common hall. A group of the Black brothers were dicing over mulled wine near the fire. His friends were at the bench nearest the west wall, laughing. Pip was in the middle of a story. The mama's boy with the big ears was a born liar with 100 different voices, and he did not tell his tales so much as lift them, playing all the parts as needed,
a king one moment and a swineherd the next. When he turned into an alehouse girl or a virgin princess, he used a high falsetto voice that reduced them all to tears of helpless laughter, and his eunuchs were always eerily accurate caricatures of Sir Alicer. John took as much pleasure from Pip's antics as anyone, yet that night he turned away and went instead to the end of the bench, where Samuel Tarley sat alone, as far from the others as he could get. He was finishing the last of the pork pie the cooks had served up for supper when John sat down across from him. The fat boy's eyes widened at the sight of Ghost. "Is that a wolf?" "A dire wolf," John said. "His name is Ghost. The dire wolf is the sigil of my father's house." "Ours is a striding huntsman," Samuel Tarley said. "Do you like to hunt?" The fat boy shuddered. "I hate it." He looked as though he was going to cry again. "What's wrong now?" John asked him. "Why are you always so frightened?" Sam stared at the last of his pork pie and gave a feeble shake of his head, too scared even to talk. A burst of laughter filled the hall. John heard Pip squeaking in a high voice. He stood. "Let's go outside." The round fat face looked up at him, suspicious. "Why? What will we do outside?" "Talk," John said. "Have you seen the wall?" "I'm fat, not blind," Samuel Tarley said. "Of course I saw it. It's 700 feet high." Yet he stood up all the same, wrapped the fur-lined cloak over his shoulders, and followed John from the common hall, still wary, as if he suspected some cruel trick was waiting for him in the night. Ghost padded along beside them. "I never thought it would be like this," Sam said as they walked, his words steaming in the cold air. Already he was huffing and puffing as he tried to keep up. "All the buildings are falling down, and it's so cold." A hard frost was settling over the castle, and John could hear the soft crunch of grey weeds beneath his boots. Sam nodded miserably. "I hate the cold," he said. "Last night I woke up in the dark and the fire had gone out and I was certain I was going to freeze to death by morning." "It must have been warmer where you come from." "I never saw snow until last month. We were crossing the Barrowlands, me and the men my father sent to see me north, and this white stuff began to fall like a soft rain. At first I thought it was beautiful, like feathers drifting from the sky, but it kept on and on, until I was frozen to the bone. The men had crusts of snow in their beards and more on their shoulders, and still it kept coming. I was afraid it would never end." John smiled. The wall loomed before them, glimmering palely in the light of the half-moon. In the sky above, the stars burned clear and sharp. "Are they going to make me go up there?" Sam asked. His face curdled like old milk as he looked at the great wooden stairs. "I'll die if I have to climb that." "There's a winch," John said, pointing. "They can draw you up in a cage." Samuel Tarley sniffled. "I don't like high places." It was too much. John frowned, incredulous. "Are you afraid of everything?" he asked. "I don't understand. If you're truly so craven, why are you here? Why would a coward want to join the night's watch?" Samuel Tarley looked at him for a long moment, and his round face seemed to cave in on itself. He sat down on the frost-covered ground and began to cry, huge choking sobs that made his whole body shake. Jon Snow could only stand and watch. Like the snowfall on the Barrowlands, it seemed the tears would never end. It was Ghost who knew what to do. Silent as shadow, the pale dire wolf moved closer and began to lick the warm tears off Samuel Tarley's face. The fat boy cried out, startled, and somehow, in a heartbeat, his sobs turned to laughter. Jon Snow laughed with him. Afterward they sat on the frozen ground, huddled in their cloaks with Ghost between them. John told the story of how he and Rob had found the pups newborn in the late summer snows. It seemed 1,000 years ago now. Before long he found himself talking of Winterfell. "Sometimes I dream about it," he said. "I'm walking down this long empty hall. My voice echoes all around, but no one answers, so I walk faster, opening doors, shouting names. I don't even know who I'm looking for. Most nights it's my father, but sometimes it's Rob instead, or my little sister Arya, or my uncle." The thought of Benjen Stark saddened him. His uncle was still missing. The old bear had sent out rangers in search of him. Sir Jeremy Ricker had led 2 sweeps, and Quarren Halfhand had gone forth from the Shadow Tower, but they'd found nothing aside from a few blazes in the trees that his uncle had left to mark his way. In the stony highlands to the northwest, the marks stopped abruptly, and all trace of Ben Stark vanished. "Do you ever find anyone in your dream?" Sam asked. John shook his head. "No one. The castle is always empty." He had never told anyone of the dream, and he did not understand why he was telling Sam now, yet somehow it felt good to talk of it. "Even the ravens are gone from the rookery, and the stables are full of bones. That always scares me. I start to run then, throwing open doors, climbing the tower 3 steps at a time, screaming for someone, for anyone. And then I find myself in front of the door to the crypts. It's black inside, and I can see the steps spiraling down. Somehow I know I have to go down there, but I don't want to. I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me. The old kings of winter are down there, sitting on their thrones with stone wolves at their feet and iron swords across their laps, but it's not them I'm afraid of. I scream that I'm not a Stark, that this isn't my place, but it's no good. I have to go anyway. So I start down, feeling the walls as I descend, with no torch to light the way. It gets darker and darker until I want to scream." He stopped, frowning, embarrassed. "That's when I always wake." His skin cold and clammy, shivering in the darkness of his cell. Ghost would leap up beside him, his warmth as comforting as daybreak. He would go back to sleep with his face pressed into the direwolf's shaggy white fur. "Do you dream of Hornhill?" John asked. "No." Sam's mouth grew tight and hard. "I hated it there." He scratched Ghost behind the ear, brooding, and John let the silence breathe. After a long while, Samuel Tarley began to talk, and Jon Snow listened quietly, and learned how it was that a self-confessed coward found himself on the wall. The Tarleys were a family old in honor, bannermen to Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. The eldest son of Lord Randall Tarley, Samuel was born heir to rich lands, a strong keep, and a storied 2-handed greatsword named Heartsbane, forged of Valyrian steel and passed down from father to son near 500 years. Whatever pride his lord father might have felt at Samuel's birth vanished as the boy grew up plump, soft, and awkward. Sam loved to listen to music and make his own songs, to wear soft velvets, to play in the castle kitchen beside the cooks, drinking in the rich smells as he snitched lemon cakes and blueberry tarts. His passions were books and kittens and dancing, clumsy as he was. But he grew ill at the sight of blood, and wept to see even a chicken slaughtered. A dozen master-at-arms came and went at Hornhill, trying to turn Samuel into the knight his father wanted. The boy was cursed and caned, slapped and starved. One man had him sleep in his chainmail to make him more martial. Another dressed him in his mother's clothing, and paraded him through the bailey to shame him into valor. He only grew fatter and more frightened, until Lord Randall's disappointment turned to anger and then to loathing. One time, Sam confided, his voice dropping from a whisper, 2 men came to the castle, warlocks from Quarth, with white skin and blue lips. They slaughtered a bull aurochs and made me bath in the hot blood, but it didn't make me brave as they'd promised. I got sick and wretched. Father had them scourged. Finally, after 3 girls in as many years, Lady Tarley gave her lord husband a second son. From that day, Lord Randall ignored Sam, devoting all his time to the younger boy, a fierce, robust child, more to his liking. Samuel had known several years of sweet peace with his music and his books, until the dawn of his 15th name day, when he had been awakened to find his horse saddled and ready. 3 men-at-arms had escorted him into a wood near Hornhill, where his father was skinning a deer. "You're almost a man grown now, and my heir," Lord Randall Tarley had told his eldest son, his long knife laying bare the carcass as he spoke. "You have given me no cause to disown you, but neither will I allow you to inherit the land and title that should be Dickon's. Heartsbane must go to a man strong enough to wield her, and you are not worthy to touch her hilt. So I have decided that you shall this day announce that you wish to take the Black. You will forsake all claim to your brother's inheritance, and start north before evenfall." If you do not, then on the morrow we shall have a hunt, and somewhere in these woods your horse will stumble, and you will be thrown from the saddle to die. Or so I will tell your mother. She has a woman's heart and finds it in her to cherish even you, and I have no wish to cause her pain. Please do not imagine that it will truly be that easy, should you think to defy me. Nothing would please me more than to hunt you down like the pig you are." His arms were red to the elbow as he laid the skinning knife aside. "So, there is your choice. The night's watch." He reached inside the deer, ripped out its heart and held it in his fist, red and dripping. "Or this." Sam told the tale in a calm, dead voice, as if it were something that had happened to someone else, not to him. And strangely, John thought, he did not weep, not even once. When he was done, they sat together and listened to the wind for a time. There was no other sound in all the world. Finally, John said, "We should go back to the common hall." "Why?" Sam asked. John shrugged. "There's hot cider to drink, or mulled wine if you prefer. Some nights Darren sings for us if the mood is on him. He was a singer before. Well, not truly, but almost. An apprentice singer." "How did he come here?" Sam asked. "Lord Rowan of Golden Grove found him in a bed with his daughter. The girl was 2 years older, and Darren swears she helped him through her window, but under her father's eye she named it rape, so here he is. When Master Amon heard him sing, he said his voice was honey poured over thunder." John smiled. "Toad sometimes sings too, if you call it singing. Drinking songs he learned in his father's wine sink. Pip says his voice is piss poured over a fart." They laughed at that together. "I should like to hear them both," Sam admitted. "But they would not want me there." His face was troubled. "He's going to make me fight again on the morrow, isn't he?" "He is," John was forced to say. Sam got awkwardly to his feet. "I had better try to sleep." He huddled down in his cloak and plodded off. The others were still in the common room when John returned, alone but for Ghost. "Where have you been?" Pip asked. "Talking with Sam," he said. "He truly is craven," said Gran. "At supper there were still places on the bench when he got his pie, but he was too scared to come sit with us." "The Lord of Ham thinks he's too good to eat with the likes of us," suggested Jaren. "I saw him eat a pork pie," Toad said, smirking. "Do you think it was his brother?" He began to make oinking noises. "Stop it!" John snapped angrily. The other boys fell silent, taken aback by his sudden fury. "Listen to me," John said into the quiet, and he told them how it was going to be. Pip backed him, as he'd known he would, but when Halder spoke up it was a pleasant surprise. Grant was anxious at the first, but John knew the words to move him. One by one the rest fell in line. John persuaded some, cajoled some, shamed the others, made threats where threats were required. At the end they had all agreed. All but Rast. "You girls do as you please," Rast said. "But if Thorn sends me against Lady Piggy, I'm going to slice me off a rasher of bacon." He laughed in John's face and left them there. Hours later, as the castle slept, 3 of them paid a call on his cell. Gran held his arms while Pip sat on his legs. John could hear Rast's rapid breathing as Ghost leapt onto his chest. The direwolf's eyes burned red as embers as his teeth nipped lightly at the soft skin of the boy's throat, just enough to draw blood. "Remember, we know where you sleep," John said softly. The next morning John heard Rast tell Albert and Toad how his razor had slipped while he shaved. From that day forth, neither Rast nor any of the others would hurt Sam Multali. When Sir Alistair matched them against him, they would stand their ground and swat aside his slow, clumsy strokes. If the master-at-arms screamed for an attack, they would dance in and tap Sam lightly on breastplate or helm or leg. Sir Alistair raged and threatened and called them all cravens and women and worse, yet Sam remained unhurt. A few nights later, at John's urging, he joined them for the evening meal, taking a place on the bench beside Halder. It was another fortnight before he found the nerve to join their talk, but in time he was laughing at Pip's faces and teasing Gren with the best of them. Fat and awkward and frightened he might be, but Sam Multali was no fool. One night he visited John in his cell. "I don't know what you did," he said, "but I know you did it." He looked away shyly. I've never had a friend before." "We're not friends," John said. He put a hand on Sam's broad shoulder. "We're brothers." And so they were, he thought to himself after Sam had taken his leave. Rob and Bran and Rickon were his father's sons, and he loved them still. Yet John knew that he had never truly been one of them. Caitlin Stark had seen to that. The grey walls of Winterfell might still haunt his dreams, but Castle Black was his life now, and his brothers were Sam and Gren and Halder and Pip and the other cast-outs who wore the black of the Night's Watch. "My uncle spoke truly," he whispered to Ghost. He wondered if he would ever see Benjen Stark again to tell him. Chapter 27. Eddard. "It's the Hand's tourney that's the cause of all the trouble, my lords," the commander of the city watch complained to the King's Council. "The King's tourney," Ned corrected, wincing. "I assure you, the Hand wants no part of it." "Call it what you will, my lord. Knights have been arriving from all over the realm, and for every knight we get 2 free riders, 3 craftsmen, 6 men-at-arms, 12 merchants, 24 whores, and more thieves than I dare guess. This cursed heat had half the city in a fever to start, and now with all these visitors. Last night we had a drowning, a tavern riot, 3 knife fights, a rape, 2 fires, robberies beyond count, and a drunken horse race down the street of the Sisters. The night before, a woman's head was found in the Great Sept, floating in the Rainbow Pool. No one seems to know how it got there or who it belongs to." "How dreadful," Barry said with a shudder. Lord Ranley Baratheon was less sympathetic. "If you cannot keep the king's peace, Janis, perhaps the city watch should be commanded by someone who can." Stout, jowly Janis Slynt puffed himself up like an angry frog, his bald plate reddening. "Aegon the Dragon himself could not keep the peace, Lord Renly. I need more men." "How many?" Ned asked, leaning forward. As ever, Robert had not troubled himself to attend the council's session, so it fell to his hand to speak for him. "As many as can be gotten, Lord Hand." "Hire 50 new men," Ned told him. "Lord Baelish will see that you get the coin." "I will?" Littlefinger said. "You will. You found 40,000 golden dragons for a champion's purse. Surely you can scrape together a few coppers to keep the king's peace." Ned turned back to Janis Slynt. "I will also give you 20 good swords from my own household guard, to serve with the watch until the crowds have left." "All thanks, Lord Hand," Slynt said, bowing. "I promise you, they shall be put to good use." When the commander had taken his leave, Eddard Stark turned to the rest of the council. "The sooner this folly is done with, the better I shall like it." As if the expense and trouble were not irksome enough, all and sundry insisted on salting Ned's wound by calling it the Hand's tourney, as if he were the cause of it. And Robert honestly seemed to think he should feel honoured. "The realm prospers from such events, my lord," Grandmaster Pycelle said. "They bring the great the chance of glory, and the lowly a respite from their woes." "And put coins in many a pocket," Littlefinger added. "Every inn in the city is full, and the whores are walking bow-legged and jingling with each step." Lord Renly laughed. "We're fortunate my brother Stannis is not with us. Remember the time he proposed to outlaw brothels? The king asked him if perhaps he'd like to outlaw eating, shitting and breathing while he was at it. If truth be told, I oft-times wonder how Stannis ever got that ugly daughter of his. He goes to his marriage bed like a man marching to a battlefield, with a grim look in his eyes and a determination to do his duty." Ned had not joined the laughter. "I wonder about your brother Stannis as well. I wonder when he intends to end his visit to Dragonstone and resume his seat on this council." "No doubt as soon as we've scourged all those whores into the sea," Littlefinger replied, provoking more laughter. "I have heard quite enough about whores for one day," Ned said, rising. "Until the morrow." Harwin had the door when Ned returned to the Tower of the Hand. "Summon Jory to my chambers and tell your father to saddle my horse," Ned told him, too briskly. "As you say, my lord." The Red Keep and the Hand's tourney were chafing him raw, Ned reflected as he climbed. He yearned for the comfort of Caitlyn's arms, for the sounds of Rob and John crossing swords in the practice yard, for the cool days and cold nights of the north. In his chambers he stripped off his council silks and sat for a moment with the book while he waited for Jory to arrive. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children by Grandmaster Malian. Purcell had spoken truly. It made for ponderous reading. Yet John Arryn had asked for it, and Ned felt certain he had reasons. There was something here, some truth buried in these brittle yellow pages, if only he could see it. But what? The tome was over a century old. Scarcely a man now alive had yet been born when Malian had compiled his dusty list of weddings, births, and deaths. He opened to the section on House Lannister once more, and turned the pages slowly, hoping against hope that something would leap out at him. The Lannisters were an old family, tracing their descent back to Len the Clever, a trickster from the Age of Heroes who was no doubt as legendary as Bran the Builder, though far more beloved of singers and tale-tellers. In the songs, Lan was the fellow who winkled the Casterlys out of Casterly Rock with no weapon but his wits, and stole gold from the sun to brighten his curly hair. Ned wished he were here now, to winkle the truth out of his damnable book. A sharp rap on the door heralded Jory Castle. Ned closed Malian's tome and bid him enter.
"I've promised Stoat City Watch 20 of my guard until the tourney is done," he told him. "I rely on you to make the choice. Give Ellen the command, and make certain the men understand that they are needed to stop fights, not start them."
Rising, Ned opened a Kedar chest and removed a light linen undertunic.
"Did you find the stable boy?"
"The watchman, my lord," Jory said. "He vows he'll never touch another horse."
"What did he have to say?"
"He claims he knew Lord Arryn well. Fast friends they were." Jory snorted. "The hand always gave the lads a copper on their name days, he says. Had a way with horses. Never rode his mounts too hard, and brought them carrots and apples, so they were always pleased to see him."
"Carrots and apples,"
Ned repeated. It sounded as if this boy would be even less used than the others, and he was the last of the 4 Littlefinger had turned up. Jory had spoken to each of them in turn. Sir Hugh had been brisk and uninformative, and arrogant as only a new-made knight can be. If the hand wished to talk to him, he should be pleased to receive him, but he would not be questioned by a mere captain of guards, even if said captain was 10 years older and 100 times the swordsman. The serving girl had at least been pleasant. She said Lord John had been reading more than was good for him, that he was troubled at the melancholy of his young son's frailty, and gruff with his lady wife. The potboy, now cordwainer, had never exchanged so much as a word with Lord John, but he was full of oddments of kitchen gossip. The lord had been quarrelling with the king. The lord only picked at his food. The lord was sending his boy to be fostered on Dragonstone. The lord had taken a great interest in the breeding of hunting hounds. The lord had visited a master armourer to commission a new suit of plate, wrought all in a pale silver with a blue jasper falcon and a mother-of-pearl moon on the breasts. The king's own brother had gone with him to help choose the design, the potboy said. No, not Lord Renly, the other one, Lord Stannis.
"Did our watchman recall anything else of note?"
"The lad swears Lord John was as strong as a man half his age. Often went riding with Lord Stannis, he says." Stannis again, Ned thought. He found that curious. John Arryn and he had been cordial, but never friendly. And while Robert had been riding north to Winterfell, Stannis had removed himself to Dragonstone, the Targaryen island fastness he had conquered in his brother's name. He had given no word as to when he might return.
"Where did they go on these rides?" Ned asked.
"The boy says that they visited a brothel."
"A brothel,"
Ned said.
"The Lord of the Eyrie and Hand of the King visited a brothel with Stannis Baratheon."
He shook his head, incredulous, wondering what Lord Renly would make of this tidbit. Robert's lusts were the subject of ribald drinking songs throughout the realm, but Stannis was a different sort of man. A bare year younger than the king, yet utterly unlike him, stern, humourless, unforgiving, grim in his sense of duty. "The boy insists it's true. The hand took 3 guardsmen with him, and the boy says they were joking off it when he took their horses afterward."
"Which brothel?"
Ned asked. The boy did not know. The guards would.
"A pity Lysa carried them off to the Vale,"
Ned said dryly.
"The gods are doing their best to vex us. Lady Lysa, Master Colmont, Lord Stannis. Everyone who might actually know the truth of what happened to John Arryn is 1,000 leagues away."
"Will you summon Lord Stannis back from Dragonstone?"
"Not yet,"
Ned said.
Not until I have a better notion of what this is all about and where he stands.
The matter nagged at him. Why did Stannis leave? Had he played some part in Jon Arryn's murder? Or was he afraid? Ned found it hard to imagine what could frighten Stannis Baratheon, who had once held Storm's End through a year of siege, surviving on rats and boot leather while the lords Tyrell and Redwyne sat outside with their hosts, banqueting in sight of his walls.
Bring me my doublet, if you would. The grey with the direwolf sigil. I want this armourer to know who I am. It might make him more forthcoming.
Jory went to the wardrobe.
Lord Renly is brother to Lord Stannis as well as the king. Yet it seems that he was not invited on these rides.
Ned was not sure what to make of Renly, with all his friendly ways and easy smiles. A few days past, he had taken Ned aside to show him an exquisite rose-gold locklet. Inside was a miniature painted in the vivid mirror style of a lovely young girl with those eyes and a cascade of soft brown hair. Randy had seemed anxious to know if the girl reminded him of anyone, and when Ned had no answer but a shrug, he had seemed disappointed. The maid was Loras Tyrell's sister Marjorie, he'd confessed, but there were those who said she looked like Lyanna.
No,
Ned had told him, bemused. Could it be that Lord Renly, who looked so like a young Robert, had conceived a passion for a girl he fancied to be a young Lyanna? That struck him as more than passing queer. Jory held out the doublet, and Ned slid his hand through the armholes.
Perhaps Lord Stannis will return for Robert's tourney,
he said as Jory laced the garment up the back.
That would be a stroke of fortune, my lord,
Jory said. Ned buckled on a longsword.
In other words, not bloody likely.
His smile was grim. Jory draped Ned's cloak across his shoulders and clasped it at the throat with the hand's badge of office.
The armourer lives above his shop in a large house at the top of the Street of Steel. Alan knows the way, my lord.
Ned nodded.
The gods help this potboy if he's sent me off herring after shadows.
It was a slim enough staff to lean on, but the Jon Arryn that Ned Stark had known was not one to wear jewelled and silvered plate. Steel was steel. It was meant for protection, not ornament. He might have changed his views, to be sure. He would scarcely have been the first man who came to look on things differently after a few years at court, but the change was marked enough to make Ned wonder.
Is there any other service I might perform? I suppose you'd best begin visiting whorehouses. Hard duty, my lord.
Jory grinned.
The man will be glad to help. Porter has made a fair start already.
Ned's favourite horse was saddled and waiting in the yard. Varley and Jax fell in beside him as he rode through the yard. Their steel caps and shirts of mail must have been sweltering, yet they said no word of complaint. As Lord Eddard passed beneath the king's gate into the stink of the city, his grey and white cloak streaming from his shoulders, he saw eyes everywhere and kicked his mount into a trot. His guard followed. He looked behind him frequently as they made their way through the crowded city streets. Tormod and Desmond had left the castle early this morning to take up positions on the route they must take and watch for anyone following them, but even so, Ned was uncertain. The shadow of the king's spider and his little birds had him fretting like a maiden on her wedding night. The Street of Steel began at the market square beside the river gate, as it was named on maps, or the mud gate, as it was commonly called. A mummer on stilts was striding through the throngs like some great insect, with a horde of barefoot children trailing behind him, hooting. Elsewhere, 2 ragged boys no older than Bran were duelling with sticks, to the loud encouragement of some and the furious curses of others. An old woman ended the contest by leaning out of her window and emptying a bucket of slops on the heads of the combatants. In the shadow of the wall, farmers stood beside their wagons, bellowing out. "Apples, the best apples, cheap at twice the price," and "blood melons, sweet as honey," and "turnips, onion, roots, here you go here you go, turnips, onions, roots, here you go here." The mud gate was open, and a squad of city watchmen stood under the portcullis in their golden cloaks, leaning on spears. When a column of riders appeared from the west, the guardsmen sprang into action, shouting commands and moving the carts and foot traffic aside to let the knight enter with his escort. The first rider through the gate carried a long black banner. The silk rippled in the wind like a living thing. Across the fabric was blazoned a night sky slashed with purple lightning. "Make way for Lord Beric!" the rider shouted. "Make way for Lord Beric!" and close behind came the young lord himself, a dashing figure on a black courser, with red gold hair and a black satin cloak dusted with stars. "Here to fight in the Hand's Tourney, my lord?" a guardsman called out to him. "Here to win the Hand's Tourney," Lord Berwick shouted back as the crowd cheered. Ned turned off the square where the Street of Steel began, and followed its winding path up a long hill, past blacksmiths working at open forges, free riders haggling over mail shirts, and grizzled ironmongers selling old blades and razors from their wagons. The farther they climbed, the larger the buildings grew. The man they wanted was all the way at the top of the hill, in a huge house of timber and plaster whose upper stories loomed over the narrow street. The double doors showed a hunting scene carved in ebony and weirwood. A pair of stone knights stood sentry at the entrance, armored in fanciful suits of polished red steel that transformed them into griffin and unicorn. Ned left his horse with Jax and shouldered his way inside. The slim young serving girl took quick note of Ned's badge and the sigil on his doublet, and the master came hurrying out, all smiles and bows. "Wine for the king's hand," he told the girl, gesturing Ned to a couch. "I'm Tobo Mott, my lord. Please, put yourself at ease." He wore a black velvet coat with hammers embroidered on the sleeves in silver thread. Around his neck was a heavy silver chain and a sapphire as large as a pigeon's egg. "If you are in need of new arms for the Hand's Tourney, you have come to the right shop." Ned did not bother to correct him. "My work is costly, and I make no apologies for that, my lord," he said as he filled 2 matching silver goblets. "You will not find craftsmanship equal to mine anywhere in the 7 kingdoms, I promise you. Visit every forge in King's Landing if you like, and compare for yourself. Any village smith can hammer out a shirt of mail. My work is art." Ned sipped his wine and let the man go on. The Knight of Flowers bought all his armor here, Tobo boasted, and many high lords, the ones who knew fine steel, and even Lord Renly, the king's own brother. Perhaps the Hand had seen Lord Renly's new armor, the green plate with the golden antlers? No other armor in the city could get that deep a green. He knew the secret of putting color in the steel itself. Paint and enamel were the crutches of a journeyman. Or mayhaps the Hand wanted a blade? Tobo had learned to work Valyrian steel at the forges of Qohor as a boy. Only a man who knew the spells could take old weapons and forge them anew. "The dire wolf is a sigil of House Stark, is it not? I could fashion a dire wolf helm so real that children will run from you in the streets," he vowed. Ned smiled. "Did you make a falcon helm for Lord Arryn?" Tobo Mott paused a long moment and set aside his wine. "The Hand did call upon me with Lord Stannis, the king's brother. I regret to say they did not honor me with their patronage." Ned looked at the man evenly, saying nothing, waiting. He had found over the years that silence sometimes yielded more than questions, and so it was this time. "They asked to see the boy," the armorer said, "so I took them back to the forge." "The boy," Ned echoed. He had no notion who the boy might be. "I should like to see the boy as well." Tobo Mott gave him a cool, careful look. "As you wish, my lord," he said with no trace of his former friendliness. He led Ned out a rear door and across a narrow yard, back to the cavernous stone barn where the work was done. When the armorer opened the door, the blast of hot air that came through made Ned feel as though he were walking into a dragon's mouth. Inside, a forge blazed in each corner, and the air stank of smoke and sulphur. Journeyman armorers glanced up from their hammers and tongs just long enough to wipe the sweat from their brows, while bare-chested apprentice boys worked the bellows. The master called over a tall lad about Rob's age, his arms and chest corded with muscle. "This is Lord Stark, the new Hand of the king," he told him as the boy looked at Ned through sullen blue eyes and pushed back sweat-soaked hair with his fingers. Thick hair, shaggy and unkempt and black as ink. The shadow of a new beard darkened his jaw. "This is Gendry, strong for his age, and he works hard. Show the Hand that helmet you bade, lad." Almost shyly the boy led him to his bench, and a steel helm shaped like a bull's head, with 2 great curving horns. Ned turned the helm over in his hands. It was raw steel, unpolished but expertly shaped. "This is fine work. I would be pleased if you would let me buy it." The boy snatched it out of his hand. "It's not for sale." Tobo Mott looked horror-struck. "Boy, this is the king's hand. If his lordship wants this helm, make him a gift of it. He honors you by asking." "I made it for me," the boy said stubbornly. "100 pardons, my lord," his master said hurriedly to Ned. "The boy is crude as new steel, and like new steel would profit from some beating. That helm is journeyman's work at best. Forgive him, and I promise I will craft you a helm like none you have ever seen."
"He's done nothing that requires my forgiveness. Gendry, when Lord Arryn came to see you, what did you talk about?"
"He asked me questions is all, my lord."
"What sort of questions?"
The boy shrugged. "How was I, and was I well treated, and if I liked the work, and stuff about my mother, who she was and what she looked like and all."
"What did you tell him?"
Ned asked. The boy shoved the fresh fall of black hair off his forehead. "She died when I was little. She had yellow hair, and sometimes she used to sing to me, I remember. She worked in an alehouse."
"Did Lord Stannis question you as well?"
"The bald one? No, not him. He never said no word, just glared at me, like I was some raper who'd done for his daughter." "Mind your filthy tongue," the master said. "This is the king's own hand." The boy lowered his eyes.
"A smart boy, but stubborn. That helm. The others call him bull-headed, so he threw it in their teeth."
Ned touched the boy's head, fingering the thick black hair.
"Look at me, Gendry."
The apprentice lifted his face. Ned studied the shape of his jaw, the eyes like blue ice. "Yes," he thought, "I see it."
"Go back to your work, lad. I'm sorry to have bothered you."
He walked back to the house with the master.
"Who paid the boy's apprentice fee?"
he asked lightly. Maud looked fretful.
"You saw the boy. Such a strong boy. Those hands of his, those hands were made for hammers. He had such promise, I took him on without a fee." "The truth now," Ned urged. "The streets are full of strong boys. The day you take on an apprentice without a fee will be the day the wall comes down. Who paid for him?"
"A lord," the master said reluctantly. "He gave no name and wore no sigil on his coat. He paid in gold, twice the customary sum, and said he was paying once for the boy and once for my silence."
"Describe him."
"He was stout, round of shoulder, not so tall as you. Brown beard, but there was a bit of red in it, I'll swear. He wore a rich cloak, that I do remember, heavy purple velvet worked with silver threads, but the hood shadowed his face and I never did see him clear." He hesitated a moment. "My lord, I want no trouble."
"None of us wants trouble, but I fear these are troubled times, Master Mott," Ned said. "You know who the boy is."
"I'm only an armourer, my lord. I know what I'm told."
"You know who the boy is,"
Ned repeated patiently.
"That is not a question."
"The boy's my apprentice," the master said. He looked Ned in the eye, stubborn as old iron. "Who he was before he came to me, that's none of my concern." Ned nodded. He decided that he liked Hobomot, master armourer.
"If the day ever comes when Gendry would rather wield a sword than forge one, send him to me. He has the look of a warrior. Until then, you have my thanks, Master Mott, and my promise. Should I ever want a helm to frighten children, this will be the first place I visit."
His guard was waiting outside with the horses. "Did you find anything, my lord?" Jax asked as Ned mounted up.
"I did,"
Ned told him, wondering. What had Jon Arryn wanted with the king's bastard, and why was it worth his life? Chapter 28. Caitlin.
"My lady, you ought cover your head,"
Sir Roderick told her as their horses plodded north.
"You will take a chill."
"It is only water, Sir Roderick," Caitlin replied. Her hair hung wet and heavy, a loose strand struck to her forehead, and she could imagine how ragged and wild she must look, but for once she did not care. The southern rain was soft and warm. Caitlin liked the feel of it on her face, gentle as a mother's kisses. It took her back to her childhood, to long grey days at Riverrun. She remembered the godswood, dropping branches heavy with moisture, and the sound of her brother's laughter as he chased her through piles of damp leaves. She remembered making mud pies with Lisa, the weight of them, the mud slick and brown between her fingers. They had served them to Littlefinger, giggling, and he'd eaten so much mud he was sick for a week. How young they all had been. Caitlin had almost forgotten. In the north, the rain fell cold and hard, and sometimes at night it turned to ice. It was as likely to kill a crop as nurture it, and it sent grown men running for the nearest shelter. That was no rain for little girls to play in.
"I'm soaked through," Sir Roderick complained. "Even my bones are wet."
The woods pressed close around them, and the steady pattering of rain on leaves was accompanied by the small sucking sound their horses made as their hoofs pulled free of the mud.
"We will want a fire tonight, my lady, and a hot meal would serve us both."
"There is an inn at the crossroads up ahead," Caitlin told him. She had slept many a night there in her youth, travelling with her father. Lord Hoster Tully had been a restless man in his prime, always riding somewhere. She still remembered the innkeep, a fat woman named Marcia Haddle, who chewed sourleaf night and day and seemed to have an endless supply of smiles and sweet cakes for the children. The sweet cakes had been soaked with honey, rich and heavy on the tongue, but how Caitlin had dreaded those smiles. The sour leaf had strained Marcia's teeth a dark red and made her smile a bloody horror.
"An inn,"
Sir Roderick repeated wistfully.
"If only... But we dare not risk it. If we wish to remain unknown, I think it's best we seek out some small holdfast."
He broke off as they heard sounds up the road, splashing water, the clink of mail, a horse's whinny.
"Riders,"
he warned, his hand dropping to the hilt of his sword. Even on the King's Road it never hurt to be wary. They followed the sounds around a lazy bend of the road and saw them, a column of armored men noisily fording a swollen stream. Caitlin reined up to let them pass. The banner in the hand of the foremost rider hung sodden and limp, but the guardsmen wore indigo cloaks, and on their shoulders flew the silver eagle of Seaguard.
"Malisters,"
Sir Roderick whispered to her, as if she had not known.
"My lady, best pull up your hood."
Caitlin made no move. Lord Jason Mallister himself rode with them, surrounded by his knights, his son Patrick by his side and their squires close behind. They were riding for King's Landing at the Hand's Tourney, she knew. For the past week, the travellers had been thick as flies upon the King's Road. Knights and free riders, singers with their harps and drums, heavy wagons laden with hops or corn or casks of honey, traders and craftsmen and whores, and all of them moving south. She studied Lord Jason boldly. The last time she had seen him he had been jesting with her uncle at her wedding feast. The Mallisters stood bannermen to the Tullys, and his gifts had been lavish. His brown hair was salted with white now, his face chiselled gaunt by time, yet the years had not touched his pride. He rode like a man who feared nothing. Caitlin envied him that. She had come to fear so much. As the riders passed, Lord Jason nodded a curt greeting, but it was only a high lord's courtesy to strangers chance met on the road. There was no recognition in those fierce eyes, and his son did not even waste a look.
"He did not know you,"
Sir Roderick said after, wondering. He saw a pair of mud-spattered travellers by the side of the road, wet and tired. It would never occur to him to suspect that one of them was the daughter of his liege lord. "I think we shall be safe enough at the inn, Sir Roderick." It was near dark when they reached it, at the crossroads north of the great confluence of the Trident. Marcia Haddle was fatter and greyer than Caitlin remembered, still chewing her sour leaf, but she gave them only the most cursory of looks, with nary a hint of her ghastly red smile.
"2 rooms at the top of the stair, that's all there is,"
she said, chewing all the time.
"They're under the bell tower. You won't be missing meals, though there's some thinks it's too noisy. Can't be helped. We're full up, or near as makes no matter. It's those rooms or the road."
It was those rooms, low, dusty garrets at the top of a cramped narrow staircase.
"Leave your boots down here,"
Masha told them after she'd taken their coin.
"The boy will clean them. I won't have you tracking mud up my stairs. Mind the bell. Those who come late to meals don't eat."
There were no smiles and no mention of sweet cakes. When the supper bell rang, the sound was deafening. Caitlin had changed into dry clothes. She sat by the window, watching rain run down the pane. The glass was milky and full of bubbles, and the wet dusk was falling outside. Caitlin could just make out the muddy crossing where the 2 great roads met. The crossroads gave her pause. If they turned west from here, it was an easy ride down to Riverrun. Her father had always given her wise counsel when she needed it most, and she yearned to talk to him, to warn him of the gathering storm. If Winterfell needed to brace for war, how much more so Riverrun, so much closer to King's Landing, with the power of Casterly Rock looming to the west like a shadow. If only her father had been stronger, she might have chanced it. but Hoster Tolly had been bedridden these past 2 years, and Caitlin was loath to tax him now. The eastern road was wilder and more dangerous, climbing through rocky foothills and thick forests into the mountains of the moon, past high passes and deep chasms to the Vale of Arryn and the stony fingers beyond. Above the vale, the Eyrie stood high and impregnable, its towers reaching for the sky. There she would find her sister, and, perhaps, some of the answers Ned sought. Surely Lisa knew more than she had dared to put in her letter. She might have the very proof that Ned needed to bring the Lannisters to ruin, and if it came to war, they would need the Arryns and the Eastern Lords who owed them service. Yet the mountain road was perilous. Shadow cats prowled those passes, rock slides were common, and the mountain's clans were lawless brigands, descending from the heights to rob and kill and melting away like snow whenever the knights rode out from the vale in search of them. Even John Arryn, as great a lord as any the Eyrie had ever known, had always travelled in strength when he crossed the mountains. Caitlin's only strength was one elderly knight, armoured in loyalty. No, she thought, Riverrun and the Eyrie would have to wait. Her path ran north to Winterfell, where her sons and her duty were waiting for her. As soon as they were safely past the neck, she could declare herself to one of Ned's bannermen, and send riders racing ahead with orders to mount a watch in the King's Road. The rain obscured the fields beyond the crossroads, but Caitlin saw the land clear enough in her memory. The market-place was just across the way, and the village a mile farther on, 100 white cottages surrounding a small stone sept. There would be more now. The summer had been long and peaceful. North of here, the King's Road ran along the green fork of the Trident, through fertile valleys and green woodlands, past thriving towns and stout holdfasts and the castles of the river lords. Caitlin knew them all, the Blackwoods and the Brackens, ever enemies, whose quarrels her father was obliged to settle. Lady Went, last of her line, who dwelt with her ghosts in the cavernous vaults of Harrenhal. Irascible Lord Frey, who had outlived 7 wives and filled his twin castles with children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and bastards and grandbastards as well. All of them were bannermen to the Tullys, their swords sworn to the service of Riverrun. Caitlin wondered if that would be enough if it came to war. Her father was the staunchest man who'd ever lived, and she had no doubt that he would call his banners. But would the banners come? The Darrys and Rygers and Mootons had sworn oaths to Riverrun as well, yet they had fought with Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident, while Lord Frey had arrived with his levies well after the battle was over, leaving some doubt as to which army he had planned to join. Theirs, he had assured the victory solemnly in the aftermath, but ever after her father had called him the late Lord Frey. It must not come to war, Caitlin thought fervently. They must not let it. Sir Roderick came for her just as the bell ceased its clangour. "We had best make haste if we hope to eat tonight, my lady." "It might be safer if we were not a knight and lady until we passed the neck," she told him. "Common travellers attract less notice. A father and daughter taken to the road on some family business, say." "As you say, my lady," Sir Roderick agreed. It was only when she laughed that he realized what he'd done. "The old courtesies die hard, my daughter." He tried to tug on his missing whiskers and sighed with exasperation. Caitlin took his arm. "Come, father," she said. "You'll find that Marcia Hiddle sets a good table, I think, but try not to praise her. You truly don't want to see her smile." The common room was long and draughty, with a row of huge wooden kegs at one end and a fireplace at the other. A serving boy ran back and forth with skewers of meat while Masha drew beer from the kegs, chewing her sour leaf all the while. The benches were crowded, townsfolk and farmers mingling freely with all manners of travellers. The crossroads made for odd companions. Dyers with black and purple hands shared a bench with rivermen reeking of fish. An ironsmith thick with muscles squeezed in beside a wizened old septon. Hard-bitten sellswords and soft plump merchants swapped news like boon companions. The company included more swords than Caitlin would have liked. 3 by the fire wore the red stallion badge of the Brackens, and there was a large party in blue steel ringmail and capes of a silvery grey. On their shoulder was another familiar sigil, the twin towers of House Frey. She studied their faces, but they were all too young to have known her. The senior among them would have been no older than Bran when she went north. Sir Roderick found them an empty place on a bench near the kitchen. Across the table a handsome youth was fingering a wood harp. "7 blessings to you, good folk," he said as they sat. An empty wine cup stood on a table before him. "And to you, singer," Caitlin returned. Sir Roderick called for bread and meat and beer in a tone that meant now. The singer, a youth of some 18 years, eyed them boldly and asked where they were going, and from whence they had come, and what news they had, letting the questions fly as quick as arrows, and never pausing for an answer. "We left King's Landing a fortnight ago," Caitlin replied, answering the safest of his questions. "That's where I'm bound," the youth said. As she had suspected, he was more interested in telling his own story than in hearing theirs. Singers loved nothing half so well as the sound of their own voices. "The hand's tourney means rich lords with fat purses. The last time I came away with more silver than I could carry, or would have if I hadn't lost it all betting on the Kingslayer to win the day." "The gods frown on the gambler," Sir Roderick said sternly. He was of the north and shared the stark views on tournaments. "They frowned on me for certain," the singer said. "Your cruel gods and the Knight of Flowers altogether did me in." "No doubt there was a lesson for you," Sir Roderick said. "It was. This time my coin will champion Sir Loras." Sir Roderick tried to tug at whiskers that were not there, but before he could frame a rebuke the serving boy came scurrying up. He laid tranches of bread before them and filled them with chunks of browned meat of a skewer, dripping with hot juice. Another skewer held tiny onions, fire peppers, and fat mushrooms. Sir Roderick sat lustily as the lad ran back to fetch them beer. "My name is Marillion," the singer said, plucking a string on his wood harp. "Doubtless you've heard me play somewhere." His manner made Caitlin smile. Few wandering singers ever ventured as far north as Winterfell, but she knew his like from her girlhood in Riverrun. "I fear not," she told him. He drew a plaintive chord from the wood harp. "That is your loss," he said. "Who was the finest singer you've ever heard?" "Alia of Bravos," Sir Roderick answered at once. "Oh, I'm much better than that old stick," Marillion said. "If you have the silver for a song, I'll gladly show you." "I might have a copper or two, but I'd sooner toss it down a well than pay for your howling," Sir Roderick roused. His opinion of singers was well known. Music was a lovely thing for girls, but he could not comprehend why any healthy boy would fill his hand with a harp when he might have had a sword. "Your grandfather has a sour nature," Marillion said to Caitlin. "I meant to do you honor, an homage to your beauty. In truth, I was made to sing for kings and high lords." "Oh, I can see that," Caitlin said. "Lord Tully is fond of song, I hear. No doubt you've been to Riverrun." "100 times," the singer said airily. "They keep a chamber for me, and the young lord is like a brother." Caitlin smiled, wondering what Admiral would think of that. Another singer had once batted a girl her brother fancied. He had hated the breed ever since. "And Winterfell?" she asked him. "Have you travelled north?" "Why would I?" Marillion asked. "It's all blizzards and bearskins up there, and the Starks know no music but the howling of wolves." Distantly, she was aware of the door banging open at the far end of the room. "Innkeep," a servant's voice called out behind her. "We have horses that want stabling, and my Lord of Lannister requires a room and a hot bath." "Oh, gods," Sir Roderick said before Caitlin reached out to silence him, her fingers tightening hard around his forearm. Masha Heddle was bowing and smiling her hideous red smile. "I'm sorry, my lord. Truly, we're full up, every room." There were 4 of them, Caitlin saw. An old man in the black of the night's watch, 2 servants, and him, standing there small and bold as life. "My man will steep in your stable, and as for myself, well, I do not require a large room, as you can plainly see." He flashed a mocking grin. "So long as the fire's warm and the straw reasonably free of fleas, I am a happy man." Masha Heddle was beside herself. "My lord, there's nothing. It's the tourney. There's no help for it. Oh." Tyrion Lannister pulled a coin from his purse and flicked it up over his head, caught it, tossed it again. Even across the room where Caitlin sat, the wink of gold was unmistakable. A free rider in a faded blue cloak lurched to his feet. "You're welcome to my room, my lord." "Now there's a clever man," Lannister said as he sent the coin spinning across the room. The free rider snatched it from the air. "And a nimble one to boot." The dwarf turned back to Masha Heddle. "You will be able to manage food, I trust?" "Anything you like, my lord. Anything at all," the innkeep promised. and may he choke on it, Catelyn thought, but it was Bran she saw choking, drowning on his own blood. Lannister glanced at the nearest tables.
My men will have whatever you're serving these people. Double portions, we've had a long hard ride. I'll take a roast fowl, chicken, duck, pigeon, it makes no matter, and send up a flagon of your best wine. Yoren, will you sup with me?
Aye, my lord, I will, the black brother replied. The dwarf had not so much as glanced toward the far end of the room, and Catelyn was thinking how grateful she was for the crowded benches between them when suddenly Marillion bounded to his feet.
My lord of Lannister, he called out, I would be pleased to entertain you while you eat. Let me sing you the lay of your father's great victory at King's Landing. Nothing would be more likely to ruin my supper, the dwarf said dryly. His mismatched eyes considered Singer briefly, started to move away, and found Catelyn. He looked at her for a moment, puzzled. She turned her face away, but too late. The dwarf was smiling. Lady Stark, what an unexpected pleasure, he said. I was sorry to miss you at Winterfell.
Marillion gaped at her, confusion giving way to chagrin as Catelyn rose slowly to her feet. She heard Sir Roderick curse. If only the man had lingered at the wall, she thought. If only...
Lady Stark?
Masha Haddle said thickly. I was still Catelyn Tully the last time I bedded here, she told the innkeep. She could hear the muttering, feel the eyes upon her. Catelyn glanced around the room, at the faces of the knights and sworn swords, and took a deep breath to slow the frantic beating of her heart. Did she dare take the risk? There was no time to think it through, only the moment and the sound of her own voice ringing in her ears. You in the corner, she said to an older man she had not noticed until now. Is that the black badge of Harrenhal I see embroidered on your surcoat, sir? The man got to his feet.
It is, my lady.
And is Lady Wend a true and honest friend to my father, Lord Hoster Tully of Riverrun?
She is,
the man replied stoutly. Sir Roderick rose quietly and loosened his sword in its scabbard. The dwarf was blinking at them, blank-faced, with puzzlement in his mismatched eyes. The red stallion was ever a welcome sight in Riverrun, she said to the trio by the fire. My father counts Jonas Bracken amongst his oldest and most loyal bannermen. The 3 men-at-arms exchanged uncertain looks.
Our lord is honored by his trust,
one of them said hesitantly.
I envy your father all these fine friends, Lannister quipped, but I do not quite see the purpose of this, Lady Stark.
She ignored him, turning to the large party in blue and grey. They were the heart of the matter. There were more than 20 of them. I know your sigil as well, the Twin Towers of Frey. How fares your good lord, sirs? Their captain rose.
Lord Walder is well, my lady. He plans to take a new wife on his 90th name day, and has asked your lord father to honor the wedding with his presence.
Tyrion Lannister sniggered. That was when Catelyn knew he was hers. This man came a guest into my house, and there conspired to murder my son, a boy of 7, she proclaimed to the room at large, pointing. Sir Roderick moved to her side, his sword in hand. In the name of King Robert and the good lords you serve, I call upon you to seize him and help me return him to Winterfell, to await the king's justice. She did not know what was more satisfying, the sound of a dozen swords drawn as one, or the look on Tyrion Lannister's face. Chapter 29. Sansa. Sansa rode to the Hans Tone with Septa Mordane and Janey Poole, in a litter with curtains of yellow silk so fine she could see right through them. They turned the whole world gold. Beyond the city walls, 100 pavilions had been raised beside the river, and the common folk came out in the thousands to watch the games. The splendor of it all took Sansa's breath away. The shining armor, the great chargers caparisoned in silver and gold, the shouts of the crowd, the banners snapping in the wind, and the knights themselves, the knights most of all. It is better than the songs, she whispered when they found the places that her father had promised her among the high lords and ladies. Sansa was dressed beautifully that day, in a green gown that brought out the auburn of her hair, and she knew they were looking at her and smiling. They watched the heroes of 100 songs ride forth, each more fabulous than the last. The 7 knights of the king's guard took the field, all but Jaime Lannister in the scaled armor the colour of milk, their cloaks as white as fresh-fallen snow. Sir Jaime wore the white cloak as well, but beneath it he was shining gold from head to foot, with a lion's head helm and a golden sword. Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, thundered past him like an avalanche. Sansa remembered Lord Jon Royce, who had guested at Winterfell 2 years before. His armor is bronze, thousands and thousands of years old, engraved with magic runes that ward him against harm, she whispered to Janie. Septa Mordane pointed out Lord Jason Mallister, in indigo chased with silver, the wings of an eagle on his helm. He had cut down 3 of Rhaegar's bannermen on the trident. The girls giggled over the warrior priest Taurus of Myr, with his flapping red robes and shaven head, until the scepter told them that he had once scaled the walls of Peak with a flaming sword in hand. Other riders Sansa did not know, hedge knights from the Fingers and Highgarden and the Mountains of Dorne, unsung free riders and new-made squires, the younger sons of high lords and the heirs of lesser houses. Younger men, most had done no great deeds as yet, but Sansa and Janie agreed that one day the 7 kingdoms would resound to the sound of their names. Sir Balon Swan, Lord Bryce Caron of the Marches, Bronze John's heir Sir Andor Royce, and his younger brother Sir Robert, their silvered steel plate filigreed in bronze with the same ancient runes that warded their father. The twins Sir Horace and Sir Hobber, whose shields displayed the grape cluster sigil of the Redwynes, Burgundian blue. Patrick Mallister, Lord Jason's son, 6 Freys of the Crossing, Sir Jared, Sir Hostine, Sir Denwell, Sir Ammon, Sir Theo, Sir Perwyn, sons and grandsons of old Lord Walder Frey, and his bastard son Martin Rivers as well. Janie Poole confessed herself frightened by the look of Jalabak Saw, an exiled prince from the Summer Isles who wore a cape of green and scarlet feathers of a skin as dark as night. But when she saw young Lord Beric Dondarrion, with his hair like red gold and his black shield slashed by lightning, she pronounced herself willing to marry him on the instant. The Hound entered the lists as well, and so too the king's brother, handsome Lord Renly of Storm's End. Jory, Alyn, and Harwin rode for Winterfell and the north. Jory looks a beggar among these others, Septa Mordane sniffed when he appeared. Sansa could only agree. Jory's armor was blue-grey plate without device or ornament, and a thin grey cloak hung from his shoulders like a soiled rag. Yet he acquitted himself well, unhorsing Horace Redwyne in his first joust and one of the Freys in his second. In his 3rd march, he rode 3 passes at a free rider named Lothrop Brune, whose armor was as drab as his own. Neither man lost his seat, but Brune's lance was steadier and his blows better placed, and the king gave him the victory. Alyn and Harwin fared less well. Harwin was unhorsed in his first tilt by Sir Meryn of the Kingsguard, while Alyn fell to Sir Balon Swan. The jousting went all day and into the dusk, the hoofs of the great war horses pounding down the lists until the field was a ragged wasteland of torn earth. A dozen times Janie and Sansa cried out in unison as riders crashed together, lances exploding into splinters while the commons screamed for their favorites. Janie covered her eyes whenever a man fell, like a frightened little girl, but Sansa was made of sterner stuff. A great lady knew how to behave at tournaments. Even Septa Mordane noted her composure and nodded in approval. The Kingslayer rode brilliantly. He overthrew Sir Andor Royce and the marcher Lord Bryce Caron as easily as if he were riding at rings, and then took a hard-fought match from white-haired Barristan Selmy, who had won his first 2 tilts against men 30 and 40 years his junior. Sandor Clegane and his immense brother, Sir Gregor the Mountain, seemed unstoppable as well, riding down one foe after the next in ferocious style. The most terrifying moment of the day came during Sir Gregor's second joust, when his lance rode up and struck a young knight from the Vale under the gorget with such force that it drove through his throat, killing him instantly. The youth fell not 10 feet from where Sansa was seated. The point of Sir Gregor's lance had snapped off in his neck, and his life's blood flowed out in slow pulses, each weaker than the one before. His armor was shiny new. A bright streak of fire ran down his outstretched arm as the steel caught the light. Then the sun went behind a cloud, and it was gone. His cloak was blue, the color of the sky on a clear summer day, trimmed with a border of crescent moons, but as his blood seeped into it, the cloth darkened and the moons turned red, one by one. Janie Poole wept so hysterically that Septa Mordane finally took her off to regain her composure, but Sansa sat with her hands folded in her lap, watching with a strange fascination. She had never seen a man die before. She ought to be crying too, she thought, but the tears would not come. Perhaps she had used up all her tears for Lady and Bran. It would be different if it had been Jory or Sir Roderick or father, she told herself. The young knight in the blue cloak was nothing to her, some stranger from the Vale of Arryn whose name she had forgotten as soon as she heard it. And now the world would forget his name too, Sansa realized. There would be no songs sung for him. That was sad. After they carried off the body, a boy with a spade ran onto the field and shoveled dirt over the spot where he had fallen, to cover up the blood. Then the jousts resumed. Sir Balon's swan also fell to Gregor, and Lord Renly to the hound. Renly was unhorsed so violently that he seemed to fly backward off his charger, legs in the air. His head hit the ground with an audible crack that made the crowd gasp, but it was just the golden antler on his helm. One of the tines had snapped off beneath him. When Lord Renly climbed to his feet, the commons cheered wildly, for King Robert's handsome young brother was a great favourite. He handed the broken tine to his conqueror with a gracious bow. The hound snorted and tossed the broken antler into the crowd, where the commons began to punch and claw over the little bit of gold, until Lord Renly walked out among them and restored the peace. By then, Septa Mordane had returned, alone. Janie had been feeling ill, she explained. She had helped her back to the castle. Sansa had almost forgotten about Janie. Later, a hedge knight in a checkered cloak disgraced himself by killing Beric Dondarrion's horse and was declared forfeit. Lord Beric shifted his saddle to a new mount, only to be knocked right off it by Toros of Myr. Sir Aron Santaga and Lothar Brune tilted thrice without result. Sir Aron fell afterward to Lord Jason Mallister, and Brune to John Roy's younger son, Robber. In the end it came down to 4. The Hound and his monstrous brother Gregor, Jaime Lannister the Kingslayer, and Sir Loras Tyrell, the youth they called the Knight of Flowers. Sir Loras was the youngest son of Mace Tyrell, the Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. At 16 he was the youngest rider on the field, yet he had unhorsed 3 knights of the Kingsguard that morning in his first 3 jousts. Sansa had never seen anyone so beautiful. His place was intricately fashioned and enamelled as a bouquet of 1,000 different flowers, and his snow-white stallion was draped in a blanket of red and white roses. After each victory, Sir Loras would remove his helm and ride slowly round the fence, and finally pluck a single white rose from the blanket and toss it to some fair maiden in the crowd. His last match of the day was against the younger Royce. Sir Robert's ancestor runes proved small protection as Sir Loras split his shield and drove him from saddle to crash with an awful clangour in the dirt. Robber lay moaning as the victor made his circuit of the field. Finally, they called for a litter and carried him off to his tent, dazed and unmoving. Sansa never saw it. Her eyes were only for Sir Loras. When the white horse stopped in front of her, she thought her heart would burst. The other maidens he had given white roses, but the one he plucked for her was red. "Sweet lady," he said, "no victory is half so beautiful as you." Sansa took the flower timidly, struck dumb by his gallantry. His hair was a mass of lazy brown curls, his eyes like liquid gold. She inhaled the sweet fragrance of the rose, and sat clutching it long after Sir Loras had ridden off. When Sansa finally looked up, a man was standing over her, staring. He was short, with a pointed beard and a silver streak in his hair, almost as old as her father. "You must be one of her daughters," he said to her. He had grey-green eyes that did not smile when his mouth did. "You have the Tully look." "I'm Sansa Stark," she said, ill at ease. The man wore a heavy cloak with a fur collar, fastened with a silver mockingbird, and he had the effortless manner of a high lord, but she did not know him. "I have not had the honour, my lord." Septa Mordane quickly took a hand. "Sweet child, this is Lord Petyr Baelish of the King's Small Council." "Your mother was my Queen of Beauty once," the man said quietly. His breath smelled of mint. "You have her hair." His fingers brushed against her cheek as he stroked one auburn lock. Quite abruptly he turned and walked away. By then, the moon was well up and the crowd was tired, so the king decreed that the last 3 matches would be fought the next morning, before the melee. While the commons began their walk home, talking of the day's jousts and the matches to come on the morrow, the court moved to the riverside to begin the feast. 6 monstrous huge aurochs had been roasting for hours, turning slowly on wooden spits while kitchen boys basted them with butter and herbs until the meat crackled and spit. Tables and benches had been raised outside the pavilions, piled high with sweetgrass and strawberries and fresh baked bread. Sansa and Septa Mordane were given places of high honor, to the left of the raised dais where the king himself sat beside his queen. When Prince Joffrey seated himself to her right, she felt her throat tighten. He had not spoken a word to her since the awful thing had happened, and she had not dared to speak to him. At first she thought she hated him for what they had done to Lady, but after Sansa had wept her eyes dry, she told herself that it had not been Joffrey's doing, not truly. The queen had done it. She was the one to hate, her and Arya. Nothing bad would have happened except for Arya. She could not hate Joffrey tonight. He was too beautiful to hate. He wore a deep blue doublet studded with a double row of golden lions' heads, and around his brow a slim coronet made of gold and sapphires. His hair was as bright as the metal. Sansa looked at him and trembled, afraid that he might ignore her or, worse, turn hateful again and send her weeping from the table. Instead, Joffrey smiled and kissed her hand, handsome and gallant as any prince in the songs, and said, "Sir Loras has keen eye for beauty, sweet lady." "He was too kind," she demurred, trying to remain modest and calm, though her heart was singing. "Sir Loras is a true knight. Do you think he will win tomorrow, my lord?" "No," Joffrey said. "My dog will do for him, or perhaps my Uncle Jaime, and in a few years, when I'm old enough to enter the lists, I shall do for them all." He raised his hand to summon a servant with a flagon of iced summer wine, and poured her a cup. She looked anxiously at Septa Mordane until Joffrey leaned over and filled the Septa's cup as well, so she nodded and thanked him graciously, and said not another word. The servants kept the cups filled all night, yet afterwards Sansa could not recall ever tasting the wine. She needed no wine. She was drunk on the magic of the night, giddy with glamour, swept away by beauties she had dreamt of all her life and never dared hope to know. Singers sat before the king's pavilion, filling the dusk with music. A juggler kept a cascade of burning clubs spinning through the air. The king's own fool, the pie-faced simpleton called Moonboy, danced about on stilts, all in motley, making mock of everyone with such daft cruelty that Sansa wondered if he was simple after all. Even Septa Mordane was helpless before him. When he sang his little song about the High Septon, she laughed so hard she spilled wine on herself. And Joffrey was the soul of courtesy. He talked to Sansa all night, showering her with compliments, making her laugh, sharing little bits of court gossip, explaining Moonboy's japes. Sansa was so captivated that she quite forgot all her courtesies and ignored Septa Mordane, seated to her left. All the while the courses came and went, a thick soup of barley and venison, salads of sweetgrass and spinach and plums, sprinkled with crushed nuts, snails and honey and garlic. Sansa had never eaten snails before. Joffrey showed her how to get the snail out of the shell, and fed her the first sweet morsel himself. Then came trout fresh from the river, baked in clay. Her prince helped her crack open the hard casing to expose the flaky white flesh within. And when the meat course was brought out, he served her himself, slicing a queen's portion from the joint, smiling as he laid it on her plate. She could see from the way he moved that his right arm was still troubling him, yet he uttered not a word of complaint. Later came sweetbreads and pigeon pie and baked apples fragrant with cinnamon and lemon cakes frosted in sugar, but by then Sansa was so stuffed that she could not manage more than 2 little lemon cakes, as much as she'd loved them. She was wondering whether she might attempt a third when the king began to shout. King Robert had grown louder with each course. From time to time Sansa could hear him laughing or roaring a command over the music, at the clangor of plates and cutlery, but they were too far away for her to make out his words. Now everybody heard him. "No!" he thundered in a voice that drowned out all other speech. Sansa was shocked to see the king on his feet, red of face, reeling. He had a goblet of wine in one hand, and he was drunk as a man could be. "You do not tell me what to do, woman!" he screamed at Queen Cersei. "I am king here, do you understand? I rule here, and if I say that I will fight tomorrow, I will fight!" Everyone was staring. Sansa saw Sir Barristan and the king's brother Renly and the short man who had talked to her so oddly and touched her hair, but no one made a move to interfere. The queen's face was a mask so bloodless that it might have been sculpted from snow. She rose from the table, gathered her skirts around her, and stormed off in silence, servants trailing behind. Jaime Lannister put a hand on the king's shoulder, but the king shoved him away hard. Lannister stumbled and fell. The king guffawed.
"The great knight! I can still knock you in the dirt. Remember that, Kingslayer."
He slapped his chest with the jeweled goblet, splashing wine all over his satin tunic.
"Give me my hammer, and not a man in the realm can stand before me."
Jaime Lannister rose and brushed himself off.
"As you say, your grace."
His voice was stiff. Lord Renly came forward, smiling.
"You've spilled your wine, Robert. Let me bring you a fresh goblet."
Sansa started as Joffrey laid his hand on her arm.
"It grows late,"
the prince said. He had a queer look on his face, as if he were not seeing her at all.
"Do you need an escort back to the castle?"
"No," Sansa began. She looked for Septa Mordane and was startled to find her with her head on the table, snoring soft and ladylike snores. "I mean to say, yes, thank you, that would be most kind. I'm tired and the way is so dark. I should be glad for some protection."
Joffrey called out, "Dog!"
Sandor Clegane seemed to take foam out of the night, so quickly did he appear. He had exchanged his armor for a red woolen tunic with a leather dog's head sewn on the front. The light of the torches made his burnt face shine a dull red.
"Yes, your grace," he said. "Take my betrothed back to the castle and see that no harm befalls her,"
the prince told him briskly, and without even a word of farewell, Joffrey strode off, leaving her there. Sansa could feel the hound watching her.
"Did you think Joff was going to take you himself?"
He laughed. He had a laugh like the snarling of dogs in a pit.
"Small chance of that."
He pulled her unresisting to her feet.
"Come, you're not the only one who needs sleep. I've drunk too much and I may need to kill my brother tomorrow."
He laughed again. Suddenly terrified, Sansa pushed at Septa Mordane's shoulder, hoping to wake her, but she only snored the louder. King Robert had stumbled off and half the benches were suddenly empty. The feast was over, and the beautiful dream had ended with it. The hound snatched up a torch to light their way. Sansa followed close beside him. The ground was rocky and uneven. The flickering light made it seem to shift and move beneath her. She kept her eyes lowered, watching where she placed her feet. They walked among the pavilions, each with its banner and its armor hung outside, the silence weighing heavier with every step. Sansa could not bear the sight of him, he frightened her so, yet she had been raised in all the ways of courtesy. A true lady would not notice his face, she told herself. "You rode gallantly today, Sir Sandor," she made herself say.
Sandor Clegane snarled at her. "Spare me your empty little compliments, girl. And your sirs. I'm no knight. I spit on them and their vows. My brother is a knight. Did you see him ride today?"
"Yes," Sansa whispered, trembling. "He was—"
"Gallant?"
the hound finished. He was mocking her, she realized. No one could withstand him. She managed at last, proud of herself. It was no lie. Sandor Clegane stopped suddenly in the middle of a dark and empty field. She had no choice but to stop beside him.
"Some Septa trained you well. You're like one of those birds from the Summer Isles, aren't you? A pretty little talking bird, repeating all the pretty little words they taught you to recite."
"That's unkind." Sansa could feel her heart fluttering in her chest. "You're frightening me. I want to go now."
"No one could withstand him," the hound rasped. "That's truth enough. No one could ever withstand Gregor. That boy today, his second joust. That was a pretty bit of business. You saw that, did you? Fool boy. He had no business riding in this company. No money, no squire, no one to help him with that armor. That gorget wasn't fastened proper. You think Gregor didn't notice that? You think Sir Gregor's lance rode up by chance, do you? Pretty little talking girl, you believe that. You're empty-headed as a bird for true. Gregor's lance goes where Gregor wants it to go. Look at me. Look at me!"
Sandor Clegane put a huge hand under her chin and forced her face up. He squatted in front of her and moved the torch close.
"There's a pretty for you. Take a good long stare, you know you want to. I've watched you turning away all the way down the King's Road. Piss on that. Take your look."
His fingers held her jaw as hard as an iron trap. His eyes watched hers, drunken eyes, sullen with anger. She had to look. The right side of his face was gaunt, with sharp cheekbones and a grey eye beneath a heavy brow. His nose was large and hooked, his hair thin, dark. He wore it long and brushed it sideways, because no hair grew on the other side of that face. The left side of his face was a ruin. His ear had been burned away. There was nothing left but a hole. His eye was still good, but all around it was a twisted mass of scar, slick black flesh hard as leather, pocked with craters and fissured by deep cracks that gleamed red and wet when he moved. Down by his jaw, you could see a hint of bone where the flesh had been seared away. Sansa began to cry. He let go of her then, and snuffed out a torch in the dirt.
"No pretty words for that, girl. No little compliments the scepter taught you."
When there was no answer, he continued.
"Most of them, they think it was some battle, a siege, a burning tower, an enemy with a torch. One fool asked if it was dragon's breath."
His laugh was softer this time, but just as bitter.
"I'll tell you what it was, girl,"
he said, a voice from the night, a shadow leaning so close now that she could smell the sour stench of wine on his breath.
"I was younger than you, 6, maybe 7. A wood carver set up shop in the village under my father's keep, and to buy favor he sent us gifts. The old man made marvelous toys. I don't remember what I got, but it was Gregor's gift I wanted. A wooden knight, all painted up, every joint pegged separate and fixed with strings, so you could make him fight. Gregor is 5 years older than me. The toy was nothing to him. He was already a squire, near 6 foot tall and muscled like an ox. So I took his knight. But there was no joy to it, I tell you. I was scared all the while, and true enough, he found me. There was a brazier in the room. Gregor never said a word, just picked me up on his arm and shoved the side of my face down in the burning coals, and held me there while I screamed and screamed. You saw how strong he is. Even then, it took 3 grown men to drag him off me. The septons preach about the 7 hells. What do they know? Only a man who's been burned knows what the hell is truly like. My father told everyone my bedding had caught fire, and our master gave me ointments. Ointments! Gregor got his ointments too. 4 years later, they anointed him with the 7 oils, and he recited his knightly vows, and Rhaegar Targaryen tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Arise, Sir Gregor."
The rasping voice trailed off. He squatted silently before her, a hulking black shape shrouded in the night, hidden from her eyes. Sansa could hear his ragged breathing. She was sad for him, she realized. Somehow, the fear had gone away. The silence went on and on, so long that she began to grow afraid once more, but she was afraid for him now, not for herself. She found his massive shoulder with her hand. "He was no true knight," she whispered to him. The hound threw back his head and roared. Sansa stumbled back, away from him, but he caught her arm.
"No!"
he growled at her.
"No, little bird, he was no true knight."
The rest of the way into the city, Sandor Clegane said not a word. He led her to where the carts were waiting, told the driver to take them back to the Red Keep, and climbed in after her. They rode in silence through the King's Gate and up torch-lit city streets. He opened the postern door and led her into the castle, his burnt face twitching and his eyes brooding, and he was one step behind her as they climbed the tower stairs. He took her safe all the way to the corridor outside her bedchamber. "Thank you, my lord," Sansa said meekly. The hound caught her by the arm and leaned close.
"The things I told you tonight,"
he said, his voice sounding even rougher than usual.
"If you ever tell Joffrey, your sister, your father, any of them—"
"I won't," Sansa whispered. "I promise." It was not enough.
"If you ever tell anyone," he finished, "I'll kill you."
Chapter 30. Eddard.
"I stood last vigil for him myself,"
Sir Barristan Selmy said as they looked down at the body in the back of the cart.
"He had no one else. A mother in the Vale, I'm told."
In the pale dawn light, the young knight looked as though he were sleeping. He had not been handsome, but death had smoothed his rough-hewn features, and the silent sisters had dressed him in the best velvet tunic, with a high collar to cover the ruin the lance had made of his throat. Eddard Stark looked at his face, and wondered if it had been for his sake that the boy had died. Slain by a Lannister bannerman before Ned could speak to him, could that be mere happenstance? He supposed he would never know.
Hugh was John Arryn's squire for 4 years,
Selmy went on.
The king knighted him before he rode north, in John's memory. The lad wanted it desperately, yet I fear he was not ready.
Ned had slept badly last night, and he felt tired beyond his years.
None of us is ever ready, he said. For knighthood? For death.
Gently, Ned covered the boy with his cloak, a blood-stained bit of blue bordered in crescent moons. When his mother asked why her son was dead, he reflected bitterly. They would tell her he had fought to honor the king's hand, Eddard Stark.
This was needless. War should not be a game.
Ned turned to the woman beside the cart, shrouded in grey, face hidden but for her eyes. The silent sisters prepared men for the grave, and it was ill fortune to look on the face of death.
Send his armor home to the Vale. The mother will want to have it.
It is worth a fair piece of silver, Sir Barristan said. The boy had it forged special for the tourney. Plain work, but good. I do not know if he had finished paying the smith.
He paid yesterday, my lord, and he paid dearly,
Ned replied, and to the silent sister he said,
Send the mother the armor. I will deal with his smith.
She bowed her head. Afterwards, Sir Barristan walked with Ned to the king's pavilion. The camp was beginning to stir. Fat sausages sizzled and spit over fire pits, spicing the air with the scents of garlic and pepper. Young squires hurried about on errands as their masters woke, yawning and stretching, to meet the day. A serving man with a goose under his arm bent his knee when he caught sight of them. "Lords," he muttered, as the goose honked and pecked at his fingers. The shields displayed outside each tent heralded its occupant. The Silver Eagle of Seaguard, Bryce Caron's Field of Nightingales, a cluster of grapes for the red wines, brindled boar, red ox, burning tree, white ram, triple spiral, purple unicorn, dancing maiden, black adder, twin towers, horned owl, and last, the pure white blazons of the King's Guard, shining like the dawn.
The king means to fight in the melee today,
Sir Barristan said as they were passing Sir Meryn's shield, its paint sullied by a deep gash where Loras Tyrell's lance had scoured the wood as he drove him from his saddle.
Yes,
Ned said grimly. Jory had woken him last night to bring him that news. Small wonder he had slept so badly. Sir Barristan's look was troubled.
They say night's beauties fade at dawn, and the children of wine are oft disowned in the morning light. They say so,
Ned agreed.
But not of Robert.
Other men might reconsider words spoken in drunken bravado, but Robert Baratheon would remember and, remembering, would never back down. The king's pavilion was close by the water, and the morning mists off the river had wreathed it in wisps of grey. It was all of golden silk, the largest and grandest structure in the camp. Outside the entrance, Robert's warhammer was displayed beside an immense iron shield, blazoned with the crowned stag of House Baratheon. Ned had hoped to discover the king still abed in a wine-soaked sleep, but luck was not with him. They found Robert drinking beer from a polished horn and roaring his displeasure at 2 young squires who were trying to buckle him into his armor. "Your Grace," one was saying, almost in tears, "it's made too small, it won't go." He fumbled, and the gorget was trying to fit around Robert's thick neck tumbled to the ground.
"7 hells!" Robert swore. "Do I have to do it myself? Piss on the both of you. Pick it up. Don't just stand there gaping, Lancel. Pick it up."
The lad jumped, and the king noticed his company.
"Look at these oafs, Ned. My wife insisted I take these 2 to squire for me, and they're worse than useless. Can't even put a man's armor on him properly. Squires, they say. I say they're swineherds dressed up in silk."
Ned only needed a glance to understand the difficulty.
"The boys are not at fault," he told the king. "You're too fat for your armor, Robert."
Robert Baratheon took a long swallow of beer, tossed the empty horn onto his sleeping furs, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and said darkly,
"Fat? Fat, is it? Is that how you speak to your king?"
He let go his laughter, sudden as a storm.
"Ah, damn you, Ned. Why are you always right?"
The squire smiled nervously until the king turned on them.
"You. Yes, both of you. You heard the hand. The king is too fat for his armor. Go find Sir Aaron Santigar. Tell him I need the breastplate stretcher. Now! What are you waiting for?" The boys tripped over each other in their haste to be quit of the tent. Robert managed to keep a stern face until they were gone. Then he dropped back into a chair, shaking with laughter. Sir Barristan Selmy chuckled with him. Even Eddard Stark managed to smile. Always, though, the graver thoughts crept in. He could not help taking note of the two squires, handsome boys, fair and well-made. One was Sansa's age, with long golden curls, the other perhaps 15, sandy-haired, with a wisp of a moustache and the emerald-green eyes of the queen. "Ah, I wish I could be there to see Santigar's face," Robert said. "I hope he'll have the wit to send them to someone else. We ought to keep them running all day." "Those boys," Ned asked him. "Lannisters?" Robert nodded, wiping tears from his eyes. "Cousins, sons of Lord Tywin's brother, one of the dead ones. Or perhaps the live one, now that I come to think on it. I don't recall. My wife comes from a very large family, Ned." A very ambitious family, Ned thought. He had nothing against the squires, but it troubled him to see Robert surrounded by the queen's kin, waking and sleeping. The Lannister appetite for offices and honours seemed to know no bounds. "The talk is you and the queen had angry words last night." The mirth curdled on Robert's face. "The woman tried to forbid me to fight in the melee. She's sulking in the castle now, damn her. Your sister would never have shamed me like that." "You never knew Lyanna as I did, Robert," Ned told him. "You saw her beauty, but not the iron underneath. She would have told you that you have no business in the melee." "You too?" The king frowned. "You are a sour man, Stark. Too long in the north, all the juices have frozen inside you. Well, mine are still running." He slapped his chest to prove it. "You're the king," Ned reminded him. "I sit on a damn iron seat when I must. Does that mean I don't have the same hungers as other men? A bit of wine now and again, a girl squealing in bed, the feel of a horse between my legs? 7 hells, Ned, I want to hit someone." Sir Barristan Selmy spoke up. "Your Grace," he said, "it is not seemly that a king should ride into the melee. It would not be a fair contest. Who would dare strike you?" Robert seemed honestly taken aback. "Why, all of them, damn it, if they can, and the last man left standing will be you," Ned finished. He saw at once that Selmy had hit the mark. The dangers of the melee were only a savour to Robert, but this touched on his pride. "Sir Barristan is right. There is not a man in the 7 kingdoms who would dare risk your displeasure by hurting you." The king rose to his feet, his face flushed. "Are you telling me those prancing cravens will let me win?" "For a certainty," Ned said, and Sir Barristan Selmy bowed his head in silent accord. For a moment Robert was so angry he could not speak. He strode across the tent, whirled, strode back, his face dark and angry. He snatched up his breastplate from the ground and threw it at the Barristan Selmy in a wordless fury. Selmy dodged. "Get out!" the king said then, coldly. "Get out before I kill you!" Sir Barristan left quickly. Ned was about to follow when the king called out again. "Not you, Ned." Ned turned back. Robert took up his horn again, filled it with beer from a barrel in the corner, and thrust it at Ned. "Drink," he said briskly. "I've no thirst. Drink! Your king commands it." Ned took the horn and drank. The beer was black and thick, so strong it stung in the eyes. Robert sat down again. "Damn you, Ned Stark, you and Jon Arryn. I loved you both. What have you done to me? You were the one who should have been king, you or Jon. You had the better claim, your grace. I told you to drink, not to argue. You made me king. You could at least have the courtesy to listen when I talk, damn you. Look at me, Ned. Look at what kinging has done to me. Gods, too fat for my armor. How did it ever come to this?" "Robert, drink and stay quiet. The king is talking. I swear to you, I was never so alive as when I was winning this throne, or so dead as now that I've won it. And Cersei, I have Jon Arryn to thank for her. I had no wish to marry after Lyanna was taken from me, but Jon said the realm needed an heir. Cersei Lannister would be a good match, he told me. She would bind Lord Tywin to me should Viserys Targaryen ever try to win back his father's throne. The king shook his head. I loved that old man, I swear it, but now I think he was a bigger fool than Moonboy. Oh, Cersei is lovely to look at, truly, but cold. The way she guards her cunt, you'd think she had all the gold of Casterly Rock between her legs. Here, give me that beer if you won't drink it. He took the horn, opened it, belched, wiped his mouth. I'm sorry for your girl, Ned, truly. About the wolf, I mean. My son was lying, I'd stake my soul on it. My son. You love your children, don't you? With all my heart, Ned said. Let me tell you a secret, Ned. More than once I've dreamed of giving up the crown, take ship for the free cities with my horse and my hammer, spend my time warring and whoring, that's what I was made for. The sellsword king, how the singers would love me. You know what stops me? The thought of Joffrey on the throne, with Cersei standing behind him whispering in his ear. My son. How could I have made a son like that, Ned? He's only a boy, Ned said awkwardly. He had small liking for Prince Joffrey, but he could hear the pain in Robert's voice. Have you forgotten how wild you were at his age? It would not trouble me if the boy was wild, Ned. You don't know him as I do. He sighed and shook his head. Perhaps you are right. Jon despaired of me often enough, yet I grew into a good king. Robert looked at Ned and scowled at his silence. You might speak up and agree now, you know. Your Grace, Ned began, carefully. Robert slapped Ned on the back. Say that I'm a better king than Aerys and be done with it. You never could lie for love nor honor, Ned Stark. I'm still young, and now that you're here with me, things will be different. We'll make this a reign to sing of, and damn the Lannisters to 7 hells. I smell bacon. Who do you think our champion will be today? Have you seen Mace Tyrell's boy? The Knight of Flowers, they call him. Now there's a son any man would be proud to own to. Last tourney, he dumped the Kingslayer on his golden rump. You ought to have seen the look on Cersei's face. I laughed till my sides hurt. Randy says he has this sister, a maid of 14, lovely as a dawn. They broke their fast on black bread and boiled goose eggs and fish fried up with onions and bacon at a trestle table by the river's edge. The king's melancholy melted away with the morning mist, and before long Robert was eating an orange and waxing fond about the morning at the Eyrie when they had been boys. Had given Jon a barrel of oranges, remember? Only the things had gone rotten, so I flung mine across the table and hit Dax right in the nose. You remember, Redford's pock-faced squire? He tossed one back at me, and before Jon could so much as fart, there were oranges flying across the high hall in every direction. He laughed uproariously, and even Ned smiled, remembering. This was the boy he had grown up with, he thought. This was the Robert Baratheon he'd known and loved. If he could prove that the Lannisters were behind the attack on Bran, prove that they had murdered Jon Arryn, this man would listen. Then Cersei would fall, and the Kingslayer with her, and if Lord Tywin dared to rouse the West, Robert would smash him as he had smashed Rhaegar Targaryen on a trident. He could see it all so clearly. That breakfast tasted better than anything Eddard Stark had eaten in a long time, and afterward his smiles came easy and more often, until it was time for the tournament to resume. Ned walked with the king to the jousting field. He had promised to watch the final tilts with Sansa. Septon Mordain was ill today, and his daughter was determined not to miss the end of the jousting. As he saw Robert to his place, he noted that Cersei Lannister had chosen not to appear. The place beside the king was empty. That too gave Ned cause to hope. He shouldered his way to where his daughter was seated, and found her as the horns blew for the day's first joust. Sansa was so engrossed she scarcely seemed to notice his arrival. Sandor Clegane was the first rider to appear. He wore an olive-green cloak over his soot-grey armor. That, and his hound's head helm, were his only concession to ornament. 100 golden dragons on the Kingslayer, Littlefinger announced loudly as Jaime Lannister entered the lists, riding an elegant blood-bay destrier. The horse wore a blanket of gilded ringmail, and Jaime glittered from head to heel. Even his lance was fashioned from the golden wood of the Summer Isles. "Done!" Lord Randy shouted back. "The hound has a hungry look about him this morning." "Even hungry dogs know better than to bite the hand that feeds them,"
Littlefinger called dryly. Sander Clegane dropped his visor with an audible clang and took up his position. Sir Jamie tossed a kiss to some woman in the Commons, gently lowered his visor, and rode to the end of the lists. Both men couched their lances. Ned Stark would have loved nothing so well as to see them both lose, but Sansa was watching it all moist-eyed and eager. The hastily erected gallery trembled as the horses broke into a gallop. The hound leaned forward as he rode, his lance rock steady, but Jamie shifted his seat deftly in the instant before impact. Clegane's point was turned harmlessly against the golden shield with the lion blazon, while his own hit square. Wood shattered, and the hound reeled, fighting to keep his seat. Sansa gasped. A ragged cheer went up from the Commons. "I wonder how I ought to spend your money," Littlefinger called down to Lord Renly. The hound just managed to stay in his saddle. He jerked his mount around hard and rode back to the lists for the second pass. Jaime Lannister tossed down his broken lance and snatched up a fresh one, jesting with his squire. The hound spurred forward at a hard gallop. Lannister rode to meet him. This time, when Jaime shifted his seat, Sander Clegane shifted with him. Both lances exploded, and by the time the splinters had settled, a riderless blood bay was trotting off in search of grass while Sir Jaime Lannister rolled in the dirt, golden and dented. Sansa said, "I knew the hound would win." Littlefinger overheard. "If you know who's going to win the second match, speak up now before Lord Renly plucks me clean," he called to her. Ned smiled. "A pity the imp is not here with us," Lord Renly said. "I should have won twice as much." Jaime Lannister was back on his feet, but his ornate lion helmet had been twisted around and dented in his fall, and now he could not get it off. The Commons were hooting and pointing, the lords and ladies were trying to stifle their chuckles, and failing, and over it all Ned could hear King Robert laughing, louder than anyone. Finally, they had to lead the Lion of Lannister off to a blacksmith, blind and stumbling. By then, Sir Gregor Clegane was in position at the head of the lists. He was huge, the biggest man that Eddard Stark had ever seen. Robert Baratheon and his brothers were all big men, as was the Hound, and back at Winterfell there was a simple-minded stable-boy named Hoder who dwarfed them all, but the knight they called the Mountain That Rides would have towered over Hoder. He was well over 7 feet tall, closer to 8, with massive shoulders and arms thick as the trunks of small trees. His destrier seemed a pony in between his armored legs, and the lance he carried looked as small as a broom handle. Unlike his brother, Sir Gregor did not live at court. He was a solitary man who seldom left his own lands but for wars and tourneys. He had been with Lord Tywin when King's Landing fell, a new-made knight of 17 years, even then distinguished by his size and his implacable ferocity. Some said it had been Gregor who dashed the skull of the infant Prince Aegon Targaryen against the wall, and whispered that afterward he had raped the mother, the Dornish Princess Elia, before putting her to the sword. These things were not said in Gregor's hearing. Ned Stark could not recall ever speaking to the man, though Gregor had ridden with them during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion, one night among thousands. He watched him with disquiet. Ned seldom put much stock in gossip, but the things said of Sir Gregor were more than ominous. He was soon to be married for the 3rd time, and one heard dark whisperings about the deaths of his first 2 wives. It was said that his keep was a grim place, where servants disappeared unaccountably, and even the dogs were afraid to enter the hall. And there had been a sister who had died young under queer circumstances, and the fire that had disfigured his brother, and the hunting accident that had killed their father. Gregor had inherited the keep, the gold, and the family estates. His younger brother Sander had left the same day to take service with the Lannisters as a sworn sword, and it was said that he had never returned, not even to visit. When the Knight of Flowers made his entrance, a murmur ran through the crowd, and he heard Sansa's fervent whisper. "Oh, he's so beautiful." Sir Loras Tyrell was slender as a reed, dressed in a suit of fabulous silver armor, polished to a blinding sheen and filigreed with twining black vines and tiny blue forget-me-nots. The Commons realized in the same instant as Ned that the blue of the flowers came from sapphires. A gasp went up from 1,000 throats. Across the boy's shoulders his cloak hung heavy. It was woven of forget-me-nots, real ones, hundreds of fresh blooms sewn to a heavy woolen cape. His courser was as slim as her rider, a beautiful grey mare built for speed. Sir Gregor's huge stallion trumpeted as he caught her scent. The boy from Highgarden did something with his legs, and his horse pranked sideways, nimble as a dancer. Sansa clutched at his arm. "Father, don't let Sir Gregor hurt him," she said. Ned saw she was wearing the rose that Sir Loras had given her yesterday. Jory had told him about that as well.
"These are tourney lances," he told his daughter. "They make them to splinter on impact so no one is hurt."
Yet he remembered the dead boy in the cart with his cloak of crescent moons, and the words were raw in his throat. Sir Gregor was having trouble controlling his horse. The stallion was screaming and pawing the ground, shaking his head. The mountain kicked at the animal savagely with an armored boot. The horse reared and almost threw him. The Knight of Flowers saluted the king, rode to the far end of the list and couched his lance, ready. Sir Gregor brought his animal to the line, fighting with the reins. And suddenly it began. The mountain stallion broke in a hard gallop, plunging forward wildly, while the mare charged as smooth as a flow of silk. Sir Gregor wrenched his shield into position, juggled with his lance, and all the while fought to hold his unruly mount on a straight line, and suddenly Loras Tyrell was on him, placing the point of his lance just there, and in an eye blink the mountain was falling. He was so huge that he took his horse down with him in a tangle of steel and flesh. Ned heard applause, cheers, whistles, shocked gasps, excited muttering, and over it all the rasping, raucous laughter of the hound. The Knight of Flowers reined up at the end of the list. His lance was not even broken. His sapphires winked in the sun as he raised his visor, smiling. The commons went mad for him. In the middle of the field, Sir Gregor Clegane disentangled himself and came boiling to his feet. He wrenched off his helm and slammed it down onto the ground. His face was dark with fury, and his hair fell down into his eyes. "My sword!" he shouted to his squire, and the boy ran it out to him. By then his stallion was back on its feet as well. Gregor Clegane killed the horse with a single blow of such ferocity that it half severed the animal's neck. Cheers turned to shrieks in a heartbeat. The stallion went to its knees, screaming as it died. By then Gregor was striding down the lists towards Sir Loras Tyrell, his bloody sword clutched in his fist.
"Stop him!"
Ned shouted, but his words were lost in the roar. Everyone else was yelling as well, and Sansa was crying. It all happened so fast. The Knight of Flowers was shouting for his own sword as Sir Gregor knocked his squire aside and made a grab for the reins of his horse. The mare scented blood and reared. Loras Tyrell kept his seat, but barely. Sir Gregor swung his sword, a savage two-handed blow that took the boy in the chest and knocked him from the saddle. The courser dashed away in panic as Sir Loras lay stunned in the dirt. But as Gregor lifted his sword for the killing blow, a rasping voice warned, "Leave him be!" and a steel-clad hand wrenched him away from the boy. The mountain pivoted in wordless fury, swinging his long sword in a killing arc with all his massive strength behind it, but the hound caught the blow and turned it, and for what seemed an eternity, the two brothers stood hammering at each other as the dazed Loras Tyrell was helped to safety. Thrice Ned saw Sir Gregor aim savage blows at the hound's head helmet, yet not once did Sanders send a cut at his brother's unprotected face. It was the king's voice that put an end to it. The king's voice and 20 swords. John Arryn had told them that a commander needs a good battlefield voice, and Robert had proved the truth of that on the Trident. He used that voice now. "Stop this madness!" he boomed. "In the name of your king!" The hound went to one knee. Sir Gregor's blow cut air, and at last he came to his senses. He dropped his sword and glared at Robert, surrounded by his Kingsguard and a dozen other knights and guardsmen. Wordlessly, he turned and strode off, shoving past Barristan Selmy. "Let him go," Robert said, and as quickly as that, it was over. "Is the hound the champion now?" Sansa asked Ned.
"No," he told her. "There will be one final joust between the hound and the Knight of Flowers."
But Sansa had the right of it after all. A few moments later, Sir Loras Tyrell walked back onto the field in a simple linen doublet and said to Sandor Clegane, "I owe you my life. The day is yours, sir." "I am no sir," the hound replied, but he took the victory and the champion's purse and, for perhaps the first time in his life, the love of the commons.
They cheered him as he left the lists to return to his pavilion. As Ned walked with Sansa to the archery field, Littlefinger and Lord Renly and some of the others fell in with them.
Tyrell had to know the mare was in heat, Littlefinger was saying. I swear the boy planned the whole thing. Gregor's always favored huge, ill-tempered stallions with more spirit than sense.
The notion seemed to amuse him. It did not amuse Sir Barristan Selmy.
There is small honor in tricks, the old man said stiffly. Small honor and 20,000 golds, Lord Renly smiled. That afternoon, a boy named Angai, an unheralded commoner from the Dornish marches, won the archery competition, outshooting Sir Balon Swan and Jalabak So at 100 paces after all the other bowmen had been eliminated at the shorter distances. Ned sent Alyn to seek him out and offer him a position with the Hand's Guard, but the boy was flush with wine and victory and riches undreamed of, and he refused. The melee went on for 3 hours. Near 40 men took part, free riders and hedge knights, and new-made squires in search of a reputation. They fought with blunted weapons in a chaos of mud and blood, small troops fighting together and then turning on each other as alliances formed and fractured, until only one man was left standing. The victor was the Red Priest, Taurus of Myr, a madman who shaved his head and fought with a flaming sword. He had won melees before. The fire sword frightened the mounts of the other riders, and nothing frightened Taurus. The final tally was 3 broken limbs, a shattered collarbone, a dozen smashed fingers, 2 horses that had to be put down, and more cuts, sprains, and bruises than anyone cared to count. Ned was desperately pleased that Robert had not taken part. That night at the feast, Eddard Stark was more hopeful than he had been in a great while. Robert was in high good humor, the Lannisters were nowhere to be seen, and even his daughters were behaving. Jory brought Arya down to join them, and Sansa spoke to her sister pleasantly.
"The tournament was magnificent," she sighed. "You should have come. How was your dancing?"
"I'm sore all over,"
Arya reported happily, proudly displaying a huge purple bruise on her leg. "You must be a terrible dancer," Sansa said doubtfully. Later, while Sansa was off listening to a troupe of singers perform the complex round of interwoven ballads called the Dance of the Dragons, Ned inspected the bruise himself.
"I hope Forel is not being too hard on you," he said.
Arya stood on one leg. She was getting much better at that of late.
"Syrio says that every hurt is a lesson, and every lesson makes you better."
Ned frowned. The man Syrio Forel had come with an excellent reputation, and his flamboyant, bravosy style was well suited to Arya's slender blade, yet still. A few days ago she had been wandering around with a swatch of black silk tied over her eyes. Syrio was teaching her to see with her ears and her nose in her skin, she told him. Before that he had her doing spins and backflips.
"Arya, are you certain you want to persist in this?"
She nodded.
"Tomorrow we're going to catch cats."
"Cats,"
Ned sighed.
"Perhaps it was a mistake to hire this Bravosi. If you like, I will ask Jory to take over your lessons, or I might have a quiet word with Sir Barristan. He was the finest sword in the 7 Kingdoms in his youth."
"I don't want him," Arya said. "I want Syrio."
Ned ran his fingers through his hair. Any decent master-at-arms could give Arya the rudiments of slash and parry without his nonsense of blindfolds, cartwheels, and hopping about on one leg. But he knew his youngest daughter well enough to know there was no arguing with that stubborn jut of jaw.
"As you wish,"
he said. Surely she would grow tired of this soon.
"Try to be careful."
"I will,"
she promised solemnly as she hopped smoothly from her right leg to her left. Much later, after he had taken the girls back through the city and seen them both safe in bed, Sansa with her dreams and Arya with her bruises, Ned ascended to his own chambers atop the Tower of the Hand. The day had been warm and the room was close and stuffy. Ned went to the window and unfastened the heavy shutters to let in the cool night air. Across the great yard, he noticed the flickering glow of candle light from Littlefinger's windows. The hour was well past midnight. Down by the river, the revels were only now beginning to dwindle and die. He took out the dagger and studied it. Littlefinger's blade, won by Tyrion Lannister in a tourney wager, sent to slay Bran in his sleep. Why? Why would the dwarf want Bran dead? Why would anyone want Bran dead? The dagger, Bran's fall, all of it was linked somehow to the murder of Jon Arryn. He could feel it in his gut. But the truth of Jon's death remained as clouded to him as when he had started. Lord Stannis had not returned to King's Landing for the tourney. Lysa Arryn held her silence behind the high walls of the Eyrie. The squire was dead, and Jory was still searching the whorehouses. What did he have but Robert's bastard? That the amorous, sullen apprentice was the king's son, Ned had no doubt. The Baratheon look was stamped on his face, in his jaw, his eyes, that black hair. Renly was too young to have fathered a boy of that age. Stannis too cold and proud in his honor. Gendry had to be Robert's. Yet knowing all that, what had he learned? The king had other base-born children scattered throughout the 7 kingdoms. He had openly acknowledged one of his bastards, a boy of Bran's age whose mother was high-born. The lad was being fostered by Lord Renly's castellan at Storm's End. Ned remembered Robert's first child as well, a daughter born in the Vale when Robert was scarcely more than a boy himself. A sweet little girl. The young lord of Storm's End had doted on her. He used to make daily visits to play with the babe, long after he had lost interest in the mother. Ned was often dragged along for company, whether he willed it or not. The girl would be 17 or 18 now, he realized. Older than Robert had been when he fathered her. A strange thought. Cersei could not have been pleased by her lord husband's by-blows, yet in the end it mattered little whether the king had 1 bastard or 100. Law and custom gave the base-born few rights. Gendry, the girl in the Vale, the boy at Storm's End, none of them could threaten Robert's true-born children. His musings were ended by a soft rap on his door. "A man to see you, my lord," Harwin called. "He will not give his name." "Send him in," Ned said, wondering. The visitor was a stout man in cracked, mud-caked boots and a heavy brown robe of the coarsest rough-spun, his features hidden by a cowl, his hands drawn up into voluminous sleeves. "Who are you?" Ned asked. "A friend," the cowled man said in a strange low voice. "We must speak alone, Lord Stark." Curiosity was stronger than caution. "Harwin, leave us," he commanded. Not until they were alone behind closed doors did his visitor draw back his cowl. "Lord Varys?" Ned said in astonishment. "Lord Stark," Varys said politely, seating himself. "I wonder if I might trouble you for a drink." Ned filled 2 cups with summer wine and handed one to Varys. "I might have passed within a foot of you and never recognized you," he said, incredulous. He had never seen the eunuch dressed in anything but silk and velvet and the richest damasks, and this man smelled of sweat instead of lilacs. "That was my dearest hope," Varys said. "It would not do if certain people learned that we had spoken in private. The Queen watches you closely. This wine is very choice. Thank you." "How did you get past my other guards?" Ned asked. Porter and Kane had been posted outside the tower, and Alyn on the stairs. "The Red Keep has ways known only to ghosts and spiders." Varys smiled apologetically. "I will not keep you long, my lord. There are things you must know. You're the king's hand, and the king is a fool." The eunuch's cloying tones were gone. Now his voice was thin and sharp as a whip. "Your friend, I know, yet a fool nonetheless. And doomed, unless you save him. Today was a near thing. They had hoped to kill him during the melee." For a moment Ned was speechless with shock. "Who?" Varys sipped his wine. "If I truly need to tell you that, you're a bigger fool than Robert, and I am on the wrong side." "The Lannisters," Ned said. "The Queen. No, I will not believe that, not even of Cersei. She asked him not to fight. She forbade him to fight in front of his brother, his knights, and half the court. Tell me truly, do you know any surer way to force King Robert into the melee? I ask you." Ned had a sick feeling in his gut. The eunuch had hit upon a truth. Tell Robert Baratheon he could not, should not, or must not do a thing, and it was as good as done. "Even if he'd fought, who would have dared to strike the king?" Varys shrugged. "There were 40 riders in the melee. The Lannisters have many friends. Amidst all that chaos, with horses screaming and bones breaking, and Taurus of Myr waving that absurd fire sword of his, who could name it murder if some chance blow felled his grace?" He went to the flagon and refilled his cup.
After the deed was done, the slayer would be beside himself with grief. I can almost hear him weeping. So sad. Yet no doubt the gracious and compassionate widow would take pity, lift the poor unfortunate to his feet, and bless him with a gentle kiss of forgiveness. Good King Joffrey would have no choice but to pardon him. The eunuch stroked his cheek. Or perhaps Cersei would let Sir Ilyn strike off his head. Less risk for the Lannisters that way, though quite an unpleasant surprise for the little friend. Ned felt his anger rise. You knew of this plot, and yet you did nothing. I command whisperers, not warriors. You might have come to me earlier. Oh yes, I confess it, and you would have rushed straight to the king, yes? And when Robert heard of his peril, what would he have done? I wonder. Ned considered that. He would have damned them all and fought anyway, to show he did not fear them. Varys spat his hands. I will make another confession, Lord Eddard. I was curious to see what you would do. Why not come to me, you ask, and I must answer. Why, because I do not trust you, my lord. You did not trust me? Ned was frankly astonished. The Red Keep shelters two sorts of people, Lord Eddard, Varys said. Those who are loyal to the realm, and those who are loyal only to themselves. Until this morning I could not say which you might be, so I waited to see, and now I know for a certainty. He smiled a plump, tight little smile, and for a moment his private face and public mask were gone. I begin to comprehend why the Queen fears you so much. Oh, yes, I do. You are the one she ought to fear, Ned said. No, I am what I am. The king makes use of me, but it shames him. A most puissant warrior is our Robert, and such a manly man has little love for sneaks and spies and eunuchs. If a day should come when Cersei whispers, kill that man, Ilyn Payne will snick my head off in a twinkling, and who will mourn poor Varys then? North or south, they sing no songs for spiders. He reached out and touched Ned with a soft hand. But you, Lord Stark, I think, no, I know. He would not kill you, not even for his queen, and there may lie our salvation. It was all too much. For a moment Eddard Stark wanted nothing so much as to return to Winterfell, to the clean simplicity of the north, where the enemies were winter and the wildlings beyond the wall. Surely Robert has other loyal friends, he protested. His brothers, his wife? Varys finished with a smile that cut. His brothers hate the Lannisters, true enough, but hating the Queen and loving the King are not quite the same thing, are they? Sir Barristan loves his honor, Grandmaster Pycelle loves his office, and Littlefinger loves Littlefinger. The Kingsguard. A paper shield, the eunuch said. Try not to look so shocked, Lord Stark. Jaime Lannister is himself a sworn brother of the White Swords, and we all know what his oath is worth. The days when men like Riam Redwine and Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight wore the white cloak are gone to dust and song. Of these 7, only Sir Barristan's Selmy is made of the true steel, and Selmy is old. Sir Boros and Sir Meryn are the Queen's creatures to the bone, and I have deep suspicions of the others. No, my lord, when the swords come out in earnest, you will be the only true friend Robert Baratheon will have. Robert must be told, Ned said. If what you say is true, if even a part of it is true, the king must hear it for himself. And what proof shall we lay before him? My words against theirs? My little birds against the Queen and the Kingslayer, against his brothers and his council, against the wardens of East and West, against all the might of Casterly Rock? Pray, send for Sir Ilyn directly, it will save us all some time. I know where the road ends. Yet if what you say is true, they will only bide their time and make another attempt. Indeed they will, said Varys. And sooner rather than later, I do fear. You are making them most anxious, Lord Eddard. But my little birds will be listening, and together we may be able to forestall them, you and I. He rose and pulled up his cowl so his face was hidden once more. Thank you for the wine. We will speak again. When you see me next at council, be certain to treat me with your accustomed contempt. You should not find it difficult. He was at the door when Ned called. Varys. The eunuch turned back. How did Jon Arryn die? I wondered when you would get around to that. Tell me. The Tears of Lys, they call it. A rare and costly thing, clear and sweet as water, and it leaves no trace. I begged Lord Arryn to use a taster. In this very room I begged him, but he would not hear of it. Only one who was less than a man would even think of such a thing, he told me. Ned had to know the rest. Who gave him the poison? Some dear, sweet friend who often shared meat and mead with him, no doubt. Oh, but which one? There were many such. Lord Arryn was a kindly, trusting man. The eunuch sighed. There was one boy. All he was, he owed John Arryn, but when the widow fled to the Eyrie with her household, he stayed in King's Landing and prospered. It always gladdens my heart to see the young rise in the world. The whip was in his voice again, every word a stroke. He must have cut a gallant figure in the tourney, him in his bright new armour, with those crescent moons on his cloak. A pity he died so untimely, before you could talk to him. Ned felt half poisoned himself. The squire, he said. Sir Hugh. Wheels within wheels within wheels. Ned's head was pounding. Why now? John Arryn had been hanged for 14 years. What was he doing that they had to kill him? Asking questions, Varys said, slipping out the door. Chapter 31. Tyrion. As he stood in the pre-dawn chill watching Chigon butcher his horse, Tyrion Lannister chalked up one more debt owed to Starks. Steam rose from inside the carcass when the squat sellsword opened the belly with his skinning knife. His hands moved deftly, with never a wasted cut. The work had to be done quickly, before the stink of blood brought shadow cats down from the heights. None of us will go hungry tonight, Bronn said. He was near a shadow himself, bone thin and bone hard, with black eyes and black hair and a stubble of beard. Some of us may, Tyrion told him. I'm not fond of eating horse, particularly my horse. Meat is meat, Bronn said with a shrug. The Dothraki like horse more than beef or pork. Do you take me for a Dothraki? Tyrion asked sourly. The Dothraki ate horse, in truth. They also left deformed children out for the feral dogs who ran behind the Khalasars. Dothraki customs had scant appeal for him. Chigon sliced a thin strip of bloody meat off the carcass and held it up for inspection. Want a taste, dwarf? My brother Jaime gave me that mare for my 23rd name day, Tyrion said in a flat voice. Thank him for us, then, if you ever see him again. Chigon grinned, showing yellow teeth, and swallowed the raw meat in 2 bites. Tastes well bred. Better if you fry it up with onions, Bronn put in. Wordlessly, Tyrion limped away. The cold had settled deep in his bones, and his legs were so sore he could scarcely walk. Perhaps his dead mare was the lucky one. He had hours more riding ahead of him, followed by a few mouthfuls of food and a short, cold sleep on hard ground, and then another night of the same, and another, and the gods only knew how it would end. Damn her, he muttered as he struggled up the road to rejoin his captors, remembering. Damn her and all the Starks. The memory was still bitter. One moment he'd been ordering supper, and an eye blink later he was facing a room of armed men, with Jake reaching for a sword and the fat innkeep shrieking. No swords, not here, please, my lords. Tyrion wrenched down Jake's arm hurriedly, before he got them both hacked to pieces. Where are your courtesies, Jake? Our good hostess said no swords. Do as she asks. He forced a smile that must have looked as queasy as it felt. You're making a sad mistake, Lady Stark. I had no part in any attack on your son. On my honor. Lannister honor, was all she said. She held up her hands for all the room to see. His dagger left these scars, the blade he sent to open my son's throat. Tyrion felt the anger all around him, thick and smoky, fed by the deep cuts in the Stark woman's hands. Kill him! Hissed some drunken slattern from the back, and other voices took up the call, faster than he would have believed. Strangers all, friendly enough only a moment ago, and yet now they cried for his blood like hounds on a trail. Tyrion spoke up loudly, trying to keep the quaver from his voice. If Lady Stark believes I have some crime to answer for, I will go with her and answer for it. It was the only possible course. Trying to cut their way out of this was a sure invitation to an early grave. A good dozen swords had responded to the Stark woman's plea for help.
The Harrenhal men, the 3 Brackens, a pair of unsavory sellswords who looked as though they'd kill him as soon as spit, and some fool field hands who doubtless had no idea what they were doing. Against that, what did Tyrion have? A dagger at his belt and 2 men. Jig swung a fair enough sword, but Morik scarcely counted. He was part groom, part cook, part body servant, and no soldier. As for Yoren, whatever his feelings might have been, the Black Brothers were sworn to take no part in the quarrels of the realm. Yoren would do nothing. And indeed, the Black Brothers stepped aside silently when the old knight by Catelyn Stark's side said, "Take their weapons," and the sellsword Bronn stepped forward to pull the sword from Jig's fingers and relieve them all of their daggers. "Good," the old man said as the tension in the common room ebbed palpably. "Excellent." Tyrion recognized the gruff voice, Winterfell's master-at-arms, shorn of his whiskers. Scarlet-tinged spittle flew from the fat innkeep's mouth as she backed of Catelyn Stark. "Don't kill him here!" "Don't kill him anywhere," Tyrion urged. "Take him somewhere else, no blood here, milady. I want no High Lordling's quarrels." "We're taking him back to Winterfell," she said, and Tyrion thought, well, perhaps... By then he'd had a moment to glance over the room and get a better idea of the situation. He was not altogether displeased by what he saw. Oh, the Stark woman had been clever, no doubt of it. Forced them to make a public affirmation of the oath sworn her father by the lords they served, and then call on them for succor, and her a woman, yes, that was sweet. Yet her success was not as complete as she might have liked. There were close to 50 in the common room by his rough count. Catelyn Stark's plea had roused a bare dozen. The others looked confused, or frightened, or sullen. Only 2 of the Freys had stirred, Tyrion noted, and they'd sat back down quick enough when their captain failed to move. He might have smiled if he'd dared. "Winterfell it is, then," he said instead. That was a long ride, as he could well attest, having just ridden it the other way. So many things could happen along the way. "My father will wonder what has become of me," he added, catching the eye of the swordsman who'd offered to yield up his room. "He'll pay a handsome reward to any man who brings him word of what happened here today." Lord Tywin would do no such thing, of course, but Tyrion would make up for it if he won free. Sir Roderick glanced at his lady, his look worried, as well as it might be. "His men come with him," the old knight announced, "and we'll thank the rest of you to stay quiet about what you've seen here." It was all Tyrion could do not to laugh. Quiet? The old fool. Unless he took the whole in, the word would begin to spread the instant they were gone. The free rider with the gold coin in his pocket would fly to Casterly Rock like an arrow. If not him, then someone else. Yoren would carry the story south. That fool Singer might make a lay of it. The Freys would report back to their lord, and the gods only knew what he might do. Lord Walder Frey might be sworn to Riverrun, but he was a cautious man who had lived a long time by making certain he was always on the winning side. At the very least he would send his birds winging south to King's Landing, and he might well dare more than that. Catelyn Stark wasted no time. "We must ride at once. We'll want fresh mounts and provisions for the road. You men, know that you have the eternal gratitude of House Stark. If any of you choose to help us guard our captives and get them safe to Winterfell, I promise you shall be well rewarded." That was all it took. The fools came rushing forward. Tyrion studied their faces. They would indeed be well rewarded, he vowed to himself, but perhaps not quite as they imagined. Yet even as they were bundling him outside, saddling the horses in the rain and tying his hands with a length of coarse rope, Tyrion Lannister was not truly afraid. They would never get him to Winterfell. He would have given odds on that. Riders would be after them within the day, birds would take wing, and surely one of the river lords would want to curry favour with his father enough to take a hand. Tyrion was congratulating himself on his subtlety when someone pulled a hood down over his eyes and lifted him up onto a saddle. They set out through the rain at a hard gallop, and before long Tyrion's thighs were cramped and aching and his butt throbbed with pain. Even when they were safely away from the inn, and Catelyn Stark slowed him to trot, it was a miserable pounding journey over rough ground, made worse by his blindness. Every twist and turn put him in danger of falling off his horse. The hood muffled sound, so he could not make out what was being said around him, and the rain soaked through the cloth and made it cling to his face, until even breathing was a struggle. The rope chafed his wrists raw and seemed to grow tighter as the night wore on.
I was about to settle down to a warm fire and a roast fool, and that wretched singer had to open his mouth, he thought mournfully. The wretched singer had come along with them. There is a great song to be made from this, and I'm the one to make it, he told Catelyn Stark when he announced his intention of riding with them to see how the splendid adventure turned out. Tyrion wondered whether the boy would think the adventure quite so splendid once the Lannister riders caught up with them. The rain had finally stopped and dawn light was seeping through the wet cloth over his eyes when Catelyn Stark gave the command to dismount. Rough hands pulled him down from his horse, untied his wrists, and yanked the hood off his head. When he saw the narrow stony road, the foothills rising high and wild around them, and the jagged snow-capped peaks on the distant horizon, all the hope went out of him in a rush. "This is the high road," he gasped, looking at Lady Stark with accusation. "The eastern road. You said we were riding for Winterfell." Catelyn Stark favored him with the faintest of smiles. "Often and loudly," she agreed. "No doubt your friends will ride that way when they come after us. I wish them good speed." Even now, long days later, the memory filled him with a bitter rage. All his life Tyrion had prided himself on his cunning, the only gift the gods had seen fit to give him, and yet this 7 times damned she-wolf, Catelyn Stark, had outwitted him at every turn. The knowledge was more galling than the bare fact of his abduction. They stopped only as long as it took to feed and water the horses, and then they were off again. This time Tyrion was spared the hood. After the second night they no longer bound his hands, and once they had gained the heights they scarcely bothered to guard him at all. It seemed they did not fear his escape. And why should they? Up here the land was harsh and wild, and the high road little more than a stony track. If he did run, how far could he hope to go, alone and without provisions? The shadow cats would make a morsel of him, and the clans that dwelt in the mountain fastnesses were brigands and murderers who bowed to no law but the sword. Yet still the Stark woman drove them forward relentlessly. He knew where they were bound. He had known it since the moment they pulled off his hood. These mountains were the domain of House Arryn, and the late Hand's widow was a Tully, Catelyn Stark's sister, and no friend to the Lannisters. Tyrion had known the Lady Lysa slightly during her years at King's Landing, and did not look forward to renewing their acquaintance. His captors were clustered around a stream a short ways down the high road. The horses had drank their fill of the icy cold water, and were grassing on clumps of brown grass that grew from clefts in the rock. Jake and Morek huddled close, sullen and miserable. Mohor stood over them, leaning on his spear and wearing a rounded iron cap that made him look as if he had a bowl on his head. Nearby, Marillion the singer sat oiling his wood harp, complaining of what the damp was doing to his strings. "We must have some rest, my lady," the hedge knight Sir Willis Woad was saying to Catelyn Stark as Tyrion approached. He was Lady Went's man, stiff-necked and stolid, and the first to rise to aid Catelyn Stark back at the inn. "Sir Willis speaks truly, my lady," Sir Roderick said. "This is the 3rd horse we have lost." "We will lose more than horses if we are overtaken by the Lannisters," she reminded them. Her face was wind-burnt and gaunt, but it had lost none of its determination. "Small chance of that here," Tyrion put in. "The lady did not ask your views, dwarf," snapped Curliket, a great fat oaf with short cropped hair and a pig's face. He was one of the Brackens, a man-at-arms in the service of Lord Jonas. Tyrion had made a special effort to learn all their names, so he might thank them later for their tender treatment of him. A Lannister always paid his debts. Curliket would learn that someday, as would his friends Larys and Mohor, and the good Sir Willis, and the sellswords Bronn and Chiggin. He planned an especially sharp lesson for Marillion, him of the wood harp and the sweet tenor voice, who was struggling so manfully to rhyme imp with jimp and limp, so he could make a song of this outrage. "Let him speak," Lady Stark commanded. Tyrion Lannister seated himself on a rock. "By now our pursuit is likely racing across the neck, chasing your lie up the King's Road. Assuming there is a pursuit, which is by no means certain. Oh, no doubt the word has reached my father. But my father does not love me overmuch, and I am not at all sure that he will bother to bestir himself." It was only half a lie. Lord Tywin Lannister cared not a fig for his deformed son, but he tolerated no slights on the honour of his house. "This is a cruel land, Lady Stark," You'll find no succor until you reach the Vale, and each mount you lose burdens the others all the more. Worse, you risk losing me. I'm small and not strong, and if I die, then what's the point?" That was no lie at all. Tyrion did not know how much longer he could endure this pace. "It might be said that your death is the point, Lannister," Catelyn Stark replied. "I think not," Tyrion said. "If you wanted me dead, you had only to say the word, and one of these staunch friends of yours would gladly have given me a red smile." He looked at Curlicute, but the man was too dim to taste the mockery. "The Starks do not murder men in their beds." "Nor do I," he said. "I tell you again, I had no part in the attempt to kill your son." "The assassin was armed with your dagger." Tyrion felt the heat rise in him. "It was not my dagger," he insisted. "How many times must I swear to that? Lady Stark, whatever you may believe of me, I'm not a stupid man. Only a fool would arm a common footpad with his own blade." Just for a moment he thought he saw a flicker of doubt in her eyes, but what she said was, "Why would Petyr lie to me?" "Why does a bear shit in the woods?" he demanded. "Because it is his nature. Lying comes as easily as breathing to a man like Littlefinger. You ought to know that, you of all people." She took a step toward him, her face tight. "And what does that mean, Lannister?" Tyrion cocked his head. "Why, every man at court has heard him tell how he took your maidenhead, my lady." "That is a lie," Catelyn Stark said. "Oh, wicked little imp," Marillion said, shocked. Curlicute drew his dirk, a vicious piece of black iron. "At your word, my lady, I'll toss his lying tongue at your feet." His pig eyes were wet with excitement at the prospect. Catelyn Stark stared at Tyrion with a coldness on her face such as he had never seen. "Petyr Baelish loved me once. He was only a boy. His passion was a tragedy for all of us, but it was real and pure, and nothing to be made mock of. He wanted my hand. That is the truth of the matter. You are truly an evil man, Lannister." "And you are truly a fool, Lady Stark. Littlefinger has never loved anyone but Littlefinger, and I promise you that it's not your hand that he boasts of. It's those ripe breasts of yours, and that sweet mouth, and the heat between your legs." Curlicute grabbed a handful of hair and yanked his head back in a hard jerk, baring his throat. Tyrion felt the cold kiss of steel beneath his chin. "Shall I bleed him, my lady?" "Kill me and the truth dies with me," Tyrion gasped. "Let him talk," Catelyn Stark commanded. Curlicute let go of Tyrion's hair, reluctantly. Tyrion took a deep breath. "How did Littlefinger tell you I came by this dagger of his? Answer me that." "You won it from him in a wager during the tourney on Prince Joffrey's name day." "When my brother Jaime was unhorsed by the Knight of Flowers, that was his story, no?" "It was," she admitted. A line creased her brow. "Riders!" The shriek came from the wind-carved ridge above them. Sir Roderick had sent Larys scrambling up the rock face to watch the road while they took their rest. For a long second, no one moved. Catelyn Stark was the first to react. "Sir Roderick, Sir Willis, to horse!" she shouted. "Get the other mounts behind us. Mohor, guard the prisoners." "Arm us!" Tyrion sprang to his feet and seized her by the arm. "You will need every sword." She knew he was right. Tyrion could see it. The mountain clans cared nothing for the enmities of the great houses. They would slaughter Stark and Lannister with equal fervor as they slaughtered each other. They might spare Catelyn herself. She was still young enough to bear sons. Still, she hesitated. "I hear them!" Sir Roderick called out. Tyrion turned his head to listen, and there it was. Hoofbeats, a dozen horses or more, coming nearer. Suddenly, everyone was moving, reaching for weapons, running to their mounts. Pebbles rained down around them as Larys came springing and sliding down the ridge. He landed breathless in front of Catelyn Stark, an ungainly-looking man with wild tufts of rust-colored hair sticking out from under a conical steel cap. 20 men, maybe 25, he said, breathless. Milk snakes or moon brothers, by my guess. They must have eyes out, milady. Hidden watches. They know we're here. Sir Roderick Castle was already a horse, a longsword in hand. Mohor crouched behind a boulder, both hands on his iron-tipped spear, a dagger between his teeth. "You, Singer!" Sir Willis Woad called out. Help me with this breastplate.
Marillion sat frozen, clutching his wood harp, his face as pale as milk, but Tyrion's man Morik bounded quickly to his feet and moved to help the knight with his armor. Tyrion kept his grip on Catelyn Stark.
You have no choice, he told her. 3 of us and a 4th man wasted guarding us. 4 men can be the difference between life and death up here.
Give me your word that you will put down your swords again after the fight is done.
My word!
The hoofbeats were louder now. Tyrion grinned crookedly.
Oh, that you have, my lady. On my honor as a Lannister.
For a moment he thought she would spit at him, but instead she snapped, Arm them! And as quick as that she was pulling away. Sir Roderick tossed Jake his sword and scabbard, and wheeled to meet the foe. Morik helped himself to a bow and quiver, and went to one knee beside the road. He was a better archer than swordsman, and Bronn rode up to offer Tyrion a double-bladed axe.
I have never fought with an axe.
The weapon felt awkward and unfamiliar in his hands. It had a short haft, a heavy head, and a nasty spike on top.
Pretend you're splitting logs,
Bronn said, drawing his longsword from the scabbard across his back. He spat and trotted off to form up beside Chicken and Sir Roderick. Sir Willis mounted up to join them, fumbling with his helmet, a metal pot with a thin slit for his eyes, and a long black silk plume.
Logs don't bleed,
Tyrion said to no one in particular. He felt naked without armor. He looked around for a rock and ran over to where Marillion was hiding.
Move over.
Go away! The boy screamed back at him. I'm a singer. I want no part of this fight.
What, lost your taste for adventure?
Tyrion kicked at the youth until he slid over, and not a moment too soon. A heartbeat later, the riders were on them. There were no heralds, no banners, no horns, nor drums, only the twang of bowstrings as Morik and Larys let fly, and suddenly the clansmen came thundering out of the dawn, lean, dark men in boiled leather and mismatched armor, faces hidden behind bared half-helms. In gloved hands were clutched all manner of weapons, longswords and lances and sharpened scythes, spiked clubs and daggers and heavy iron mauls. At their head rode a big man in a striped shadowskin cloak, armed with a 2-handled greatsword. Sir Roderick shouted, Winterfell! And rode to meet him, with Bronn and Chicken beside him, screaming some wordless battle cry. Sir Willis Woad followed, swinging a spiked morning star round his head.
Harrenhal! Harrenhal!
He sang. Tyrion felt a sudden urge to leap up, brandish his axe, and boom out, Casterly Rock, but the insanity passed quickly, and he crouched down lower. He heard the screams of frightened horses and the crash of metal on metal. Chiggen's sword raked across the naked face of a mailed rider, and Bronn plunged through the clansmen like a whirlwind, cutting down foes right and left. Sir Roderick hammered at the big man in the shadowskin cloak, their horses dancing round each other as they traded blow for blow. Jake vaulted into a horse and galloped bareback into the fray. Tyrion saw an arrow sprout from the throat of the man in the shadowskin cloak. When he opened his mouth to scream, only blood came out. By the time he fell, Sir Roderick was fighting someone else. Suddenly Marillion shrieked, covering his head with his wood harp as a horse lapped over their rock. Tyrion scrambled to his feet as the rider turned to come back at them, hefting a spiked maul. Tyrion swung his axe with both hands. The blade caught the charging horse in the throat with a meaty thunk, angling upward, and Tyrion almost lost his grip as the animal screamed and collapsed. He managed to wrench the axe free and lurched clumsily out of the way. Marillion was less fortunate. Horse and rider crashed to the ground in a tangle on top of the singer. Tyrion danced back in while the brigand's leg was still pinned beneath his fallen mount, and buried the axe in the man's neck, just above the shoulder blades. As he struggled to yank the blade loose, he heard Marillion moaning under the bodies.
"Someone help me!"
the singer gasped.
"Gods have mercy, I'm bleeding!" "I believe that's horseblood,"
Tyrion said. The singer's hand came crawling out from beneath the dead animal, scrabbling in the dirt like a spider with 5 legs. Tyrion put his heel on the grasping fingers and felt a satisfying crunch.
"Close your eyes and pretend you're dead,"
he advised the singer before he hefted the axe and turned away. After that, things ran together. The dawn was full of shouts and screams and heavy with the scent of blood, and the world had turned to chaos. Arrows hissed past his ear and clattered off the rocks. He saw Bronn unhorsed, fighting with a sword in each hand.
Tyrion kept on the fringe of the fight, sliding from rock to rock and darting out of the shadows to hew at the legs of passing horses. He found a wounded clansman and left him dead, helping himself to the man's half-helm. It fit too snugly, but Tyrion was glad of any protection at all. Jake was cut down from behind while he sliced at a man in front of him, and later Tyrion stumbled over Curlicud's body. The pig face had been smashed in with a mace, but Tyrion recognized the dirk as he plucked it from the man's dead fingers. He was sliding it through his belt when he heard a woman scream. Catelyn Stark was trapped against the stone face of the mountain with 3 men around her, one still mounted and the other 2 on foot. She had a dagger clutched awkwardly in her maimed hands, but her back was to the rock now and they had penned her on 3 sides. Let them have the bitch, Tyrion thought, and welcome to her, yet somehow he was moving. He caught the first man in the back of the knee before they even knew he was there, and the heavy axe head split flesh and bone like rotten wood. Locks that bleed, Tyrion thought inanely as the second maim came for him. Tyrion ducked under his sword, lashed out with the axe, the man reeled backward, and Catelyn Stark stepped up behind him and opened his throat. The horseman remembered an urgent engagement elsewhere and galloped off suddenly. Tyrion looked around. The enemy were all vanquished or vanished. Somehow the fighting had ended when he wasn't looking. Dying horses and wounded men lay all around, screaming or moaning. To his vast astonishment, he was not one of them. He opened his fingers and let the axe thunk to the ground. His hands were sticky with blood. He could have sworn they had been fighting for half a day, but the sun seemed scarcely to have moved at all. "Your first battle?" Bronn asked later as he bent over Jake's body, pulling off his boots. They were good boots, as befit one of Lord Tywin's men. Heavy leather, oiled and supple, much finer than what Bronn was wearing. Tyrion nodded. "My father will be so proud," he said. His legs were cramping so badly he could scarcely stand. Odd, he had never once noticed the pain during the battle. "You need a woman now," Bronn said with a glint in his black eyes. He shoved the boots into his saddlebag. "Nothing like a woman after a man's been blooded, take my word." Chiggin stopped looting the corpses of the brigands long enough to snort and lick his lips. Tyrion glanced over to where Lady Stark was dressing Sir Roderick's wounds. "I'm willing if she is," he said. The free riders broke into laughter, and Tyrion grinned and thought, there's a start. Afterward, he knelt by the stream and washed the blood off his face in water cold as ice. As he limped back to the others, he glanced again at the slain. The dead clansmen were thin, ragged men, their horses scrawny and undersized, with every rib showing. What weapons Bronn and Chiggin had left them were none too impressive. Mauls, clubs, a scythe. He remembered the big man in the shadow-skinned cloak who had duelled Sir Roderick with a 2-handed greatsword, but when he found his corpse sprawled on the stony ground, the man was not so big after all. The cloak was gone, and Tyrion saw that the blade was badly notched, its cheap steel spotted with rust. Small wonder the clansmen had left 9 bodies on the ground. They had only 3 dead. 2 of Lord Bracken's men-at-arms, Curlicud and Moher, and his own man Jig, who had made such a bold show with his bareback charge. A fool to the end, Tyrion thought. "Lady Stark, I urge you to press on with all haste," Sir Willis Woad said, his eyes scanning the ridge-tops warily through the slit in his helm. "We drove them off for the moment, but they will not have gone far." "We must bury our dead, Sir Willis," she said. "These were brave men. I will not leave them to the crows and shadow cats." "This soil is too stony for digging," Sir Willis said. "Then we shall gather stones for cairns." "Gather all the stones you want," Bronn told her, "but do it without me or Chiggin. I've better things to do than pile rocks on dead men. Breathing, for one." He looked over the rest of the survivors. "Any of you who hope to be alive come nightfall, ride with us." "My lady, I fear he speaks the truth," Sir Roderick said wearily. The old knight had been wounded in the fight, a deep gash in his left arm and a spear thrust that grazed his neck, and he sounded his age. "If we linger here, they will be on us again for a certainty, and we may not live through a second attack." Tyrion could see the anger in Catelyn's face, but she had no choice. "May the gods forgive us, then. We will ride at once." There was no shortage of horses now. Tyrion moved his saddle to Jig's spotted gelding, who looked strong enough to last another 3 or 4 days at least. He was about to mount when Larry stepped up and said, "I'll take that dirk now, dwarf." "Let him keep it." Catelyn Stark looked down from her horse. "And see that he has his axe back as well. We may have need of it if we are attacked again."
"You have my thanks, lady,"
Tyrion said, mounting up. "Save them," she said curtly. "I trust you no more than I did before." She was gone before he could frame a reply. Tyrion adjusted his stolen helm and took the axe from Bronn. He remembered how he had begun the journey, with his wrists bound and the hood pulled down over his head, and decided that this was a definite improvement. Lady Stark could keep her trust. So long as he could keep the axe, he would count himself ahead in the game. Sir Willis Wold led them out. Bronn took the rear, with Lady Stark safely in the middle, Sir Roderick a shadow beside her. Marillion kept throwing sullen looks back at Tyrion as they rode. The singer had broken several ribs, his wood-hub, and all 4 fingers on his playing hand, yet the day had not been an utter loss to him. Somewhere he had acquired a magnificent shadow-skin cloak, thick black fur slashed by stripes of white. He huddled beneath its folds silently, and for once had nothing to say. They heard the deep growls of shadow cats behind them before they had gone half a mile, and later the wild snarling of beasts fighting over the corpses they had left behind. Marillion grew visibly pale. Tyrion trotted up beside him.
"Craven," he said. "Rhymes nicely with raven."
He kicked his horse and moved past the singer, up to Sir Roderick and Catelyn Stark. She looked at him, lips pressed tightly together.
"As I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted," Tyrion began, "there is a serious flaw in Littlefinger's fable. Whatever you may believe of me, Lady Stark, I promise you this. I never bet against my family."
Chapter 32. Arya. The one-eared Black Tom arched his back and hissed at her. Arya padded down the alley, balanced lightly on the balls of her bare feet, listening to the flutter of her heart, breathing slow, deep breaths. Quiet as a shadow, she told herself, light as a feather. The tomcat watched her come, his eyes wary. Catching cats was hard. Her hands were covered with half-healed scratches, and both knees were scabbed over where she had scraped them raw in tumbles. At first, even the cook's huge fat kitchen cat had been able to elude her, but Syrio had kept her at it day and night. When she had run to him with her hands bleeding, he had said, "So slow. Be quicker, girl. Your enemies will give you more than scratches." He had dabbed her wounds with Mirish fire, which burned so bad she had to bite her lip to keep from screaming. Then he sent her out after more cats. The Red Keep was full of cats, lazy old cats dozing in the sun, cold-eyed mouses twitching their tails, quick little kittens with claws like needles, ladies' cats all combed and trusting, ragged shadows prowling the midden heaps. One by one Arya had chased them down and snatched them up and brought them proudly to Syrio Forel. All but this one-eared black devil of a tomcat. "That's the real king of this castle right there," one of the gold cloaks had told her. "Older than sin and twice as mean. One time, the king was feasting the queen's father, and the black bastard hopped up on the table and snatched a roast quail right out of Lord Tywin's fingers. Robert laughed so hard he liked to burst. You stay away from that one, child." He had run her halfway across the castle, twice around the Tower of the Hand, across the inner bailey, through the stables, down the serpentine steps, past the small kitchen and the pig-yard, and the barracks of the gold cloaks, along the base of the river wall and up more steps and back and forth over Traitor's Walk, and then down again, and through a gate and around a well, and in and out of strange buildings until Arya didn't know where she was. Now at last she had him. High walls pressed close on either side, and ahead was a blank windowless mass of stone. "Quiet as a shadow," she repeated, sliding forward, light as a feather. When she was 3 steps away from him, the tomcat bolted. Left, then right, he went, and right, then left, went Arya, cutting off his escape. He hissed again and tried to dart between her legs. Quick as a snake, she thought. Her hands closed around him. She hugged him to her chest, whirling and laughing aloud as his claws raked at the front of their leather jerkin. Ever so fast, she kissed him right between the eyes, and jerked her head back an instant before his claws would have found her face. The tomcat yowled and spit. What's he doing to that cat? Startled, Arya dropped the cat and whirled toward the voice. The Tom bounded off in a blink of an eye. At the end of the alley stood a girl with a mass of golden curls, dressed as pretty as a doll in blue satin. Beside her was a plump little blonde boy with a prancing stag sewn in pearls across the front of his doublet and a miniature sword at his belt. Princess Myrcella and Prince Tommen, Arya thought. A scepter as large as a draft horse hovered over them, and behind her 2 big men in crimson cloaks, Lannister house guards. "What were you doing to that cat, boy?" Myrcella asked again, sternly. To her brother she said, "He's a ragged boy, isn't he? Look at him." She giggled. "A ragged, dirty, smelly boy," Tommen agreed. "They don't know me," Arya realized. "They don't even know I'm a girl." Small wonder, she was barefoot and dirty, her hair tangled from the long run through the castle, clad in a jerkin ripped by cat claws and brown rough-spun pants hacked off above her scabby knees. You don't wear skirts and silks when you're catching cats. Quickly she lowered her hat and dropped to one knee. Maybe they wouldn't recognize her. If they did, she would never hear the end of it. Septa Mordane would be mortified, and Sansa would never speak to her again from the shame. The old fat Septa moved forward. "Boy, how did you come here? You have no business in this part of the castle." "You can't keep this sword out," one of the red cloaks said. "Like trying to keep out rats." "Who do you belong to, boy?" the Septa demanded. "Answer me. What's wrong with you? Are you mute?" Arya's voice caught in her throat. If she answered, Tommen and Myrcella would know her for certain. "Goodwin, bring him here," the Septa said. The tall of the guardsmen started down the alley. Panic gripped her throat like a giant's hand. Arya could not have spoken if her life had hung on it. Calm as still water, she mouthed silently. As Godwin reached for her, Arya moved, quick as a snake. She leaned to her left, letting his fingers brush her arm, spinning around him, smooth as summer silk. By the time he got himself turned, she was sprinting down the alley, swift as a deer. The Septa was screeching at her. Arya slid between legs as thick and white as marble columns, bounded to her feet, bowled into Prince Tommen and hopped over him when he sat down hard and said, "Oof," spun away from the second guard, and then she was past them all, running full out. She heard shouts, then pounding footsteps closing behind her. She dropped and rolled. The red cloak went careening past her, stumbling. Arya sprang back to her feet. She saw a window above her, high and narrow, scarcely more than an arrow slit. Arya leaped, caught the sill, pulled herself up. She held her breath as she wriggled through. Slippery as an eel. Dropping to the floor in front of a startled scrub woman, she hopped up, brushed the rushes off her clothes, and was off again, out the door and along a long hall, down a stair, across a hidden courtyard, around a corner and over a wall, and through a low, narrow window into a pitch-dark cellar. The sounds grew more and more distant behind her. Arya was out of breath and quite thoroughly lost. She was in for it now if they had recognized her, but she didn't think they had. She had moved too fast, swift as a deer. She hunkered down in the dark against the damp stone wall and listened for the pursuit, but the only sounds was the beating of her own heart and a distant drip of water. Quiet as a shadow, she told herself. She wondered where she was. When they had first come to King's Landing, she used to have bad dreams about getting lost in the castle. Father said the Red Keep was smaller than Winterfell, but in her dreams it had been immense, an endless stone maze with walls that seemed to shift and change behind her. She would find herself wandering down gloomy halls past faded tapestries, descending endless circular stairs, darting through courtyards or over bridges, her shouts echoing unanswered. In some of the rooms the red stone walls would seem to drip blood, and nowhere could she find a window. Sometimes she would hear her father's voice, but always from a long way off, and no matter how hard she ran after it, it would grow fainter and fainter, until it faded to nothing, and Arya was alone in the dark. It was very dark right now, she realized. She hugged her bare knees tight against her chest and shivered. She would wait quietly and count to 10,000. By then it would be safe for her to come creeping back out and find her way home. By the time she had reached 87, the room had begun to lighten as her eyes adjusted to the blackness. Slowly, the shapes around her took on form. Huge, empty eyes stared at her hungrily through the gloom, and dimly she saw the jagged shadows of long teeth. She had lost the count. She closed her eyes and bit her lip and sent the fear away. When she looked again, the monsters would be gone, would never have been. She pretended that Syria was beside her in the dark, whispering in her ear. Calm as a still water, she told herself, strong as a bear, fierce as a wolverine. She opened her eyes again. The monsters were still there, but the fear was gone. Arya got to her feet, moving warily. The heads were all around her. She touched one, curious, wondering if it was real. Her fingertips brushed the massive jaw. It felt real enough. The bone was smooth beneath her hand, cold and hard to the touch. She ran her fingers down a tooth, black and sharp, a dagger made of darkness. It made her shiver.
"It's dead," she said aloud. "It's just a skull. It can't hurt me."
Yet somehow the monster seemed to know she was there. She could feel its empty eyes watching her through the gloom, and there was something in that dim, cavernous room that did not love her. She edged away from the skull and backed into a second, larger than the first. For an instant she could feel its teeth digging into her shoulder, as if it wanted to bite off her flesh. Arya willed, felt leather catch and tear as a huge fang nipped at her jerkin, and then she was running. Another skull loomed ahead, the biggest monster of all, but Arya did not even slow. She leapt over a ridge of black teeth as tall as swords, dashed through hungry jaws, and threw herself against the door. Her hands found a heavy iron ring set in the wood, and she yanked at it. The door resisted a moment before it slowly began to swing inward, with a creak so loud Arya was certain it could be heard all through the city. She opened the door just far enough to slip through, into the hallway beyond. If the room with the monsters had been dark, the hall was the blackest pit in the 7 hells. Calm as still water, Arya told herself, but even when she gave her eyes a moment to adjust, there was nothing to see but the vague grey outline of the door she had come through. She wiggled her fingers in front of her face, felt the air move, saw nothing. She was blind. A water dancer sees with all her senses, she reminded herself. She closed her eyes and steadied her breathing 1, 2, 3, drank in the quiet, reached out with her hands. Her fingers brushed against rough, unfinished stone to her left. She followed the wall, her hands skimming along the surface, taking small gliding steps through the darkness. All halls lead somewhere. Where there is a way in, there is a way out. Fear cuts deeper than swords. Arya would not be afraid. It seemed as if she had been walking a long ways when the wall ended abruptly and a draught of cold air blew past her cheek. Loose hair stirred faintly against her skin. From somewhere far below her, she heard noises. The scrape of boots, the distant sounds of voices. A flickering light brushed the wall ever so faintly, and she saw it as she stood at the top of a great black well, a shaft 20 feet across plunging deep into the earth. Huge stones had been set into the curving walls as steps, circling down and down, dark as the steps to hell that old Nan used to tell them of. And something was coming up out of the darkness, out of the bowels of the earth. Arya peered over the edge and felt the cold black breath on her face. Far below, she saw the light of a single torch, small as the flame of a candle. 2 men, she made out. Their shadows writhed against the side of the wall, tall as giants. She could hear their voices echoing up the shaft.
"Found one bastard," one said. "The rest will come soon. A day, 2 days, a fortnight."
"And when he learns the truth, what will he do?" a second voice asked in the liquid accents of the free cities.
"The gods alone know,"
the first voice said. Arya could see a wisp of grey smoke drifting up off the torch, writhing like a snake as it rose.
"Those fools tried to kill his son, and what's worse, they made a mummer's farce of it. He's not a man to put that aside. I warn you, the wolf and lion will soon be at each other's throats, whether we will it or not."
Too soon, the voice with the accent complained. "What good is war now? We are not ready. Delay."
"As well bid me stop time. Do you take me for a wizard?"
The other chuckled. "No less." Flames licked at the cold air. The tall shadows were almost on top of her. An instant later, the man holding the torch climbed into her sight, his companion beside him. Arya crept back away from the well, dropped to her stomach, and flattened herself against the wall. She held her breath as the man reached the top of the steps.
"What would you have me do?"
asked the torchbearer, a stout man in a leather half-cape. Even in heavy boots, his feet seemed to glide soundlessly over the ground. A round, scarred face and a stubble of dark beard showed under his steel cap, and he wore mail over boiled leather, and a dirk and short sword at his belt. It seemed to Arya there was something oddly familiar about him. "If one hand can die, why not a second?" replied the man with the accent and the forked yellow beard. "You have danced the dance before, my friend." He was no one Arya had ever seen before, she was certain of it. Grossly fat, yet he seemed to walk lightly, carrying his weight on the balls of his feet as a water dancer might. His rings glimmered in the torchlight, red gold and pale silver, crusted with rubies, sapphires, slitted yellow tiger eyes. Every finger wore a ring, some had two.
"Before is not now, and this hand is not the other,"
the scared man said as they stepped out into the hall. Still as stone, Arya told herself, quiet as a shadow. Blinded by the blaze of their own torch, they did not see her pressed flat against the stone, only a few feet away. "Perhaps so," the forked beard replied, pausing to catch his breath after the long climb. "None the less, we must have time. The princess is with child. The Carl will not bestir himself until his son is born. You know how they are, these savages." The man with the torch pushed at something. Arya heard a deep rumbling. A huge slab of rock, red in the torchlight, slid down out of the ceiling with a resounding crash that almost made her cry out. Where the entry to the well had been was nothing but stone, solid and unbroken.
"If he does not bestir himself soon, it may be too late,"
the stout man in the steel cap said.
"This is no longer a game for two players, if ever it was. Stannis Baratheon and Lysa Arryn have fled beyond my reach, and the whispers say they are gathering swords around them. The Knight of Flowers rides Highgarden, urging his lord father to send his sister to court. The girl is a maid of 14, sweet and beautiful and tractable, and Lord Renly and Sir Loras intend that Robert should wed her, and make a new queen. Littlefinger. The gods only know what game Littlefinger is playing. Yet Lord Stark's the only who troubles my sleep. He has the bastard, he has the book, and soon enough we'll have the truth. And now his wife has abducted Tyrion Lannister, thanks to Littlefinger's meddling. Lord Tywin will take that for an outrage, and Jaime has a queer affection for the imp. If the Lannisters move north, that will bring the Tullys in as well. Delay, you say? Make haste, I reply. Even the finest of jugglers cannot keep 100 balls in the air forever. You're more than a juggler, old friend. You're a true sorcerer. All I ask is what you work your magic a while longer. They started down the hall in the direction Arya had come, past the room with the monsters. What I can do, I will, the one with the torch said softly. I must have gold, and another 50 birds. She let them get a long way ahead, then went creeping after them, quiet as a shadow. So many! The voices were fainter as the light dwindled ahead of her. The ones you need are hard to find, so young to know their letters, perhaps older, not die so easy. No, the younger are safer. Treat them gently. If they kept their tongues. The risk. Long after their voices had faded away, Arya could still see the light of the torch, a smoking star that bid her follow. Twice it seemed to disappear, but she kept on straight, and both times she found herself at the top of steep, narrow stairs, the torch glimmering far below her. She hurried after it, down and down. Once she stumbled over a rock and fell against the wall, and her hand found raw earth supported by timbers, whereas before the tunnel had been dressed stone. She must have crept after them for miles. Finally they were gone, but there was no place to go but forward. She found the wall again and followed, blind and lost, pretending that Nymeria was padding along beside her in the darkness. At the end she was knee-deep in foul-smelling water, wishing she could dance upon it as Syrio might have, and wondering if she'd ever see light again. It was full dark when finally Arya emerged into the night air. She found herself standing at the mouth of a sewer where it emptied into the river. She stank so badly that she stripped right there, dropping her soiled clothing on the river bank as she dove into the deep black waters. She swam until she felt clean and crawled out shivering. Some riders went past along the river road as Arya was washing her clothes, but if they saw the scrawny naked girl scrubbing her rags in the moonlight, they took no notice. She was miles from the castle, but from anywhere in King's Landing you needed only to look up to see the Red Keep high on Aegon's Hill, so there was no danger of losing her way.
Her clothes were almost dry by the time she reached the gatehouse. The portcullis was down and the gates barred, so she turned aside to a postern door. The gold cloaks who had the watch sneered when she told them to let her in. "Off with you," one said. "The kitchen scraps are gone and we'll have no begging after dark."
"I'm not a beggar," she said. "I live here."
"I said off with you. Do you need a clout on the ear to help your hearing?"
"I want to see my father."
The guards exchanged a glance.
"I want to fuck the queen myself for all the good it does me,"
the younger one said. The older scowled.
"Who's this father of yours, boy? The city rat catcher?"
"The hand of the king,"
Arya told him. Both men laughed, but then the older one swung his fist at her, casually, as a man would swat a dog. Arya saw the blow coming even before it began. She danced back out of the way, untouched.
"I'm not a boy,"
she spat at them.
"I'm Arya Stark of Winterfell, and if you lay a hand on me, my lord father will have both your heads on spikes. If you don't believe me, fetch Jory Castle or Vayan Pool from the Tower of the Hand."
She put her hands on her hips.
"Now, are you going to open the gate, or do you need a clout on the ear to help you hearing?"
Her father was alone in the sala when Harwin and Fat Tom marched her in, an oil lamp glowing softly at his elbow. He was bent over the biggest book Arya had ever seen, a great thick tome with cracked yellow pages of crabbed script, bound between faded leather covers, but he closed it to listen to Harwin's report. His face was stern as he sent the man away with thanks.
"You realize I had half my guard out searching for you,"
Added Stark said when they were alone.
"Septa Mordane is beside herself with fear. She's in the set praying for your safe return. Arya, you know you're never to go beyond the castle gates without my leave."
"I didn't go out the gates," she blurted. "Well, I didn't mean to. I was down in the dungeons, only they turned into this tunnel. It was all dark and I didn't have a torch or a candle to see by, so I had to follow. I couldn't go back the way I come on account of the monsters. Father, they were talking about killing you. Not the monsters, the two men. They didn't see me. I was being still as stone and quiet as a shadow, but I heard them. They said you had a book and a bastard, and if one hand could die, why not a second? Is that the book? John's the bastard, I bet."
"John? Arya, what are you talking about? Who said this?"
"They did," she told him. "There was a fat one with rings and a forked yellow beard, and another in mail and a steel cap, and the fat one said they had to delay, but the other one told him he couldn't keep juggling, and the wolf and the lion were going to eat each other, and it was a mummer's farce."
She tried to remember the rest. She hadn't quite understood everything she'd heard, and now it was all mixed up in her head.
"The fat one said the princess was with child. The one in the steel cap, he had the torch. He said that they had to hurry. I think he was a wizard."
"A wizard?"
Ned said, unsmiling.
"Did he have a long white beard and tall pointed hat speckled with stars?"
"No! It wasn't like old man's stories. He didn't look like a wizard, but the fat one said he was."
"I warn you, Arya, if you're spinning this thread of air—"
"No! I told you! It was in the dungeons, by the place with the secret wall. I was chasing cats and, well—"
She screwed up her face. If she admitted knocking over Prince Tommen, he would be really angry with her.
"Well, I went in this window. That's where I found the monsters."
"Monsters and wizards," her father said. "It would seem you've had quite an adventure. These men you heard, you say they spoke of juggling and mummery?"
"Yes," Arya admitted. "Only—"
"Arya, they were mummers," her father told her. "There must be a dozen troops in King's Landing right now, come to make some coin of the Tourney crowds. I'm not certain what these two were doing in the castle, but perhaps the king has asked for a show."
"No."
She shook her head stubbornly.
"They weren't."
"You shouldn't be following people about and spying on them in any case. Nor do I cherish the notion of my daughter climbing in strange windows after stray cats. Look at you, sweetling. Your arms are covered with scratches. This has gone on long enough. Tell Syria Farrell that I want a word with him."
He was interrupted by a short, sudden knock. "Lord Eddard pardons," Desmond called out, opening the door a crack. "But there's a black butler here begging audience. He says the matter is urgent. I thought you would want to know."
"My door is always open to the night's watch," Father said.
Desmond ushered the man inside. He was stooped and ugly, with an unkempt beard and unwashed clothes, yet Father greeted him pleasantly and asked his name.
Yoren, as it please, my lord. My pardons for the hour.
He bowed to Arya.
And this must be your son. He has your look.
I'm a girl, Arya said, exasperated. If the old man was down from the wall, he must have come by way of Winterfell. Do you know my brothers? She asked excitedly. Robb and Bran are at Winterfell, and Jon's on the wall. Jon Snow, he's in a Night's Watch too. You must know him. He has a dire wolf, a white one with red eyes. Is Jon a ranger yet? I'm Arya Stark. The old man in his smelly black clothes was looking at her oddly, but Arya could not seem to stop talking. When you ride back to the wall, would you bring Jon a letter if I wrote one? She wished Jon were here right now. He'd believe her about the dungeons and the fat man with the forked beard and the wizard in the steel cap.
My daughter often forgets her courtesies,
Eddard Stark said with a faint smile that softened his words.
I beg your forgiveness, Yoren. Did my brother Benjen send you? No one sent me, my lord. Saving old moment. I'm here to find men for the wall, and when Robert next holds court, I'll bend the knee and cry our need. See if the king and his hand have some scum in the dungeons they'd be well rid of. You might say as Benjen Stark is why we're talking, though. His blood ran black. Made him my brother as much as yours. It's for his sake I'm come. Rode hard, I did. Near killed my horse the way I drove here. But I left the others well behind. The others? Yoren spat. Sellswords and free riders and like trash. That inn was full of them, and I saw them take the scent. The scent of blood or the scent of gold, they smell the same in the end. Not all of them made for King's Landing either. Some went galloping for Casterly Rock, and the rock lies closer. Lord Tywin will have gotten the word by now, you can count on it.
Father frowned.
What word is it?
Yoren eyed Arya.
One best spoken in private, my lord, begging your pardons. As you say. Desmond, see my daughter to her chambers.
He kissed her on the brow.
We'll finish our talk on the morrow.
Arya stood rooted to the spot. Nothing bad's happened to Jon, has it? She asked Yoren. Or Uncle Benjen?
Well, as to Stark, I can't say. The Snow boy was well enough when I left the wall. It's not them as concerns me.
Desmond took her hand.
Come along, my lady. You heard your lord father.
Arya had no choice but to go with him, wishing it had been Fat Tom. With Tom, she might have been able to linger at the door on some excuse and hear what Yoren was saying, but Desmond was too single-minded to trick. How many guards does my father have? She asked him as they descended to her bedchamber.
Here at King's Landing? 50.
You wouldn't let anyone kill him, would you? She asked. Desmond laughed.
No fear on that count, little lady. Lord Eddard's guarded night and day. He'll come to no harm.
The Lannisters have more than 50 men, Arya pointed out.
So they do, but every northerner is worth 10 of these southern swords, so you can sleep easy.
What if a wizard was sent to kill him?
Well, as to that,
Desmond replied, drawing his longsword.
Wizards die the same as other men, once you cut their heads off.
Chapter 33. Eddard.
Robert, I beg of you,
Ned pleaded.
Hear what you're saying. You're talking of murdering a child. The whore is pregnant.
The king's fist slammed down on the council table loud as a thunderclap.
I warned you this would happen, Ned. Back in the Barrowlands, I warned you, but you did not care to hear it. Well, you'll hear it now. I want them dead, mother and child both, and that fool Viserys as well. Is that plain enough for you? I want them dead.
The other councillors were all doing their best to pretend that they were somewhere else. No doubt they were wiser than he was. Eddard Stark had seldom felt quite so alone.
You will dishonor yourself forever if you do this. Then let it be on my head so long as it is done. I'm not so blind that I cannot see the shadow of the axe when it is hanging over my own neck. There is no axe,
Ned told his king.
Only the shadow of a shadow 20 years removed, if it exists at all.
If? Varys asked softly, wringing powdered hands together.
My lord, you wrong me. Would I bring ties to king and council?
Ned looked at the eunuch coldly.
You would bring us the whisperings of a traitor half a world away, my lord. Perhaps Mormont is wrong. Perhaps he's lying.
Sir Jorah would not dare deceive me, Varys said with a sly smile. Rely on it, my lord. The princess is with child.
So you say. If you are wrong, we need not fear. If the girl miscarries, we need not fear. If she births a daughter in place of a son, we need not fear. If the baby dies in infancy, we need not fear. But if it is a boy, Robert insisted, if he lives, the narrow sea would still lie between us. I shall feed the Dothraki the day they teach their horses to run on water.
The king took a swallow of wine and glowered at Ned across the council table.
So you would counsel me to do nothing until the dragon spawn has landed his army on my shores, is that it? This dragon spawn is in his mother's belly, Ned said. Even Aegon did no conquering until after he was weaned. Guts, you're stubborn as an oryx, Stark. The king looked around the council table. Have the rest of you mislaid their tongues? Will no one talk sense to this frozen-faced fool?
Varys gave the king an unctuous smile and laid a soft hand on Ned's sleeve. I understand your qualms, Lord Eddard. Truly, I do. It gave me no joy to bring this grievous news to council. It is a terrible thing we contemplate, a wild thing. Yet we who presume to rule must do wild things for the good of the realm, however much it pains us. Lord Renly shrugged.
The matter seems simple enough to me. We ought to have had Viserys and his sister killed years ago, but his grace my brother made the mistake of listening to Jon Arryn. Mercy is never a mistake, Lord Renly, Ned replied. On the Trident, Sir Barristan here cut down 12 good men, Robert's friends and mine. When they brought him to us, grievously wounded and near death, Roose Bolton urged us to cut his throat, but your brother said, I will not kill a man for loyalty, nor for fighting well, and sent his own master to tend Sir Barristan's wounds.
He gave the king a long, cool look.
Would that man were here today?
Robert had shame enough to blush.
It was not the same, he complained. Sir Barristan was a knight of the Kingsguard, whereas Daenerys is a 14-year-old girl.
Ned knew he was pushing this well past the point of wisdom, yet he could not keep silent.
Robert, I ask you, what did we rise against Aerys Targaryen for, if not to put an end to the murder of children? To put an end to Targaryens, the king growled. Your Grace, I never knew you to fear Rhaegar.
Ned fought to keep the scorn out of his voice, and failed.
Have the years so unmanned you that you tremble at the shadow of an unborn child?
Robert purpled.
No more, Ned, he warned, pointing. Not another word. Have you forgotten who is king here? No, your Grace, Ned replied. Have you? Enough, the king bellowed. I'm sick of talk. I'll be done with this, or be damned. What say you all? She must be killed, Lord Renly declared.
We have no choice, murmured Varys. Sadly, sadly. Sir Barristan Selmy raised his pale blue eyes from the table and said,
Your Grace, there is honor in facing an enemy on the battlefield, but none in killing him in his mother's womb. Forgive me, but I must stand with Lord Eddard.
Grandmaster Pycelle cleared his throat, a process that seemed to take some minutes.
My order serves the realm, not the ruler. Once I counseled King Aerys as loyally as I counsel King Robert now, so I bear this girl child of his no ill will. Yet I ask you this, should war come again, how many soldiers will die? How many towns will burn? How many children will be ripped from their mothers to perish on the end of a spear? He stroked his luxuriant white beard, infinitely sad, infinitely weary. Is it not wiser, even kinder, that Daenerys Targaryen should die now so that tens of thousands might live?
Kinder, Varys said.
Oh, well and truly spoken, Grandmaster. It is so true. Should the gods in their caprice grant Daenerys Targaryen a son, the realm must bleed.
Littlefinger was the last. As Ned looked to him, Lord Petyr stifled a yawn.
When you find yourself in bed with an ugly woman, the best thing to do is close your eyes and get on with it, he declared. Waiting won't make the maid any prettier. Kiss her and be done with it. Kiss her? Sir Barristan repeated, aghast.
A steel kiss, said Littlefinger.
Robert turned to face his hand. Well, there it is, Ned. You and Selmy stand alone on this matter. The only question that remains is, who can we find to kill her? Mormont craves a royal pardon, Lord Renly reminded them. Desperately, Varys said. Yet he craves life even more. By now the princess nears Vaes Dothrak, where it is death to draw blade. If I told you what a Dothraki would do to the poor man who used one on Khaleesi, none of you would sleep tonight." He stroked a powdered cheek. "Now, poison. The tears of Liz, let us say. Khal Drogo need never know it was not a natural death." Grandmaster Pycelle's sleepy eyes flicked open. He squinted suspiciously at the eunuch. "Poison is a coward's weapon," the king complained. Ned had heard enough. "You send hired knives to kill a 14-year-old girl and still quibble about honor." He pushed back his chair and stood. "Do it yourself, Robert. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Look her in the eyes before you kill her. See her tears, hear her last words. You owe her that much, at least." "Gods!" the king swore, the word exploding out of him as if he could barely contain his fury. "You mean it, damn you!" He reached for the flagon of wine at his elbow, found it empty, and flung it away to shatter against the wall. "I'm out of wine and out of patience. Enough of this. Just have it done." "I will not be part of murder, Robert. Do as you will, but do not ask me to fix my seal to it." For a moment, Robert did not seem to understand what Ned was saying. Defiance was not a dish he tasted often. Slowly, his face changed as comprehension came. His eyes narrowed and a flush crept up his neck past the velvet collar. He pointed an angry finger at Ned. "You are the king's hand, Lord Stark. You will do as I command you, or I'll find me a hand who will." "I wish him every success." Ned unfastened the heavy clasp that clutched at the folds of his cloak, the ornate silver hand that was his badge of office. He laid it on the table in front of the king, saddened by the memory of the man who had pinned it on him, the friend he had loved. "I thought you a better man than this, Robert. I thought we had made a nobler king." Robert's face was purple. "Out!" he croaked, choking on his rage. "Out, damn you! I'm done with you! What are you waiting for? Go, run back to Winterfell, and make certain I'll never look on your face again, or I swear I'll have your head on a spike." Ned bowed and turned on his heel without another word. He could feel Robert's eyes on his back. As he strode from the council chambers, the discussion resumed with scarcely a pause. "On Bravos there is a society called the Faceless Men," Grandmaster Pycelle offered. "Do you have any idea how costly they are?" Littlefinger complained. "You could hire an army of common sellswords for half the price, and that's for a merchant. I don't dare think what they might ask for a princess." The closing of the door behind him silenced the voices. Sir Boros Blount was stationed outside the chamber, wearing the long white cloak and armor of the Kingsguard. He gave Ned a quick, curious glance from the corner of his eye, but asked no questions. The day felt heavy and oppressive as he crossed the bailey back to the Tower of the Hand. He could feel the threat of rain in the air. Ned would have welcomed it. It might have made him feel a trifle less unclean. When he reached his solar, he summoned Vayan Poole. The steward came at once. "You sent for me, my Lord Hand?" "Hand no longer," Ned told him. "The king and I have quarrelled. We shall be returning to Winterfell." "I shall begin making arrangements at once, my lord. We will need a fortnight to ready everything for the journey." "We may not have a fortnight. We may not have a day. The king mentioned something about seeing my head on a spike." Ned frowned. He did not truly believe the king would harm him, not Robert. He was angry now, but once Ned was safely out of sight, his rage would cool as it always did. Always? Suddenly, uncomfortably, he found himself recalling Rhaegar Targaryen. 15 years dead, yet Robert hates him as much as ever. It was a disturbing notion. And there was the other matter, the business with Catelyn and the dwarf that Yoren had warned him of last night. That would come to light soon, as sure as sunrise, and with the king in such a black fury. Robert might not care a fig for Tyrion Lannister, but it would touch on his pride, and there was no telling what the queen might do. "It might be safest if I went on ahead," he told Poole. "I will take my daughters and a few guardsmen. The rest of you can follow when you are ready. Inform Jory, but tell no one else, and do nothing until the girls and I have gone. The castle is full of eyes and ears, and I would rather my plans were not known." "As you command, my lord." When he had gone, Eddard Stark went to the window and sat brooding. Robert had left him no choice that he could see. He ought to thank him. It would be good to return to Winterfell. He ought never have left. His sons were waiting there. Perhaps he and Catelyn would make a new son together when he returned. They were not so old yet.
and of late he had often found himself dreaming of snow, of the deep quiet of the Wolfswood at night. And yet, the thought of leaving angered him as well. So much was still undone. Robert and his council of cravens and flatterers would beggar the realm if left unchecked, or, worse, sell it to the Lannisters in payment of their loans. And the truth of John Arryn's death still eluded him. Oh, he had found in few pieces enough to convince him that John had indeed been murdered, but that was no more than the spoor of an animal on the forest floor. He had not sighted the beast itself yet, though he sensed it was here, lurking, hidden, treacherous. It struck him suddenly that he might return to Winterfell by sea. Ned was no sailor, and ordinarily would have preferred the King's Road, but if he took ship he could stop at Dragonstone and speak with Stannis Baratheon. Pycelle had sent a raven off across the water, with a polite letter from Ned requesting Lord Stannis to return to his seat on the small council. As yet there had been no reply, but the silence only deepened his suspicions. Lord Stannis shared the secret John Arryn had died for. He was certain of it. The truth he sought might very well be awaiting for him on the ancient island fortress of House Targaryen. And when you have it, what then? Some secrets are safer kept hidden. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, even with those you love and trust. Ned slid the dagger that Catelyn had brought him out of the sheath on his belt. The imp's knife. Why would the dwarf want Bran dead? To silence him, surely. Another secret, or only a different strand of the same web? Could Robert be part of it? He would not have thought so, but once he would not have thought Robert could command the murder of women and children either. Catelyn had tried to warn him. You knew the man, she had said. The king is a stranger to you. The sooner he was quit of King's Landing, the better. If there was a ship sailing north on the morrow, it would be well to be on it. He summoned Wayan Poole again and sent him to the docks to make inquiries, quietly but quickly.
Find me a fast ship with a skilled captain, he told the steward. I care nothing for the size of its cabins or the quality of its appointments, so long as it is swift and safe. I wish to leave at once. Poole had no sooner taken his leave than Tomard announced a visitor. Lord Baelish to see you, my lord. Ned was half tempted to turn him away, but thought better of it. He was not free yet. Until he was, he must play their games. Show him in, Tom.
Lord Pettier sauntered into the sala as if nothing had gone amiss that morning. He wore a slashed velvet doublet in a cream and silver, a grey silk cloak trimmed with black fox, and his customary mocking smile. Ned greeted him coldly.
Might I ask the reason for this visit, Lord Baelish?
I won't detain you long. I'm on my way to dine with Lady Tunda. Lamprey pie and roast suckling pig. She has some thought to wed me to her younger daughter, so her table is always astonishing. If truth be told, I'd sooner marry the pig, but don't tell her. I do love lamprey pie.
Don't let me keep you from your eels, my lord,
Ned said with icy disdain.
At the moment I cannot think of anyone whose company I desire less than yours.
Oh, I'm certain if you put your mind to it, you could come up with a few names. Varys, say, Cersei, or Robert. His Grace is most wroth with you. He went on about you at some length after you took your leave of us this morning. The words insolence and ingratitude came into it frequently, I seem to recall. Ned did not honour that with a reply, nor did he offer his guest a seat, but Littlefinger took one anyway. After you stormed out, it was left to me to convince them not to hire the faceless men, he continued blithely. Instead, Varys will quietly let it be known that we'll make a lord of whoever does in the Targaryen girl. Ned was disgusted.
So now we grant titles to assassins.
Littlefinger shrugged. Titles are cheap, the faceless men are expensive. If truth be told, I did the Targaryen girl more good than you with all your talk of honor. Let some sellsword drunk on visions of lordship try to kill her. Likely he'll make a botch of it, and afterward the Dothraki will be on their guard. If we'd sent the faceless men after her, she'd be as good as buried. Ned frowned.
You sit in a council and talk of ugly women and steal kisses, and now you expect me to believe that you try to protect a girl? How big of a fool do you take me for?
Well, quite an enormous one, actually, said Littlefinger, laughing.
Do you always find murder so amusing, Lord Baelish?
It's not murder I find amusing, Lord Stark. It's you. You rule like a man dancing on rotten ice. I dare say you'll make a noble splash. I believe I heard the first crack this morning.
"The first and last," Ned said. "I've had my fill."
"When do you mean to return to Winterfell, my lord?"
"As soon as I can. What concern is that of yours?"
"None. But if perchance you're still here come even fall, I'd be pleased to take you to this brothel your man Jory has been searching for so ineffectually." Littlefinger smiled. "And I won't even tell the Lady Caitlin."
Chapter 34. Caitlin.
"My lady, you should have sent word of your coming," Sir Donald Waynwood told her as their horses climbed the pass. "We would have sent an escort. The high road is not as safe as it once was, for a party as small as yours."
"We learned that to our sorrow, Sir Donald," Caitlin said. Sometimes she felt as though her heart had turned to stone. 6 brave men had died to bring her this far, and she could not even find it in her to weep for them. Even their names were fading. "The clansmen harried us day and night. We lost 3 men in the first attack and 2 more in the second, and Lannister's serving men died of a fever when his wounds festered. When we heard your man approaching, I thought us doomed for certain." They had drawn up for a last desperate fight, blades in hand and backs to the rock. The dwarf had been whetting the edge of his axe and making some more than jest when Bronn spotted the banner of the riders carried before them, the moon and falcon of House Arryn, sky blue and white. Caitlin had never seen a more welcome sight.
"The clans have grown bolder since Lord John died,"
Sir Donald said. He was a stocky youth of 20 years, earnest and homely, with a wide nose and a shock of thick brown hair.
"If it were up to me, I would take 100 men into the mountains, root them out of their fastnesses, and teach them some sharp lessons. But your sister has forbidden it. She would not even permit her knights to fight in the Hand's tourney. She wants all our swords kept close to home, to defend the Vale. Against what, no one is certain. Shadows, some say."
He looked at her anxiously, as if he had suddenly remembered who she was.
"I hope I have not spoken out of turn, my lady. I meant no offence."
"Frank talk does not offend me, Sir Donald." Caitlin knew what her sister feared. Not shadows, Lannisters, she thought to herself, glancing back to where the dwarf rode beside Bronn. The 2 of them had grown thick as thieves since Chicken had died. The little man was more cunning than she liked. When they had entered the mountains, he had been her captive, bound and helpless. What was he now? Her captive still, yet he rode along with a dirk through his belt and an axe strapped to his saddle, wearing the shadow-skin cloak he'd worn dicing with the Singer, and the chainmail hauberk he'd taken off Chicken's corpse. 200 men flanked the dwarf, and the rest of her ragged band, knights and men-at-arms in service to her sister Lisa and Jon Arryn's young son, and yet Tyrion betrayed no hint of fear. Could I be wrong? Caitlin wondered, not for the first time. Could he be innocent after all, of Bran and Jon Arryn and all the rest? And if he was, what did that make her? 6 men had died to bring him here. Resolute, she pushed her doubts away. "When we reach your keep, I would take it kindly if you could send for Master Coleman at once. Sir Roderick is feverish from his wounds." More than once she had feared the gallant old knight would not survive the journey. Toward the end he could scarcely sit his horse, and Bronn had urged her to leave him to his fate, but Caitlin would not hear of it. They had tied him in the saddle instead, and she had commanded Marillion the Singer to watch over him. Sir Donald hesitated before he answered.
"The Lady Lisa has commanded the master to remain at the Eyrie at all times, to care for Lord Robert," he said. "We have a septon at the gate who tends to our wounded. He can see to your man's hurts."
Caitlin had more faith in a master's learning than a septon's prayers. She was about to say as much when she saw the battlements ahead, long parapets built into the very stone of the mountains on either side of them. Where the pass shrank to a narrow defile scarce wide enough for 4 men to ride abreast, twin watchtowers clung to the rocky slopes, joined by a covered bridge of weathered grey stone that arched above the road. Silent faces watched from arrow slits in tower, battlements, and bridge. When they had climbed almost to the top, a knight rode out to meet them. His horse and his armor were grey, but his cloak was the rippling blue and red of Riverrun, and a shiny black fish, wrought in gold and obsidian, pinned its folds against his shoulder.
"Who would pass the bloody gate?" he called. "Sir Donald Waynwood, with Lady Caitlin Stark and her companions," the young knight answered. The knight of the gate lifted his visor. "I thought that lady looked familiar. You're far from home, little cat."
"And you, uncle," she said, smiling despite all she had been through. Hearing that hoarse, smoky voice again took her back 20 years, to the days of her childhood.
"My home is at my back," he said gruffly.
"Your home is in my heart," Caitlin told him. "Take off your helm. I would look on your face again."
"The years have not improved it, I fear,"
Brynden Tully said, but when he lifted off the helm, Caitlin saw that he lied. His features were lined and weathered, and time had stolen the auburn from his hair and left him only grey, but the smile was the same, and the bushy eyebrows fat as caterpillars, and the laughter in his deep blue eyes.
"Did Lisa know you were coming?"
"There was no time to send word ahead," Caitlin told him. The others were coming up behind her. "I fear we ride before the storm, uncle."
"May we enter the Vale?"
Sir Donnell asked. The Wayne Woods were ever once for ceremony.
"In the name of Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale, true Warden of the East, I bid you enter freely and charge you to keep his peace,"
Sir Brynden replied.
"Come."
And so she rode behind him, beneath the shadow of the bloody gate where a dozen armies had dashed themselves to pieces in the Age of Heroes. On the far side of the stone works, the mountains opened up suddenly upon a vista of green fields, blue sky, and snow-capped mountains that took her breath away. The Vale of Arryn bathed in the morning light. It stretched before them to the misty cast, a tranquil land of rich black soil, wide slow-moving rivers, and hundreds of small lakes that shone like mirrors in the sun, protected on all sides by its sheltering peaks. Wheat and corn and barley grew high in its fields, and even in Highgarden the pumpkins were no larger nor the fruit any sweeter than here. They stood at the western end of the valley, where the high road crested the last pass and began its winding descent to the bottomlands 2 miles below. The Vale was narrow here, no more than a half-day's ride across, and the northern mountains seemed so close that Caitlin could almost reach out and touch them. Looming over them all was the jagged peak called the Giant's Lance, a mountain that even mountains looked up to, its head lost in icy mists 3.5 miles above the valley floor. Over its massive western shoulder flowed the ghost torrent of Alyssa's tears. Even from this distance, Caitlin could make out the shining silver thread, bright against the dark stone. When her uncle saw that she had stopped, he moved his horse closer and pointed.
"It's there, beside Alyssa's tears. All you can see from here is a flash of white every now and then, if you look hard and the sun hits the walls just right."
7 towers, Ned had told her, like white daggers thrust into the belly of the sky, so high you can stand on the parapets and look down on the clouds. "How long a ride?" she asked.
"We can be at the mountain by evenfall," Uncle Brynden said, "but the climb will take another day."
Sir Roderick Castle spoke up from behind.
"My lady," he said, "I fear I can go no farther today."
His face sagged beneath his ragged, new-grown whiskers, and he looked so weary Caitlin feared he might fall off his horse. "Nor should you," she said. "You have done all I could have asked of you, and 100 times more. My uncle will see me the rest of the way to the Eyrie. Lannister must come with me, but there is no reason that you and the others should not rest here on the recovery of strength."
"We should be honored to have them to guest,"
Sir Donald said with the grave courtesy of the young. Besides Sir Roderick, only Bronn, Sir Williswold, and Marillion the singer remained of the party that had ridden with her from the inn by the crossroads.
"My lady," Marillion said, riding forward, "I beg you allow me to accompany you to the Eyrie, to see the end of the tale as I saw its beginnings."
The boy sounded haggard, yet strangely determined. He had a fevered shine to his eyes. Caitlin had never asked the singer to ride with them. That choice he had made himself, and how he had come to survive the journey when so many braver men lay dead and unburied behind him, she could never say. Yet here he was, with a scruff of beard that made him look almost a man. Perhaps she owed him something for having come this far. "Very well," she told him.
"I'll come as well,"
Bronn announced. She liked that less well. Without Bronn she would never have reached the Vale, she knew. The sellsword was as fierce a fighter as she had ever seen, and his sword had helped cut them through to safety. Yet for all that, Caitlin misliked the man. Courage he had, and strength, but there was no kindness in him, and little loyalty. And she had seen him riding beside Lannister far too often, talking in low voices and laughing at some private joke. She would have preferred to separate him from the dwarf here and now, but having agreed that Marillion might continue to the Eyrie, she could see no gracious way to deny that same right to Bronn. "As you wish," she said, although she noted that he had not actually asked her permission. Sir Willis Woade remained with Sir Roderick, a soft-spoken septon fussing over their wounds. Their horses were left behind as well, poor wrecked things. Sir Donald promised to send birds ahead to the Eyrie and the Gates of the Moon with the word of their coming. Fresh mounts were brought forth from the stables, sure-footed mountain stock with shaggy coats, and within the hour they set forth once again. Caitlin rode beside her uncle as they began the descent to the valley floor. Behind came Bronn, Tyrion Lannister, Marillion, and 6 of Bryndon's men. Not until they were a third of the way down the mountain path, well out of earshot of the others, did Bryndon Tully turn to her and say, "So, child, tell me about this storm of yours." "I have not been a child in many years, uncle," Caitlin said, but she told him nonetheless. It took longer than she would have believed to tell it all, Lysa's letter and Bran's fall, the assassin's dagger and Littlefinger, and her chance meeting with Tyrion Lannister in the Crossroads Inn. Her uncle listened silently, heavy brows shadowing his eyes as his frown grew deeper. Bryndon Tully had always known how to listen, to anyone but her father. He was Lord Hoster's brother, younger by 5 years, but the two of them had been at war as far back as Caitlin could remember. During one of their louder quarrels, when Caitlin was 8, Lord Hoster had called Bryndon the black goat of the Tully flock. Laughing, Bryndon had pointed out that the sigil of their house was a leaping trout, so he ought to be a black fish rather than a black goat, and from that day forward he had taken it as his personal emblem. The war had not ended until the day she and Lysa had been wed. It was at their wedding feast that Bryndon told his brother he was leaving Riverrun to serve Lysa and her new husband, the Lord of the Eyrie. Lord Hoster had not spoken his brother's name since, from what Edmure told her in his infrequent letters. Nonetheless, during all those years of Caitlin's girlhood, it had been Bryndon the Blackfish to whom Lord Hoster's children had run with their tears and their tales, when father was too busy and mother too ill. Caitlin, Lysa, Edmure, and yes, even Petyr Baelish, their father's ward. He had listened to them all patiently, as he listened now, laughing at their triumphs and sympathizing with their childish misfortunes. When she was done, her uncle remained silent for a long time as his horse negotiated the steep, rocky trail. "Your father must be told," he said at last. "If the Lannisters should march, Winterfell is remote and the Vale walled up behind its mountains, but Riverrun lies right in their path." "I'd had the same fear," Caitlin admitted. "I shall ask Master Coleman to send a bird when we reach the Eyrie." She had other messages to send as well, the commands that Ned had given her for his bannermen to ready the defences of the north. "What is the mood in the Vale?" she asked. "Angry," Bryndon Tully admitted. "Lord John was much loved, and the insult was keenly felt when the king named Jaime Lannister to an office that Aerys had held for near 300 years. Lysa has commanded us to call her son the true Warden of the East, but no one is fooled. Nor is your sister alone in wondering at the manner of the Hand's death. None dare say John was murdered, not openly, but suspicion casts a long shadow." He gave Caitlin a look, his mouth tight. "And there is the boy." "The boy? What of him?" She ducked her head as they passed on a low overhang of rock and around a sharp turn. Her uncle's voice was troubled. "Lord Robert," he sighed. 6 years old, sickly, and prone to weep if you take his dolls away. John Arryn's true-born heir by all the gods, yet there are some who say he's too weak to sit his father's seat. Nestor Royce has been high steward these past 14 years, while Lord John served in King's Landing, and many whisper that he should rule until the boy comes of age. Others believe that Lysa must marry again, and soon. Already the suitors gather like crows on a battlefield. The Eyrie is full of them." "I might have expected that," Caitlin said. "Small wonder there. Lysa was still young, and the Kingdom of Mountain and Vale made a handsome wedding gift." "Will Lysa take another husband?" "She says yes, provided she finds a man who suits her," Bryndon Tully said. "But she has already rejected Lord Nestor and a dozen other suitable men. She swears that this time she will choose her lord husband." "You of all people can scarce fault her for that." Sir Bryndon snorted. "Nor do I, but it seems to me Lysa is only playing at courtship.
She enjoys the sport, but I believe your sister intends to rule herself until her boy is old enough to be lord of the Eyrie in truth as well as name."
"A woman can rule as wisely as a man," Caitlin said.
"The right woman can," her uncle said with a sideways glance. "Make no mistake, Kat, Lisa is not you." He hesitated a moment. "If truth be told, I fear you may not find your sister as helpful as you would like." She was puzzled.
"What do you mean?"
"The Lisa who came back from King's Landing is not the same girl who went south when her husband was named Hand. Those years were hard for her, you must know. Lord Arryn was a dutiful husband, but their marriage was made from politics, not passion."
"As was my own."
"They began the same, but your ending has been happier than your sister's. 2 babes stillborn, twice as many miscarriages, Lord Arryn's death. Caitlin, the gods gave Lisa only the one child, and he's all your sister lives for now, poor boy. Small wonder she fled rather than see him handed over to the Lannisters. Your sister is afraid, child, and the Lannisters are what she fears most. She ran to the Vale, stealing away from the Red Keep like a thief in the night, and all to snatch her son out of the lion's mouth. And now you have brought the lion to her door."
"In chains," Caitlin said. A crevasse yawned on her right, falling away into darkness. She reined up her horse and picked her way along step by careful step.
"Oh?"
Her uncle glanced back to where Tyrion Lannister was making his slow descent behind them.
"I see an axe on his saddle, a dirk at his belt, and a sellsword that trails after him like a hungry shadow. Where are the chains, sweet one?"
Caitlin shifted uneasily in her seat. "The dwarf is here, and not by choice. Chains or no, he's my prisoner. Lisa will want him to answer for his crimes no less than I. It was her own lord husband the Lannisters murdered, and her own letter that first warned us against him."
Brynden Blackfish gave her a weary smile. "I hope you're right, child," he sighed, in tones that said she was wrong.
The sun was well to the west by the time the slope began to flatten beneath the hoofs of their horses. The road widened and grew straight, and for the first time Caitlin noticed wildflowers and grasses growing. Once they reached the valley floor, the going was faster and they made good time, cantering through verdant greenwoods and sleepy little hamlets, past orchards and golden wheat fields, splashing across a dozen sunlit streams. Her uncle sent a standard bearer ahead of them, a double banner flying from his staff. The moon and falcon of House Arryn on high, and below it his own black fish. Farm wagons and merchants' carts and riders from lesser houses moved aside to let them pass. Even so, it was full dark before they reached the stout castle that stood at the foot of the giant's lands. Torches flickered atop its ramparts, and the horned moon danced upon the dark waters of its moat. The drawbridge was up and the portcullis down, but Caitlin saw lights burning in the gatehouse and spilling from the windows of the square towers beyond.
"The gates of the moon,"
her uncle said as the party drew rein. His standard bearer rode to the edge of the moat to hail the man in the gatehouse.
"Lord Nestor's seat. He should be expecting us. Look up."
Caitlin raised her eyes, up and up and up. At first, all she saw was stone and trees, the looming mass of the great mountain shrouded in night, as black as a starless sky. Then she noticed the glow of distant fires well above them, a tower keep built upon the steep side of the mountain, its lights like orange eyes staring down from above. Above that was another, higher and more distant, and still higher a third, no more than a flickering spark in the sky. And finally, up where the falcon soared, a flash of white in the moonlight. Vertigo washed over her as she stared upward at the pale towers, so far above.
"The Eyrie," she heard Marillion murmur, awed. The sharp voice of Tyrion Lannister broke in. "The Arryns must not be over fond of company. If you're planning to make us climb that mountain in the dark, I'd rather you kill me here." "We'll spend the night here and make the ascent on the morrow," Brynden told him. "I can scarcely wait," the dwarf replied. "How do we get up there? I've no experience at riding goats." "Mules," Brynden said, smiling.
"There are steps carved into the mountain," Caitlin said. Ned had told her about them when he talked of his youth here with Robert Baratheon and Jon Arryn. Her uncle nodded.
"It is too dark to see them, but the steps are there. Too steep and narrow for horses, but mules can manage them most of the way. The path is guarded by 3 waycastles, stone and snow and sky. The mules will take us as far up as sky.
Tyrion Lannister glanced up doubtfully.
And beyond that?
Brynden smiled.
Beyond that, the path is too steep even for mules. We ascend on foot the rest of the way. Or perchance you'd prefer to ride a basket. The Eyrie clings to the mountain directly above Skye, and its cellars are 6 great winches with long iron chains to draw supplies up from below. If you prefer, my lord of Lannister, I can arrange for you to ride up with the bread and beer and apples.
The dwarf gave a bark of laughter.
Would that I were a pumpkin, he said. Alas, my lord father would no doubt be most chagrined if his son of Lannister went to his fate like a load of turnips. If you ascend on foot, I fear I must do the same. We Lannisters do have a certain pride.
Pride? Catelyn snapped. His mocking tone and easy manner made her angry. Arrogance, some might call it. Arrogance and avarice and lust for power.
My brother is undoubtedly arrogant, Tyrion Lannister replied. My father is the soul of avarice, and my sweet sister Cersei lusts for power with every waking breath. I, however, am innocent as a little lamb. Shall I bleat for you?
He grinned. The drawbridge came creaking down before she could reply, and they heard the sound of oiled chains as the portcullis was drawn up. Men-at-arms carried burning brands out to light their way, and her uncle led them across the moat. Lord Nestor Royce, High Steward of the Vale and Keeper of the Gates of the Moon, was waiting in the yard to greet them, surrounded by his knights.
Lady Stark,
he said, bowing. He was a massive, barrel-chested man, and his bow was clumsy. Catelyn dismounted to stand before him. Lord Nestor, she said. She knew the man only by reputation. Bronze John's cousin from a lesser branch of House Royce, yet still a formidable lord in his own right. We have had a long and tiring journey. I would beg the hospitality of your roof tonight, if I might.
My roof is yours, my lady, Lord Nestor returned gruffly. But your sister, the Lady Lysa, sent down word from the Eyrie. She wishes to see you at once. The rest of your party will be housed here and sent up at first light.
Her uncle swung off his horse.
What madness is this?
He said bluntly. Brynden Tully had never been a man to blunt the edge of his words.
A night ascent with the moon not even full? Even Lysa should know that that's an invitation to a broken neck.
The mules know the way, Sir Brynden. A weary girl of 17 or 18 years stepped up beside Lord Nestor. Her dark hair was cropped short and straight around her head, and she wore riding leathers and a light shirt of silvered ringmail. She bowed to Catelyn more gracefully than her lord. I promise you, my lady, no harm will come to you. It would be my honor to take you up. I've made the dark climb 100 times. Michelle says my father must have been a goat. She sounded so cocky that Catelyn had to smile. Do you have a name, child? Mia Stone, if it please you, my lady, the girl said. It did not please her. It was an effort for Catelyn to keep the smile on her face. Stone was a bastard's name in the Vale, as snow was in the north, and flowers in Highgarden. In each of the 7 kingdoms, custom had fashioned a surname for children born with no names of their own. Catelyn had nothing against this girl, but suddenly she could not help but think of Ned's bastard on the wall, and the thought made her angry and guilty both at once. She struggled to find words for a reply. Lord Nestor filled the silence.
Mia's a clever girl, and if she vows she will bring you safely to the Lady Lysa, I believe her. She has not failed me yet.
Then I put myself in your hands, Mia Stone, Catelyn said. Lord Nestor, I charge you to keep a close guard on my prisoner.
And I charge you to bring the prisoner a cup of wine and a nicely crisped capon before he dies of hunger, Lannister said. A girl would be pleasant as well, but I suppose that's too much to ask of you.
The sellsword Bronn laughed aloud. Lord Nestor ignored the banter.
As you say, my lady, so it will be done. Only then did he look at the dwarf. See our Lord of Lannister to a tower cell, and bring him meat and mead.
Catelyn took her leave of her uncle and the others as Tyrion Lannister was led off, then followed the bastard girl through the castle. 2 mules were waiting in the upper bailey, saddled and ready. Mia helped her mount one, while a guardsman in a sky-blue cloak opened the narrow postern gate. Beyond was dense forest of pine and spruce, and a mountain like a black wall, but the steps were there, chiseled deep into the rock, ascending into the sky. Some people find it easier if they close their eyes, Mia said as she led the mules through the gate into the dark wood. When they get frightened or dizzy, sometimes they hold on to the mule too tight. They don't like that. I was born a Tully and wed to a Stark, Caitlin said. I do not frighten easily. Do you plan to light a torch? The steps were black as pitch. The girl made a face. Torches just blind you. On a clear night like this, the moon and the stars are enough. Michael says I have the eyes of the owl. She mounted and urged her mule up the first step. Caitlin's animal followed of its own accord. You mentioned Michael before, Caitlin said. The mule set the pace, slow but steady. She was perfectly content with that. Michael's my love, Mia explained. Michael Redford. He's squire to Sir Lynn Corbray. We're to wed as soon as he becomes a knight, next year or the year after. She sounded so like Sansa, so happy and innocent with her dreams. Caitlin smiled, but the smile was tinged with sadness. The Redfords were an old name in the Vale, she knew, with the blood of the first man in their veins. His love she might be, but no Redford would ever wed a bastard. His family would arrange a more suitable match for him, to a Corbray or a Waynwood or a Royce, or perhaps a daughter of some greater house outside the Vale. If Michael Redford laid with this girl at all, it would be on the wrong side of the sheet. The ascent was easier than Caitlin had dared hope. The trees pressed close, leaning over the path to make a rustling green roof that shut out even the moon, so it seemed as though they were moving up a long black tunnel. But the mules were sure-footed and tireless, and Mia Stone did indeed seem blessed with night eyes. They plodded upward, winding their way back and forth across the face of the mountain as the steps twisted and turned. A thick layer of fallen needles carpeted the path, so the shoes of their mules made only the softest sound on the rock. The quiet soothed her, and the gentle walking motion set Caitlin to swaying in her saddle. Before long she was fighting sleep. Perhaps she did doze for a moment, for suddenly a massive iron-bound gate was looming before them. "Stone," Mia announced cheerily, dismounting. Iron spikes were set along the tops of formidable stone walls, and 2 fat round towers overtopped the keep. The gate swung open at Mia's shout. Inside, the portly knight who commanded the Way Castle greeted Mia by name, and offered them skewers of charred meat and onions still hot from the spit. Caitlin had not realized how hungry she was. She ate, standing in the yard, as stable hands moved their saddles to fresh mules. The hot juices ran down her chin and dripped onto her cloak, but she was too famished to care. Then it was up onto a new mule, and out again into the starlight. The second part of the ascent seemed more treacherous to Caitlin. The trail was steeper, the steps more worn, and here and there littered with pebbles and broken stone. Mia had to dismount a half-dozen times to move fallen rocks from their path. "You don't want your mule to break a leg up here," she said. Caitlin was forced to agree. She could feel the altitude more now. The trees were sparser up here, and the wind blew more vigorously, sharp gusts that tugged at her clothing and pushed her hair into her eyes. From time to time the steps doubled back on themselves, and she could see stone below them, and the gates of the moon farther down, its torches no brighter than candles. Snow was smaller than stone, a single fortified tower and a timber keep and stable hidden behind a low wall of unmortared rock. Yet it nestled against the giant's lance in such a way as to command the entire stone stair above the lower Way Castle. An enemy intent on the Eyrie would have to fight his way from stone step by step, while rocks and arrows rained down from snow above. The commander, an anxious young knight with a pock-marked face, offered bread and cheese and the chance to warm themselves before his fire, but Mia declined. "We ought to keep going, my lady," she said, "if it please you." Caitlin nodded. Again they were given fresh mules. Hers was White. Mia smiled when she saw him. "Whitey's a good one, my lady. Sure of foot, even on ice, but you need to be careful. He'll kick if he doesn't like you." The white mule seemed to like Caitlin. There was no kicking, thank the gods. There was no ice either, and she was grateful for that as well. "My mother says that hundreds of years ago, this was where the snow began," Mia told her. "It was always white above here, and the ice never melted." She shrugged. "I can't remember ever seeing snow this far down the mountain, but maybe it was the way once, in the olden times." So young, Caitlin thought, trying to remember if she had ever been like that. The girl had lived half her life in summer, and that was all she knew. "Winter is coming, child," she wanted to tell her. The words were on her lips. She almost said them. Perhaps she was becoming a Stark at last. Above snow, the wind was a living thing, howling around them like a wolf in the waste, then falling off to nothing as if to lure them into complacency. The stars seemed brighter up here, so close that she could almost touch them, and the horned moon was huge in the clear black sky. As they climbed, Caitlin found it was better to look up than down. The steps were cracked and broken from centuries of freeze and thaw and tread of countless mules, and even in the dark the heights put her heart in her throat. When they came to a high saddle between two spires of rock, Mia dismounted.
"It's best to lead the mules over," she said. "The wind can be a little scary here, my lady."
Caitlin climbed stiffly from the shadows and looked at the path ahead. 20 feet long and close to 3 feet wide, but with a precipitous drop to either side. She could hear the wind shrieking. Mia stepped lightly out, her mule following as calmly as if they were crossing a bailey. It was her turn. Yet no sooner had she taken her first step than fear caught Caitlin in its jaws. She could feel the emptiness, the vast black gulfs of air that yawned around her. She stopped, trembling, afraid to move. The wind screamed at her and wrenched at her cloak, trying to pull her over the edge. Caitlin edged her foot backward, the most timid of steps, but the mule was behind her and she could not retreat. "I'm going to die here," she thought. She could feel cold sweat trickling down her back. "Lady Stark!" Mia called across the gulf. The girl sounded 1,000 leagues away.
"Are you well?"
Caitlin Tully Stark swallowed what remained of her pride. I cannot do this, child," she called out.
"Yes, you can,"
the bastard girl said.
"I know you can. Look how wide the path is."
"I don't want to look." The world seemed to be spinning around her, mountain and sky and mules, whirling like a child's top. Caitlin closed her eyes to steady her ragged breathing.
"I'll come back for you," Mia said. "Don't move, my lady."
Moving was about the last thing Caitlin was about to do. She listened to the skirling of the wind and the scuffing sound of leather on stone. Then Mia was there, taking her gently by the arm.
"Keep your eyes closed if you like. Let go of the rope now. Whitey will take care of himself." "Very good, my lady. I'll lead you over. It's easy. You'll see. Give me a step now. That's it. Move your foot. Just slide it forward. See? Now another. Easy. You could run across. Another one. Go on. Yes."
And so, foot by foot, step by step, the bastard girl led Caitlin across, blind and trembling, while the white mule followed placidly behind them. The way castle called Skye was no more than a high crescent-shaped wall of unmortared stone raised against the side of the mountain, but even the topless towers of Valyria could not have looked more beautiful to Caitlin Stark. Here at last the snow crown began. Skye's weathered stones were rimed with frost, and long spears of ice hung from the slopes above. Dawn was breaking in the east as Mia Stone hallooed for the guards, and the gates opened before them. Inside the walls there was only a series of ramps and a great tumble of boulders and stones of all sizes. No doubt it would be the easiest thing in the world to begin an avalanche from here. A mouth yawned in the rock face in front of them. "The stables and barracks are in there," Mia said. "The last part is inside the mountain. It can be a little dark, but at least you're out of the wind. This is as far as the mules can go. Past here, well, it's a sort of chimney, more like a stone ladder than proper steps, but it's not too bad. Another hour and we'll be there." Caitlin looked up. Directly overhead, pale in the dawn light, she could see the foundations of the eyrie. It could not be more than 600 feet above them. From below it looked like a small white honeycomb. She remembered what her uncle had said of baskets and winches. "The Lannisters may have their pride," she told Mia, "but the Tullys are born with better sense. I've ridden all day and the best part of a night. Tell them to lower a basket. I shall ride with the turnips." The sun was well above the mountains by the time Caitlin Stark finally reached the eyrie. A stocky, silver-haired man in a sky-blue cloak and hammered moon and falcon breastplate helped her from the basket. Sir Vardis Egan, captain of John Arryn's household guard. Beside him stood Master Coleman, thin and nervous, with too little hair and too much neck.
"Lady Stark,"
Sir Vardis said,
"the pleasure is as great as it is unanticipated."
Master Coleman bobbed his head in agreement. "Indeed it is, my lady, indeed it is. I've sent word to your sister. She left orders to be awakened the instant you arrived." "I hope she had a good night's rest," Caitlin said with a certain bite in her tone that seemed to go unnoticed. The man escorted her from the winch room up a spiral stair. The Eyrie was a small castle by the standards of the great houses. 7 slender white towers bunched as tightly as arrows in a quiver on a shoulder of the great mountain. It had no need of stables, nor smithies, nor kennels, but Ned said its granary was as large as Winterfell's, and its towers could house 500 men. Yet it seemed strangely deserted to Caitlin as she passed through it, its pale stone halls echoing and empty. Lisa was waiting alone in her sala, still clad in her bedrobes. Her long auburn hair tumbled unbound across bare white shoulders and down her back. A maid stood behind her, brushing out the night's tangles, but when Caitlin entered, her sister rose to her feet, smiling. "Cat," she said. "Oh, Cat, how good it is to see you, my sweet sister." She ran across the chamber and wrapped her sister in her arms. "How long it has been," Lisa murmured against her. "Oh, how very, very long." It had been 5 years, in truth, 5 cruel years for Lisa. They had taken their toll. Her sister was 2 years the younger, yet she looked older now. Shorter than Caitlin, Lisa had grown thick of body, pale and puffy of face. She had the blue eyes of the Tullys, but hers were pale and watery, never still. Her small mouth had turned petulant. As Caitlin held her, she remembered the slender, high-breasted girl who'd waited beside her that day in the sap at River Run. How lovely and full of hope she had been. All that remained of her sister's beauty was the great fall of thick auburn hair that cascaded to her waist. "You look well," Caitlin lied, "but tired." Her sister broke the embrace. "Tired, yes. Oh, yes." She seemed to notice the others then, her maid, Master Coleman, Sir Vardis. "Leave us," she told them. "I wish to speak to my sister alone." She held Caitlin's hand as they withdrew, and dropped it the instant the door closed. Caitlin saw her face change. It was as if the sun had gone behind a cloud. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Lisa snapped at her. "To bring him here without a word of permission, without so much as a warning, to drag us into your quarrels with the Lannisters." My quarrels? Caitlin could scarce believe what she was hearing. A great fire burned in her heart, but there was no trace of warmth in Lisa's voice. "They were your quarrels first, sister. It was you who sent me that cursed letter. You who wrote that the Lannisters had murdered your husband." "To warn you, so you could stay away from them. I never meant to fight them. God's cat, do you know what you've done?" "Mother?" a small voice said. Lisa whirled, her heavy robe swirling around her. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, stood in the doorway, clutching a red cloth doll and looking at them with large eyes. He was a painfully thin child, small for his age and sickly all his days, and from time to time he trembled. The shaking sickness, the master called it. "I heard voices." Small wonder, Caitlin thought. Lisa had almost been shouting. Still, her sister looked daggers at her. "This is your Aunt Caitlin, baby. My sister, Lady Stark. Do you remember?" The boy glanced at her blankly. "I think so," he said, blinking, though he had been less than a year old the last time Caitlin had seen him. Lisa seated herself near the fire and said, "Come to mother, my sweet one." She straightened his bedclothes and fussed with his fine brown hair. "Isn't he beautiful? And strong too. Don't you believe the things you hear? John knew. The seed is strong, he told me. His last words. He kept saying Robert's name, and he grabbed my arm so hard he left marks. Tell them the seed is strong. His seed. He wanted everyone to know what a good strong boy my baby was going to be." "Lisa," Caitlin said, "if you're right about the Lannisters, all the more reason we must act quickly. Not in front of the baby," Lisa said. "He has a delicate temper, don't you, sweet one?" "The boy is Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale," Caitlin reminded her. "And these are no times for delicacy. Ned thinks it may come to war." "Quiet!" Lisa snapped at her. "You're scaring the boy." Little Robert took a quick peek over his shoulder at Caitlin and began to tremble. His doll fell to the rushes, and he pressed himself against his mother. "Don't be afraid, my sweet baby," Lisa whispered. "Mother's here. Nothing will hurt you." She opened her robe and drew out a pale, heavy breast tipped with red. The boy grabbed for it eagerly, buried his face against her chest and began to suck. Lisa stroked his hair. Caitlin was at loss for words. John Arryn's son, she thought incredulously. She remembered her own baby, 3-year-old Rickon, half the age of this boy and 5 times his fierce. Small wonder the lords of the Vale were restive. For the first time she understood why the king had tried to take the child away from its mother to foster with the Lannisters. "We're safe here," Lisa was saying. Whether to her or the boy, Caitlin was not sure. "Don't be a fool," Caitlin said, the anger rising in her. "No one is safe. If you think hiding here will make the Lannisters forget you, you're sadly mistaken." Lisa covered her boy's ear with her hand. "Even if they could bring an army through the mountains and past the bloody gate, the Eyrie is impregnable. You saw for yourself. No enemy could ever reach us up here." Caitlin wanted to slap her. Uncle Brynden had tried to warn her, she realized. "No castle is impregnable." "This one is," Lisa insisted. "Everyone says so. The only thing is, what am I to do with this imp you have brought me?"
"Is he a bad man?"
the Lord of the Eyrie asked, his mother's breast popping from his mouth, the nipple wet and red. "A very bad man," Lisa told him as she covered herself. "But mother won't let him harm my little baby."
"Make him fly,"
Robert said eagerly. Lisa stroked her son's hair. "Perhaps we will," she murmured. "Perhaps that is just what we will do." Chapter 35. Eddard. He found Littlefinger in the brothers' common room, chatting amiably with a tall, elegant woman who wore a feathered gown over skin as black as ink. By the hearth, Hewitt and the buxom wench were playing at forfeits. From the look of it, he'd lost his belt, his cloak, his mail shirt, and his right boot so far, while the girl had been forced to unbutton her shift to the waist. Jory Castle stood beside a rain-streaked window with a wry smile on his face, watching Hewitt turn over tiles and enjoying the view. Ned paused at the foot of the stair and pulled on his gloves.
"It's time we took our leave. My business here is done."
Hewitt lurched to his feet, hurriedly gathering up his things.
"As you will, my lord," Jory said. "I'll help Will bring round the horses."
He strode to the door. Littlefinger took his time saying his farewells. He kissed the black woman's hand, whispered some joke that made her laugh aloud, and sauntered over to Ned. "Your business," he said lightly, "or Robert's. They say the hand dreams the king's dreams, speaks with the king's voice, and rules with the king's sword. Does that also mean you fuck with the king's—"
"Lord Baelish,"
Ned interrupted.
"You presume too much. I'm not ungrateful for your help. It might have taken us years to find this brother without you. That does not mean I intend to endure your mockery, and I am no longer the king's hand."
"The dire wolf must be a prickly beast," said Littlefinger with a sharp twist of his mouth. A warm rain was pelting down from a starless black sky as they walked to the stables. Ned drew up the hood of his cloak. Jory brought out his horse. Young Will came right behind him, leading Littlefinger's mare with one hand, while the other fumbled with his belt and the lacings of his trousers. A barefoot whore leaned out of the stable door, giggling at him.
"Will we be going back to the castle now, my lord?"
Jory asked. Ned nodded and swung into the saddle. Littlefinger mounted up beside him. Jory and the others followed. "Chataya runs a choice establishment," Littlefinger said as they rode. "I've half a mind to buy it. Brothels are a much sounder investment than ships, I've found. Whores seldom sink, and when they are boarded by pirates, why, the pirates pay good coin like everyone else." Lord Pettier chuckled at his own wit. Ned let him prattle on. After a time he quieted and they rode in silence. The streets of King's Landing were dark and deserted. The rain had driven everyone under their roofs. It beat down on Ned's head, warm as blood and relentless as old gills. Fat drops of water ran down his face. Robert will never keep to one bed. Lyanna had told him at Winterfell, on the night long ago when their father had promised her hand to the young Lord of Storm's End. "I hear he has gotten a child on some girl in the Vale." Ned had held the baby in his arms. He could scarcely deny her, nor would he lie to his sister, but he had assured her that what Robert did before the betrothal was of no matter, that he was a good man and true who would love her with all his heart. Lyanna had only smiled. "Love is sweet, dearest Ned, but it cannot change a man's nature." The girl had been so young, Ned had not dared to ask her age. No doubt she'd been a virgin. The better brothers could always find a virgin, if the purse was fat enough. She had light red hair and a powdering of freckles across the bridge of her nose, and when she slipped free abreast to give her nipple to the baby, he saw that her bosom was freckled as well.
"I named her Bara," she said as the child nursed. "She looks so like him, does she not, my lord? She has his nose and his hair."
"She does." Eddard Stark had touched the baby's fine dark hair. It flowed through his fingers like black silk. Robert's firstborn had had the same fine hair, he seemed to recall.
"Tell him that when you see him, my lord, as it please you. Tell him how beautiful she is."
"I will," Ned had promised her. That was his curse. Robert would swear undying love and forget them before he even fall, but Ned Stark kept his vows. He thought of the promises he'd made Lyanna as she lay dying, and the prince he'd paid to keep them.
"And tell him I've not been with no one else. I swear it, my lord, by the old gods and you. Titaya said I could have half a year for the baby, and for hoping he'd come back. So you'll tell him I'm waiting, won't you? I don't want no jewels or nothing, just him. He was always good to me, truly."
"Good to you," Ned thought hollowly. "I will tell him, child, and I promise you, Bara shall not go wanting." She had smiled then, a smile so tremulous and sweet that it cut the heart out of him. Riding through the rainy night, Ned saw Jon Snow's face in front of him, so like a younger version of his own. If the gods frowned so on bastards, he thought dully, why did they fill men with such lusts? "Lord Baelish, what do you know of Robert's bastards?"
"Well, he has more than you, for a start."
"How many?"
Littlefinger shrugged.
Rivulets of moisture twisted down the back of his cloak.
"Does it matter? If you bad enough woman, some will give you presents, and his grace has never been shy on that count. I know he's acknowledged that boy at Storm's End, the one he fathered the night Lord Stannis wed. He could hardly do otherwise. The mother was a Florent, niece to the Lady Celis, one of her bedmaids. Renly says that Robert carried the girl upstairs during the feast, and broke in the wedding bed while Stannis and his bride were still dancing. Lord Stannis seemed to think that was a blot on the honor of his wife's house, so when the boy was born, he shipped him off to Renly." He gave Ned a sideways glance. "I've also heard whispers that Robert got a pair of twins on a serving wench at Casterly Rock 3 years ago when he went west for Lord Tywin's tourney. Cersei had the babies killed and sold the mother to a passing slaver. Too much an affront to Lannister pride, that close to home." Ned Stark grimaced. Ugly tales like that were told of every great lord in the realm. He could believe it of Cersei Lannister readily enough, but would the king stand by and let it happen? The Robert he had known would not have, but the Robert he had known had never been so practiced at shutting his eyes to things he did not wish to see.
"Why would Jon Arryn take a sudden interest in the king's baseborn children?"
The short man gave a sudden shrug. "He was the king's hand. Doubtless Robert asked him to see what they were provided for." Ned was soaked through to the bone, and his soul had grown cold.
"It had to be more than that, or why kill him?"
Littlefinger shook the rain from his hair and laughed. "Now I see. Lord Arryn learned that his grace had filled the bellies of some horse and fishwives, and for that he had to be silenced. Small wonder. Allow a man like that to live, and next he's like to blurt out that the sun rises in the east." There was no answer Ned Stark could give to that but a frown. For the first time in years, he found himself remembering Rhaega Targaryen. He wondered if Rhaega had frequented brothels. Somehow he thought not. The rain was falling harder now, stinging the eyes and drumming against the ground. Rivers of black water were running down the hill when Jory called out, "My lord!" his voice hoarse with alarm, and in an instant the street was full of soldiers. Ned glimpsed ringmail over ladders, gauntlets and greaves, steel helms with golden lions on the crests. Their cloaks clung to their backs, sodden with rain. He had no time to count, but there were 10 at least, a line of them, on foot, blocking the street with long swords and iron-tipped spears. "Behind!" he heard Will cry, and when he turned his horse, there were more in back of them, cutting off their retreat. Jory's sword came singing from its scabbard. "Make way or die!" "The wolves are howling," their leader said. Ned could see rain running down his face. "Such a small pack, though." Littlefinger walked his horse forward, step by careful step. "What is the meaning of this? This is the hand of the king." "He was the hand of the king." The mud muffled the hoofs of the blood-bay stallion. The line parted before him. On a golden breastplate, the Lion of Lannister roared its defiance. Now, if truth be told, I'm not sure what he is.
Lannister, this is madness, Littlefinger said. Let us pass. We're expected back at the castle. What do you think you're doing?
He knows what he's doing,
Ned said calmly. Jaime Lannister smiled. Quite true. I'm looking for my brother. You remember my brother, don't you, Lord Stark? He was with us at Winterfell. Fair-haired, mismatched eyes, sharp of tongue. A short man.
I remember him well,
Ned replied. It would seem he has met some trouble on the road. My lord father is quite vexed. You would not perchance have any notion of who might have wished my brother ill, would you?
Your brother has been taken at my command to answer for his crimes,
Ned Stark said. Littlefinger groaned in dismay. My lords, Sir Jaime ripped his longsword from its sheath and urged his stallion forward. Show me your steel, Lord Eddard. I'll butcher you like Ares if I must, but I'd sooner you died with a blade in your hand. He gave Littlefinger a cool, contemptuous glance. Lord Baelish, I'd leave here in some haste if I did not care to get bloodstains on my costly clothing. Littlefinger did not need to be urged. I will bring the city watch, he promised Ned. The Lannister line parted to let him through and closed behind him. Littlefinger put his heels to his mare and vanished around a corner. Ned's men had drawn their swords, but they were 3 against 20. Eyes watched from nearby windows and doors, but no one was about to intervene. His party was mounted, the Lannisters on foot save for Jaime himself. A charge might win them free, but it seemed to Eddard Stark that they had a surer, safer tactic.
Kill me,
he warned the Kingslayer,
and Catelyn will most certainly slay Tyrion.
Jaime Lannister poked at Ned's chest with the gilded sword that had sipped the blood of the last of the Dragon Kings. Would she, the noble Catelyn Tully of Riverrun, murder a hostage? I think not. He sighed. But I'm not willing to chance my brother's life on a woman's honor. Jaime slid the golden sword into its sheath. So I suppose I'll let you run back to Robert to tell him how I frightened you. I wonder if he'll care. Jaime pushed his wet hair back with his fingers and wheeled his horse around. When he was beyond the line of swordsmen, he glanced back at his captain. Traeger, see that no harm comes to Lord Stark.
As you say, my lord.
Still, we wouldn't want him to leave here entirely unchastened, so... Through the night and the rain, he glimpsed the white of Jaime's smile. Kill his men.
No!
Ned Stark screamed, clawing for his sword. Jaime was already cantering off down the street as he heard Will shout. Men closed from both sides. Ned rode one down, cutting at phantoms in red cloaks who gave way before him. Jory Castle put his heels into his mount and charged. A steel-shod hoof caught a Lannister guardsman in the face with a sickening crunch. A second man reeled away, and for an instant Jory was free. Will cursed as they pulled him off his dying horse, swords slashing in the rain. Ned galloped to him, bringing his longsword down on Traeger's helm. The jolt of impact made him grill to his teeth. Traeger stumbled to his knees, his lion crest sheared in half, blood running down his face. Hewitt was hacking at the hands that had seized his bridle when the spear caught him in the belly. Suddenly, Jory was back among them, a red rain flying from his sword.
No!
Ned shouted.
Jory, away!
Ned's horse slipped under him and came crashing down in the mud. There was a moment of blinding pain and the taste of blood in his mouth. He saw them cut the legs from Jory's mount and drag him to the earth, swords rising and failing as they closed in around him. When Ned's horse lurched back to its feet, he tried to rise, only to fall again, choking on his scream. He could see the splintered bone poking through his calf. It was the last thing he saw for a time. The rain came down and down and down. When he opened his eyes again, Lord Eddard Stark was alone with his dead. His horse moved closer, caught the rank scent of blood, and galloped away. Ned began to drag himself through the mud, gritting his teeth at the agony in his leg. It seemed to take years. Faces watched from candlelit windows, and people began to emerge from alleys and doors, but no one moved to help. Littlefinger and the city watch found him there in the street, cradling Jory Castle's body in his arms. Somewhere, the gold cloaks found a litter, but the trip back to the castle was a blur of agony, and Ned lost consciousness more than once. He remembered seeing the Red Keep looming ahead of him in the first grey light of dawn. The rain had darkened the pale pink stone of the massive walls to the colour of blood. Then Grandmaster Purcell was looming over him, holding a cup, whispering, "Drink, my lord, here, the milk of the poppy, for your pain." He remembered swallowing, and Purcell was telling someone to heat the wine to boiling and fetch him clean silk, and that was the last he knew. Chapter 36. Daenerys. The horse gate of vast Dothrak was made of 2 gigantic bronze stallions, rearing, their hoofs meeting 100 feet above the roadway to form a pointed arch. Dany could not have said why the city needed a gate when it had no walls, and no buildings that she could see. Yet there it stood, immense and beautiful, the great horses framing the distant purple mountain beyond. The bronze stallions threw long shadows across the waving grasses as Khal Drogo led the Khalasar under their hoofs and down the God's Way, his blood riders beside him. Dany followed on her silver, escorted by Ser Jorah Mormont and her brother Viserys, mounted once more. After the day in the grass when she had left him to walk back to the Khalasar, the Dothraki had laughingly called him Khal Raimar, the Sorefoot King. Khal Drogo had offered him a place in a cart the next day, and Viserys had accepted. In his stubborn ignorance, he had not even known he was being mocked. The carts were for eunuchs, cripples, women giving birth, the very young and the very old. That won him yet another name, Khal Ragad, the Cart King. Her brother had thought it was the Khal's way of apologizing for the wrong Dany had done him. She had begged Ser Jorah not to tell him the truth, lest he be shamed. The knight had replied that a king could well do with a bit of shame, yet he had done as she bid. It had taken much pleading and all the pillow tricks Doreah had taught her before Dany had been able to make Drogo relent and allow Viserys to rejoin them at the head of the column. "Where's the city?" she asked as they passed beneath the bronze arch. There was no buildings to be seen, no people, only the grass and the road, lined with ancient monuments from all the lands the Dothraki had sacked over the centuries. "Ahead," Ser Jorah answered. "Under the mountain." Beyond the Horse Gate, plundered gods and stolen heroes loomed to either side of them. The forgotten deities of dead cities brandished their broken thunderbolts at the sky as Dany rode her silver past their feet. Stone kings looked down on her from their thrones, their faces chipped and stained, even their names lost in the mists of time. Lithe young maidens danced on marble plinths, draped only in flowers, or poured air from shattered jars. Monsters stood in the grass beside the road, black iron dragons with jewels for eyes, roaring griffins, manticores with their barbed tails poised to strike, and other beasts she could not name. Some of the statues were so lovely they took her breath away, others so misshapen and terrible that Dany could scarcely bear to look at them. Those, Ser Jorah said, had likely come from the Shadowlands beyond Asshai. "So many," she said as her silver stepped slowly onward, "and from so many lands." Viserys was less impressed. "The trash of dead cities," he sneered. He was careful to speak in the common tongue, which few Dothraki could understand, yet even so Dany found herself glancing back at the man of her cause to make certain he had not been overheard. He went on blithely. "All these savages know how to do is steal the things better men have built. And kill." He laughed. "They do know how to kill, otherwise I'd have no use for them at all." "They are my people now," Dany said. "You should not call them savages, brother." "The dragon speaks as he likes," Viserys said, in the common tongue. He glanced over his shoulder at Aegon and Dracarys, riding behind him, and favored them with a mocking smile. "See, the savages lack the wit to understand the speech of civilized men." A moss-eaten stone monolith loomed over the road, 50 feet tall. Viserys gazed at it with boredom in his eyes. "How long must we linger amidst these ruins before Drogo gives me my army? I grow tired of waiting." "The princess must be presented to the Dosh Khaleen." "The crones, yes," her brother interrupted. "And there's to be some mummish show of a prophecy for the whelp in her belly, you told me. What is that to me? I'm tired of eating horse meat and I'm sick of the stink of these savages." He sniffed at the wide, floppy sleeve of his tunic, where it was his custom to keep a sachet. It could not have helped much. This tunic was filthy. All the silk and heavy wools that Viserys had worn out of Pentos were stained by hard travel and rotted from sweat.
Sir Jorah Mormont said, "The Western market will have food more to your taste, your grace. The traders from the free cities come there to sell their wares. The Khal will honor his promise in his own time." "He had better," Viserys said grimly. "I was promised a crown and I mean to have it. The dragon is not mocked." Spying on an obscene likeness of a woman with 6 breasts and a ferret's head, he rode off to inspect it more closely. Dany was relieved, yet no less anxious. "I pray that my sun and stars will not keep him waiting too long," she told Ser Jorah when her brother was out of earshot. The knight looked after Viserys doubtfully. "Your brother should have bided his time in Pentos. There was no place for him in a Khalasar. Illyrio tried to warn him." "He will go as soon as he has his 10,000. My lord husband promised a golden crown." Ser Jorah grunted. "Yes, Khaleesi, but the Dothraki look on these things differently than we do in the West. I have told him as much as Illyrio told him, but your brother does not listen. The horse lords are no traders. Viserys thinks he sold you, and now he wants his price. Yet Khal Drogo would say he had you as a gift. He will give Viserys a gift in return, yes, in his own time. You do not demand a gift, not of a Khal. You do not demand anything of a Khal." "It is not right to make him wait." Dany did not know why she was defending her brother, yet she was. "Viserys says he could sweep the 7 kingdoms with 10,000 Dothraki screamers." Ser Jorah snorted. "Viserys could not sweep a stable with 10,000 brooms." Dany could not pretend to surprise at the disdain in his tone. What if it were not Viserys?" she asked. "If it were someone else who led them, someone stronger? Could the Dothraki truly conquer the 7 kingdoms? Ser Jorah's face grew thoughtful as their horses trod together down the God's Way. "When I first went into exile, I looked at the Dothraki and saw half-naked barbarians as wild as their horses. If you had asked me then, princess, I should have told you that 1,000 good knights would have no trouble putting to fight 100 times as many Dothraki." "But if I asked you now?" "Now," the knight said, "I am less certain. They are better riders than any knight, utterly fearless, and their bows outrange ours. In the 7 kingdoms most archers fight on foot, from behind a shield wall or a barricade of sharpened stakes. The Dothraki fire from horseback, charging or retreating, it makes no matter, they are full as deadly, and there are so many of them, my lady. Your lord husband alone counts 40,000 mounted warriors in his Khalasar." "Is that truly so many?" "Your brother Rhaegar brought as many men to the Trident," Ser Jorah admitted. "But of that number no more than 1/10 were knights. The rest were archers, free riders, and foot soldiers armed with spears and pikes. When Rhaegar fell, many threw down their weapons and fled the field. How long do you imagine such a rabble would stand against a charge of 40,000 screamers howling for blood? How well would boiled leather jerkins and mailed shirts protect them when the arrows fell like rain?" "Not long," she said. "Not well." He nodded. "Mind you, princess, if the lords of the 7 kingdoms have the wit the gods gave a goose, it will never come to that. The riders have no taste for siegecraft. I doubt they could take even the weakest castle in the 7 kingdoms, but if Robert Baratheon were fool enough to give them battle—" "Is he?" Dany asked. "A fool, I mean." Ser Jorah considered that for a moment. "Robert should have been born Dothraki," he said at last. "Your Khal would tell you that only a coward hides behind stone walls instead of facing his enemy with a blade in hand. The usurper would agree. He is a strong man, brave, and rash enough to meet a Dothraki horde in the open field. But the men around him, well, their pipers play a different tune. His brother Stannis, Lord Tywin Lannister, Eddard Stark." He spat. "You hate this Lord Stark," Dany said. "He took from me all I loved for the sake of a few lice-ridden poachers and his precious honor," Ser Jorah said bitterly. From his tone, she could tell the loss still pained him. He changed the subject quickly. "There," he announced, pointing. "Vaz Dothrak, the city of the horse lords." Khal Drogo and his blood riders led them through the great bazaar of the western market, down the broad ways beyond. Dany followed close on her silver, staring at the strangeness about her. Vaz Dothrak was at once the largest city and the smallest that she had ever known. She thought it must be 10 times as large as Pentos, a vastness without walls or limits, its broad windswept streets paved in grass and mud and carpeted with wild flowers.
In the free cities of the West, towers and manses and hovels, and bridges and shops and halls all crowded in on one another, but vast Dothrak sprawled languorously, baking in the warm sun, ancient, arrogant, and empty. Even the buildings were so queer to her eyes. She saw carved stone pavilions, manses of woven grass as large as castles, rickety wooden towers, stepped pyramids faced with marble, log halls open to the sky. In place of walls, some palaces were surrounded by thorny hedges. "None of them are alike," she said.
"Your brother had part of the truth," Sir Jorah admitted. "The Dothraki do not build. 1,000 years ago, to make a house, they would dig a hole in the earth and cover it with a woven grass roof. The buildings you see were made by slaves brought here from lands they've plundered, and they built each after the fashion of their own peoples."
Most of the halls, even the largest, seemed deserted. "Where are the people who live here?" Dany asked. The bazaar had been full of running children and men shouting, but elsewhere she had seen only a few eunuchs going about their business.
"Only the crowns of the Dash Khaleen dwell permanently in the sacred city, them and their slaves and servants," Sir Jorah replied. "Yet vast Dothrak is large enough to house every man of every Khalasar, should all the Khals return to the mother at once. The crones have prophesied that one day that will come to pass, and so vast Dothrak must be ready to embrace all its children."
Khal Drogo finally called a halt near the Eastern Market, where the caravans from Yi Ti and Asshai and the Shadowlands came to trade, with the Mother of Mountains looming overhead. Dany smiled as she recalled Majesty Illyria's slave girl in her talk of a palace with 200 rooms and doors of solid silver. The palace was a cavernous wooden feasting hall, its rough-hewn timbered walls rising 40 feet, its roof soon silk, a vast billowing tent that could be raised to keep out the rare rains, or lowered to admit the endless sky. Around the hall were broad grassy horseyards, fenced with high hedges, fire pits, and hundreds of round earthen houses that bulged from the ground like miniature hills, covered with grass. A small army of slaves had gone ahead to prepare for Khal Drogo's arrival. As each rider swung down from his saddle, he unbelted his arakh and handed it to a waiting slave, and any other weapons he carried as well. Even Khal Drogo himself was not exempt. Sir Jorah had explained that it was forbidden to carry a blade in vast Dothrak, or to shed a free man's blood. Even warring Khalasars put aside their feuds and shared meat and meat together when they were in sight of the Mother of Mountains. In this place, the crones of the Dash Khaleen had decreed, all Dothraki were one blood, one Khalasar, one herd. Kaholo came to Dany as Irri and Jiki were helping her down of her silver. He was the oldest of Drogo's 3 blood riders, a squat, bald man with a crooked nose and a mouth full of broken teeth, shattered by a mace 20 years before when he saved a young Kalaka from sellswords who hoped to sell him to his father's enemies. His life had been bound to Drogo's the day her lord husband was born. Every Khal had his blood riders. At first, Dany had thought of them as a kind of Dothraki Kingsguard, sworn to protect their lord, but it went further than that. Jiki had taught her that a blood rider was more than a guard. They were the Khal's brothers, his shadows, his fiercest friends. Blood of my blood, Drogo called them, and so it was. They shared a single life. The ancient traditions of the Horse Lords demanded that when the Khal died, his blood riders died with him, to ride at his side in the Night Lands. If the Khal died at the hands of some enemy, they lived only long enough to avenge him, and then followed him joyfully into the grave. In some Khalasars, Jiki said, the blood riders shared the Khal's wine, his tent, and even his wife's, though never his horses. A man's mount was his own. Daenerys was glad that Khal Drogo did not hold to those ancient ways. She should not have liked being shared. And while old Khal Hollow treated her kindly enough, the others frightened her. Hego, huge and silent, often glowed as if he had forgotten who she was, and Kroto had cruel eyes and quick hands that liked to hurt. He left bruises on Doreah's soft white skin whenever he touched her, and sometimes made Irri sob in the night. Even his horses seemed to fear him. Yet they were bound to Drogo for life and death, so Daenerys had no choice but to accept them. And sometimes she found herself wishing her father had been protected by such men. In the songs, the White Knights of the King's Guard were ever noble, valiant, and true, and yet King Aerys had been murdered by one of them, the handsome boy they now called the Kingslayer, and the second, Sir Barristan the Bold, had gone over to the usurper. She wondered if all men were as false in the 7 kingdoms. When her son sat the Iron Throne, she would see that he had blood riders of his own to protect him against treachery in his Kingsguard.
Khaleesi,
Kaholo said to her in Dothraki.
Drogo, who is blood of my blood, commands me to tell you that you must ascend the Mother of Mountains this night, to sacrifice to the gods for his safe return.
Only men were allowed to set foot on the Mother, Dany knew. The Khald's blood riders would go with him and return at dawn. "Tell my son and stars that I dream of him, and wait anxious for his return," she replied, thankful. Dany tired more easily as the child grew within her. In truth, a night of rest would be most welcome. Her pregnancy only seemed to have inflamed Drogo's desire for her, and of late his embraces left her exhausted. Doreah led her to the hollow hill that had been prepared for her and her cow. It was cool and dim within, like a tent made of earth. "Jiki, a bath, please," she commanded, to wash the dust of travel from her skin and soak her weary bones. It was pleasant to know that they would linger here for a while, that she would not need to climb back on her silver on the morrow. The water was scalding hot as she liked it. "I will give my brother his gifts tonight," she decided as Jiki was washing her hair. "He should look a king in the sacred city. Doreah, run and find him and invite him to sup with me." Viserys was nicer to the Lysene girl than to her Dothraki handmaids, perhaps because Maester Illyria had let him bed her back in Pentos. "Irri, go to the bazaar and buy fruit and meat, anything but horseflesh." "Horse is best," Irri said. "Horse makes a man strong." "Viserys hates horse meat." "As you say, Khaleesi." She brought back a haunch of goat and a basket of fruits and vegetables. Jiki roasted the meat with sweetgrass and firepots, basting it with honey as it cooked, and there were melons and pomegranates and plums and some queer Eastern fruit Dany did not know. While her handmaids prepared the meal, Dany laid out the clothing she had made to her brother's measure: a tunic and leggings of crisp white linen, leather sandals that laced up to the knee, a bronze medallion belt, a leather vest painted with fire-breathing dragons. The Dothraki would respect him more if he looked less a beggar, she hoped, and perhaps he would forgive her for shaming him that day in the grass. He was still her king, after all, and her brother. They were both blood of the dragon. She was arranging the last of his gifts, a sand-silk cloak, green as grass, with a pale grey border that would bring out the silver in his hair, when Viserys arrived, dragging Doreah by the arm. Her eye was red where he'd hit her.
"How dare you send this whore to give me commands?"
he said. He shoved the handmaid roughly to the carpet. The anger took Dany utterly by surprise. "I only wanted... Doreah, what did you say?" "Khaleesi pardons, forgive me. I went to him as you bid, and told him you commanded him to join for supper."
"No one commands the dragon,"
Viserys snarled.
"I am your king. I should have sent you back her head."
The Lysene girl quailed, but Dany calmed her with a touch. "Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you. Sweet brother, please, forgive her. The girl misspoke herself. I told her to ask you to sup with me, if it pleases your grace." She took him by the hand and drew him across the room. "Look, these are for you." Viserys frowned suspiciously.
"What is all this?"
"New raiment. I had made it for you." Dany smiled shyly. He looked at her and sneered.
"Dothraki Rex, do you presume to dress me now?"
"Please, you'll be cooler and more comfortable, and I thought, maybe if you dressed like them, the Dothraki." Dany did not know how to say it without waking his dragon.
"Next you'll want to braid my hair."
"I'd never..." Why was he always so cruel? She had only wanted to help. "You have no right to a braid. You have won no victories yet." It was the wrong thing to say. Fury shone from his lilac eyes, yet he dared not strike her, not with her handmaids watching, and the warriors of her cause outside. Viserys picked up the cloak and sniffed at it.
"This stinks of manure. Perhaps I shall use it as a horse blanket."
"I had Doreah sew it specially for you," she told him, wounded. "These are garments fit for a carl."
"I am the lord of the 7 kingdoms, not some grass-stained savage with bells in his hair."
Viserys spat back at her. He grabbed her arm.
"You forget yourself, slut. Do you think that big belly will protect you if you wake the dragon?"
His fingers dug into her arm painfully, and for an instant, Danny felt like a child again, quailing in the face of his rage. She reached out with her other hand and grabbed the first thing she touched, the belt she'd hoped to give him, a heavy chain of ornate bronze medallions. She swung it with all her strength. It caught him full in the face. Viserys let go of her. Blood ran down his cheek where the edge of one of the medallions had sliced it open. "You are the one who forgets himself," Danny said to him. "Didn't you learn anything that day in the grass? Leave me now, before I summon my cast to drag you out. And pray that Khal Drogo does not hear of this, or he will cut open your belly and feed you your own entrails." Viserys scrambled back to his feet.
"When I come into my kingdom, you will rue this day, slut."
He walked off, holding his torn face, leaving her gifts behind him. Drops of his blood had spattered the beautiful sandsilk cloak. Danny clutched the soft cloth to her cheek and sat cross-legged on her sleeping mats. "Your supper is ready, Khaleesi," Cheeky announced. "I'm not hungry," Danny said sadly. She was suddenly very tired. "Share the food among yourselves and send some to Ser Jorah if you would." After a moment she added, "Please, bring me one of the dragon's eggs." Irri fetched the egg with a deep green shell, bronze flecks shining amid its scales as she turned it in her small hands. Danny curled up on her side, pulling the sand-silk cloak across her and cradling the egg in the hollow between her swollen belly and small, tender breasts. She liked to hold them. They were so beautiful, and sometimes just being close to them made her feel stronger, braver, as if somehow she were drawing strength from the stone dragons locked inside. She was lying there, holding the egg, when she felt the child move within her, as if he were reaching out, brother to brother, blood to blood. "You are the dragon," Danny whispered to him. "The true dragon. I know it. I know it." And she smiled and went to sleep dreaming of home. Chapter 37. Bran. A light snow was falling. Bran could feel the flakes on his face, melting as they touched his skin like the gentlest of rains. He sat straight atop his horse, watching as the iron-pawed cullis was winched upward. Try as he might to keep calm, his heart was fluttering in his chest.
"Are you ready?"
Robb asked. Bran nodded, trying not to let his fears show. He had not been outside Winterfell since his fall, but he was determined to ride out as proud as any knight.
"Let's ride then."
Robb put his heels into his big grey and white gelding, and the horse walked under the pawed cullis. "Go," Bran whispered to his own horse. He touched her neck lightly, and the small chestnut filly started forward. Bran had named her Dancer. She was 2 years old, and Joseph said she was smarter than any horse had a right to be. They had trained her special, to respond to rein and voice and touch. Up to now, Bran had only ridden her around the yard. At first, Joseph or Hoda would lead her, while Bran sat strapped to her back in the oversized saddle the imp had drawn up for him, but for the past fortnight he had been riding her on his own, trotting her round and round, and growing bolder with every circuit. They passed beneath the gatehouse, over the drawbridge, through the outer walls. Summer and Grey Wind came loping beside them, sniffing at the wind. Close behind came Theon Greyjoy, with his long bow and a quiver of broadheads. He had a mind to take a deer, he had told them. He was followed by 4 guardsmen in mailed shirts and coifs, and Joseph, a stick-thin stableman whom Robb had named Master of Horse while Hullen was away. Master Luwin brought up the rear, riding on a donkey. Bran would have liked it better if he and Robb had gone off alone, just the 2 of them, but Hal Mollin would not hear of it, and Master Luwin backed him. If Bran fell off his horse or injured himself, the master was determined to be with him. Beyond the castle lay the market square, its wooden stalls deserted now. They rode down the muddy streets of the village, past rows of small neat houses of log and undressed stone. Less than 1 in 5 were occupied, thin tendrils of wood smoke curling up from their chimneys. The rest would fill up one by one as it grew colder. When the snow fell and the ice winds howled down out of the north, Old Nan said, farmers left their frozen fields and distant holdfasts, loaded up their wagons, and then the winter town came alive. Bran had never seen it happen, but Master Luwin said the day was looming closer. The end of the long summer was near at hand. Winter is coming. A few villagers eyed the dire wolves anxiously as the riders went past, and one man dropped the wood he was carrying as he shrank away in fear, but most of the town folk had grown used to the sight. They bent the knee when they saw the boys, and Robb greeted each of them with a lordly nod. With his legs unable to grip, the swaying motion of the horse made Bran feel unsteady at first, but a huge saddle with its thick horn and high back cradled him comfortingly, and the straps around his chest and thighs would not allow him to fall. After a time, the rhythm began to feel almost natural. His anxiety faded, and a tremulous smile crept across his face. 2 serving wenches stood beneath the sign of the Smoking Lock, the local alehouse. When Theon Greyjoy called out to them, the younger girl turned red and covered her face. Theon spurred his mount to move up beside Robb.
"Sweet Kira," he said with a laugh. "She squirms like a weasel in bed, but say a word to her on the street, and she blushes pink as a maid. Did I ever tell you about the night that she and Bessa—"
"Not where my brother can hear, Theon," Robb warned him with a glance at Bran. Bran looked away and pretended not to have heard, but he could feel Greyjoy's eyes on him. No doubt he was smiling. He smiled a lot, as if the world were a secret joke that only he was clever enough to understand. Robb seemed to admire Theon and enjoy his company, but Bran had never warmed to his father's ward. Robb rode closer.
"You're doing well, Bran."
"I want to go faster," Bran replied. Robb smiled.
"As you will."
He sent his gelding into a trot. The wolves raced after him. Bran snapped the reins sharply, and Dancer picked up her pace. He heard a shout from Theon Greyjoy and the hoofbeats of the other horses behind him. Bran's cloak billowed out, rippling in the wind, and the snow seemed to rush at his face. Robb was well ahead, glancing back over his shoulder from time to make sure Bran and the others were following. He snapped the reins again. Smooth as silk, Dancer slid into a gallop. The distance closed. By the time he caught Robb on the edge of the Wolfswood, 2 miles beyond the winter town, they had left the others well behind. "I can ride!" Bran shouted, grinning. It felt almost as good as flying.
"I'd race you, but I fear you'd win."
Robb's tone was light and joking, yet Bran could tell that something was troubling his brother underneath the smile. "I don't want to race." Bran looked around for the dire wolves. Both had vanished into the wood. "Did you hear Summer howling last night?"
"Greywind was restless too,"
Robb said. His auburn hair had grown shaggy and unkempt, and a reddish stubble covered his jaw, making him look older than his 15 years.
"Sometimes I think they know things, sense things."
Robb sighed.
"I never know how much to tell you, Bran. I wish you were older."
"I'm 8 now," Bran said. 8 isn't so much younger than 15, and I'm the heir to Winterfell after you."
"So you are."
Robb sounded sad and even a little scared.
"Bran, I need to tell you something. There was a bird last night, from King's Landing. Master Luwin woke me."
Bran felt a sudden dread. Dark wings, dark words, old Nan always said, and of late the messenger ravens had been proving the truth of the proverb. When Robb wrote to the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the bird that came back brought word that Uncle Benjen was still missing. Then, a message had arrived from the Eyrie, from Mother, but that had not been good news either. She did not say when she meant to return, only that she had taken the imp as prisoner. Bran had sort of liked the little man, yet the name Lannister sent cold fingers creeping up his spine. There was something about the Lannisters, something he ought to remember, but when he tried to think what, he felt dizzy and his stomach clenched hard as a stone. Robb spent most of that day locked behind closed doors with Master Luwin, Theon Greyjoy, and Hallis Mollin. Afterward, riders were sent out on fast horses, carrying Robb's commands throughout the north. Bran heard talk of Moat Cailin, the ancient stronghold the first man had built atop of the Neck. No one ever told him what was happening, yet he knew it was not good. And now another raven, another message. Bran clung to hope. "Was the bird from Mother? Is she coming home?"
"The message was from Aelin in the King's Landing. Jory Castle is dead, and Will and Hewitt as well, murdered by the Kingslayer."
Robb lifted his face to the snow, and the flakes melted on his cheeks.
"May the gods give them rest."
Bran did not know what to say. He felt as if he'd been punched. Jory had been captain of the household guard at Winterfell since before Bran was born. They killed Jory? He remembered all the times Jory had chased him over the roofs. He could picture him striding across the yard in mail and plate, or sitting at his accustomed place in a bench in the great hall, joking as he ate. Why would anyone kill Jory? Robb shook his head numbly, the pain plain in his eyes.
"I don't know, and, Bran, that's not the worst of it. Father was caught beneath a falling horse in the fight. Ellen says his leg was shattered and... Master Purcell has given him the milk of the poppy, but they aren't sure when he...
The sound of hoofbeats made him glance down the road to where Theon and the others were coming up.
When he will wake,
Rob finished. He laid his hand on the pommel of his sword then, and went on in the solemn voice of Rob the Lord.
Bran, I promise you, whatever might happen, I will not let this be forgotten.
Something in his tone made Bran even more fearful. What will you do? He asked as Theon Greyjoy reined in beside him.
Theon thinks I should call the banners, Rob said. Blood for blood.
For once Greyjoy did not smile. His lean dark face had a hungry look to it, and black hair fell down across his eyes. Only the Lord can call the banners, Bran said as the snow drifted down around him.
If your father dies, Theon said, Rob will be Lord of Winterfell.
He won't die, Bran screamed at him. Rob took his hand.
He won't die, not father, he said calmly. Still, the honour of the North is in my hands now. When our Lord Father took his leave of us, he told me to be strong for you and for Rickon. I'm almost a man grown, Bran.
Bran shivered. I wish Mother was back, he said miserably. He looked around for Master Luwin. His donkey was visible in the far distance, trotting over a rise. Does Master Luwin say to call the banners too?
The master is timid as an old woman, said Theon.
Father always listened to his counsel, Bran reminded his brother. Mother too.
I listen to him, Rob insisted. I listen to everyone.
The joy Bran had felt at the ride was gone, melted away like the snowflakes on his face. Not so long ago, the thought of Rob calling the banners and riding off to war would have filled him with excitement, but now he felt only dread. Can we go back now? He asked. I'm cold.
Rob glanced around. We need to fight the wolves. Can you stand to go a bit longer?
I can go as long as you can. Master Luwin had warned him to keep the ride short, for fear of saddle sores, but Bran would not admit to weakness in front of his brother. He was sick of the way everyone was always fussing over him and asking how he was.
Let's hunt down the hunters then, Rob said.
Side by side they urged their mounts off the King's Road and struck out into the Wolfswood. Theon dropped back and followed well behind them, talking and joking with the guardsmen. It was nice under the trees. Bran kept Dancer to a walk, holding the reins lightly and looking all around him as they went. He knew this wood, but he had been so long confined to Winterfell that he felt as though he were seeing it for the first time. The smells filled his nostrils, the sharp fresh tang of pine needles, the earthy odour of wet rotting leaves, the hints of animal musk and distant cooking fires. He caught a glimpse of a black squirrel moving through the snow-covered branches of an oak, and paused to study the silvery web of an empress spider. Theon and the others fell farther and farther behind, until Bran could no longer hear their voices. From ahead came the faint sound of rushing waters. It grew louder until they reached the stream. Tears stung his eyes.
Bran, Rob asked, what's wrong?
Bran shook his head. I was just remembering, he said. Jory brought us here once, to fish for trout. You and me and John. Do you remember?
I remember,
Rob said, his voice quiet and sad. I didn't catch anything, Bran said, but John gave me his fish on the way back to Winterfell. Will we ever see John again?
We saw Uncle Benjen when the king came to visit, Rob pointed out. John will visit too, you'll see.
The stream was running high and fast. Rob dismounted and led his gelding across the ford. In the deepest part of the crossing, the water came up to mid-thigh. He tied his horse to a tree on the far side and waded back across for Bran and Dancer. The current foamed around rock and root, and Bran could feel the spray on his face as Rob led him over. It made him smile. For a moment he felt strong again, and whole. He looked up at the trees and dreamed of climbing them, right up to the very top, with the whole forest spread out beneath him. They were on the far side when they heard the howl, a long rising wail that moved through the trees like a cold wind. Bran raised his head to listen. Summer, he said. No sooner had he spoken than a second voice joined the first.
They've made a kill, Rob said as he remounted. I'd best go and bring them back. Wait here, Theon and the others should be along shortly.
I want to go with you, Bran said.
I'll find them faster by myself.
Rob spurred his gelding and vanished into the trees. Once he was gone, the woods seemed to close in around Bran. The snow was falling more heavily now. Where it touched the ground it melted, but all about him rock and root and branch wore a thin blanket of white. As he waited, he was conscious of how uncomfortable he felt. He could not feel his legs, hanging useless in the stirrups, but the strap around his chest was tight and chafing, and the melting snow had soaked through his gloves to chill his hands. He wondered what was keeping Theon and Massaloon and Jarlath and the rest. When he heard the rustle of leaves, Bran used the reins to make Dancer turn, expecting to see his friends, but the ragged men who stepped out onto the bank of the stream were strangers. "Good day to you," he said nervously. One look and Bran knew they were neither foresters nor farmers. He was suddenly conscious of how richly he was dressed. His surcoat was new, dark grey wool with silver buttons, and a heavy silver pin fastened his fur-trimmed cloak at the shoulders. His boots and gloves were lined with fur as well.
"All alone, are you?"
said the biggest of them, a bald man with a raw wind-burnt face.
"Lost in the wolf's wood, poor lad."
"I'm not lost." Bran did not like the way the strangers were looking at him. He counted 4, but when he turned his head, he saw 2 others behind him. "My brother rode off just a moment ago, and my guard will be here shortly."
"Your guard, is it?"
a second man said. Grey stubble covered his gaunt face.
"And what would they be guarding, my little lord? Is that a silver pin I see there on your cloak?"
"Pretty," said a woman's voice. She scarcely looked like a woman. Tall and lean, with the same hard face as the others, her hair hidden beneath a bowl-shaped half-helm. The spear she held was 8 feet of black oak, tipped in rusted steel.
"Let's have a look,"
said the big, bald man. Bran watched him anxiously. The man's clothes were filthy, fallen almost to pieces, patched here with brown and here with blue, and there with a dark green, and faded everywhere to grey, but once that cloak might have been black. The grey stubbly man wore black rags too, he saw with a sudden start. Suddenly, Bran remembered the oathbreaker his father had beheaded, the day they had found the wolf pups. That man had worn black as well, and father said he had been a deserter from the Night's Watch. No man is more dangerous, he remembered Lord Eddard saying. The deserter knows his life is forfeit if he is taken, so he will not flinch from any crime, no matter how vile or cruel.
"The pin, lad,"
the big man said. He held out his hand.
"We'll take the horse too,"
said another of them, a woman shorter than Robb, with a broad-fired face and lank yellow hair.
"Get down and be quick about it."
A knife slid from her sleeve into her hand, its edge jagged as a saw.
"No,"
Bran blurted.
"I can't."
The big man grabbed his reins before Bran could think to wheel Dancer around and gallop off.
"You can, lordling, and will, if you know what's good for you."
"Stiff, look how he's strapped on." The tall woman pointed with her spear. "Might be it's the truth he's telling."
"Straps, is it?"
Stiff said. He drew a dagger from a sheath at his belt.
"There's a way to deal with straps."
"You some kind of cripple?"
asked the short woman. Bran flared. "I'm Brandon Stark of Winterfell, and you better let go of my horse or I'll see you all dead." The gaunt man with the grey stubbled face laughed.
"The boy's a Stark, true enough. Only a Stark would be fool enough to threaten where smarter men would beg."
"Cut his little cock off and stuff it in his mouth," suggested the short woman. "That should shut him up."
"You're as stupid as you're ugly, Hallie," said the tall woman.
"The boy's worth nothing dead, but alive. Gods be damned, think what Mance would give to have Benjen Stark's own blood to hostage."
"Mance be damned," the big man cursed. "You want to go back there, Osha? More fool you. Think the White Walkers will care if you have a hostage."
He turned back to Bran and slashed at a strap around his thigh. The leather parted with a sigh. The stroke had been quick and careless, biting deep. Looking down, Bran glimpsed pale flesh where the wool of his leggings had parted. Then the blood began to flow. He watched the red stain spread, feeling light-headed, curiously apart. There had been no pain, not even a hint of feeling. The big man grunted in surprise.
"Put down your steel now, and I promise you shall have a quick and painless death,"
Robb called out. Bran looked up in desperate hope, and there he was. The strength of the words were undercut by the way his voice cracked with strain. He was mounted, the bloody carcass of an elk slung across the back of his horse, his sword in gloved hand.
"The brother,"
said the man with the grey stubbly face.
"He's a fierce one, is he?"
mocked the short woman. Hallie, they called her.
"You mean to fight us, boy?" Don't be a fool, lad. You're 1 against 6. The tall woman, Osha, levelled her spear. Off the horse and throw down the sword. We'll thank you kindly for the mount and for the venison, and you and your brother can be on your way. Rob whistled. They heard the faint sound of soft feet on wet leaves. The undergrowth parted, low-hanging branches giving up their accumulation of snow, and Greywind and Summer emerged from the green. Summer sniffed the air and growled. "Wolves!" gasped Hallie. "Dire wolves," Bran said. Still half-grown, they were as large as any wolf he had ever seen, but the differences were easy to spot if you knew what to look for. Master Lewin and Farlin the Kennel Master had taught him. A dire wolf had a bigger head and longer legs in proportion to its body, and its snout and jaw were markedly leaner and more pronounced. There was something gaunt and terrible about them as they stood there amid the gently falling snow. Fresh blood spotted Greywind's muzzle.
"Dogs,"
the big bald man said contemptuously.
"Yet I'm told there's nothing like a wolfskin cloak to warm a man by night."
He made a sharp gesture.
"Take them!"
Rob shouted, "Winterfell!" and kicked his horse. The gelding plunged down the bank as the wrecked man closed. A man with an axe rushed in, shouting and heedless. Rob's sword caught him full in the face with a sickening crunch and a spray of bright blood. The man with the gaunt, stubbly face made a grab for the reins, and for half a second he had them. And then Greywind was on him, bearing him down. He fell back into the stream with a splash and a shout, flailing wildly with his knife as his head went under. The dire wolf plunged in after him, and the white water turned red where they had vanished. Rob and Osha matched blows in midstream. Her long spear was a steel-headed serpent, flashing out at his chest, once, twice, 3 times. But Rob parried every thrust with his long sword, turning the point aside. On the 4th or 5th thrust, the tall woman overextended herself and lost her balance, just for a second. Rob charged, riding her down. A few feet away, Summer darted in and snapped at Hallie. The knife bit at his flank. Summer slid away, snarling, and came rushing in again. This time his jaws closed around her calf. Holding the knife with both hands, the small woman stabbed down, but the dire wolf seemed to sense the blade coming. He pulled free for an instant, his mouth full of leather and cloth and bloody flesh. When Hallie stumbled and fell, he came at her again, slamming her backward, teeth tearing at her belly. The 6th man ran from the carnage, but not far. As he went scrambling up the far side of the bank, Greywind emerged from the stream, dripping wet. He shook the water off and bounded after the running man, hamstringing him with a single snap of his teeth, and going for the throat as the screaming man slid back down toward the water. And then there was no one left but the big man, Stiv. He slashed at Bran's chest strap, grabbed his arm, and yanked. Suddenly Bran was falling. He sprawled on the ground, his legs tangled under him, 1 foot in the stream. He could not feel the cold of the water, but he felt the steel when Stiv pressed his dagger to his throat.
"Back away," the man warned, "or I'll open the boy's windpipe, I swear it."
Rob reined his horse in, breathing hard. The fury went out of his eyes, and his sword arm dropped. In that moment Bran saw everything. Summer was savaging Hallie, pulling glistening blue snakes from her belly. Her eyes were wide and staring. Bran could not tell whether she was alive or dead. The grey stubbly man and the one with the axe lay unmoving, but Osha was on her knees, crawling toward her fallen spear. Greywind padded toward her, dripping wet.
"Call him off,"
the big man shouted.
"Call them both off or the cripple boy dies now." "Greywind, Summer, to me," Rob said.
The dire wolves stopped, turned their heads. Greywind loped back to Rob. Summer stayed where he was, his eyes on Bran and the man beside him. He growled. His muzzle was wet and red, but his eyes burned. Osha used the butt end of her spear to lever herself back to her feet. Blood leaked from a wound on the upper arm where Rob had cut her. Bran could see sweat trickling down the big man's face. Stiv was as scared as he was, he realized.
"Starks,"
the man muttered.
"Bloody Starks."
He raised his voice.
"Osha, kill the wolves and get his sword."
"Kill them yourself," she replied. "I'll not be getting near those monsters." For a moment Stiv was at a loss. His hand trembled. Bran felt a trickle of blood where the knife pressed against his neck. The stench of the man filled his nose. He smelled of fear.
"You," he called out to Rob. "You have a name?" "I'm Robb Stark, the heir to Winterfell." This is your brother? Yes. You want him alive? You do what I say. Off the horse.
Rob hesitated a moment. Then, slowly and deliberately, he dismounted and stood with his sword in hand.
Now, kill the wolves.
Rob did not move.
You do it! The wolves or the boy?
No! Bran screamed. If Rob did as they asked, Stiff would kill them both anyway once the direwolves were dead. The bald man took hold of his hair with his free hand and twisted it cruelly, till Bran sobbed in pain.
You shut your mouth, cripple, you hear me?
He twisted harder.
You hear me?
A low thrum came from the woods behind them. Stiff gave a choked gasp as a half-foot of razor-tipped broadhead suddenly exploded out of his chest. The arrow was bright red, as if it had been painted in blood. The dagger fell away from Bran's throat. The big man swayed and collapsed, face down in the stream. The arrow broke beneath him. Bran watched his life go swirling off in the water. Asha glanced around as Father's guardsman appeared from beneath the trees, steel in hand. She threw down her spear. "Mercy, my lord!" she called to Rob. The guardsmen had a strange, pale look to their faces as they took in the scene of slaughter. They eyed the wolves uncertainly, and when Summer returned to Hallie's corpse to feed, Joseph dropped his knife and scrambled for the bush, heaving. Even Master Lewin seemed shocked as he stepped from behind a tree, but only for an instant. Then he shook his head and waded across the stream to Bran's side. "Are you hurt?" "He cut my leg," Bran said, "but I couldn't feel it." As the master knelt to examine the wound, Bran turned his head. Theon Greyjoy stood beside a sentinel tree, his bow in hand. He was smiling, ever smiling. 6 arrows were thrust into the soft ground at his feet, but it had taken only one.
"A dead enemy is a thing of beauty," he announced. "John always said you were an ass, Greyjoy," Rob said loudly. "I ought to chain you up in the yard and let Bran take a few practice shots at you. You should be thanking me for saving your brother's life. What if you had missed the shot?" Rob said. "What if you'd only wounded him? What if you had made his hand jump or hit Bran instead? For all you knew, the man might have been wearing a breastplate. All you could see was the back of his cloak. What would have happened to my brother then? Did you ever think of that, Greyjoy?"
Theon's smile was gone. He gave a sullen shrug and began to pull his arrows from the ground, one by one. Rob glared at his guardsmen.
"Where were you?"
he demanded of them.
"I was sure you were close behind us."
The men traded unhappy glances. "We were following, my lord," said Quent, the youngest of them, his beard a soft brown fuzz. "Only first we waited for Master Lewin and his ass, begging your pardons, and then, well, as it were—" He glanced over at Theon and quickly looked away, abashed.
"I spied a turkey," Theon said,
annoyed by the question.
"How was I to know that you'd leave the boy alone?"
Rob turned his head to look at Theon once more. Bran had never seen him so angry, yet he said nothing. Finally he knelt beside Master Lewin.
"How badly is my brother wounded?"
"No more than a scratch," the master said. He wet a cloth in the stream to clean the cut. 2 of them were the black, he told Rob as he worked. Rob glanced over at where Stiff lay sprawled in a stream, his ragged black cloak moving fitfully as the rushing waters tugged at it.
"Deserters from the Night's Watch," he said grimly. "They must have been fools to come so close to Winterfell."
"Folly and desperation are ofttimes hard to tell apart," said Master Lewin. "Shall we bury them, my lord?" asked Quent.
"They would not have buried us," Rob said. "Hack off their heads. We'll send them back to the wall. Leave the rest for the carrion crows."
"And this one?" Quent jerked a thumb toward Asha. Rob walked over to her. She was a head taller than he was, but she dropped to her knees at his approach. "Give me my life, my lord of Stark, and I'm yours."
"Mine? What would I do with an oath breaker?"
"I broke no oaths. Stiff and Wallen flew down off the wall, not me. The Black Crow's got no place for women." Theon Greyjoy sauntered closer.
"Give her to the wolves," he urged Rob.
The woman's eyes went to what was left of Hallie, and just as quickly away. She shuddered. Even the guardsmen looked queasy.
"She's a woman," Rob said.
"A wildling," Bran told him. "She said they should keep me alive so they could take me to Mance Rayder."
"Do you have a name?" Rob asked her.
"Asha, as it pleased the Lord," she muttered sourly. Master Lewin stood.
"We might do well question her."
Bran could see the relief on his brother's face.
As you say, master. Wayne, bind her hands. She'll come back to Winterfell with us, and live or die by the truth she gives us.
Chapter 38. Tyrion.
You won't eat?
Mord asked, glowering. He had a plate of boiled beans in one thick, stub-fingered hand. Tyrion Lannister was starved, but he refused to let this brute see him cringe.
A leg of lamb would be pleasant,
he said, from the heap of soiled straw in the corner of his cell.
Perhaps a dish of peas and onions, some fresh baked bread with butter, and a flagon of mulled wine to wash it down. Or beer, if that's easier. I try not to be overly particular. His beans,
Mord said.
Here.
He held out the plate. Tyrion sighed. The turnkey was 20 stone of gross stupidity, with brown rotting teeth and small dark eyes. The left side of his face was slick with scar, where an axe had cut off his ear and part of his cheek. He was as predictable as he was ugly, but Tyrion was hungry. He reached up for the plate. Mord jerked it away, grinning.
Is here,
he said, holding out beyond Tyrion's reach. The dwarf climbed stiffly to his feet, every joint aching.
Must we play the same fool's game with every meal?
He made another grab for the beans. Mord shambled backward, grinning through his rotten teeth.
Is he a dwarf, man?
He held the plate out at arm's length, over the edge where the cell ended and the sky began.
You want not eat? Here, come take.
Tyrion's arms were too short to reach the plate, and he was not about to step that close to the edge. All it would take would be a quick shove of Mord's heavy white belly, and he would end up a sickening red splotch on the stones of sky, like so many other prisoners of the Eyrie over the centuries.
Come to think on it, I'm not hungry after all, he declared, retreating to the corner of his cell.
Mord grunted and opened his thick fingers. The wind took the plate, flipping it over as it fell. A handful of beans sprayed back at them as the food tumbled out of sight. The turnkey laughed, his gut shaking like a bowl of pudding. Tyrion felt a pang of rage.
You fucking son of a pox-ridden ass, he spat. I hope you die of a bloody flux.
For that, Mord gave him a kick, driving a steel-toed boot hard into Tyrion's ribs on the way out.
I take it back,
he gasped as he doubled over on the straw.
I'll kill you myself, I swear it.
The heavy iron-bound door slammed shut. Tyrion heard the rattle of keys. For a small man, he had been cursed with a dangerously big mouth, he reflected as he crawled back to his corner of what the Arryns laughably called their dungeon. He huddled beneath the thin blanket that was his only bedding, staring out at a blaze of empty blue sky and distant mountains that seemed to go on forever, wishing he still had the shadow-skin cloak he'd won from Marillion at dice, after the singer had stolen it off the body of that brigand chief. The skin had smelled of blood and mold, but it was warm and thick. Mord had taken it the moment he laid eyes on it. The wind tugged at his blanket with gusts sharp as talons. His cell was miserably small, even for a dwarf. Not 5 feet away, where a wall ought to have been, where a wall would be in proper dungeon, the floor ended and the sky began. He had plenty of fresh air and sunshine, and the moon and stars by night, but Tyrion would have traded it all in an instant for the dankest, gloomiest pit in the bowels of the Casterly Rock.
You fly,
Mord had promised him when he'd shoved him into the cell.
20 days, 30, 50 maybe, then you fly.
The Arryns kept the only dungeon in the realm where the prisoners were welcome to escape at will. That first day, after girding up his courage for hours, Tyrion had lain flat on his stomach and squirmed to the edge to poke out his head and look down. Sky was 600 feet below, with nothing between but empty air. If he craned his neck out as far as it could go, he could see other cells to his right and left and above him. He was a bee in a stone honeycomb, and someone had torn off his wings. It was cold in his cell, the wind screamed night and day, and worst of all, the floor sloped. Ever so slightly, yet it was enough. He was afraid to close his eyes, afraid that he might roll over in his sleep and wake in sudden terror as he went sliding off the edge. Small wonder the sky cells drove man mad. God save me, some previous tenant had written on the wall in something that looked suspiciously like blood, "The blue is calling." At first Tyrion wondered who he'd been, and what had become of him. Later, He decided that he would rather not know. If only he had shut his mouth. The wretched boy had started it, looking down on him from a throne of carved weirwood beneath the moon and falcon banners of House Arryn. Tyrion Lannister had been looked down on all his life, but seldom by roomy-eyed 6-year-olds who needed to stuff fat cushions under their cheeks to lift them to the height of a man.
"Is he the Batman?"
the boy had asked, clutching his doll.
"He is,"
the Lady Lisa had said from the lesser throne beside him. She was all in blue, powdered and perfumed for the suitors who filled her court.
"He's so small,"
the Lord of the Eyrie said, giggling.
"This is Tyrion the Imp of House Lannister, who murdered your father."
She raised her voice so it carried down the length of high hall of the Eyrie, ringing off the milk-white walls and the slender pillars, so every man could hear it.
"He slew the Hand of the King."
"Oh, did I kill him too?" Tyrion had said, like a fool. That would have been a very good time to have kept his mouth closed and his head bowed. He could see that now. 7 hells, he had seen it then. The high hall of the Arryns was long and austere, with a forbidding coldness to its walls of blue-veined white marble, but the faces around him had been colder by far. The power of Casterly Rock was far away, and there were no friends of the Lannisters in the Vale of Arryn. Submission and silence would have been his best defences. But Tyrion's mood had been too foul for sense. To his shame, he had faltered during the last leg of their day-long climb up to the Eyrie, his stunted legs unable to take him any higher. Bronn had carried him the rest of the way, and the humiliation poured oil on the flames of his anger. "It would seem I've been a busy little fellow," he said with bitter sarcasm. "I wonder when I found the time to do all this slaying and murdering." He ought to have remembered who he was dealing with. Lisa Arryn and her half-sane weakling son had not been known at court for their love of wit, especially when it was directed at them.
"Imp," Lisa said coldly, "you will guard that mocking tongue of yours and speak to my son politely, or I promise you will have cause to regret it. Remember where you are. This is the Eyrie, and these are knights of the Vale you see around you, true men who love Jon Arryn well. Every one of them would die for me."
"Lady Arryn, should any harm come to me, my brother Jaime will be pleased to see that they do." Even as he spat out the words, Tyrion knew they were folly.
"Can you fly, my lord of Lannister?"
Lady Lisa asked.
"Does a dwarf have wings? If not, you would be wiser to swallow the next threat that comes to mind."
"I made no threats," Tyrion said. "That was a promise." Little Lord Robert hopped to his feet at that, so upset he dropped his doll.
"You can't hurt us," he screamed. "No one can hurt us here. Tell him, Mother. Tell him he can't hurt us here."
The boy began to twitch. "The Eyrie is impregnable," Lisa Arryn declared calmly. She drew her son close, holding him safe in the circle of her plump white arms.
"The imp is trying to frighten us, sweet baby. The Lannisters are all liars. No one will hurt my sweet boy."
The hell of it was, she was no doubt right. Having seen what it took to get here, Tyrion could well imagine how it would be for a knight trying to fight his way up in armor, while stones and arrows poured down from above, and enemies contested with him for every step. Nightmare did not begin to describe it. Small wonder the Eyrie had never been taken. Still, Tyrion had been unable to silence himself. "Not impregnable," he said. "Merely inconvenient." Young Robert pointed down, his hand trembling.
"You're a liar. Mother, I want to see him fly."
2 guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks seized Tyrion by the arms, lifting him off his floor. The gods only know what might have happened then were it not for Catelyn Stark. "Sister," she called out from where she stood below the thrones, "I beg you to remember, this man is my prisoner. I will not have him harmed." Lisa Arryn glanced at her sister coolly for a moment, then rose and swept down on Tyrion, her long skirts trailing after her. For an instant he feared she would strike him, but instead she commanded them to release him. Her man shoved him to the floor, his legs went out from under him, and Tyrion fell. He must have made quite a sight as he struggled to his knees, only to feel his right leg spasm, sending him sprawling once more. Laughter boomed up and down the high hall of the Arryns.
"My sister's little guest is too weary to stand," Lady Lisa announced. "Savardis, take him down to the dungeon. A rest in one of our sky cells will do him much good."
The guardsman jerked him upright. Tyrion Lannister dangled between them, kicking feebly, his face red with shame. "I will remember this," he told them all as they carried him off. And so he did, for all the good it did him. At first he had consoled himself that this imprisonment could not last long. Lisa Arryn wanted to humble him, that was all. She would send for him again, and soon. If not her, then Catelyn Stark would want to question him. This time he would guard his tongue more closely. They dare not kill him out of hand. He was still a Lannister of Casterly Rock, and if they shed his blood, it would mean war. Or so he had told himself. Now he was not so certain. Perhaps his captors only meant to let him rot here, but he feared he did not have the strength to rot for long. He was growing weaker every day, and it was only a matter of time until Mort's kicks and blows did him serious harm, provided the Gauler did not starve him to death first. A few more nights of cold and hunger, and the blue would start calling to him too. He wondered what was happening beyond the walls, such as they were, of his cell. Lord Tywin would surely have sent out riders when the word reached him. Jaime might be leading a host through the mountains of the moon even now, unless he was riding north against Winterfell instead. Did anyone outside the Vale even suspect where Catelyn Stark had taken him? He wondered what Cersei would do when she heard. The king could order him freed, but would Robert listen to his queen or his hand? Tyrion had no illusions about the king's love for his sister. If Cersei kept her wits about her, she would insist the king sit in judgment of Tyrion himself. Even Ned Stark could scarcely object to that, not without impugning the honor of the king. And Tyrion would be only too glad to take his chances in a trial. Whatever murders they might lay at his door, the Starks had no proof of anything so far as he could see. Let them make their case before the Iron Throne and the lords of the land. It would be the end of them. If only Cersei were clever enough to see that. Tyrion Lannister sighed. His sister was not without a certain low cunning, but her pride blinded her. She would see the insult in this, not the opportunity. And Jaime was even worse, rash and headstrong and quick to anger. His brother never untied a knot when he could slash it in two with his sword. He wondered which of them had sent the footpad to silence the Stark boy, and whether they had truly conspired at the death of Lord Arryn. If the old hand had been murdered, it was deftly and subtly done. Men of his age died of sudden illness all the time. In contrast, sending some oaf with a stolen knife after Brennan Stark struck him as unbelievably clumsy. And wasn't that peculiar, come to think on it. Tyrion shivered. Now there was a nasty suspicion. Perhaps the dire wolf and the lion were not the only beasts in the woods. And if that was true, someone was using him as a cat's paw. Tyrion Lannister hated being used. He would have to get out of here, and soon. His chances of overpowering Mord were small to none, and no one was about to smuggle him a 600-foot-long rope, so he would have to talk himself free. His mouth had got him into this cell. It could damn well get him out. Tyrion pushed himself to his feet, doing his best to ignore the slope of the floor beneath him, with its ever so subtle tug toward the edge. He hammered on the door with a fist. "Mort!" he shouted. "Turnkey! Mort, I want you!" He had to keep it up a good 10 minutes before he heard footsteps. Tyrion stepped back an instant before the door opened with a crash. "Making noise," Mort growled, with blood in his eyes. Dangling from one meaty hand was a leather strap, wide and thick, doubled over in his fist. "Never show them you're afraid," Tyrion reminded himself. "How would you like to be rich?" he asked. Mort hit him. He swung the strap backhand, lazily, but the leather caught Tyrion high on the arm. The force of it staggered him, and the pain made him grit his teeth. "No mouth, dwarf man," Mort warned him. "Gold," Tyrion said, miming a smile. "Casterly Rock is full of gold. Ah!" This time the blow was a forehand, and Mort put more of his arm into the swing, making the leather crack and jump. It caught Tyrion in the ribs and dropped him to his knees, whimpering. He forced himself to look up at the gaoler. "As rich as the Lannisters," he wheezed. "That's what they say, Mort." Mort grunted. The strap whistled through the air and smashed Tyrion full in the face. The pain was so bad he did not remember falling, but when he opened his eyes again he was on the floor of his cell. His ear was ringing, and his mouth was full of blood. He groped for purchase, to push himself up, and his fingers brushed against nothing. Tyrion snatched his hand back as fast as if it had been scaled, and tried his best to stop breathing. He had fallen right on the edge, inches from the blue.
More to say?
Mort held the strap between his fists and gave it a sharp pull. The snap made Tyrion jump. The turnkey laughed. He won't push me over, Tyrion told himself desperately as he crawled away from the edge. Catelyn Stark wants me alive. He doesn't dare kill me. He wiped the blood off his lips with the back of his hand, grinned, and said,
"That was a stiff one, Mort."
The Gowler squinted at him, trying to decide if he was being mocked.
"I could make good use of a strong man like you."
The strap flew at him, but this time Tyrion was able to cringe away from it. He took a glancing blow to the shoulder, nothing more.
"Gold,"
he repeated, scrambling backward like a crab.
"More gold than you'll see here in a lifetime. Enough to buy land, women, horses. You could be a lord. Lord Mord."
Tyrion hawked up a glob of blood and phlegm and spat it out into the sky.
"Is no gold,"
Mord said. He's listening, Tyrion thought.
"They relieved me of my purse when they captured me, but the gold is still mine. Catelyn Stark might take a man prisoner, but she'd never stoop to rob him. That wouldn't be honorable. Help me, and all the gold is yours."
Mort's strap licked out, but it was a half-hearted, desultory swing, slow and contemptuous. Tyrion caught the letter in his hand and held it prisoned.
"There will be no risk to you. All you need to do is deliver a message."
The Gowler yanked his leather strap free of Tyrion's grasp.
"Message,"
he said, as if he had never heard the word before. His roan made deep creases in his brow.
"You heard me, my lord. Only carry my word to your lady. Tell her—"
What? What would possibly make Lysa Arryn relent? The inspiration came to Tyrion Lannister suddenly.
"Tell her that I wish to confess my crimes."
Mord raised his arm and Tyrion braced himself for another blow, but the turnkey hesitated. Suspicion and greed whirred in his eyes. He wanted that gold, yet he feared a trick. He had the look of a man who had often been tricked.
"Is lie,"
he muttered darkly.
"Dwarf man cheat me." "I will put my promise in writing,"
Tyrion vowed. Some illiterates held writing in disdain. Others seemed to have a superstitious reverence for the written words, as if it were some sort of magic. Fortunately, Mord was one of the latter. The turnkey lowered the strap.
"Writing down gold. Much gold."
"Oh, much gold," Tyrion assured him.
"The purse is just a taste, my friend. My brother wears armor of solid gold plate."
In truth, Jaime's armor was gilded steel, but this oaf would never know the difference. Mord fingered his strap thoughtfully, but in the end he relented and went to fetch paper and ink. When the letter was written, the Gowler frowned at it suspiciously.
"Now, deliver my message,"
Tyrion urged. He was shivering in his sleep when they came for him, late that night. Mord opened the door but kept his silence. Sir Vardis Egan woke Tyrion with the point of his boot.
"On your feet, imp! My lady wants to see you."
Tyrion rubbed the sleep from his eyes and put on a grimace he scarcely felt.
"No doubt she does, but what makes you think I wish to see her?"
Sir Vardis frowned. Tyrion remembered him well from the years he had spent at King's Landing as the captain of the Hand's household guard. A square, plain face, silver hair, a heavy build and no humour whatsoever.
"Your wishes are not my concern. On your feet, or I'll have you carried."
Tyrion clambered awkwardly to his feet.
"A cold night," he said casually. "And the high hall is so draughty. I don't wish to catch a chill. Mord, if you would be so good, fetch my cloak."
The Gowler squinted at him, face dull with suspicion.
"My cloak," Tyrion repeated. "The shadow skin you took from me for safekeeping. You recall?"
"Get him the damnable cloak," Sir Vardis said. Mord did not dare grumble. He gave Tyrion a glare that promised future retribution, yet he went for the cloak. When he draped it around his prisoner's neck, Tyrion smiled.
"My thanks. I shall think of you whenever I wear it."
He flung the trailing end of the long fur over his right shoulder, and felt warm for the first time in days.
"Lead on, Sir Vardis."
The high hall of the Arons was aglow with the light of 50 torches, burning in the sconces along the walls. The Lady Lisa wore black silk, with the moon and falcon sewn on her breast in pearls. Since she did not look the sort to join the night's watch, Tyrion could only imagine that she had decided mourning clothes were appropriate garb for a confession. Her long auburn hair, woven into an elaborate braid, fell across her left shoulder. The taller throne beside her was empty. No doubt the little Lord of the Eyrie was off shaking in his sleep. Tyrion was thankful for that, at least. He bowed deeply and took a moment to glance around the hall. Lady Arryn had summoned her knights and retainers to hear his confession, as he had hoped. He saw Sir Brynden Tully's craggy face, and Lord Nestor Royce's bluff one. Beside Nestor stood a younger man with fierce black-side whiskers who could only be his heir, Sir Alba. Most of the principal houses of the Vale were represented. Tyrion noted Sir Lyn Corbray, slender as a sword, Lord Hunter with his gouty legs, the widowed Lady Waynwood surrounded by her sons. Others sported sigils he did not know: Broken Lance, Green Viper, Burning Tower, Winged Chalice. Among the lords of the Vale were several of his companions from the high road. Sir Roderick Castle, pale from half-healed wounds, stood with Sir Willis Rode beside him. Marillion the Singer had found a new wood harp. Tyrion smiled. Whatever happened here tonight, he did not wish it to happen in secret, and there was no one like a singer for spreading a story near and far. In the rear of the hall, Bronn lounged beneath a pillar. The free rider's black eyes were fixed on Tyrion, and his hand lay lightly on the pommel of his sword. Tyrion gave him a long look, wondering. Catelyn Stark spoke first. "You wish to confess your crimes, we are told."
"I do, my lady,"
Tyrion answered. Lisa Arryn smiled at her sister. "The sky excels always break them. The gods can see them there, and there is no darkness to hide in." "He does not look broken to me," Lady Catelyn said. Lady Lisa paid her no mind. "Say what you will," she commanded Tyrion. And now to roll the dice, he thought with another quick glance back at Bronn. "Where to begin? I'm a wild little man, I confess it. My crimes and sins are beyond counting, my lords and ladies. I have lain with horse, not once but hundreds of times. I have wished my own lord father dead, and my sister, our gracious queen, as well." Behind him someone chuckled. "I have not always treated my servants with kindness. I have gambled. I have even cheated, I blush to admit. I have said many cruel and malicious things about the noble lords and ladies of the court." That drew outright laughter. "Once I—" "Silence!" Lisa Arryn's pale round face had turned a burning pink. "What do you imagine you're doing, dwarf?" Tyrion cocked his head to one side. "Why, confessing my crimes, my lady." Catelyn Stark took a step forward. "You are accused of sending a hired knife to slay my son Bran in his bed, and of conspiring to murder Lord John Arryn, the Hand of the King." Tyrion gave a helpless shrug. "Those crimes I cannot confess, I fear. I know nothing of any murders." Lady Lisa rose from her weirwood throne. "I will not be made mock of. You have had your little jape-imp. I trust you enjoyed it. Savardis, take him back to the dungeon, but this time find him a smaller cell with a floor more sharply sloped."
"Is this how justice is done in the Vale?"
Tyrion roared, so loudly that Savardis froze for an instant.
"Does honor stop at the bloody gate? You accuse me of crimes I deny them, so you throw me into an open cell to freeze and starve."
He lifted his head, to give them all a good look at the bruises Mort had left on his face.
"Where is the king's justice? Is the Eyrie not part of the 7 kingdoms? I stand accused, you say. Very well. I demand a trial. Let me speak, and let my truth or falsehood be judged openly, in the sight of gods and men."
A low murmuring filled the high hall. He had her, Tyrion knew. He was high-born, the son of the most powerful lord in the realm, the brother of the queen. He could not be denied a trial. Guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks had started toward Tyrion, but Savardis bid them halt and look to Lady Lisa. Her small mouth twitched in a petulant smile. "If you are tried and found to be guilty of the crimes for which you stand accused, then by the king's own laws you must pay with your life's blood. We keep no headsman in the Eyrie, my lord of Lannister. Open the moon door." The press of spectators parted. A narrow weirwood door stood between two slender marble pillars, a crescent moon carved in the white wood. Those standing closest edged backward as a pair of guardsmen marched through. One man removed the heavy bronze bars. The second pulled the door inward. Their blue cloaks rose snapping from their shoulders, caught in a sudden gust of wind that came howling through the open door. Beyond was the emptiness of the night sky, speckled with cold, uncaring stars. "Behold the king's justice," Lisa Arryn said. Torch flames fluttered like pennons along the walls, and here and there the odd torch guttered out. "Lisa, I think this is unwise," Caitlin Stark said as the black wind swirled around the hall. Her sister ignored her. "You want a trial, my lord of Lannister? Very well, a trial you shall have. My son will listen to whatever you care to say, and you shall hear his judgment. Then you may leave, by one door or the other." She looked so pleased with herself, Tyrion thought, and small wonder. How could a trial threaten her when her weaking son was the Lord Judge? Tyrion glanced at her moon door. "Mother, I want to see him fly," the boy had said. How many men had the snot-nosed little wretch sent through that door already?
"I thank you, my good lady, but I see no need to trouble Lord Robert," Tyrion said politely. "The gods know the truth of my innocence. I will have their verdict, not the judgment of men. I demand trial by combat." A storm of sudden laughter filled the high hall of the Arryns. Lord Nestor Royce snorted, Sir Willis chuckled, Sir Lyn Corbray guffawed, and others threw back their heads and howled until tears ran down their faces. Marillion clumsily plucked a gay note on his new woodharp with the fingers of his broken hand. Even the wind seemed to whistle with derision as it came skirling through the moon door. Lisa Arryn's watery blue eyes looked uncertain. He had caught her off balance. "You have that right, to be sure." The young knight with the green viper embroidered on his surcoat stepped forward and went to one knee. "My lady, I beg the boon of championing your cause." "The honor should be mine," old Lord Hunter said. "For the love I bore your lord husband, let me avenge his death." "My father served Lord John faithfully as High Steward of the Vale," Sir Alba Royce boomed. "Let me serve his son in this." "The gods favor the man with the just cause," said Sir Lyn Corbray. "Yet often that turns out to be the man with the surest sword. We all know who that is." He smiled modestly. A dozen other men all spoke at once, clamoring to be heard. Tyrion found it disheartening to realize so many strangers were eager to kill him. Perhaps this had not been such a clever plan after all. Lady Lisa raised a hand for silence. "I thank you, my lords, as I know my son would thank you if he were among us. No man in the 7 kingdoms are as bold and true as the knights of the Vale. Would that I could grant you all this honor, yet I can choose only one." She gestured. "Sir Vardis Egan, you were ever my lord husband's good right hand. You shall be our champion." Sir Vardis had been singularly silent. "My lady," he said gravely, sinking to one knee, "pray give this burden to another. I have no taste for it. The man is no warrior. Look at him. A dwarf, half my size and lame in the legs. It would be shameful to slaughter such a man and call it justice." "Oh, excellent," Tyrion thought. "I agree." Lisa glared at him. "You demanded a trial by combat." "And now I demand a champion such as you have chosen for yourself. My brother Jaime will gladly take my part, I know." "Your precious Kingslayer is hundreds of leagues from here," snapped Lisa Arryn. "Send a bird for him. I will gladly await his arrival." "You will face Sir Vardis on the morrow." "Singer," Tyrion said, turning to Marillion, "when you make a ballad of this, be certain you tell them how Lady Arryn denied the dwarf the right to a champion, and sent him forth lame and bruised and hobbling to face her finest knight." "I deny you nothing," Lisa Arryn said, her voice peeved and shrill with irritation. "Name your champion, imp, if you think you can find a man to die for you." "If it is all the same to you, I'd sooner find one to kill for me." Tyrion looked over the long hall. No one moved. For a long moment he wondered if it had been all a colossal blunder. Then there was a stirring in the rear of the chamber. "I'll stand for the dwarf,"
Bronn called out. Chapter 39. Eddard. He dreamt an old dream of 3 knights in white cloaks and a tower long fallen, and Lyanna in her bed of blood. In the dream his friend rode with him as they had in life. Proud Martin Castle, Jory's father, faithful Theowool, Ethan Glower, who had been Brandon's squire, Sir Mark Risball, soft of speech and gentle of heart, the Cranagman, Howland Reed, Lord Dustin on his great rat stallion. Ned had known their faces as well as he knew his own once, but the years leech at a man's memories, even those he has vowed never to forget. In the dream they were only shadows, grey wraiths on horses made of mist. They were 7, facing 3, in the dream as it had been in life. Yet these were no ordinary 3. They waited before the round tower, the red mountains of dawn at their backs, their white cloaks blowing in the wind. And these were no shadows. Their faces burned clear, even now. Sir Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning, had a sad smile on his lips. The hilt of the great sword Dawn poked up over his right shoulder. Sir Oswald Went was on one knee, sharpening his blade with a whetstone. Across his white enamelled helm, the black bat of his house spread its wings. Between them stood fierce old Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard.
"I looked for you on the Trident,"
Ned said to them. "We were not there," Sir Gerald answered.
"Woe to the usurper if we had been,"
said Sir Oswald.
"When King's Landing fell, Sir Jaime slew your king with a golden sword, and I wondered where you were."
"Far away," Sir Gerald said.
"Or Aerys would yet sit the Iron Throne, and our false brother would burn in 7 hells." "I came down on Storm's End to lift the siege," Ned told them. "And the Lords Tyrell and Redwyne dipped their banners, and all their knights bent the knee to pledge us fealty. I was certain you would be among them."
"Our knees do not bend easily," said Sir Arthur Dane.
"Sir Willem Darries fled to Dragonstone with your queen and Prince Viserys. I thought you might have sailed with him."
"Sir Willem is a good man and true," said Sir Oswald. "But not of the Kingsguard," Sir Gerald pointed out.
"The Kingsguard does not flee."
"Then or now," said Sir Arthur. He donned his helm.
"We swore a vow,"
explained old Sir Gerald. Ned's wraiths moved up beside him with shadow swords in hand. They were 7 against 3.
"And now it begins,"
said Sir Arthur Dane, the sword of the morning. He unsheathed Dawn and held it with both hands. The blade was pale as milk glass, alive with light.
"No,"
Ned said with sadness in his voice.
"Now it ends."
As they came together in a rush of steel and shadow, he could hear Lyanna screaming. "Eddard!" she called. A storm of rose petals blew across a blood-streaked sky, as blue as the eyes of death. "Lord Eddard!" Lyanna called again.
"I promise," he whispered. "Leah, I promise."
"Lord Eddard!" a man echoed from the dark. Groaning, Eddard Stark opened his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows of the Tower of the Hand. "Lord Eddard?" A shadow stood over the bed. How long?" The sheets were tangled, his legs splintered and plastered. A dull throb of pain shot up his side.
6 days and 7 nights.
The voice was Vayan Poole's. The steward held a cup to Ned's lips. "Drink, my lord."
"What?"
"Only water. Master Pycelle said you would be thirsty." Ned drank. His lips were parched and cracked. The water tasted sweet as honey. "The king left orders," Vayan Poole told him when the cup was empty. "He would speak with you, my lord."
"On the morrow," Ned said, "when I'm stronger."
He could not face Robert now. The dream had left him weak as a kitten.
"My lord," Poole said, "he commanded us to send you to him the moment you opened your eyes."
The steward busied himself lighting a bedside candle. Ned cursed softly. Robert was never known for his patience.
"Tell him I'm too weak to come to him. If he wishes to speak with me, I should be pleased to receive him here. I hope you wake him from a sound sleep, and summon—"
He was about to say Jory when he remembered.
"Summon the captain of my guard."
Alan stepped into the bedchamber a few moments after the steward had taken his leave.
My lord?
Poole tells me it has been 6 days, Ned said. I must know how things stand.
The King's slayers fled the city, Ellen told him. The talk is he's ridden back to Casterly Rock to join his father. The story of how Lady Caitlin took the imp is on every lip. I've put on extra guards, if it please you.
It does, Ned assured him. My daughters?
They've been with you every day, my lord. Sansa prays quietly, but Arya... He hesitated. She has not said a word since they brought you back. She's a fierce little thing, my lord. I've never seen such anger in a girl.
Whatever happens, Ned said, I want my daughters kept safe. I fear this is only the beginning.
No harm will come to them, Lord Eddard, Ellen said. I stake my life on that.
Jory and the others.
I gave them over to the Silent Sisters to be sent north to Winterfell. Jory would want to lie beside his grandfather. It would have to be his grandfather, for Jory's father was buried far to the south. Martin Castle had perished with the rest. Ned had pulled the tower down afterward, and used its bloody stones to build 8 cairns up on the ridge. It was said that Rhaegar had named that place the Tower of Joy, but for Ned it was a bitter memory. They had been 7 against 3, yet only 2 had lived to ride away. Eddard Stark himself and the little Crannog man, Howland Reed. He did not think it omened well that he should dream that dream again after so many years.
You've done well, Ellen,
Ned was saying when Vay and Poole returned. The steward bowed low. His grace is without, my lord, and the queen with him. Ned pushed himself up higher, wincing as his leg trembled with pain. He had not expected Cersei to come. It did not bode well that she had.
Send them in and leave us. What we have to say should not go beyond these walls.
Poole withdrew quietly. Robert had taken time to dress. He wore a black velvet doublet with a crowned stag of Baratheon worked upon the breast in golden thread, and a golden mantle with a cloak of black and gold squares. A flagon of wine was in his hand, his face already flushed from drink. Cersei Lannister entered behind him, a jeweled tiara in her hair.
Your Grace, Ned said. Your pardons, I cannot rise.
No matter, the king said gruffly.
Some wine? From the arbor, a good vintage. A small cup, Ned said. My head is still heavy from the milk of the poppy.
A man in your place should count himself fortunate that his head is still on his shoulders, the queen declared.
Quiet, woman,
Robert snapped. He brought Ned a cup of wine.
Does the leg still pain you?
Some, Ned said. His head was swimming, but it would not do to admit to weakness in front of the queen.
Pycelle swears it will heal clean, Robert frowned. I take it you know what Caitlin has done? I do.
Ned took a small swallow of wine.
My lady wife is blameless, your grace. All she did at my command.
I am not pleased, Ned, Robert grumbled. By what right do you dare lay hands on my blood? Cersei demanded. Who do you think you are?
The hand of the king,
Ned told her with icy courtesy.
Charged by your own lord husband to keep the king's peace and enforce the king's justice.
You were the hand, Cersei began. But now, silence, the king roared.
You asked him a question and he answered it.
Cersei subsided, cold with anger, and Robert turned back to Ned.
Keep the king's peace, you say? Is this how you keep my peace, Ned? 7 men are dead.
8, the queen corrected. Traeger died this morning of the blow Lord Stark gave him.
Abductions on the King's Road and drunken slaughter in my streets, the king said. I will not have it, Ned. Caitlin had good reason for taking the imp.
I said I will not have it. To hell with her reasons. You will command her to release the dwarf at once, and you will make your peace with Jaime.
3 of my men were butchered before my eyes because Jaime Lannister wished to chasten me. Am I to forget that?
My brother was not the cause of this quarrel, Cersei told the king. Lord Stark was returning drunk from a brothel. His men attacked Jaime and his guards, even as his wife attacked Tyrion on the King's Road.
You know me better than that, Robert, Ned said. Ask Lord Baelish if you doubt me. He was there.
I've talked to Littlefinger, Robert said.
He claims he rode off to bring the gold cloaks before the fighting began, but he admits you were returning from some whore house. Some whore house! Damn your eyes, Robert, I went there to have a look at your daughter. Her mother has named her Bara. She looks like that first girl you fathered when we were boys together in the Vale.
He watched the queen as he spoke. Her face was a mask, still and pale, betraying nothing. Robert flushed.
Bara, he grumbled. Is that supposed to please me? Damn the girl. I thought she had more sense. She cannot be more than 15 and a whore, and you thought she had sense,
Ned said, incredulous. His leg was beginning to pain him sorely. It was hard to keep his temper.
The fool child is in love with you, Robert.
The king glanced at Cersei.
This is no fit subject for the queen's ears. Her grace will have no liking for anything I have to say, Ned replied. I'm told the Kingslayer has fled the city. Give me leave to bring him back to justice.
The king swallowed the wine in his cup, brooding. He took a swallow.
No, he said. I want no more of this. Jaime slew 3 of your men and you 5 of his. Now it ends. Is that your notion of justice? Ned flared. If so, I'm pleased that I'm no longer your hand.
The queen looked to her husband. If any man had dared speak to a Targaryen as he has spoken to you.
Do you take me for heiress? Robert interrupted.
I took you for a king. Jaime and Tyrion are your own brothers, by all the laws of marriage and the bonds we share. The Starks have driven off the one and seized the other. This man dishonors you with every breath he takes, and yet you stand there meekly, asking if his leg pains him and would he like some wine. Robert's face was dark with anger.
How many times must I tell you to hold your tongue, woman?
Cersei's face was a study in contempt. What a jape the gods have made of us two, she said. By all rights, you ought to be in skirts and me in mail. Purple with rage, the king lashed out, a vicious backhand blow to the side of the head. She stumbled against the table and fell hard, yet Cersei Lannister did not cry out. Her slender fingers brushed her cheek, where the pale smooth skin was already reddening. On the morrow the bruise would cover half her face. I shall wear this as a badge of honor, she announced.
Wear it in silence or I'll honor you again, Robert vowed. He shouted for a guard.
Sir Meryn Trant stepped into the room, tall and somber in his white armor.
The queen is tired. See her to her bedchamber.
The knight helped Cersei to her feet and led her out without a word. Robert reached for the flagon and refilled his cup.
You see what she does to me, Ned?
The king seated himself, cradling his wine cup.
My loving wife, the mother of my children.
The rage was gone from him now. In his eyes Ned saw something sad and scared.
I should not have hit her. That was not kingly.
He stared down at his hands as if he did not quite know what they were.
I was always strong. No one could stand before me. No one. How do you fight someone if you can't hit them?
Confused, the king shook his head.
Rhaegar won, damn him. I killed him, Ned. I drove the spike right through that black armor into his black heart, and he died at my feet. They made up songs about it, yet somehow he still won. He has Lyanna now, and I have her.
The king drained his cup.
Your Grace,
Ned Stark said.
We must talk.
Robert pressed his fingertips against his temples.
I'm sick unto death of talk. On the morrow I'm going to the Kingswood to hunt. Whatever you have to say can wait until our return. If the gods are good, I shall not be here on your return. You commanded me to return to Winterfell, remember?
Robert stood up, grasping one of the bedposts to steady himself.
The gods are seldom good, Ned. Here, this is yours.
He pulled the heavy silver hand clasp from a pocket in the lining of his cloak and tossed it on the bed.
Like it or not, you are my hand, damn you. I forbid you to leave.
Ned picked up the silver clasp. He was being given no choice, it seemed. His leg throbbed, and he felt as helpless as a child.
The Targaryen girl. The king groaned. 7 hells, don't start with her again. That's done. I'll hear no more of it. Why would you want me as your hand if you refuse to listen to my counsel?
Why? Robert laughed.
Why not? Someone has to rule this damnable kingdom. Put on the badge, Ned. It suits you. And if you ever throw it in my face again, I swear to you, I'll pin the damned thing on Jaime Lannister.
Chapter 40. Caitlin. The eastern sky was rose and gold as the sun broke over the vale of Erin. Caitlin Stark watched the light spread, her hands resting on the delicate carved stone of the balustrade outside her window. Below her, the world turned from black to indigo to green as dawn crept across fields and forests. Pale white mists rose off Alyssa's tears, where the ghost waters plunged over the shoulder of the mountain to begin their long tumble down the face of the giant's lands. Caitlin could feel the faint touch of spray on her face. Alyssa Arryn had seen her husband, her brothers, and all her children slain, and yet in life she had never shed a tear. So in death, the gods had decreed that she would know no rest until her weeping watered the black earth of the Vale, where the men she had loved were buried. Alyssa had been dead 6,000 years now, and still no drop of the torrent had ever reached the valley floor far below. Caitlin wondered how large a waterfall her own tears would make when she died. "Tell me the rest of it," she said.
"The Kingslayer is massing a host at Casterly Rock," Sir Roderick Castle answered from the room behind her. "Your brother writes that he has sent riders to the rock, demanding that Lord Tywin proclaims his intent, but he has had no answer. Edmure has commanded Lord Vance and Lord Piper to guard the pass below the Golden Tooth. He vows to you that he will yield no foot of Tully land without first watering it with Lannister blood."
Caitlin turned away from the sunrise. Its beauty did little to lighten her mood. It seemed cruel for a day to dawn so fair and end so foul as this one promised to. "Edmure has sent riders and made vows," she said. "But Edmure is not the Lord of Riverrun. What of my Lord Father?"
"The message made no mention of Lord Hoster, my lady."
Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers. They had grown in white as snow and bristly as a thorn bush while he was recovering from his wounds. He looked almost himself again. "My father would not have given the defense of Riverrun over to Edmure unless he was very sick," she said, worried. "I should have been woken as soon as this bird arrived."
"Your lady sister thought it better to let you sleep, Master Coleman told me."
"I should have been woken," she insisted.
"The master tells me your sister planned to speak with you after the combat," Sir Roderick said.
"Then she still plans to go through with this mammoth farce," Caitlin grimaced. "The dwarf has played her like a set of pipes, and she's too deaf to hear the tune. Whatever happens this morning, Sir Roderick, it is past time we took our leave. My place is at Winterfell with my sons. If you're strong enough to travel, I shall ask Lisa for an escort to see us to Gulltown. We can take ship from there."
"Another ship?"
Sir Roderick looked a shade green, yet he managed not to shudder.
"As you say, my lady."
The old knight waited outside her door as Caitlin summoned the servants Lisa had given her. If she spoke to her sister before the duel, perhaps she could change her mind, she thought as they dressed her. Lisa's policies varied with her moods, and her moods changed hourly. The shy girl she had known at Riverrun had grown into a woman who was by turns proud, fearful, cruel, dreamy, reckless, timid, stubborn, vain, and, above all, inconstant. When that wild turnkey of hers had come crawling to tell them that Tyrion Lannister wished to confess, Caitlin had urged Lisa to have the dwarf brought to them privately, but no, nothing would do better that her sister must make a show of him before half the Vale. And now this. "Lannister is my prisoner," she told Sir Roderick as they descended the tower stairs and made their way through the Erie's cold white halls. Caitlin wore plain grey wool with a silvered belt. "My sister must be reminded of that." At the doors to Lisa's apartments, they met her uncle storming out.
"Going to join the Fool's Festival?" Sir Brynden snapped. "I'd tell you to slap some sense into your sister if I thought it would do any good, but you'd only bruise your hand."
"There was a bird from Riverrun," Caitlin began. "A letter from Edmure."
"I know, child."
The black fish that fastened his cloak was Brynden's only concession to ornament.
"I had to hear it from Master Coleman. I asked your sister for leave to take 1,000 seasoned men and ride for Riverrun with all haste. Do you know what she told me? 'The Vale cannot spare 1,000 swords, nor even one, uncle,' she said. 'You're the Knight of the Gate, your place is here.'"
A gust of childish laughter drifted through the open doors behind him, and her uncle glanced darkly over his shoulder.
"Well, I told her she could bloody well find herself a new knight of the gate. Blackfish or no, I'm still a Tully. I shall leave for Riverrun by even fall."
Caitlin could not pretend to surprise. "Alone? You know as well as I that you will never survive the high road. Sir Roderick and I are returning to Winterfell. Come with us, uncle. I will give you your 1,000 men. Riverrun will not fight alone." Brynden thought a moment, then nodded a brisk agreement.
"As you say. It's the long way home, but I'm more like to get there. I'll wait for you below."
He went striding off, his cloak swirling behind him. Caitlin exchanged a look with Sir Roderick. They went through the doors to the high, nervous sound of a child's giggles. Lisa's apartments opened over a small garden, a circle of dirt and grass planted with blue flowers, and ringed on all sides by tall white towers. The builders had intended it as a godswood, but the eyrie rested on the hard stone of the mountain, and no matter how much soil was hauled up from the Wale, they could not get a weirwood to take root here. So the lords of the eyrie planted grass and scattered statuary amidst low, flowering shrubs. It was there the two champions would meet to place their lives, and that of Tyrion Lannister, into the hands of the gods. Lisa, freshly scrubbed and garbed in cream velvet with a robe of sapphires and moonsters around her milk-white neck, was holding court on a terrace overlooking the scene of the combat, surrounded by her knights, retainers, and lords high and low. Most of them still hoped to wed her, bet her, and rule the Vale of Arryn by her side. From what Caitlin had seen during her stay at the Eyrie, it was a vain hope. A wooden platform had been built to elevate Robert's chair. There the Lord of the Eyrie sat, giggling and clapping his hands as a humpbacked puppeteer in blue and white motley made two wooden knights hack and slash each other. Pitchers of thick cream and baskets of blackberries had been set out, and the guests were sipping a sweet orange-scented wine from engraved silver cups. A fool's festival, Brynden had called it, and small wonder. Across the terrace, Lisa laughed gaily at some jest of Lord Hunter's, and nibbled a blackberry from the point of Sir Lyn Corbray's dagger. They were the suitors who stood highest in Lisa's favour, today at least. Caitlin would have been hard-pressed to say which man was more unsuitable. Ian Hunter was even older than Jon Arryn had been, half crippled by gout and cursed with 3 quarrelsome sons, each more grasping than the last. Sir Lyn was a different sort of folly. Lean and handsome, heir to an ancient but impoverished house, but vain, reckless, hot-tempered, and, it was whispered, notoriously uninterested in the intimate charms of women. When Lisa espied Caitlin, she welcomed her with a sisterly embrace and a moist kiss on the cheek.
"Isn't it a lovely morning? The gods are smiling on us. Do try a cup of the wine, sweet sister. Lord Hunter was kind enough to send for it, from his own cellars."
"Thank you, no. Lisa, we must talk."
"After,"
her sister promised, already beginning to turn away from her. "Now." Caitlin spoke more loudly than she'd intended. Men were turning to look. "Lisa, you cannot mean to go ahead with this folly. Alive, the imp has value. Dead, he is only food for crows. And if his champion should prevail here—" "Small chance of that, my lady," Lord Hunter assured her, patting her shoulder with a liver-spotted hand. "Sir Vardis is a doughty fighter. He will make short work of the sellsword." "Will he, my lord?" Caitlin said coolly. "I wonder." She had seen Bronn fight on the high road. It was no accident that he had survived the journey while other men had died. He moved like a panther, and that ugly sword of his seemed a part of his arm. Lisa's suitors were gathering around them like bees around a blossom.
"Women understand little of these things,"
Sir Morton Waynwood said.
"Sir Vardis is a knight, sweet lady. This other fellow, well, his sort are all cowards at heart, useful enough in a battle with thousands of their fellows around them, but stand them up alone and the manhood leaks right out of them."
"Say you have the truth of it, then," Caitlin said with a curtsy that made her mouth ache. "What will we gain by the dwarf's death? Do you imagine that Jaime will care a fig that we gave his brother a trial before we flung him off a mountain?"
"Behead the man,"
Sir Lyn Corbray suggested.
"When the Kingslayer receives the imp's head, it will be a warning to him."
Lisa gave an impatient shake of her waist-long auburn hair.
"Lord Robert wants to see him fly,"
she said, as if that settled the matter.
And the imp has only himself to blame. It was he who demanded a trial by combat.
Lady Lisa had no honourable way to deny him, even if she'd wished to, Lord Hunter intoned ponderously. Ignoring them all, Caitlin turned all her force on her sister.
I remind you, Tyrion Lannister is my prisoner. And I remind you, the dwarf murdered my lord husband.
Her voice rose.
He poisoned the hand of the king and left my sweet baby fatherless, and now I mean to see him pay.
Whirling, her skirts swinging around her, Lisa stalked across the terrace. Sir Lynn and Sir Morton and the other suitors excused themselves with cool nods and trailed after her.
Do you think he did it?
Sir Roderick asked her quietly when they were alone again.
Murder Lord John, that is. The imp still denies it, and most fiercely.
I believe the Lannisters murdered Lord Arryn, Caitlin replied. But whether it was Tyrion or Sir Jaime, or the Queen, or all of them together, I could not begin to say. Lisa had named Cersei the letter she had sent to Winterfell, but now she seemed certain that Tyrion was the killer. Perhaps because the dwarf was here, while the Queen was safe behind the walls of the Red Keep, hundreds of leagues to the south. Caitlin almost wished she had burned her sister's letter before reading it. Sir Roderick tugged at his whiskers.
Poison, well, that could be the dwarf's work, true enough. Or Cersei's. It's said poison is a woman's weapon, begging your pardons, my lady. The Kingslayer, now. I have no great liking for the man, but he's not that sort. Too fond of the sight of blood on that golden sword of his. Was it poison, my lady?
Caitlin frowned, vaguely uneasy. How else could they make it look a natural death? Behind her, Lord Robert shrieked with delight as one of the puppet knights sliced the other in half, spilling a fluid of red sawdust into the terrace. She glanced at her nephew and sighed. The boy is utterly without discipline. He will never be strong enough to rule unless he is taken away from his mother for a time.
Is Lord Father agreed with you?
Said a voice at her elbow. She turned to behold Master Coleman, a cup of wine in his hand.
He was planning to send the boy to Dragonstone for fostering, you know. Oh, but I'm speaking out of turn.
The apple of his throat bobbed anxiously beneath the loose master's chain.
I fear I've had too much of Lord Hunter's excellent wine. The prospect of bloodshed has my nerves all afray.
You are mistaken, master, Caitlin said. It was Casterly Rock, not Dragonstone, and those arrangements were made after the hand's death, without my sister's consent. The master's head jerked so vigorously at the end of his absurdly long neck that he looked half a puppet himself.
No, begging your forgiveness, my lady, but it was Lord John who—
A bell tolled loudly below them. High lords and serving girls alike broke off what they were doing and moved to the balustrade. Below, 2 guardsmen in sky-blue cloaks led forth Tyrion Lannister. The Eyrie's plump scepter escorted him to the statue in the centre of the garden, a weeping woman carved in veined white marble, no doubt meant to be Alyssa.
"The bad little man,"
Lord Robert said, giggling.
"Mother, can I make him fly? I want to see him fly." "Later, my sweet baby,"
Lisa promised him.
Trial first,
drawled Sir Lyn Corbray.
Then execution.
A moment later the 2 champions appeared from opposite sides of the garden. The knight was attended by 2 young squires, the sellsword by the Eyrie's master-at-arms. Sir Vardis Egan was steel from head to heel, encased in heavy plate armor over mail and padded surcoat. Large circular rondels, enamelled cream and blue in the moon and falcon sigil of House Arryn, protected the vulnerable juncture of arm and breast. A skirt of lobstered metal covered him from waist to mid-thigh, while a solid gorget encircled his throat. Falcon's wings sprouted from the temples of his helm, and his visor was a pointed metal beak with a narrow slit for vision. Bronn was so lightly armored he looked almost naked beside the knight. He wore only a shirt of black oiled ringmail over boiled leather, a round steel half-helm with a nose-guard, and a mail coif. High leather boots with steel shin guards gave some protection to his legs, and discs of black iron were sewn into the fingers of his gloves. Yet Caitlin noted that the sellsword stood half a hand taller than his foe, with a longer reach, and Bronn was 15 years younger, if she was any judge. They knelt in the grass beneath the weeping woman, facing each other, with Lannister between them. The Septon removed a faced crystal sphere from the soft cloth bag at his waist. He lifted it high above his head, and the light shattered. Rainbows danced across the imp's face. In a high, solemn sing-song voice, the Septon asked the gods to look down and bear witness, to find the truth in this man's soul, to grant him life and freedom if he was innocent, death if he was guilty. His voice echoed of the surrounding towers. When the last echo had died away, the Septon lowered his crystal and made a hasty departure. Tyrion leaned over and whispered something in Bronn's ear before the guardsman led him away. The sellsword rose laughing and brushed a blade of grass from his knee. Robert Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale, was fidgeting impatiently in his elevated chair.
"When are they going to fight?"
he asked plaintively. Servadis was held back to his feet by one of his squires. The other brought him a triangular shield almost 4 feet tall, heavy oak dotted with iron studs. They strapped it to his left forearm. When Lysa's master-at-arms offered Bronn a similar shield, the sellsword spat and waved it away. 3 days' growth of coarse black beard covered his joined cheeks, but if he did not shave it was not for want of a razor. The edge of his sword had the dangerous glimmer of steel that had been honed every day for hours, until it was too sharp to touch. Servadis held out a gauntleted hand, and his squire placed a handsome double-edged longsword in his grasp. The blade was engraved with a delicate silver tracery of a mountain sky. Its pommel was a falcon's head, its crossguard fashioned into the shape of wings.
"I had that sword crafted for Jon in King's Landing,"
Lysa told her guests proudly as they watched Servadis try a practice cut.
"He wore it whenever he sat the Iron Throne in King Robert's place. Isn't it a lovely thing? I thought it only fitting that our champion avenged Jon with his own blade."
The engraved silver blade was beautiful beyond a doubt, but it seemed to Catelyn that Servadis might have been more comfortable with his own sword. Yet she said nothing. She was weary of futile arguments with her sister.
"Make them fight!"
Lord Robert called out. Servadis faced the Lord of the Eyrie and lifted his sword in salute. "For the Eyrie and the Vale!" Tyrion Lannister had been seated on a balcony across the garden, flanked by his own guards. It was to him that Bronn turned with a cursory salute.
"They await your command,"
Lady Lysa said to her lord's son.
"Fight!"
the boy screamed, his arms trembling as they clutched at his chair. Servadis swiveled, bringing up his heavy shield. Bronn turned to face him. Their swords rang together, once, twice, attesting. The sellsword backed off a step. The knight came after, holding his shield before him. He tried a slash, but Bronn jogged back, just out of reach, and the silver blade cut only air. Bronn circled to his right. Servadis turned to follow, keeping his shield between them. The knight pressed forward, placing each foot carefully on the uneven ground. The sellsword gave way, a faint smile playing over his lips. Servadis attacked, slashing, but Bronn leapt away from him, hopping lightly over a low moss-covered stone. Now the sellsword circled left, away from the shield, toward the knight's unprotected side. Servadis tried a hack at his legs, but he did not have the reach. Bronn danced farther to his left. Servadis turned in place. "The man is craven," Lord Hunter declared. "Stand and fight, coward!" Other voices echoed the sentiment. Catelyn looked to Sir Roderick. Her master-at-arms gave a curt shake of his head. "He wants to make Servadis chase him. The weight of armor and shield will tire even the strongest man." She had seen men practice at their swordplay near every day of her life, had viewed 100 tourneys in her time, but this was something different and deadlier. A dance where the smallest misstep meant death. And as she watched, the memory of another duel in another time came back to Catelyn Stark, as vivid as if it had been yesterday. They met in the lower bailey of Riverrun. When Brandon saw that Petyr wore only helm and breastplate and mail, he took off most of his armor. Petyr had begged her for a favor he might wear, but she had turned him away. Her lord father promised her to Brandon Stark, and so it was to him that she gave her token, a pale blue handscarf she had embroidered with the leaping trout of Riverrun. As she pressed it into his hand, she pleaded with him.
"He's only a foolish boy, but I have loved him like a brother. It would grieve me to see him die."
And her betrothed looked at her with the cool grey eyes of a stork, and promised to spare the boy who loved her. That fight was over almost as soon as it began. Brandon was a man grown, and he drove Littlefinger all the way across the bailey and down the water stair, raining steel on him with every step, until the boy was staggering and bleeding from a dozen wounds. "Yield!" he called, more than once, but Petyr would only shake his head and fight on, grimly. When the river was lapping at their ankles, Brandon finally ended it, with a brutal backhand cut that bit through Petyr's rings and leather into the soft flesh below the ribs, so deep that Caitlin was certain that the wound was mortal. He looked at her as he fell and murmured, "Cat," as the bright blood came flowing out between his mailed fingers. She thought she had forgotten that. That was the last time she had seen his face, until the day she was brought before him in King's Landing. A fortnight passed before Littlefinger was strong enough to leave Riverrun, but her lord father forbade her to visit him in the tower where he lay abed. Lisa helped her master nurse him. She had been softer and shyer in those days. Admer had called on him as well, but Petyr had sent him away. Her brother had acted as Brandon's squire at the duel, and Littlefinger would not forgive that. As soon as he was strong enough to be moved, Lord Hoster Tully sent Petyr Baelish away in a closed litter to finish his healing on the fingers upon the windswept jut of rock where he'd been born. The ringing clash of steel on steel jarred Caitlin back to the present. Sir Vardis was coming hard at Bronn, driving into him with shield and sword. The sellsword scrambled backward, checking each blow, stepping lightly over rock and root, his eyes never leaving his foe. He was quicker, Caitlin saw. The knight's silvered sword never came near to touching him, but his own ugly grey blade hacked a notch from Sir Vardis' shoulder plate. The brief flurry of fighting ended as swiftly as it had begun, when Bronn sidestepped and slid behind the statue of the weeping woman. Sir Vardis lunged at where he had been, striking a spark off the pale marble of Alyssa's thigh.
"They're not fighting good, mother,"
the Lord of the Eyrie complained.
"I want them to fight."
"They will, sweet baby," his mother soothed him. "The sellsword can't run all day." Some of the lords on Lisa's terrace were making wry jests as they refilled their wine cups, but across the garden, Tyrion Lannister's mismatched eyes watched the champions dance as if there were nothing else in the world. Bronn came out from behind the statue hard and fast, still moving left, aiming a two-handed cut at the knight's unshielded right side. Sir Vardis blocked, but clumsily, and the sellsword's blade flashed upward at his head. Metal rang and the falcon's wing collapsed with a crunch. Sir Vardis took a half-step back to brace himself, raised his shield. Oak chips flew as Bronn's sword hacked at the wooden wall. The sellsword stepped left again, away from the shield, and caught Sir Vardis across the stomach, the razor edge of his blade leaving a bright gash when it bit into the knight's plate. Sir Vardis drove forward off his back foot, his own silver blade descending in a savage arc. Bronn slammed it aside and danced away. The knight crashed into the weeping woman, rocking her on her plinth. Staggered, he stepped backward, his head turning this way and that as he searched for his foe. The slit visor of his helm narrowed his vision. "Behind you, sir!" Lord Hunter shouted, too late. Bronn brought his sword down with both hands, catching Sir Vardis in the elbow of his sword arm. The thin lobstered metal that protected the joint crunched. The knight grunted, turning, wrenching his weapon up. This time Bronn stood his ground. The swords flew at each other, and their steel song filled the garden and rang off the white towers of the Eyrie. "Sir Vardis is hurt," Sir Roderick said, his voice grave. Caitlin did not need to be told. She had eyes. She could see the bright finger of blood running along the knight's forearm, the wetness inside the elbow joint. Every parry was a little slow and a little lower than the one before. Sir Vardis turned his side to his foe, trying to use his shield to block instead, but Bronn slid around him, quick as a cat. The sellsword seemed to be getting stronger. His cuts were leaving their marks now. Deep, shiny gashes gleamed all over the knight's armor, on his right thigh, his beaked visor, crossing on his breastplate, a long one along the front of his gorget. The moon and falcon rondel over Sir Vardis' right arm was sheared clean in half, hanging by its strap. They could hear his labored breath, rattling through the air holes in his visor. Blind with arrogance as they were, even the knights and lords of the Vale could see what was happening below them, yet her sister could not.
"Enough, Sir Vardis," Lady Lisa called down. "Finish him now, my baby's growing tired."
And it must be said of Sir Vardis Egan that he was true to his lady's command, even to the last. One moment he was reeling backward, half crouched behind a scared shield. The next he charged. The sudden bull rush caught Bronn off balance. Sir Vardis crashed into him and slammed the lip of his shield into the sellsword's face. Almost, Bronn lost his feet. He staggered back, tripped over a rock, and caught hold of the weeping woman to keep his balance. Throwing aside his shield, Sir Vardis lurched after him, using both hands to raise his sword. His right arm was blood from elbow to fingers now, yet his last desperate blow would have opened Bronn from neck to navel, if the sellsword had stood to receive it. But Bronn jerked back. Jon Arryn's beautiful engraved silver sword glanced off the marble elbow of the weeping woman, and snapped clean a third of the way up the blade. Bronn put his shoulder into the statue's back. The weathered likeness of Alyssa Arryn tottered and fell with a great crash, and Sir Vardis Egan went down beneath her. Bronn was on him in a heartbeat, kicking what was left of his shattered rondel aside to expose the weak spot between arm and breastplate. Sir Vardis was lying on his side, pinned beneath the broken torso of the weeping woman. Caitlin heard the knight groan as the sellsword lifted his blade with both hands, and drove it down and in with all his weight behind it, under the arm and through the ribs. Sir Vardis Egan shuddered and lay still. Silence hung over the eyrie. Bronn yanked off his half-helm and let it fall to the grass. His lip was smashed and bloody where the shield had caught him, and his coal-black hair was soaked with sweat. He spit out a broken tooth.
"Is it over, Mother?"
the Lord of the Eyrie asked. No, Caitlin wanted to tell him. It's only now beginning.
"Yes,"
Lisa said glumly, her voice as cold and dead as the captain of her guard.
"Can I make the little man fly now?"
Across the garden, Tyrion Lannister got to his feet. "Not this little man," he said. "This little man is going down in the turnip hoist, thank you very much."
"You presume,"
Lisa began. "I presume that House Arryn remembers its own words," the imp said. "As high as honor."
"You promised I could make him fly!"
The Lord of the Eyrie screamed at his mother. He began to shake. Lady Lisa's face was flushed with fury.
"The gods have seen fit to proclaim him innocent, child. We have no choice but to free him."
She lifted her voice.
"Guards, take my Lord of Lannister and his creature here out of my sight. Escort them to the Bloody Gate and set them free. See that they have horses and supplies sufficient to reach the Trident, and make certain all their goods and weapons are returned to them. They shall need them on the high road."
"The high road," Tyrion Lannister said. Lisa allowed herself a faint, satisfied smile. It was another sort of death sentence, Caitlin realized. Tyrion Lannister must know that as well, yet the dwarf favored Lady Arryn with a mocking bow. "As you command, my lady," he said. "I believe we know the way." Chapter 41. Jon. "You are as hopeless as any boys I've ever trained," Sir Alistair Thorne announced when they had all assembled in the yard. "Your hands were made for manure shovels, not for swords, and if it were up to me, the lot of you would be set to herding swine. But last night I was told that Garren is marching 5 new boys up the King's Road. 1 or 2 may even be worth the price of piss. To make room for them, I have decided to pass 8 of you on to the Lord Commander to do with as he will." He called out the names one by one. "Toad, Stonehead, Aurochs, Lover, Pimple, Monkey, Sirloon." Last, he looked at Jon. "And the bastard." Pip let fly a whoop and thrust his sword into the air. Sir Alistair fixed him with a reptile stare. "They will call you men of Night's Watch now, but you are bigger fools than the mummer's monkey here if you believe that. You are boys still, green and stinking of summer, and when the winter comes you will die like flies." And with that, Sir Alistair Thorne took his leave of them. The other boys gathered round the 8 who had been named, laughing and cursing and offering congratulations. Halder smacked Toad in the butt with the flat of his sword and shouted, "Toad of the Night's Watch!" Yelling that the Black Brother needed a horse, Pip leapt onto Gran's shoulders, and they tumbled to the ground, rolling and punching and hooting. Darion dashed inside the armory and returned with a skin of sour red. As they passed the wine from hand to hand, grinning like fools, John noticed Samuel Tarley standing by himself beneath a bare dead tree in the corner of the yard. John offered him the skin. "A swallow of wine?" Sam shook his head. "No, thank you, John." "Are you well?" "Very well, truly," the fat boy lied. "I'm so happy for all of you." His round face quivered as he forced a smile. "You will be first ranger some day, just as your uncle was." "Is," John corrected. He would not accept that Benjamin Stark was dead. Before he could say more, Hader cried, "Here, you planning to drink that all yourself?" Pip snatched the skin from his hand and danced away, laughing. While Gren seized his arm, Pip gave the skin a squeeze, and a thin stream of red squirted John in the face. Hader howled and protested the waste of good wine. John sputtered and struggled. Matar and Jaren climbed the wall and began pelting them all with snowballs. By the time he wrenched free, with snow in his hair and wine stains on his surcoat, Samuel Tarley had gone. That night, Three Finger Hop cooked the boys a special meal to mark the occasion. When John arrived at the common hall, the Lord Steward himself led him to the bench near the fire. The older man clapped him on the arm in passing. The 8 soon-to-be brothers feasted on rack of lamb baked in a crust of garlic and herbs, garnished with sprigs of mint and surrounded by mashed yellow turnips swimming in butter. "From the Lord Commander's own table," Bowen Marsh told them. There were salads of spinach and chickpeas and turnip greens, and afterward bowls of ice blueberries and sweet cream. "Do you think they'll keep us together?" Pip wondered as they gorged themselves happily. Toad made a face. "I hope not. I'm sick of looking at those ears of yours." "Ho!" said Pip. "Listen to the crowd call the Raven Black. You're certain to be a ranger, Toad. They'll want you as far from the castle as they can. If Man's raider attacks, lift your visor and show your face, and he'll run off screaming." Everyone laughed but Gren. "I hope I'm a ranger." "You and everyone else," said Mutter. Every man who wore the black walked the wall, and every man was expected to take up steel in its defense, but the rangers were the true fighting heart of the Night's Watch. It was they who dared ride beyond the wall, sweeping through the haunted forest and the icy mountain heights west of the Shadow Tower, fighting wildlings and giants and monstrous snow bears. "Not everyone," said Halder. "It's the builders for me. What use would rangers be if the wall fell down?" The Order of Builders provided the masons and carpenters to repair keeps and towers, the miners to dig tunnels and crush stone for roads and footpaths, the woodsmen to clear away new growth wherever the forest pressed too close to the wall. Once, it was said, they had quarried immense blocks of ice from frozen lakes deep in a haunted forest, dragging them south on sledges so the wall might be raised ever higher. Those days were centuries gone, however. Now, it was all they could do to ride the wall from East Watch to the Shadow Tower, watching for cracks or signs of melt and making what repairs they could. "The old bear's no fool," Darian observed. "You're certain to be a builder, and John's certain to be a ranger. He's the best sword and the best rider among us, and his uncle was the first before he—" His voice trailed off awkwardly as he realized what he had almost said. "Benjamin Stark is still first ranger," Jon Snow told him, toying with his bowl of blueberries. The rest might have given up all hope of his uncle's safe return, but not him. He pushed away the berries, scarcely touched, and rose from the bench. "Aren't you going to eat those?" Toad asked. "They're yours." Jon had hardly tasted Hop's great feast. "I could not eat another bite." He took his cloak from its hook near the door and shouldered his way out. Pip followed him. "John, what is it?" "Sam," he admitted. "He was not at the table tonight." "It's not like him to miss a meal," Pip said thoughtfully. "Do you suppose he's taken ill?" "He's frightened. We're leaving him." He remembered the day he had left Winterfell, all the bittersweet farewells. Bran lying broken, Robb with snow in his hair, Arya raining kisses on him after he'd given her needle. "Once we say our words, we'll all have duties to attend to. Some of us may be sent away, to Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. Sam will remain in training, with the likes of Rast and Cougar and these new boys who are coming up the King's Road. Gods only know what they'll be like, but you can bet Sir Alistair will send them against him, first chance he gets." Pip made a grimace. "You did all you could." All we could wasn't enough, John said. A deep restlessness was on him as he went back to Hardin's tower for Ghost. The dire wolf walked beside him to the stables. Some of the more skittish horses kicked at their stalls and laid back their ears as they entered. John saddled his mare, mounted, and rode out from Castle Black, south across the moonlit night. Ghost raced ahead of him, flying over the ground, gone in the blink of an eye. John let him go. A wolf needed to hunt. He had no destination in mind. He wanted only to ride. He followed the creek for a time, listening to the icy trickle of water over rock, then cut across the fields to the King's Road. It stretched out before him, narrow and stony and pocked with weeds, a road of no particular promise, yet the sight of it filled Jon Snow with a vast longing. Winterfell was down that road, and beyond it Riverrun and King's Landing and Deary and so many other places. Casterly Rock, the Isle of Faces, the Red Mountains of Dorne, the 100 islands of Bravos in the sea, the smoking ruins of old Valyria. All the places that Jon would never see. The world was down that road, and he was here. Once he swore his vow, the wall would be his home until he was old as Master Aemon. "I have not sworn yet," he muttered. He was no outlaw, bound to take the black or pay the penalty for his crimes. He had come here freely, and he might leave freely, until he said the words. He need only ride on, and he could leave it all behind. By the time the moon was full again, he would be back in Winterfell with his brothers. "Your half-brothers," a voice inside reminded him, "and Lady Stark, who will not welcome you." There was no place for him in Winterfell, no place in King's Landing either. Even his own mother had not had a place for him. The thought of her made him sad. He wondered who she had been, what she had looked like, why his father had left her. Because she was a whore, or an adulteress, fool. Something dark and dishonourable, or else why was Lord Eddard too ashamed to speak of her? Jon Snow turned away from the King's Road to look behind him. The fires of Castle Black were hidden behind a hill, but the wall was there, pale beneath the moon, vast and cold, running from horizon to horizon. He wheeled his horse around and started for home. Ghost returned as he crested a rise and saw the distant glow of lamplight from the Lord Commander's tower. The direwolf's muzzle was red with blood as he trotted beside the horse. Jon found himself thinking of Samwell Tarly again on the ride back. By the time he reached the stables, he knew what he must do. Master Aemon's apartments were in a stout wooden keep below the rookery. Aged and frail, the master shared his chambers with 2 of the younger stewards, who tended to his needs and helped him in his duties. The brothers joked that he had been given the 2 ugliest men in the night's watch. Being blind, he was spared having to look at them. Clydus was short, bald and chinless, with small pink eyes like a mole. Chat had a wen on his neck the size of a pigeon's egg, and a face red with boils and pimples. Perhaps that was why he was always so angry. It was Chat who answered Jon's knock. "I need to speak to Master Aemon," Jon told him. "The master is abed, as you should be. Come back on the morrow and maybe he'll see you." He began to shut the door. Jon jammed it open with his boot. "I need to speak to him now. The morning will be too late." Chat scowled. "The master is not accustomed to being woken in the night. Do you know how old he is?" "Old enough to treat visitors with more courtesy than you," Jon said. "Give him my pardons. I would not disturb his rest if it were not important." "And if I refuse?" Jon had his boot wedged solidly in the door. "I can stand here all night if I must." The Black Brother made a disgusted noise and opened the door to admit him. "Wait in the library. There's wood. Start the fire. I won't have the master catching a chill on account of you." Jon had the logs crackling merrily by the time Chat led in Master Aemon. The old man was clad in his bed robe, but around his throat was the chain collar of his order. A master did not remove it even to sleep. "The chair beside the fire would be pleasant," he said when he felt the warmth on his face. When he was settled comfortably, Chat covered his legs with a fur and went to stand by the door. "I'm sorry to have woken you, master," Jon Snow said. "You did not wake me," Master Aemon replied. "I find I need less sleep as I grow older, and I'm grown very old. I often spend half the night with ghosts, remembering times 50 years past as if they were yesterday.
The mystery of a midnight visitor is a welcome diversion. So tell me, Jon Snow, why have you come calling at this strange hour?"
"To ask that Samuel Tarly be taken from training and accepted as a brother of the Night's Watch."
"This is no concern of Master Aemon," Chad complained. "Our Lord Commander has given the training of recruits into the hands of Sir Alistair Thorne," the Master said gently. "Only he may say when a boy is ready to swear his vow, as you surely know. Why then come to me?"
"The Lord Commander listens to you," Jon told him, "and the wounded and the sick of the Night's Watch are in your charge."
"And is your friend Samuel wounded or sick?"
"He will be," Jon promised, "unless you help." He told them all of it, even the part where he'd set Ghost at Rast's throat. Master Aemon listened silently, blind eyes fixed on the fire, but Chet's face darkened with each word.
"Without us to keep him safe, Sam will have no chance," Jon finished. "He's hopeless with a sword. My sister Arya could tear him apart, and she's not yet 10. If Sir Alistair makes him fight, it's only a matter of time before he's hurt or killed."
Chet could stand no more.
"I've seen this fat boy in the common hall," he said. "He's a pig, and a hopeless craven as well, if what you say is true."
"Maybe it is so," Master Aemon said.
"Tell me, Chet, what would you have us do with such a boy?" "Leave him where he is," Chet said. "The ward is no place for the weak. Let him train until he's ready, no matter how many years that takes. Sir Alistair shall make a man of him or kill him, as the gods will."
"That's stupid," Jon said. He took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. "I remember once I asked Master Luwin why he wore a chain around his throat." Master Aemon touched his own collar lightly, his bony, wrinkled finger stroking the heavy metal links.
"Go on."
"He told me that a master's collar is made of chain to remind him that he's sworn to serve," Jon said, remembering.
"I asked why each link was a different metal. A silver chain would look much finer with his grey ropes, I said. Master Luwin laughed. A master forges his chain with study, he told me. The different metals are each a different kind of learning, gold for the study of money and accounts, silver for healing, iron for warcraft. And he said there were other meanings as well. The collar is supposed to remind a master of the realm he serves, isn't that so? Lords are gold and knights steel, but 2 links can't make a chain. You also need silver and iron and lead, tin and copper and bronze and all the rest, and those are farmers and smiths and merchants and the like. A chain needs all sorts of metals, and a land needs all sorts of people." Master Aemon smiled. "And so?" "The Night's Watch needs all sorts too. Why else have rangers and stewards and builders? Lord Rendell couldn't make Sam a warrior, and Sir Alistair won't either. You can't hammer tin into iron, no matter how hard you beat it, but that doesn't mean tin is useless. Why shouldn't Sam be a steward?" Chet gave an angry scowl. "I'm a steward. You think it's easy work, fit for cowards. The order of steward keeps the watch alive. We hunt and farm, tend the horses, milk the cows, gather firewood, cook the meals. Who do you think makes your clothing? Who brings up supplies from the south? The stewards." Master Aemon was gentler. "Is your friend a hunter?" "He hates hunting," Jon had to admit. "Can he plough a field?" the master asked. "Can he drive a wagon or sail a ship? Could he butcher a cow?" "No." Chet gave a nasty laugh. "I've seen what happens to soft lordlings when they're put to work. Set them to churning butter and their hands blister and bleed. Give them an axe to split logs and they cut off their own foot." "I know one thing Sam could do better than anyone." "Yes?" Master Aemon prompted. Jon glanced warily at Chet, standing beside the door, his balls red and angry. "He could help you," he said quickly. "He can do sums, and he knows how to read and write. I know Chet can't read, and Clitus has weak eyes. Sam read every book in his father's library. He'd be good with ravens too. Animals seem to like him. Ghost took to him straight off. There's a lot he could do besides fighting. The Night's Watch needs every man. Why kill one to no end? Make use of him instead." Master Aemon closed his eyes, and for a brief moment Jon was afraid that he had gone to sleep. Finally he said, "Master Luwin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade, it would seem.
Does that mean?
It means I shall think on what you have said, the master told him firmly. And now, I believe I'm ready to sleep. Chet, show our young brother to the door.
Chapter 42. Tyrion. They had taken shelter beneath a copse of aspens just off the high road. Tyrion was gathering deadwood while their horses took water from a mountain stream. He stooped to pick up a splintered branch and examined it critically.
Will this do? I'm not practiced at starting fires. Morik did that for me. A fire, Bronn said, spitting. Are you so hungry to die, dwarf? Or have you taken leave of your senses? A fire will bring the clansmen down on us from miles around. I mean to survive this journey, Lannister. And how do you hope to do that? Tyrion asked. He tucked a branch under his arm and poked around through the sparse undergrowth, looking for more. His back ached from the effort of bending. They had been riding since daybreak, when stone-faced Sir Lyn Corbray had ushered them through the bloody gate and commanded them never to return. We have no chance of fighting our way back, Bronn said. But 2 can cover more ground than 10 and attract less notice. The fewer days we spend in these mountains, the more like we are to reach the Riverlands. Ride hard and fast, I say. Travel by night and hole up by day. Avoid the road where we can, make no noise and light no fires.
Tyrion Lannister sighed.
A splendid plan, Bronn. Try it as you like. And forgive me if I do not linger to bury you. You think to outlive me, dwarf?
The sellsword grinned. He had a dark gap in his smile where the edge of Ser Vardis Egan's shield had cracked a tooth in half.
Tyrion shrugged. Riding hard and fast by night is a sure way to tumble down a mountain and crack your skull. I prefer to make my crossing slow and easy. I know you love the taste of horse, Bronn, but if our mounts die under us this time, we'll be trying to settle shadow cats. And if truth be told, I think the clans will find us no matter what we do. Their eyes are all around us.
He swept a gloved hand over the high, wind-carved cracks that surrounded them. Bronn grimaced.
Then we're dead men, Lannister. If so, I prefer to die comfortable, Tyrion replied. We need a fire. The nights are cold up here and hot food will warm our bellies and lift our spirits. Do you suppose there's any game to be had? Lady Lisa has kindly provided us with a veritable feast of salt beef, hard cheese and stale bread, but I would hate to break a tooth so far from the nearest master. I can find meat.
Beneath a fall of black hair, Bronn's dark eyes regarded Tyrion suspiciously.
I should leave you here with your fool's fire. If I took your horse, I'd have twice the chance to make it through. What would you do then, dwarf? Die, most like.
Tyrion stopped to get another stick.
You don't think I'd do it? You'd do it in an instant if it meant your life. You were quick enough to silence your friend Chicken when he caught that arrow in his belly.
Bronn had yanked back the man's head by the hair and driven the point of his dirk in under the ear, and afterward told Catelyn Stark that the other sellsword had died of his wound.
He was as good as dead, Bronn said, and his moaning was bringing them down on us. Chicken would have done the same for me, and he was no friend, only a man I rode with. Make no mistake, dwarf, I fought for you, but I do not love you.
It was your blade I needed, Tyrion said, not your love. He dumped his armful of wood on the ground. Bronn grinned.
You're bold as any sellsword, I'll give you that. How did you know I'd take your part?
No? Tyrion squatted awkwardly on his stunted legs to build the fire.
I tossed the dice. Back at the inn, you and Chicken helped take me captive. Why? The others saw it as their duty for the honor of the lords they served, but not you too. You had no lord, no duty, and precious little honor, so why trouble to involve yourselves? He took out his knife and whittled some thin strips of bark off one of the sticks he'd gathered to serve as kindling. Well, why do sellswords do anything? For gold. You were thinking Lady Catelyn would reward you for your help, perhaps even take you into her service. Here, that should do, I hope. Do you have a flint?
Bronn slid 2 fingers into the pouch at his belt and tossed down a flint. Tyrion caught it in the air.
My thanks, he said. The thing is, you did not know the Starks. Lord Eddard is a proud, honourable, and honest man, and his lady wife is worse. Oh, no doubt she would have found a coin or two for you when this was all over, and press it in your hand with a polite word and a look of distaste, but that's the most you could have hoped for. The Starks look for courage and loyalty and honor in the men they choose to serve them, and if truth be told, you and Chiggin were low-born scum. Tyrion struck the flint against his dagger, trying for a spark. Nothing. Bronn snorted. You have a bald tongue, little man. One day someone is like to cut it out and make you eat it. Everyone tells me that. Tyrion glanced up at the sellsword. Did I offend you? My pardons. But you are scum, Bronn, make no mistake. Duty, honor, friendship, what's that to you? No, don't trouble yourself, we both know the answer. Still, you're not stupid. Once we reached the Vale, Lady Stark had no more need of you. But I did, and the one thing the Lannisters have never lacked for is gold. When the moment came to toss the dice, I was counting on your being smart enough to know where your best interest lay. Happily for me, you did. He slammed stone and steel together again, fruitlessly. Here, said Bronn, squatting. I'll do it. He took the knife and flint from Tyrion's hands and struck sparks on his first try. A curl of bark began to smolder. Well done, Tyrion said. Scum you may be, but you're undeniably useful, and with a sword in your hand you're almost as good as my brother Jaime. What do you want, Bronn? Gold, land, women? Keep me alive and you'll have it. Bronn blew gently on the fire, and the flames leapt up higher. And if you die? Why then, I'll have one mourner whose grief is sincere, Tyrion said, grinning. The gold ends when I do. The fire was blazing up nicely. Bronn stood, tucked the flint back into his pouch, and tossed Tyrion his dagger. Fair enough, he said. My sword's yours then. But don't go looking for me to bend the knee and my lord you every time you take a shit. I'm no man's toady. Nor any man's friend, Tyrion said. I've no doubt you'd betray me as quick as you did Lady Stark if you saw profit in it. If the day ever comes when you're tempted to sell me out, remember this, Bronn. I'll match your price, whatever it is. I like living. And now, do you think you could do something about finding us some supper? Take care of the horses, Bronn said, unsheathing the long dirk he wore at his hip. He strode into the trees. An hour later the horses had been rubbed down and fed, the fire was crackling away merrily, and a haunch of a young goat was turning above the flames, spitting and hissing. All we lack now is some good wine to wash down our kid, Tyrion said. That, a woman, and another dozen swords, Bronn said. He sat cross-legged beside the fire, honing the edge of his long sword with an oiled stone. There was something strangely reassuring about the rasping sound it made when he drew it down to steel. It will be full dark soon, the sellsword pointed out. I'll take first watch. For all the good it will do us, it might be kinder to let them kill us in our sleep. Oh, I imagine they'll be here long before it comes to sleep. The smell of the roasting meat made Tyrion's mouth water. Bronn watched him across the fire. You have a plan, he said flatly, with a scrape of steel on stone. A hope, call it, Tyrion said. Another toss of the dice. With our lives as a stake? Tyrion shrugged. What choice do we have? He leaned over the fire and saw the thin slice of meat from the kid. Ah! He sighed happily as he chewed. Grease ran down his chin. A bit tougher than I'd like, and in want of spicing, but I'll not complain too loudly. If I were back at the Eyrie, I'd be dancing on a precipice in hopes of a boiled bean. And yet you gave the turnkey a purse of gold, Bronn said. A Lannister always pays his debts. Even Mord had scarcely believed it when Tyrion tossed him the leather purse. The Gowler's eyes had gone big as boiled eggs as he yanked open the drawstring and beheld the glint of gold. I kept the silver, Tyrion had told him with a crooked smile. But you were promised the gold, and there it is. It was more than a man like Mord could hope to earn in a lifetime of abusing prisoners. And remember what I said, this is only a taste. If you ever grow tired of Lady Erin's service, present yourself at Casterly Rock, and I'll pay you the rest of what I owe you. With golden dragons spilling out of both hands, Mort had fallen to his knees and promised that he would do just that. Bronn yanked out his dirk and pulled the meat from the fire.
He began to carve thick chunks of charred meat off the bone as Tyrion hollowed out 2 heels of stale bread to serve as trenches.
"If we do reach the river, what will you do then?"
the sellsword asked as he cut.
"Oh, a whore and a feather bed and a flagon of wine for a start."
Tyrion had doubled his trencher, and Bronn filled it with meat.
"And then to Castle Rock or King's Landing, I think. I have some questions that want answering concerning a certain dagger."
The sellsword chewed and swallowed.
"So you were telling it true? It was not your knife?"
Tyrion smiled thinly.
"Do I look like a liar to you?"
By the time their bellies were full, the stars had come out and a half moon was rising over the mountains. Tyrion spread his shadow-skin cloak on the ground and stretched out with his saddle for a pillow.
"Our friends are taking their sweet time." "If I were them, I'd fear a trap," Bronn said. "Why else would we be so open if not to lure them in?"
Tyrion chuckled.
"Then we ought to sing and send them fleeing in terror."
He began to whistle a tune.
"You're mad, dwarf,"
Bronn said as he cleaned the grease out from under his nails with his dirk.
"Where's your love of music, Bronn? If it was music you wanted, you should have gotten the singer to champion you."
Tyrion grinned.
"That would have been amusing. I can just see him fanning off Sir Vardis with his wood harp."
He resumed his whistling.
"Do you know this song?" he asked. "You hear it here and there in inns and whore houses. Mirish, the seasons of my love. Sweet and sad if you understand the words. The first girl I ever batted used to sing it, and I've never been able to put it out of my head."
Tyrion gazed up at the sky. It was a clear, cold night, and the stars shone down upon the mountains as bright and merciless as truth.
"I met her on a night like this," he heard himself saying. "Jaime and I were riding back from Lannisport when he heard a scream, and she came running out into the road with 2 men dogging her heels, shouting threats. My brother unsheathed his sword and went after them while I dismounted to protect the girl. She was scarcely a year older than I was, dark-haired, slender, with a face that would break your heart. It certainly broke mine. Low-born, half-starved, unwashed, yet lovely. They'd torn the rags she was wearing half off her back, so I wrapped her in my cloak while Jaime chased the man into the woods. By the time he came trotting back, I'd gotten a name out of her, and a story. She was a crofter's child, orphaned when her father died of fever on her way to, well, nowhere really. Jaime was all in leather to hunt down the men. It was not often outlaws dared prey on travelers so near to Castle Rock, and he took it as an insult. The girl was too frightened to send off by herself, though, so I offered to take her to the closest inn and feed her while my brother rode back to the rock for help. She was hungrier than I would have believed. We finished 2 whole chickens and part of a third, and drank a flagon of wine, talking. I was only 13, and the wine went to my head, I fear. The next thing I knew, I was sharing her bed. If she was shy, I was shyer. I'll never know where I found the courage. When I broke her maidenhead, she wept, but afterward she kissed me and sang her little song, and by morning I was in love." "You?" Bronn's voice was amused. "Absurd, isn't it?" Tyrion began to whistle the song again. "I married her," he finally admitted. "A Lannister of Castle Rock wed to a crofter's daughter," Bronn said. "How did you manage that?" "Oh, you'd be astonished at what a boy can make of a few lies, 50 pieces of silver and a drunken septon. I dared not bring my bride home to Castle Rock, so I set her up in a cottage of her own, and for a fortnight we played at being man and wife. And then the septon sobered and confessed all to my lord father." Tyrion was surprised at how desolate it made him feel to say it, even after all these years. Perhaps he was just tired. "That was the end of my marriage." He sat up and stared at the dying fire, blinking at the light. "He sent the girl away?" "He did better than that," Tyrion said. "First he made my brother tell me the truth. The girl was a whore, you see. Jaime arranged the whole affair, the road, the outlaws, all of it. He thought it was time I had a woman. He paid double for a maiden, knowing it would be my first time. After Jaime had made his confession to drive home the lesson, Lord Thyne brought my wife in and gave her to his guards. They paid her fair enough, a silver for each man. How many whores command that high a price? He set me down in the corner of the barracks and bade me watch. And at the end she had so many silvers, the coins were slipping through her fingers and rolling on the floor. The smoke was stinging his eyes. Tyrion cleared his throat and turned away from the fire to gaze out into the darkness. Lord Tywin had me go last, he said in a quiet voice. And he gave me a gold coin to pay her, because I was a Lannister, and worth more. After a time he heard the noise again, the rasp of steel on stone as Bronn sharpened his sword. 13 or 30 or 3, I would have killed the man who did that to me. Tyrion swung around to face him. You may get that chance one day. Remember what I told you. A Lannister always pays his debts. He yawned. I think I will try and sleep. Wake me if we're about to die. He rolled himself up in the shadow's skin and shut his eyes. The ground was stony and cold, but after a time Tyrion Lannister did sleep. He dreamt of the Sky Cell. This time he was the gaoler, not the prisoner, big, with a strap in his hand, and he was hitting his father, driving him back, toward the abyss. Tyrion! Bronn's warning was low and urgent. Tyrion was awake in the blink of an eye. The fire had burned down to embers, and the shadows were creeping in all around them. Bronn had raised himself to one knee, his sword in one hand and his dirk in the other. Tyrion held up a hand. Stay still, it said. Come share our fire, the night is cold, he called out to the creeping shadows. I fear we've no wine to offer you, but you're welcome to some of our goat. All movement stopped. Tyrion saw the glint of moonlight on metal. Our mountain, a voice called out from the trees, deep and hard and unfriendly. Our goat. Your goat, Tyrion agreed. Who are you? When you meet your gods, a different voice replied. Say it was Gunther, son of Gurn of the Stone Crows, who sent you to them. A branch cracked underfoot as he stepped into the light, a thin man in a horned helmet, armed with a long knife. And Shagga, son of Dolph. That was the first voice, deep and deadly. A boulder shifted to the left and stood and became a man. Massive and slow and strong he seemed, dressed all in skins, with a club in his right hand and an axe in his left. He smashed them together as he lumbered closer. Other voices called other names, Conn and Torrik and Jagged, and more that Tyrion forgot the instant he heard them. 10 at least. A few had swords and knives. Others brandished pitchforks and scythes and wooden spears. He waited until they were done shouting out their names before he gave them answer. I'm Tyrion, son of Tywin, of the clan Lannister, the Lions of the Rock. We will gladly pay you for the goat we ate. What do you have to give us, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Asked the one who named himself Gunther, who seemed to be their chief. There is silver in my purse, Tyrion told them. This hauberk I wear is large for me, but it should fit Conn nicely, and the battle axe I carry would suit Shagga's mighty hand far better than that wood axe he holds. The half-men would pay us with our own coin, said Conn. Conn speaks truly, Gunther said. Your silver is ours, your horses are ours, your hauberk and your battle-axe and the knife at your belt, those are ours too. You have nothing to give us but your lives. How would you like to die, Tyrion, son of Tywin? In my own bed, with a belly full of wine and a maiden's mouth around my cock, at the age of 80, he replied. The huge one, Shagga, laughed first and loudest. The others seemed less amused. Conn, take their horses, Gunther commanded. Kill the other and seize the Harkonnen. He can milk the goats and make the mothers love. Bronn sprang to his feet. Who dies first? No, Tyrion said sharply. Gunther, son of Gurn, hear me. My house is rich and powerful. If the Stone Crows will see us safely through these mountains, my lord father will shower you with gold. The gold of a lowland lord is as worthless as a half-man's promises, Gunther said. Half a man I may be, Tyrion said, yet I have the courage to face my enemies. What do the Stone Crows do but hide behind rocks and shiver with fear as the knights of the Vale ride by? Shagga gave a roar of anger and clashed club against axe. Jagged poked at Tyrion's face with the fire-hardened point of a long wooden spear. He did his best not to flinch. Are these the best weapons you could steal? He said. Good enough for killing sheep, perhaps, if the sheep do not fight back. My father's smiths should better steal. Little boy man, Shagger roared. Will you mock my axe after I chop off your manhood and feed it to the goats? But Gunther raised a hand. No, I would hear his words. The mothers go hungry and steel fills more mouths than gold. What would you give us for your lives, Tyrion, son of Tywin? Swords, lances, mail? All that and more, Gunther, son of Gurn, Tyrion Lannister replied, smiling. I will give you the Vale of Arryn. Chapter 43. Eddard. Through the high narrow windows of the Red Keep's cavernous throne room, the light of sunset spilled across the floor, laying dark red stripes upon the walls where the heads of dragons had once hung. Now the stone was covered with hunting tapestries, vivid with greens and browns and blues, and yet still it seemed to Ned Stark that the only colour in the hall was the red of blood. He sat high upon the immense ancient seat of Aegon the Conqueror, an ironwork monstrosity of spikes and jagged edges and grotesquely twisted metal. It was, as Robert had warned him, a hellishly uncomfortable chair, and never more so than now, with his shattered leg throbbing more sharply every minute. The metal beneath him had grown harder by the hour, and the fanged steel behind made it impossible to lean back. A king should never sit easy, Aegon the Conqueror had said, when he commanded his armourers to forge a great seat from the swords laid down by his enemies. Damn Aegon for his arrogance, Ned thought sullenly, and damn Robert and his hunting as well. You are quite certain these were more than brigands? Varys asked softly from the council table beneath the throne. Grandmaster Pycelle stirred uneasily beside him, while Littlefinger toyed with a pen. They were the only councillors in attendance. A White Hart had been sighted in the Kingswood, and Lord Renly and Sir Barristan had joined the king to hunt it, along with Prince Joffrey, Sandor Clegane, Balon Swann, and half the court. So Ned must needs sit the Iron Throne in his absence. At least he could sit. Save the council, the rest must stand respectfully or kneel. The petitioners clustered near the tall doors, the knights and high lords and ladies beneath the tapestries, the small folk in the gallery, the mailed guards in their cloaks, gold or grey, all stood. The villagers were kneeling, men, women, and children alike tattered and bloody, their faces drawn by fear. The 3 knights who had brought them here to bear witness stood behind them. Brigands, Lord Varys? Sir Raymond Darry's voice dripped scorn. Oh, they were brigands, beyond a doubt. Lannister brigands. Ned could feel the unease in the hall, as high lords and servants alike strained to listen. He could not pretend to surprise. The West had been a tinder box since Catelyn had seized Tyrion Lannister. Both Riverrun and Casterly Rock had called the banners, and armies were massing in the pass below the Golden Tooth. It had only been a matter of time until the blood began to flow. The sole question that remained was how best to stanch the wound. Sad-eyed Sir Carol Vance, who would have been handsome but for the wine-stained birthmark that discoloured his face, gestured at the kneeling villagers. This is all the remains of the holdfast of Shara, Lord Eddard. The rest are dead, along with the people of Wendish Town and the Mummer's Ford. Rise, Ned commanded the villagers. He never trusted what a man told him from his knees. All of you, up. In ones and twos, the holdfast of Shara struggled to its feet. One ancient needed to be helped, and a young girl in a bloody dress stayed on her knees, staring blankly at Sir Aerys Oakheart, who stood by the foot of the throne in the white armour of the Kingsguard, ready to protect and defend the king. Or, Ned supposed, the king's hand. Joss, Sir Raymond Darry said to a plump balding man in a brewer's apron. Tell the hand what happened at Shara. Joss nodded. If it please his grace. His grace is hunting across the Black Water, Ned said, wondering how a man could live his whole life a few days' ride from the Red Keep and still have no notion what his king looked like. Ned was clad in a white linen doublet with the direwolf of Stark on the breast. His black wool cloak was fastened at the collar by his silver hand of office. Black and white and grey, all the shades of truth. I am Lord Eddard Stark, the king's hand. Tell me who you are and what you know of these raiders. I kept an alehouse, my lord, in Shara, by the stone bridge. The finest ale south of the neck, everyone said so, begging your pardons, my lord. It's gone now, like all the rest, my lord. They come and drank their fill and spilled the rest before they fired my roof, and they would have spilled my blood too if they'd caught me, my lord. They burnt us out, a farmer beside him said. come riding in the dark up from the south, and fired the fields and the houses alike, killing them as tried to stop them. They weren't no raiders though, my lord. They had no mind to steal our stock, not these. They butchered my milk cow where she stood and left her to the flies and the crows. They rode down my prentice boy, said a squat man with the smith's muscles and a bandage around his head. He had put on his finest clothes to come to the court, but his breeches were patched, his cloak travel-stained and dusty. Chased him back and forth across the fields on their horses, poking at him with their lances like it was a game, them laughing and the boy stumbling and screaming till the big one pierced him clean through. The girl on her knees craned her head up at Ned, high above her on the throne.
They killed my mother too, your grace, and they...
Her voice trailed off, as if she had forgotten what she was about to say. She began to sob. Sir Raymond Derry took up the tale. At Wendish town, the people sought shelter in the holdfast, but the walls were timbered. The raiders piled straw against the wood and burned them all alive. When the Wendish folk opened their gates to flee the fire, they shot them down with arrows as they came running out, even women with suckling babies. "Oh, dreadful," murmured Varys. "How cruel can men be?" "They would have done the same for us, but the Shara holdfast made of stone," Joss said. "Some wanted to smoke us out, but the big one said there was riper fruit up river, and they made for the Mama's fort." Ned could feel cold steel against his fingers as he leaned forward. Between each finger was a blade, the points of twisted swords fanning out like talons from arms of the throne. Even after 3 centuries, some were still sharp enough to cut. The Iron Throne was full of traps for the unwary. The songs said it had taken 1,000 blades to make it, heated white-hot in the furnace breath of Balerion the Black Dread. The hammering had taken 59 days. The end of it was this hunched black beast made of razor edges and barbs and ribbons of sharp metal. A chair that could kill a man, and had, if the stories could be believed. What Eddard Stark was doing sitting there he would never comprehend, yet there he sat, and these people looked to him for justice.
"What proof do you have that these were Lannisters?"
he asked, trying to keep his fury under control.
"Did they wear crimson cloaks or fly a lion banner?"
"Even Lannisters are not so blind stupid as that," Sir Mark Piper snapped. He was a swaggering bantam rooster of a youth, too young and too hot-blooded for Ned's taste, though a fast friend of Caitlyn's brother, Edmure Tully. "Every man among them was mounted and mailed, my lord," Sir Carol answered calmly. "They were armed with steel-tipped lances and long swords, with battle-axes for the butchering." He gestured toward one of the wrecked survivors.
"You. Yes, you. No one's going to hurt you. Tell the hand what you told me."
The old man bobbed his head.
"Concerning their horses," he said. "It were war horses they rode. Many a year I worked in old Sir Willem's stables, so I knows the difference. Not a one of these ever pulled a plough, God's bear witness if I'm wrong."
"Well-mounted brigands," observed Littlefinger. "Perhaps they stole the horses from the last place they raided."
"How many men were there in this raiding party?" Ned asked.
100 at the least," Joss answered, in the same instant as the bandaged smith said,
50,
and the grandmother behind him, "Hundreds and hundreds, my lord, an army they was."
"You are more right than you know, good woman," Lord Eddard told her. "You say they flew no banners. What of the armor they wore? Did any of you note ornaments or decorations, devices on shield or helm?"
The brewer, Joss, shook his head.
"It grieves me, my lord, but no. The armor they showed us was plain, only the one who led them, he was armored like the rest, but there was no mistaking him all the same. It was the size of him, my lord. Those who say the giants are all dead never saw this one, I swear. Big as an ox he was, and a voice like stone breaking."
"The mountain!" Sir Mark said loudly. "Can any man doubt it? This was Gregor Clegane's work." Ned heard muttering from beneath the windows in the far end of the hall. Even in the galley, nervous whispers were exchanged. High lords and small folk alike knew what it could mean if Sir Mark was proved right. Sir Gregor Clegane stood bannerman to Lord Tywin Lannister. He studied the frightened faces of the villagers. Small wonder they'd been so fearful. They had thought they were being dragged here to name Lord Tywin a red-handed butcher before a king who was his son by marriage. He wondered if the knights had given them a choice. Grandmaster Pycelle rose ponderously from the council table, his chain of office clinking.
Sir Mark, with respect, you cannot know that this outlaw was Sir Gregor. There are many large men in the realm. As large as the mountain that rides? Sir Carol said. I have never met one. Nor has any man here, Sir Raymond added hotly. Even his brother is a pup beside him. My lords, open your eyes. Do you need to see his seal on the corpses? It was Gregor. Why should Sir Gregor turn brigand? Picel asked. By the grace of his liege lord, he holds a stout keep and lands of his own. The man is an anointed knight. A false knight, Sir Mark said. Lord Tywin's mad dog. My lord Hand, Picel declared in a stiff voice, I urge you to remind this good knight that Lord Tywin Lannister is the father of our own gracious queen. Thank you, Grandmaster Picel, Ned said. I fear we might have forgotten that if you had not pointed it out. From his vantage point atop the throne, he could see men slipping out a door at the far end of the hall. Hares going to the ground, he supposed, or rats off to nibble the queen's cheese. He caught a glimpse of Septim Ordain in the gallery, with his daughter Sansa beside her. Ned felt a flash of anger. This was no place for a girl. But the scepter could not have known that today's court would be anything but the usual tedious business of hearing petitions, settling disputes between rival holdfasts, and adjudicating the placement of boundary stones. At the council table below, Petyr Baelish lost interest in his quill and leaned forward. Sir Mark, Sir Carol, Sir Raymond, perhaps I might ask you a question. These holdfasts were under your protection. Where were you when all this slaughtering and burning was going on? Sir Carol Vance answered. I was attending my lord father in the pass below the Golden Tooth, as was Sir Mark. When the word of these outrages reached Sir Edmure Tully, he sent word that we should take a small force of men to find what survivors we could, and bring them to the king. Sir Raymond Darry spoke up. Sir Edmure had summoned me to Riverrun with all my strength. I was camped across the river from his walls, awaiting his commands, when the word reached me. By the time I could return to my own lands, Clegane and his vermin were back across the Red Fork, riding for Lannister's Hill. Littlefinger stroked the point of his beard thoughtfully. And if they come again, sir? If they come again, we'll use their blood to water the fields they burnt, Sir Mark Piper declared hotly. Sir Edmure has sent men to every village and holdfast within a day's ride of the border, Sir Carol explained. The next raider will not have such an easy time of it. And that may be precisely what Lord Tywin wants, Ned thought to himself, to bleed off strength from Riverrun, goad the boy into scattering his swords. His wife's brother was young and more gallant than wise. He would try to hold every inch of his soil, to defend every man, woman, and child who named him lord, and Tywin Lannister was shrewd enough to know that. If your fields and holdfasts are safe from harm, Lord Petyr was saying, what then do you ask of the throne? The lords of the Trident keep the king's peace, Sir Raymond Darry said. The Lannisters have broken it. We ask leave to answer them, steel for steel. We ask justice for the small folk of Shera and Wendish Town and the Mama's Ford. Edmure agrees. We must pay Gregor Clegane back his bloody coin, Sir Mark declared. But old Lord Hoster commanded us to come here and beg the king's leave before we strike. Thank the gods for old Lord Hoster, then. Tywin Lannister was as much fox as lion. If indeed he'd sent Sir Gregor to burn and pillage, and Ned did not doubt that he had, he'd taken care to see that he rode under cover of night, without banners, in the guise of a common brigand. Should Riverrun strike back, Cersei and her father would insist that it had been the Tullys who wrote the king's peace, not the Lannisters. The gods only knew what Robert would believe. Grandmaster Picel was on his feet again. My lord Hand, if these good folk believe that Sir Gregor has forsaken his holy vows for plunder and rape, let them go to his liege lord and make their complaint. These crimes are no concern of the throne. Let them seek Lord Tywin's justice. It is all the king's justice, Ned told him. North, south, east, or west, all we do in Robert's name. The king's justice, Grandmaster Picel said. So it is, and so we should defer this matter until the king... The king is hunting across the river and may not return for days, Lord Eddard said. Robert bid me to sit here in his place, to listen with his ears and to speak with his voice. I mean to do just that, though I agree that he must be told. He saw a familiar face beneath the tapestries. Sir Robert.
Sir Robert Royce stepped forward and bowed.
My lord. Your father is hunting with the king, Ned said. Will you bring them word of what was said and done here today?
At once, my lord. Do we have your leave to take our vengeance against Sir Gregor, then? Mark Piper asked the throne.
Vengeance, Ned said. I thought we were speaking of justice. Burning Clegane's fields and slaughtering his people will not restore the king's peace, only your injured pride.
He glanced away before the young knight could voice his outraged protest and address the villagers.
People of Shera, I cannot give you back your homes or your crops, nor can I restore your dead to life. But perhaps I can give you some small measure of justice in the name of our king, Robert.
Every eye in the hall was fixed on him, waiting. Slowly, Ned struggled to his feet, pushing himself up from the throne with the strength of his arms, his shattered leg screaming inside its cast. He did his best to ignore the pain. It was no moment to let them see his weakness.
The first man believed that the judge who called for death should wield the sword, and in the north we hold to that still. I must like sending another to do my killing, yet it seems I have no choice.
He gestured at his broken leg.
Lord Eddard!
The shout came from the west side of the hall as a handsome stripling of a boy strode forth boldly. Out of his armor, Sir Loras Tyrell looked even younger than his 16 years. He wore pale blue silk, his belt a linked chain of golden roses, the sigil of his house.
I beg you the honor of acting in your place. Give this task to me, my lord, and I swear I shall not fail you.
Littlefinger chuckled. Sir Loras, if we send you off alone, Sir Gregor will send us back your head with a plum stuffed in that pretty mouth of yours. The mountain is not a sword to bend his neck to any man's justice.
I do not fear Gregor Clegane,
Sir Loras said haughtily. Ned eased himself slowly back onto the hard iron seat of Aegon's misshapen throne. His eyes searched the faces along the wall.
Lord Beric,
he called out.
Taurus of Myr, Sir Gledon, Lord Lothar.
The man named stepped forward one by one.
Each of you is to assemble 20 men to bring my word to Gregor's keep. 20 of my own guard shall go with you. Lord Beric Dondarrion, you shall have the command, as befits your rank.
The young lord with the red gold hair bowed.
As you command, Lord Eddard.
Ned raised his voice so it carried to the far end of the throne room.
In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and the Rhoyna and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, by the word of Eddard of the House Stark, his hand, I charge you to ride to the Westlands with all haste, to cross the red fork of the Trident under the King's flag, and there bring the King's justice to the false knight Gregor Clegane, and to all those who shared in his crimes. I denounce him, and attaint him, and strip him of all rank and titles, of all lands and incomes and holdings, and do sentence him to death. May the gods take pity on his soul.
When the echo of his words had died away, the Knight of Flowers seemed perplexed.
Lord Eddard, what of me?
Ned looked down on him. From on high, Loras Tyrell seemed almost as young as Robb.
No one doubts your valor, Sir Loras, but we are about justice here, and what you seek is vengeance.
He looked back to Lord Beric.
Ride at first light. These things are best done quickly.
He held up a hand.
The throne will hear no more petitions today.
Alan and Porther climbed the steep iron steps to help him back down. As they made their descent, he could feel Loras Tyrell's sullen stare, but the boy had stalked away before Ned reached the floor of the throne room. At the base of the iron throne, Varys was gathering papers from the council table. Littlefinger and Grandmaster Pycelle had already taken their leave.
You are a bolder man than I, my lord,
the eunuch said softly.
How so, Lord Varys?
Ned asked briskly. His leg was throbbing, and he was in no mood for word games.
Had it been me up there, I should have sent Sir Loras. He so wanted to go, and a man who has the Lannisters for his enemies would do well to make the Tyrells his friends.
Sir Loras is young, said Ned. I dare say he will outgrow the disappointment.
And Sir Ilyn,
the eunuch stroked a plump powdered cheek.
He is the king's justice after all, sending other men to do his office. Some might construe that as a grave insult.
No slight was intended.
In truth, Ned did not trust a mute knight, though perhaps that was only because he misliked executioners.
I remind you, the Paynes are bannermen to House Lannister. I thought it best to choose men who owed Lord Tywin no fealty.
Very prudent, no doubt, Varys said. Still, I chanced to see Sir Ilyn in the back of the hall, staring at us with those pale eyes of his, and I must say he did not look pleased, though to be sure it is hard to tell with our silent knight. I hope he outgrows his disappointment as well. He does so love his work. Chapter 44. Sansa. He wouldn't send Sir Loras, Sansa told Janey Poole that night as they shared a cold supper by lamplight. I think it was because of his leg. Lord Eddard had taken his supper in his bedchamber with Ellen, Harwin, and Wayan Poole, the better to rest his broken leg, and Septim Ordain had complained of sore feet after standing in the gallery all day. Arya was supposed to join them, but she was late coming back from her dancing lesson. His leg? Janey said uncertainly. She was a pretty, dark-haired girl of Sansa's own age. Did Sir Loras hurt his leg? Not his leg, Sansa said, nibbling delicately at a chicken leg. Father's leg, silly. It hurts him ever so much, it makes him cross. Otherwise I'm certain he would have sent Sir Loras. Her father's decision still bewildered her. When the Knight of Flowers had spoken up, she had been sure she was about to see one of old Nan's stories come to life. Sir Gregor was the monster, and Sir Loras the true hero who would slay him. He even looked a true hero, so slim and beautiful, with golden roses around his slender waist, and his rich brown hair tumbling down into his eyes. And then father had refused him. It had upset her more than she could tell. She had said as much to Septim Ordain as they descended the stairs from the gallery, but the Septa had only told her it was not her place to question her Lord Father's decisions. That was when Lord Baelish had said, "Oh, I don't know, Septa. Some of our Lord Father's decisions could do with a bit of questioning. The young lady is as wise as she is lovely." He made a sweeping bow to Sansa, so deep she was not quite sure if she was being complimented or mocked. Septim Ordain had been very upset to realize that Lord Baelish had overheard them. "The girl was just talking, my lord," she'd said. "Foolish chatter. She meant nothing by the comment." Lord Baelish stroked his little pointed beard and said, "Nothing. Tell me, child, why would you have sent Sir Loras?" Sansa had no choice but to explain about heroes and monsters. The king's counsellor smiled. "Well, those are not the reasons I'd have given, but—" He had touched her cheek, his thumb lightly tracing the line of a cheekbone. "Life is not a song, sweetling. You may learn that one day to your sorrow." Sansa did not feel like telling all that to Janey, however. It made her uneasy just to think back on it. "Sir Ilyn's the king's justice, not Sir Loras," Janey said. "Lord Eddard should have sent him." Sansa shuddered. Every time she looked at Sir Ilyn Payne, she shivered. He made her feel as though something dead was slithering over her naked skin. "Sir Ilyn's almost like a second monster. I'm glad father didn't pick him." "Lord Beric is as much a hero as Sir Loras. He's ever so brave and gallant." "I suppose," Sansa said doubtfully. Beric Dondarrion was handsome enough, but he was awfully old, almost 22. The Knight of Flowers would have been much better. Of course, Janey had been in love with Lord Beric ever since she had first glimpsed him in the lists. Sansa thought she was being silly. Janey was only a steward's daughter after all, and no matter how much she mooned after him, Lord Beric would never look at someone so far beneath him, even if she hadn't been half his age. It would have been unkind to say so, however, so Sansa took a sip of milk and changed the subject. "I had a dream that Joffrey would be the one to take the White Hart," she said. It had been more of a wish, actually, but it sounded better to call it a dream. Everyone knew that dreams were prophetic. White Harts were supposed to be very rare and magical, and in her heart she knew her gallant prince was worthier than his drunken father. "A dream, truly. Did Prince Joffrey just go up to it and touch it with his bare hand and do it no harm?" "No," Sansa said. "He shot it with a golden arrow and brought it back for me." In the songs, the knights never killed magical beasts. They just went up to them and touched them and did them no harm, but she knew Joffrey liked hunting, especially the killing part. Only animals, though. Sansa was certain her prince had no part in murdering Jory and those other poor men. Dad had been his wicked uncle, the Kingslayer. She knew her father was still angry about that, but it wasn't fair to blame Joff. That would be like blaming her for something that Arya had done. "I saw your sister this afternoon," Janey blurted out, as if she'd been reading Sansa's thoughts. "She was walking through the stables on her hands. Why would she do a thing like that?" "I'm sure I don't know why Arya does anything." Sansa hated stables, smelly places full of manure and flies. Even when she went riding, she liked the boy to saddle the horse and bring it to her in the yard. "Do you want to hear about the court or not?" "I do," Janey said. "There was a Black Brother," Sansa said, "begging men for the wall, only he was kind of old and smelly." She hadn't liked that at all. She'd always imagined the Night's Watch to be men like Uncle Benjen. In the songs, they were called the Black Knights of the Wall. But this man had been crock-baked and hideous, and he looked as though he might have lice. If this was what the Night's Watch was truly like, she felt sorry for her bastard half-brother, Jon. Father asked if there were any knights in the hall who would do honor to their houses by taking the black, but no one came forward, so he gave this Yoren his pick of the king's dungeons and sent him on his way. And later these two brothers came before him, free riders from the Dornish marches, and pledged their swords to the service of the king. Father accepted their oaths. Janey yawned. "Are there any lemon cakes?" Sansa did not like being interrupted, but she had to admit lemon cakes sounded more interesting than most of what had gone on in the throne room. "Let's see," she said. The kitchen yielded no lemon cakes, but they did find half of a cold strawberry pie, and that was almost as good. They ate it on the tower steps, giggling and gossiping and sharing secrets, and Sansa went to bed that night feeling almost as wicked as Arya. The next morning she woke before first light and crept sleepily to her window to watch Lord Beric form up his men. They rode out as dawn was breaking over the city, with 3 banners going before them. The crowned stag of the king flew from the high staff, the dire wolf of Stark and Lord Beric's own forked lightning standard from shorter poles. It was all so exciting, a song come to life. The clatter of swords, the flicker of torchlight, banners dancing in the wind, horses snorting and whinnying, the golden glow of sunrise slanting through the bars of the portcullis as it jerked upward. The Winterfell men looked especially fine in their silvery mail and long grey cloaks. Alan carried the Stark banner. When she saw him rein in beside Lord Beric to exchange words, it made Sansa feel ever so proud. Alan was handsomer than Jory had been. He was going to be a knight one day. The Tower of the Hand seemed so empty after they left that Sansa was even pleased to see Arya when she went down to break her fast. "Where is everyone?" her sister wanted to know as she ripped the skin from a blood orange. "Did father send him to hunt down Jaime Lannister?" Sansa sighed. "They rode with Lord Beric to behead Sir Gregor Clegane." She turned to Septa Mordane, who was eating porridge with a wooden spoon. "Septa, will Lord Beric spike Sir Gregor's head on his own gate or bring it back here for the king?" She and Janey Poole had been arguing over that last night. The Septa was horror-struck. "A lady does not discuss such things over her porridge. Where are your courtesies, Sansa? I swear of late you've been near as bad as your sister." "What did Gregor do?" Arya asked. "He burned down a holdfast and murdered a lot of people, women and children too." Arya screwed up her face in a scowl. "Jaime Lannister murdered Jory and Heward and Will, and the Hound murdered Micah. Somebody should have beheaded them." "It's not the same," Sansa said. "The Hound is Joffrey's sworn shield. Your butcher's boy attacked the prince." "Liar," Arya said. Her hand clenched the blood orange so hard that red juice oozed between her fingers. "Go ahead, call me all the names you want," Sansa said airily. "You won't dare when I'm married to Joffrey. You'll have to bow to me and call me your grace." She shrieked as Arya flung the orange across the table. It caught her in the middle of the forehead with a wet squish and plopped down into her lap. "You have juice on your face, your grace," Arya said. It was running down her nose and stinging her eyes. Sansa wiped it away with a napkin. When she saw what the fruit in her lap had done to her beautiful ivory silk dress, she shrieked again. "You're horrible!" she screamed at her sister. "They should have called you instead of lady." Septa Mordane came lurching to her feet.
Your lord father will hear of this. Go to your chambers at once. At once! Me too? Tears welled in Sansa's eyes. That's not fair. The matter is not subject to discussion. Go. Sansa stalked away with her head up. She was to be a queen, and queens did not cry. At least not where people could see. When she reached her bedchamber, she barred the door and took off her dress. The blood orange had left a blotchy red stain on the silk. I hate her! She screamed. She balled up the dress and flung it onto the cold hearth, on top of the ashes of last night's fire. When she saw that the stain had bled through onto her underskirt, she began to sob despite herself. She ripped off the rest of her clothes wildly, threw herself into bed, and cried herself back to sleep. It was midday when Septa Modane knocked upon her door. Sansa, your lord father will see you now. Sansa sat up. Lady, she whispered. For a moment it was as if the dire wolf was there in the room, looking at her with those golden eyes, sad and knowing. She had been dreaming, she realized. Lady was with her, and they were running together, and... Trying to remember was like trying to catch the rain with her fingers. The dream faded, and Lady was dead again. Sansa! The rap came again, sharply. Do you hear me? Yes, Septa, she called out. Might I have a moment to dress, please? Her eyes were red from crying, but she did her best to make herself beautiful. Lord Eddard was bent over a huge leather-bound book when Septa Modane marched her into the salon, his plaster-wrapped legs stiff beneath the table.
Come here, Sansa,
he said, not unkindly, when the scepter had gone for her sister.
Sit beside me.
He closed the book. Septa Modane returned with Arya squirming in her grasp. Sansa had put on a lovely pale green damask gown and a look of remorse, but her sister was still wearing the ratty leathers and rough spun she'd worn at breakfast. Here is the other one, the scepter announced.
My thanks, Septa Modane. I would talk to my daughters alone if you would be so kind.
The scepter bowed and left. Arya started it, Sansa said quickly, anxious to have the first word. She called me a liar and threw an orange at me and spoilt my dress, the ivory silk, the one Queen Cersei gave me when I was betrothed to Prince Joffrey. She hates that I'm going to marry the prince. She tries to spoil everything, father. She can't stand for anything to be beautiful or nice or splendid.
Enough, Sansa.
Lord Eddard's voice was sharp with impatience. Arya raised her eyes. I'm sorry, father. I was wrong and I beg my sweet sister's forgiveness. Sansa was so startled that for a moment she was speechless. Finally, she found her voice. What about my dress? Maybe I could wash it, Arya said doubtfully. Washing won't do any good, Sansa said. Not if you scrubbed all day and all night. The silk is ruined. Then I'll make you a new one, Arya said. Sansa threw back her head in disdain. You? You couldn't sew a dress fit to clean the pigsties. Their father sighed.
I did not call you here to talk of dresses. I'm sending you both back to Winterfell.
For the second time, Sansa found herself too stunned for words. She felt her eyes grow moist again. You can't, Arya said. Please, father, Sansa managed at last. Please don't. Eddard Stark favored his daughters with a tired smile.
At last we've found something you agree on.
I didn't do anything wrong, Sansa pleaded with him. I don't want to go back. She loved King's Landing. The pageantry of the court, the high lords and ladies in their velvets and silks and gemstones, the great city with all its people. The tournament had been the most magical time of her whole life, and there was so much she had not seen yet, harvest feasts and masked balls and mummer shows. She could not bear the thought of losing it all. Send Arya away. She started it, father. I swear it. I'll be good, you'll see. Just let me stay and I promise to be as fine and noble and courteous as the queen. Father's mouth twitched strangely.
Sansa, I'm not sending you away for fighting, though the gods know I'm sick of you two squabbling. I want you back in Winterfell for your own safety. 3 of my men were cut down like dogs not a league from where we sit. And what does Robert do? He goes hunting.
Arya was chewing at her lip in that disgusting way she had. Can we take Syrio back with us? Who cares about your stupid dancing master? Sansa flared. Father, I only just now remembered I can't go away. I'm to marry Prince Joffrey. She tried to smile bravely for him. I love him, Father. I truly, truly do. I love him as much as Queen Nerys loved Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, as much as Jonquil loved Sir Florian. I want to be his queen and have his babies.
Sweet one, her father said gently, listen to me. When you're old enough, I will make you a match with a high lord who's worthy of you, someone brave and gentle and strong. This match with Joffrey was a terrible mistake. That boy is no Prince Aemon, you must believe me.
He is, Sansa insisted. I don't want someone brave and gentle, I want him. We'll be ever so happy, just like in the songs, you'll see. I'll give him a son with golden hair, and one day he'll be the king of all the realm, the greatest king that ever was, as brave as the wolf and as proud as the lion.
Arya made a face.
Not if Joffrey's his father, she said. He's a liar and a craven, and anyhow he's a stag, not a lion.
Sansa felt tears in her eyes.
He's not the least bit like that old drunken king, she screamed at her sister, forgetting herself in her grief.
Father looked at her strangely. Gods, he swore softly. Out of the mouth of babes. He shouted for Septim Ordain. To the girls he said, I'm looking for a fast-trading galley to take you home. These days the sea is safer than the King's Road. You will sail as soon as I can find a proper ship, with Septim Ordain and a complement of guards. And yes, with Syrio Forel, if he agrees to enter my service. But say nothing of this. It's better if no one knows of our plans. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Sansa cried as Septim Ordain marched him down the steps. They were going to take it all away. The tournaments and the court and her prince, everything. They were going to send her back to the bleak grey walls of Winterfell and lock her up forever. Her life was over before it had begun. Stop that weeping, child, Septim Ordain said sternly. I'm certain your Lord Father knows what is best for you. It won't be so bad, Sansa, Arya said. We're going to sail on a galley. It will be an adventure, and then we'll be with Bran and Robb again, and Old Nan and Hodor and the rest. She touched her on the arm. Hodor, Sansa yelled. You ought to marry Hodor. You're just like him, stupid and hairy and ugly. She wrenched away from her sister's hand, stormed into her bedchamber, and barred the door behind her.
Chapter 45. Eddard. Pain is a gift from the gods, Lord Eddard, Grandmaster Pycelle told him. It means the bone is knitting, the flesh healing itself. Be thankful. I will be thankful when my leg stops throbbing. Pycelle set a stoppered flask on the table by the bed. The milk of the poppy, for when the pain grows too onerous. I sleep too much already. Sleep is the great healer. I had hoped that was you. Pycelle smiled wanly. It is good to see you in such a fierce humor, my lord. He leaned close and lowered his voice. There was a raven this morning, a letter for the queen from her lord father. I thought you had best know. Dark wings, dark words, Ned said grimly. What of it? Lord Tywin is greatly wroth about the man you sent after Sir Gregor Clegane, the master confided. I feared he would be. You will recall I said as much in council. Let him be wroth, Ned said. Every time his leg throbbed, he remembered Jaime Lannister's smile and Jory dead in his arms. Let him write all the letters to the queen he likes. Lord Beric rides beneath the king's own banner. If Lord Tywin attempts to interfere with the king's justice, he will have Robert to answer to. The only thing his grace enjoys more than hunting is making war on lords who defy him. Pycelle pulled back, his master's chain jangling. As you say, I shall visit again on the morrow. The old man hurriedly gathered up his things and took his leave. Ned had little doubt that he was bound straight for the royal apartments to whisper at the queen. I thought you had best know, indeed, as if Cersei had not instructed him to pass along her father's threats. He hoped his response rattled those perfect teeth of hers. Ned was not near as confident of Robert as he pretended, but there was no reason Cersei need know that. When Pycelle was gone, Ned called for a cup of honeyed wine. That clouded the mind as well, yet not as badly. He needed to be able to think. 1,000 times he asked himself what John Arryn might have done had he lived long enough to act on what he learned. Or perhaps he had acted and died for it. It was queer how sometimes a child's innocent eyes can see things that grown men are blind to. Some day, when Sansa was grown, he would have to tell her how she had made it all come clear for him. He's not the least bit like that old drunken king, she had declared, angry and unknowing, and the simple truth of it had twisted inside him, cold as death. This was the sword that killed John Arryn, Ned thought then, and it will kill Robert as well, a slower death but full as certain. Shattered legs may heal in time, but some betrayals fester and poison the soul. Littlefinger came calling an hour after the Grand Master had left, clad in a plum-coloured doublet with a mockingbird embroidered on the breast in black thread, and a striped cloak of black and white. "I cannot visit long, my lord," he announced. "Lady Tanda expects me to lunch with her. No doubt she will roast me a fatted calf. If it's near as fatted as her daughter, I'm like to rupture and die. And how is your leg?"
"Inflamed and painful, with an itch that is driving me mad."
Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. "In future, try not to let any horses fall on it. I would urge you to heal quickly. The realm grows restive. Varys has heard ominous whispers from the west. Free riders and sellswords have been flocking to Casterly Rock, and not for the thin pleasure of Lord Tywin's conversation."
"Is there word of the king?"
Ned demanded.
"Just how long does Robert intend to hunt?"
"Given his preferences, I believe he'd stay in the forest until you and the queen both die of old age," Lord Pattier replied with a faint smile. "Lacking that, I imagine he'll return as soon as he's killed something. They found the White Hart, it seems. Or rather, what remained of it. Some wolves found it first and left his grave scarcely more than a hoof and a horn. Robert was in a fury until he heard talk of some monstrous boar deeper in the forest. Then nothing would do but he must have it. Prince Joffrey returned this morning with the Royces, Sir Balon Swan, and some 20 others of the party. The rest are still with the king."
"The Hound?"
Ned asked, frowning. Of all the Lannister party, Sandor Clegane was the one who concerned him the most, now that Sir Jaime had fled the city to join his father. "Oh, returned with Joffrey and went straight to the queen." Littlefinger smiled. "I would have given 100 silver stacks to have been a roach in the rushes when he learned that Lord Beric was off to behead his brother."
"Even a blind man could see the Hound loathed his brother."
"Ah, but Gregor was his to loathe, not yours to kill. Once Dondarrion lops the summit off our mountain, the Clegane lands and incomes will pass to Sandor, but I wouldn't hold my water waiting for his thanks, not that one. And now you must forgive me. Lady Tanda awaits with her fatted calves." On the way to the door, Lord Pattier spied Grandmaster Mallion's massive tome on the table and paused to idly flip open the cover. "The lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children," he read. "Now there is tedious reading if ever I saw it. A sleeping potion, my lord?" For a brief moment Ned considered telling him all of it, but there was something in Littlefinger's japes that irked him. The man was too clever by half, a mocking smile never far from his lips.
"John Arryn was studying this volume when he was taken sick,"
Ned said in a careful tone, to see how he might respond. And he responded as he always did, with a quip. "In that case," he said, "death must have come as a blessed relief." Lord Pattier Baelish bowed and took his leave. Eddard Stark allowed himself a curse. Aside from his own retainers, there was scarcely a man in the city he trusted. Littlefinger had concealed Catelyn and helped Ned in his inquiries, yet his haste to save his own skin when Jaime and his swords had come out of the rain still rankled. Varys was worse. For all his protestations of loyalty, the eunuch knew too much and did too little. Grandmaster Pycelle seemed more Cersei's creature with every passing day, and Sir Barristan was an old man, and rigid. He would tell Ned to do his duty. Time was perilously short. The king would return from his hunt soon, and honor would require Ned to go to him with all he had learned. Vayan Poole had arranged for Sansa and Arya to sail on the Wind Witch out of Bravos 3 days hence. They would be back at Winterfell before the harvest. Ned could no longer use his concern for their safety to excuse his delay. Yet last night he had dreamt of Rhaegar's children. Lord Tywin had laid the bodies beneath the Iron Throne, wrapped in the crimson cloaks of his house guard. That was clever of him. The blood did not show so badly against the red cloth. The little princess had been barefoot, still dressed in her bed gown, and the boy... Ned could not let that happen again. The realm could not withstand a second Mad King, another dance of blood and vengeance. He must find some way to save the children. Robert could be merciful. Sir Barristan was scarcely the only man he had pardoned. Grandmaster Pycelle, Varys the Spider, Lord Balon Greyjoy, each had been counted an enemy to Robert once, and each had been welcomed into friendship and allowed to retain honours and office for a pledge of fealty. So long as a man was brave and honest, Robert would treat him with all the honour and respect due a valiant enemy. This was something else. Poison in the dark, a knife thrust to the soul. This he could never forgive, no more than he had forgiven Rhaegar. He will kill them all, Ned realized. And yet, he knew he could not keep silent. He had a duty to Robert, to the realm, to the shade of Jon Arryn, and to Bran, who surely must have stumbled on some part of the truth. Why else would they have tried to slay him? Late that afternoon he summoned Tommart, the portly guardsman with the ginger-coloured whiskers his children called Fat Tom. With Jory dead and Alan gone, Fat Tom had command of his household guard. The thought filled Ned with vague disquiet. Tommart was a solid man, affable, loyal, tireless, capable in a limited way, but he was near 50 and even in his youth he had never been energetic. Perhaps Ned should not have been so quick to send off half his guard, and all his best swords among them.
"I shall require your help,"
Ned said when Tommart appeared, looking faintly apprehensive as he always did when called before his lord.
"Take me to the Godswood."
"Is that wise, Lord Eddard? With your leg and all?"
"Perhaps not, but necessary."
Tommart summoned Varley. With one arm around each man's shoulder, Ned managed to descend the steep tower steps and hobble across the bailey.
"I want the guard doubled,"
he told Fat Tom.
"No one enters or leaves the Tower of the Hand without my leave."
Tom blinked. "My lord, with Alan and the others away, we are hard-pressed already."
"It will only be a short while. Lengthen the watches."
"As you say, my lord," Tom answered. "Might I ask why—"
"Best not,"
Ned answered crisply. The Godswood was empty, as it always was here in the citadel of the Southern gods. Ned's leg was screaming as they lowered him to the grass beside the hard tree.
"Thank you."
He drew a paper from his sleeve, sealed with the sigil of his house.
"Kindly deliver this at once."
Tom had looked at the name Ned had written on the paper and licked his lips anxiously.
"My lord, do as I bid you, Tom,"
Ned said. How long he waited in the quiet of the Godswood he could not say. It was peaceful here. The thick walls shut out the clamour of the castle, and he could hear birds singing, the murmur of crickets, leaves rustling in a gentle wind. The hard tree was an oak, brown and faceless, yet Ned Stark still felt the presence of his guards. His leg did not seem to hurt so much. She came to him at sunset, as the clouds reddened above the walls and towers. She came alone, as he had bid her. For once she was dressed simply, in leather boots and hunting greens. When she drew back the hood of her brown cloak, he saw the bruise where the king had struck her. The angry plum colour had faded to yellow, and the swelling was down, but there was no mistaking it for anything but what it was. "Why here?" Cersei Lannister asked as she stood over him.
"So the gods can see."
She sat beside him on the grass. Her every move was graceful. Her curling blonde hair moved in the wind, and her eyes were green as the leaves of summer. It had been a long time since Ned Stark had seen her beauty, but he saw it now.
"I know the truth Jon Arryn died for,"
he told her. "Do you?" The queen watched his face, wary as a cat. "Is that why you called me here, Lord Stark? To pose me riddles? Or is it your intent to seize me as your wife seized my brother?"
"If you truly believed that, you would never have come."
Ned touched her cheek gently.
"Has he done this before?"
"Once or twice." She shied away from his hand. Never in the face before. Jamie would have killed him, even if it meant his own life. Cersei looked at him defiantly. My brother is worth 100 of your friend.
Your brother, Ned said. Or your lover?
Both. She did not flinch from the truth. Since we were children together. And why not? The Targaryens wed brother to sister for 300 years to keep the bloodlines pure. And Jamie and I are more than brother and sister. We are one person in 2 bodies. We share the womb together. He came into this world holding my foot, our old master said. When he is in me, I feel whole. The ghost of a smile flitted over her lips.
My son Bran.
To her credit, Cersei did not look away. He saw us. You love your children, do you not? Robert had asked him the very same question the morning of the melee. He gave her the same answer.
With all my heart.
No less do I love mine. Ned thought, if it came to that, the life of some child I did not know, against Robb and Sansa and Arya and Bran and Rickon, what would I do? Even more so, what would Catelyn do if it were Jon's life against the children of her body? He did not know. He prayed he never would.
All 3 are Jaime's,
he said. It was not a question. Thank the gods. The seed is strong, Jon Arryn had cried on his deathbed, and so it was. All those bastards, all with hair as black as night. Grandmaster Mallion recorded the last mating between stag and lion some 90 years ago, when Tia Lannister wed Gowan Baratheon, 3rd son of the reigning lord. Their only issue, an unnamed boy described in Mallion's tome as a large and lusty lad born with a full head of black hair, died in infancy. 30 years before that, a male Lannister had taken a Baratheon maid to wife. She had given him 3 daughters and a son, each black-haired. No matter how far back Ned searched in the brittle yellowed pages, always he found the gold yielding before the coal.
12 years,
Ned said.
How is it that you have had no children by the king?
She lifted her head, defiant. Your Robert got me with child once, she said, her voice thick with contempt. My brother found a woman to cleanse me. He never knew. If truth be told, I can scarcely bear for him to touch me, and I have not let him inside me for years. I know other ways to pleasure him when he leaves his whores long enough to stagger up to my bedchamber. Whatever we do, the king is usually so drunk that he's forgotten it all by next morning. How could they have all been so blind? The truth was there in front of them all the time, written on the children's faces. Ned felt sick.
I remember Robert as he was the day he took the throne, every inch a king,
he said quietly.
1,000 other women might have loved him with all their hearts. What did he do to make you hate him so?
Her eyes burned, green fire in the dusk, like the lioness that was her sigil. The night of our wedding feast, the first time we shared a bed, he called me by your sister's name. He was on top of me, in me, stinking of wine, and he whispered Lyanna. Ned Stark thought of pale blue roses, and for a moment he wanted to weep.
I do not know which of you I pity most.
The Queen seemed amused by that. Save your pity for yourself, Lord Stark. I want none of it.
You know what I must do.
Must. She put her hand on his good leg, just above the knee. A true man does what he will, not what he must. Her fingers brushed lightly against his thigh, the gentlest of promises. The realm needs a strong hand. Joff will not come of age for years. No one wants war again, least of all me. Her hand touched his face, his hair. If friends can turn to enemies, enemies can become friends. Your wife is 1,000 leagues away, and my brother has fled. Be kind to me, Ned. I swear to you, you shall never regret it.
Did you make the same offer to Jon Arryn?
She slapped him.
I shall wear that as a badge of honor,
Ned said dryly. Honor, she spat. How dare you play the noble lord with me? What do you take me for? You've a bastard of your own, I've seen him. Who was the mother, I wonder? Some Dornish peasant you raped while her holdfast burned? A whore? Or was it the grieving sister, the Lady Ashara?
She threw herself into the sea, I'm told. Why was that? For the brother you slew, or the child you stole? Tell me, my honourable Lord Edit, how are you any different from Robert, or me, or Jamie?"
"For a start," said Ned, "I do not kill children. You would do well to listen, my lady. I shall say this only once. When the king returns from his hunt, I intend to lay the truth before him. You must be gone by then. You and your children, all three, and not to Casterly Rock. If I were you, I should take ship for the free cities, or even farther to the Summer Isles or the port of Ibben, as far as the winds blow."
"Exile," she said. "A bitter cup to drink from."
"A sweeter cup than your father served Rhaegar's children," Ned said, "and kinder than you deserve. Your father and your brothers would do well to go with you. Lord Tywin's gold will buy you comfort, and hire swords to keep you safe. You shall need them. I promise you, no matter where you flee, Robert's wrath will follow you, to the back of beyond if need be."
The Queen stood. "And what of my wrath, Lord Stark?" she asked softly. Her eyes searched his face. "You should have taken the realm for yourself. It was there for the taking. Jamie told me how you found him on the Iron Throne the day King's Landing fell, and made him yield it up. That was your moment. All you needed to do was climb those steps and sit. Such a sad mistake."
"I've made more mistakes than you can possibly imagine," Ned said, "but that was not one of them."
"Oh, but it was, my lord," Cersei insisted. "When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground." She turned up her hood to hide her swollen face and left him there in the dark beneath the oak, amidst the quiet of the godswood, under a blue-black sky. The stars were coming out. Chapter 46. Daenerys. The heart was steaming in the cold evening air when Khal Drogo set it before her, raw and bloody. His arms were red to the elbow. Behind him, his blood riders knelt on the sand beside the corpse of the wild stallion, stone knives in their hands. The stallion's blood looked black in the flickering orange glare of the torches that ringed the high chalk walls of the pit. Dany touched the soft swell of her belly. Sweat beaded her skin and trickled down her brow. She could feel the old women watching her, the ancient crones of Vas Dothrak, with eyes that shone dark as polished flint in their wrinkled faces. She must not flinch or look afraid. "I am the blood of the dragon," she told herself as she took the stallion's heart in both hands, lifted it to her mouth, and plunged her teeth into the tough, stringy flesh. Warm blood filled her mouth and ran down over her chin. The taste threatened to gag her, but she made herself chew and swallow. The heart of a stallion would make her son strong and swift and fearless, or so the Dothraki believed, but only if the mother could eat it all. If she choked on the blood or retched up the flesh, the omens were less favorable. The child might be stillborn, or come forth weak, deformed, or female. Her handmaids had helped her ready herself for the ceremony. Despite the tender mother's stomach that had afflicted her these past 2 moons, Dany had dined on bowls of half-clotted blood to accustom herself to the taste, and Irri made her chew strips of dried horseflesh until her jaws were aching. She had starved herself for a day and a night before the ceremony in the hopes that hunger would help her keep down the raw meat. The wild stallion's heart was all muscle, and Dany had to worry it with her teeth and chew each mouthful a long time. No steel was permitted within the sacred confines of Vas Dothrak, beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains. She had to rip the heart apart with teeth and nails. Her stomach roiled and heaved, yet she kept on, her face smeared with the heart's blood that sometimes seemed to explode against her lips. Khal Drogo stood over her as she ate, his face as hard as a bronze shield. His long black braid was shiny with oil. He wore gold rings in his mustache, gold bells in his braid, and a heavy belt of solid gold medallions around his waist, but his chest was bare. She looked at him whenever she felt her strength failing, looked at him, and chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed, chewed and swallowed. Toward the end, Dany thought she glimpsed a fierce pride in his dark, almond-shaped eyes, but she could not be sure. The Khal's face did not often betray the thoughts within. And finally it was done. Her cheeks and fingers were sticky as she forced down the last of it.
Only then did she turn her eyes back to the old women, the crones of the Dosh Kalin. "Kalaka dothre murhanga," she proclaimed in her best Dothraki. "A prince rides inside me." She had practiced the phrase for days with her handmaid Jiki. The oldest of the crones, a bent and shriveled stick of women with a single black eye, raised her arms on high. "Kalaka dothre," she shrieked. "The prince is riding." "He's riding," the other women answered. "Rak, Rak, Rakhaj," they proclaimed. A boy, a strong boy." Bells rang, a sudden clangor of bronze birds. A deep-throated warhorn sounded its long, low note. The old women began to chant. Underneath their painted leather vests, their withered dirks swayed back and forth, shiny with oil and sweat. The eunuchs who served them threw bundles of dried grasses into a great bronze brazier, and clouds of fragrant smoke rose up toward the moon and the stars. The Dothraki believed the stars were horses made of fire, a great herd that galloped across the sky by night. As the smoke ascended, the chanting died away, and the ancient crone closed her single eye, the better to peer into the future. The silence that fell was complete. Danny could hear the distant call of night birds, the hiss and crackle of the torches, the gentle lapping of water from the lake. The Dothraki stared at her with eyes of night, waiting. Khal Drogo laid his hand on Danny's arm. She could feel the tension in his fingers. Even a Khal as mighty as Drogo could know fear when the Dosh Kalin peered into smoke of the future. At her back, her handmaids fluttered anxiously. Finally, the crone opened her eye and lifted her arms. "I have seen his face and heard the thunder of his hoofs," she proclaimed in a thin, wavery voice. "The thunder of his hoofs," the others chorused. "As swift as the wind he rides, and behind him his khalasa covers the earth, men without number, with araks shining in their hands like blades of razor grass. Fierce as a storm this prince will be. His enemies will tremble before him, and their wives will weep tears of blood and rend their flesh in grief. The bells in his hair will sing his coming, and the milkmen in the stone tents will fear his name." The old woman trembled and looked at Danny almost as if she were afraid. "The prince is riding, and he shall be the stallion who mounts the world." "The stallion who mounts the world!" the onlookers cried in echo, until the night rang to the sound of their voices. The one-eyed crone peered at Danny. "What shall he be called, the stallion who mounts the world?" She stood to answer. "He shall be called Rhaego," she said, using the words that Jiki had taught her. Her hands touched the swell beneath her breasts protectively as a roar went up from the Dothraki. "Rhaego!" they screamed. "Rhaego! Rhaego! Rhaego!" The name was still ringing in her ears as Khal Drogo led her from the pit. His blood riders fell in behind them. A procession followed them out into the God's Way, the broad grassy road that ran through the heart of vast Dothrak, from the Horse Gate to the Mother of Mountains. The crones of the Dosh Kalin came first, with their eunuchs and slaves. Some supported themselves with tall carved staffs as they struggled along on ancient, shaking legs, while others walked as proud as any horse lord. Each of the old women had been a Khaleesi once. When their lord husbands died, and a new Khal took his place at the front of his riders, with a new Khaleesi mounted beside him, they were sent here to reign over the vast Dothraki nation. Even the mightiest of Khals bowed to the wisdom and authority of the Dosh Kalin. Still, it gave Danny the shivers to think that one day she might be sent to join them, whether she willed it or not. Behind the wise women came the others, Khal Ogo and his son, the Kalaka Fogo, Khal Jomo and his wives, the chief man of Drogo's Khalasa, Danny's handmaids, the Khal's servants and slaves, and more. Bells rang and drums bat a stately cadence as they marched along the God's Way. Stolen heroes and the gods of dead peoples brooded in the darkness beyond the road. Alongside the procession, slaves ran lightly through the grass with torches in their hands, and the flickering flames made the great monuments seem almost alive. "What is meaning, name Rhaego?" Khal Drogo asked as they walked, using the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. She had been teaching him a few words when she could. Drogo was quick to learn when he put his mind to it, though his accent was so thick and barbarous that neither Ser Jorah nor Viserys could understand a word he said. "My brother Rhaegar was a fierce warrior, my sun and stars," she told him. "He died before I was born. Ser Jorah says that he was the last of the dragons." Khal Drogo looked down at her. His face was a copper mask, yet under the long black moustache, drooping beneath the weight of its gold rings, she thought she glimpsed the shadow of a smile.
"His good name, Dan Adda's wife, moon of my life," he said.
They rode to the lake that Dothraki called the womb of the world, surrounded by a fringe of reeds, its water still and calm. 1,000 years ago, Cheeky told her, the first man had emerged from its depths, riding upon the back of the first horse. The procession waited on a grassy shore as Dany stripped and let her soiled clothing fall to the ground. Naked, she stepped gingerly into the water. Irri said the lake had no bottom, but Dany felt soft mud squishing between her toes as she pushed through the tall reeds. The moon floated on the still black waters, shattering and reforming as her ripples washed over it. Goose pimples rose on her pale skin as the coldness crept up her thighs and kissed her lower lips. The stallion's blood had dried on her hands and around her mouth. Dany cupped her fingers and lifted the sacred waters over her head, cleansing herself and the child inside her, while the Khal and the others looked on. She heard the old women of the Dosh Khaleen muttering to each other as they watched, and wondered what they were saying. When she emerged from the lake, shivering and dripping, her handmaid Dorea hurried to her with a robe of painted sand silk, but Khal Drogo waved her away. He was looking on her swollen breasts and the curve of her belly with approval, and Dany could see the shape of his manhood pressing through his horse-hide trousers below the heavy gold medallions of his belt. She went to him and helped him unlace. Then her huge Khal took her by the hips and lifted her into the air as he might lift a child. The bells in his hair rang softly. Dany wrapped her arms around his shoulders and pressed her face against his neck as he thrust himself inside her. 3 quick strokes and it was done.
"The stallion who mounts the world,"
Drogo whispered hoarsely. His hands still smelled of horse blood. He bit at her throat, hard, in the moment of his pleasure, and when he lifted her off, his seed filled her and trickled down the inside of her thighs. Only then was Dorea permitted to drape her in the scented sand silk, and Irri to fit soft slippers to her feet. Khal Drogo laced himself up and spoke a command, and horses were brought to the lake shore. Kohollo had the honor of helping the Khaleesi onto her silver. Drogo spurred his stallion and set off down the God's Way beneath the moon and stars. On her silver, Dany easily kept pace. The silk tenting that roofed Khal Drogo's hall had been rolled up tonight, and the moon followed them inside. Flames leapt 10 feet in the air from 3 huge stone-lined fire pits. The air was thick with the smells of roasting meat and curdled, fermented mare's milk. The hall was crowded and noisy when they entered, the cushions packed with those whose rank and name were not sufficient to allow them at the ceremony. As Dany rode beneath the arched entry and up the center aisle, every eye was on her. The Dothraki screamed out comments on her belly and her breasts, hailing the life within her. She could not understand all they shouted, but one phrase came clear. "The stallion that mounts the world," she heard, bellowed in 1,000 voices. The sounds of drums and horns swelled up into the night. Half-clothed women spun and danced on the low tables, amid joints of meat and platters piled high with plums and dates and pomegranates. Many of the men were drunk on clotted mare's milk, yet Dany knew no Arrags would clash tonight, not here in the sacred city, where blades and bloodshed were forbidden. Khal Drogo dismounted and took his place on the high bench. Khal Jummo and Khal Ogo, who had been in Vast Jothrek with their Khalasars when they arrived, were given seats of high honor to Drogo's right and left. The blood riders of the 3 Khals sat below them, and farther down Khal Jummo's 4 wives. Dany climbed off her silver and gave the reins to one of the slaves. As Dorea and Irri arranged her cushions, she searched for her brother. Even across the length of the crowded hall, Viserys should have been conspicuous with his pale skin, silvery hair, and bag as rags, but she did not see him anywhere. Her glance roamed the crowded tables near the walls, where men whose braids were even shorter than their manhood sat on frayed rugs and flat cushions around the low tables, but all the faces she saw had black eyes and copper skin. She spied Sir Jorah Mormont near the center of the hall, close to the middle fire pit. It was a place of respect, if not high honor. The Dothraki esteemed the knight's prowess with a sword. Dany sent Cheeky to bring him to her table. Mormont came at once, and went to one knee before her. "Khaleesi," he said, "I am yours to command." She patted the stuffed horse-hide cushion beside her. "Sit and talk with me." "You honor me." The knight seated himself cross-legged on the cushion. A slave knelt before him, offering a wooden platter full of ripe figs. Sir Jorah took one and bit it in half. "Where is my brother?" Dany asked. "He ought to have come by now, for the feast." "I saw his grace this morning," he told her. "He told me he was going to the Western Market in search of wine." "Wine?" Dany said doubtfully. Viserys could not abide the taste of the fermented mare's milk the Dothraki drank, she knew that, and he was oft at the bazaars these days, drinking with the traders who came in the great caravans from east and west. He seemed to find their company more congenial than hers. "Wine," Sir Jorah confirmed. "And he has some thought to recruit men for his army from the sellswords who guard the caravans." A serving girl laid a blood pie in front of him, and he attacked it with both hands. "Is that wise?" she asked. "He has no gold to pay soldiers. What if he's betrayed?" Caravan guards were seldom troubled much by thoughts of honor, and a usurper in King's Landing would pay well for her brother's head. "You ought to have gone with him to keep him safe. You are his sworn sword." "We are in Vaz Dothrak," he reminded her. "No one may carry a blade here or shed a man's blood." "Yet men die," she said. "Jogo told me. Some of the traders have eunuchs with them, huge men who strangle thieves with wisps of silk. That way no blood is shed and the gods are not angered." "Then let us hope your brother will be wise enough not to steal anything." Sir Jorah wiped the grease off his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned close over the table. "He had planned to take your dragon's eggs until I warned him that I'd cut off his hand if he so much as touched them." For a moment Dany was so shocked she had no words. "My eggs? But they're mine. Magister Illyria gave them to me, a bride gift. Why would Viserys want... They're only stones." "The same could be said of rubies and diamonds and fire opals, princess. And dragon's eggs are rarer by far. Those traders he's been drinking with would sell their own manhoods for even one of those stones, and with all three, Viserys could buy as many sellswords as he might need." Dany had not known, had not even suspected. "Then he should have them. He does not need to steal them. He had only to ask. He's my brother, and my true king." "He's your brother," Sir Jorah acknowledged. "You do not understand, sir," she said. "My mother died giving me birth, and my father and my brother Rhaegar even before that. I would never have known so much as their names if Viserys had not been there to tell me. He was the only one left, the only one. He is all I have." "Once," said Sir Jorah. "No longer, Khaleesi. You belong to the Dothraki now. In your womb rides the stallion who mounts the world." He held out his cup, and the slave filled it with fermented mare's milk, sour-smelling and thick with clots. Dany waved her away. Even the smell of it made her feel ill, and she would take no chances of bringing up the horse heart she had forced herself to eat. "What does it mean?" she asked. "What is this stallion? Everyone was shouting it at me, but I don't understand." "The stallion is the Khal of Khals promised in ancient prophecy, child. He will unite the Dothraki into a single Khalasar and ride to the ends of the earth, or so it was promised. All the people of the world will be his herd." "Oh," Dany said in a small voice. Her hand smoothed her robe down over the swell of her stomach. "I named him Rhaego." "A name to make the usurper's blood run cold." Suddenly, the Rhea was tugging at her elbow. "My lady," the handmaid whispered urgently. "Your brother." Dany looked down the length of the long, roofless hall, and there he was, striding toward her. From the lurch in his step, she could tell at once that Viserys had found his wine, and something that passed for courage. He was wearing his scarlet silks, soiled and travel-stained. His cloak and gloves were black velvet, faded from the sun. His boots were dry and cracked, his silver-blonde hair matted and tangled. A long sword swung from his belt in a leather scabbard. The Dothraki eyed the sword as he passed. Dany heard curses and threats and angry muttering rising all around her, like a tide. The music died away in a nervous stammering of drums. A sense of dread closed around her heart. "Go to him," she commanded Ser Jorah. "Stop him. Bring him here. Tell him he can have the dragon's axe if that is what he wants." The knight rose swiftly to his feet.
"Where's my sister?"
Viserys shouted, his voice thick with wine.
"I've come here for feast. How dare you presume to eat without me? No one eats before the king. Where is she? The whore can't hide from the dragon."
He stopped beside the largest of the 3 fire pits, peering around at the faces of the Dothraki. There were 5,000 men in the hall, but only a handful who knew the common tongue. Yet even if his words were incomprehensible, you had only to look at him to know that he was drunk. Ser Jorah went to him swiftly, whispered something in his ear, and took him by the arm, but Viserys wrenched free.
"Keep your hands off me! No one touches the dragon without leave."
Dany glanced anxiously up at the high bench. Khal Drogo was saying something to the other Khals beside him. Khal Drogo grinned, and Khal Ogo began to guffaw loudly. The sound of laughter made Viserys lift his eyes.
"Khal Drogo,"
he said thickly, his voice almost polite.
"I'm here for the feast."
He staggered away from Ser Jorah, making to join the 3 Khals on the high bench. Khal Drogo rose, spat out a dozen words in Dothraki, faster than Dany could understand, and pointed.
"Khal Drogo says your place is not on the high bench,"
Ser Jorah translated for her brother.
"Khal Drogo says your place is there."
Viserys glanced where the Khal was pointing. At the back of the long hall, in a corner by the wall, deep in shadow so better men would not need to look on them, sat the lowest of the low. Raw, unblooded boys, old men with clouded eyes and stiff joints, the dim-witted and the maimed. Far from the meat and farther from honor.
"That is no place for a king,"
her brother declared.
"His place,"
Khal Drogo answered, in the common tongue that Dany had taught him.
"For Sorefoot King."
He clapped his hands together.
"A cart! Bring cart for Khal Raggat."
5,000 Dothraki began to laugh and shout. Ser Jorah was standing beside Viserys, screaming in his ear, but the roar in the hall was so thunderous that Dany could not hear what he was saying. Her brother shouted back, and the 2 men grappled, until Mormont knocked Viserys bodily to the floor. Her brother drew his sword. The bared steel shone a fearful red in the glare from the 5 pits.
"Keep away from me,"
Viserys hissed. Ser Jorah backed off a step, and her brother climbed unsteadily to his feet. He waved the sword over his head, the borrowed blade that Magister Illyrio had given him to make him seem more kingly. Dothraki were shrieking at him from all sides, screaming vile curses. Dany gave a wordless cry of terror. She knew what a drawn sword meant here, even if her brother did not. Her voice made Viserys turn his head, and he saw her for the first time.
"There she is,"
he said, smiling. He stalked toward her, slashing at the air as if to cut a path through a wall of enemies, though no one tried to bar his way. "The blade! You must not," she begged him. "Please, Viserys, it is forbidden. Put down the sword and come share my cushions. There's drink, food. Is it the dragon's eggs you want? You can have them. Only throw away the sword."
"Do as she tells you, fool,"
Ser Jorah shouted.
"Before you get us all killed."
Viserys laughed.
"They can't kill us. They can't shed blood here in the sacred city. But I can."
He laid the point of his sword between Daenerys' breasts and slid it downward, over the curve of her belly.
"I want what I came for," he told her. "I want the crown he promised me. He bought you, but he never paid for you. Tell him I want what I bargained for, or I'm taking you back. You and the eggs both. He can keep his bloody foal. I'll cut the bastard out and leave it for him."
The sword point pushed through her silks and pricked at her navel. Viserys was weeping, she saw. weeping and laughing, both at the same time, this man who had once been her brother. Distantly, as from far away, Danny heard her handmaid Cheeky sobbing in fear, pleading that she dared not translate, that the Carl would bind her and drag her behind his horse all the way up the Mother of Mountains. She put her arm around the girl. "Don't be afraid," she said. "I shall tell him." She did not know if she had enough words, yet when she was done Khal Drogo spoke a few brisk sentences in Dothraki, and she knew he understood. The son of her life stepped down from the high bench.
"What did he say?"
The man who had been her brother asked her, flinching. It had grown so silent in the hall that she could hear the bells in Khal Drogo's hair, chiming softly with each step he took. His blood riders followed him, like 3 copper shadows. Daenerys had gone cold all over. "He says you shall have a splendid golden crown that man shall tremble to behold." Viserys smiled and lowered his sword. That was the saddest thing, the thing that tore at her afterward. The way he smiled.
"That was all I wanted," he said. "What was promised?"
When the son of her life reached her, Danny slid an arm around his waist. The Khal said a word, and his blood riders leapt forward. Quotho seized the man who had been her brother by the arms. Hago shattered his wrist with a single sharp twist of his huge hands. Kohollo pulled the sword from his limp fingers. Even now Viserys did not understand.
"No," he shouted. "You cannot touch me. I'm the dragon, and I will be crowned."
Khal Drogo unfastened his belt. The medallions were pure gold, massive and ornate, each one as large as a man's hand. He shouted a command. Cook slaves pulled a heavy iron stew pot from the fire pit, dumped the stew onto the ground, and returned the pot to the flames. Drogo tossed in the belt and watched without expression as the medallions turned red and began to lose their shape. She could see fires dancing in the onyx of his eyes. A slave handed him a pair of thick horsehair mittens, and he pulled them on, never so much as looking at the man. Viserys began to scream the high, wordless scream of the coward facing death. He kicked and twisted, whimpered like a dog and wept like a child, but the Dothraki held him tight between them. Ser Jorah had made his way to Dany's side. He put a hand on her shoulder.
"Turn away, my princess, I beg you."
"No." She folded her arms across the swell of her belly, protectively. At the last, Viserys looked at her.
"Sister, please. Dany, tell them. Make them... Sweet sister."
When the gold was half melted and starting to run, Drogo reached into the flames, snatched out the pot.
"Crown," he roared. "Here, a crown for Cod King,"
and opened the pot over the head of the man who had been her brother. The sound Viserys Targaryen made when that hideous iron helmet covered his face was like nothing human. His feet hammered a frantic beat against the dirt floor, slowed, stopped. Thick globs of molten gold dripped down onto his chest, setting the scarlet silk to smoldering, yet no drop of blood was spilled. He was no dragon, Dany thought, curiously calm. Fire cannot kill a dragon. Chapter 47. Eddard. He was walking through the crypts beneath Winterfell as he had walked 1,000 times before. The kings of winter watched him pass with eyes of ice, and the dire wolves at their feet turned their great stone heads and snarled. Last of all, he came to the tomb where his father slept, with Brandon and Lyanna beside him. "Promise me, Ned," Lyanna's statue whispered. She wore a garland of pale blue roses, and her eyes wept blood. Eddard Stark jerked upright, his heart racing, the blankets tangled around him. The room was black as pitch, and someone was hammering at the door.
"Lord Eddard,"
a voice called loudly.
"A moment."
Groggy and naked, he stumbled his way across the darkened chamber. When he opened the door, he found Tormund with an upraised fist, and Cain with a taper in hand. Between them stood the king's own steward. The man's face might have been carved of stone, so little did it show.
"My lord hand," he intoned. "His grace the king commands your presence, at once."
So Robert had returned from his hunt. It was long past time.
"I shall need a few moments to dress."
Ned left the man waiting without. Kane helped him with his clothes, white linen tunic and grey cloak, trousers cut open down his plaster-sheathed leg, his badge of office, and last of all a belt of heavy silver links. He sheathed the Valyrian dagger at his waist. The Red Keep was dark and still as Kane and Tom had escorted him across the inner bailey. The moon hung low over the walls, ripening toward full. On the ramparts, a guardsman in a gold cloak walked his rounds. The royal apartments were in Magus Holdfast, a massive square fortress that nestled in the heart of the Red Keep behind walls 12 feet thick and a dry moat lined with iron spikes, a castle within a castle. Sir Boris Blount guarded the far end of the bridge, white steel armor ghostly in the moonlight. Within, Ned passed 2 other knights of the Kingsguard. Sir Preston Greenfield stood at the bottom of the steps, and Sir Barristan Selmy waited at the door of the King's bedchamber. 3 men in white cloaks, he thought, remembering, and a strange chill went through him. Sir Barristan's face was as pale as his armor. Ned had only to look at him to know that something was dreadfully wrong. The royal steward opened the door. "Lord Eddard Stark, the hand of the king," he announced. "Bring him here," Robert's voice called, strangely thick. Fires blazed in the twin hearths at either end of the bedchamber, filling the room with a sullen red glare. The heat within was suffocating. Robert lay across the canopied bed. At the bedside hovered Grandmaster Picel, while Lord Renly paced restlessly before the shuttered windows. Servants moved back and forth, feeding logs to the fire and boiling wine. Cersei Lannister sat on the edge of the bed beside her husband. Her hair was tousled, as if from sleep, but there was nothing sleepy in her eyes. They followed Ned as Tom and Kane helped him cross the room. He seemed to move very slowly, as if he were still dreaming. The king still wore his boots. Ned could see dried mud and blades of grass clinging to the leather where Robert's feet stuck out beneath the blanket that covered him. A green doublet lay on the floor, slashed open and discarded, the cloth crustled with red-brown stains. The room smelled of smoke and blood and death. "Ned," the king whispered when he saw him. His face was pale as milk. "Come, closer." His men brought him close. Ned steadied himself with a hand on the bedpost. He had only to look down at Robert to know how bad it was. "What?" he began, his throat clenched. "A boar." Lord Renly was still in his hunting greens, his cloak spattered with blood. "A devil," the king husked. "My own fault. Too much wine, damn me to hell. Missed my thrust." "And where were the rest of you?" Ned demanded of Lord Renly. "Where was Sir Barristan and the Kingsguard?" Renly's mouth twitched. "My brother commanded us to stand aside and let him take the boar alone." Eddard Stark lifted the blanket. They had done what they could to close him up, but it was nowhere near enough. The boar must have been a fearsome thing. It had ripped the king from groin to nipple with its tusks. The wine-soaked bandages that Grandmaster Picel had applied were already black with blood, and the smell of the wound was hideous. Ned's stomach turned. He let the blanket fall. "Stinks," Robert said. "The stink of death. Don't think I can't smell it. Bastard did me good, eh? But I paid him back in kind, Ned." The king's smile was as terrible as his wound, his teeth red. "Drove a knife right through his eye. Asked him if I didn't. Asked him." "Truly," Lord Renly murmured. "We brought the carcass back with us at my brother's command." "For the feast," Robert whispered. "Now leave us, the lot of you. I need to speak with Ned." "Robert, my sweet lord," Cersei began. "I said leave," Robert insisted with a hint of his old fierceness. "What part of that don't you understand, woman?" Cersei gathered up her skirts and her dignity and led the way to the door. Lord Renly and the others followed. Grandmaster Picel lingered, his hands shaking as he had offered the king a cup of thick white liquid. "The milk of the poppy, your grace," he said. "Drink, for your pain." Robert knocked the cup away with the back of his hand. "Away with you! I'll sleep soon enough, old fool. Get out!" Grandmaster Picel gave Ned a stricken look as he shuffled from the room. "Damn you, Robert," Ned said when they were alone. His leg was throbbing so badly he was almost blind with pain. Or perhaps it was grief that fogged his eyes. He lowered himself to the bed beside his friend.
Why do you always have to be so headstrong? Fuck you, Ned, the king said hoarsely. I killed the bastard, didn't I?
A lock of matted black hair fell across his eyes as he glared up at Ned.
Ought to do the same for you. Can't leave a man to hunt in peace. Sir Robert found me. Gregor's head. Ugly thought. Never told the hound. Let Cersei surprise him.
His laugh turned into a grunt as a spasm of pain hit him.
God have mercy,
he muttered, swallowing his agony.
The girl, Daenerys. Only a child, you were right. That's why the gods sent the boar. Sent to punish me.
The king coughed, bringing up blood.
Wrong. It was wrong. Only a girl. Varys, Littlefinger, even my brother. Worthless. No one to tell me no but you, Ned. Only you.
He lifted his hand, the gesture pained and feeble.
Paper and ink. There on the table. Write what I tell you.
Ned smoothed the paper out across his knee and took up the quill.
At your command, your grace. This is the will and word of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals and all the rest. Put in the damned titles, you know how it goes. I do hereby command Eddard of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King, to serve as Lord Regent and Protector of the realm upon my death, to rule in my stead until my son Joffrey does come of age. Robert.
Joffrey's not your son, he wanted to say, but the words would not come. The agony was written too plainly across Robert's face. He could not hurt him more. So Ned bent his head and wrote, but where the king had said, my son Joffrey, he scrawled, my heir instead. The deceit made him feel soiled. The lies we tell for love, he thought. May the gods forgive me.
What else would you have me say? Say whatever you need to. Protect and defend, God old and new, you have the words. Right, I'll sign it. You give it to the council when I'm dead. Robert,
Ned said in a voice thick with grief.
You must not do this. Don't die on me. The realm needs you.
Robert took his hand, fingers squeezing hard.
You were such a bad liar, Ned Stark,
he said through his pain.
The realm knows what a wretched king I've been. Bad as Aerys, the gods spare me. No,
Ned told his dying friend.
Not so bad as Aerys, your grace. Not near so bad as Aerys.
Robert managed a weak red smile.
At the least, they will say, this last thing, this I did right. You won't fail me. You'll rule now. You'll hate it worse than I did. But you'll do well. Are you done with the scribbling? Yes, your grace.
Ned offered Robert the paper. The king scrawled his signature blindly, leaving a smear of blood across the letter.
The seal should be witnessed. Serve the boy at my funeral feast, Robert rasped. Apple in its mouth, skin seared crisp. Eat the bastard. Don't care if you choke on him. Promise me, Ned. I promise.
Promise me, Ned, Lyanna's voice echoed.
The girl, the king said. Daenerys. Let her live. If you can, if it... Not too late. Talk to them. Varys, Littlefinger. Don't let them kill her. And help my son, Ned. Make him be... better than me.
He winced.
God have mercy. They will, my friend,
Ned said.
They will.
The king closed his eyes and seemed to relax.
Killed by a pig, he muttered. Ought to laugh, but it hurts too much.
Ned was not laughing.
Shall I call them back?
Robert gave a weak nod.
As you will. Gods, why it is so cold in here.
The servants rushed back in and hurried to feed the fires. The queen had gone. That was some small relief at last. If she had any sense, Cersei would take her children and fly before the break of day, Ned thought. She had lingered too long already. King Robert did not seem to miss her. He bid his brother Renly and Grandmaster Pycelle to stand in witness as he pressed his seal into the hot yellow wax that Ned had dripped upon his letter.
"Now give me something for the pain and let me die."
Hurriedly, Grandmaster Pycelle mixed him another draught of the milk of the poppy. This time, the king drank deeply. His black beard was beaded with thick white droplets when he threw the empty cup aside.
"Will I dream?"
Ned gave him his answer.
"You will, my lord."
"Good," he said, smiling.
"I will give Lyanna your love, Ned. Take care of my children for me."
The words twisted in Ned's belly like a knife. For a moment he was at a loss. He could not bring himself to lie. Then he remembered the bastards, little Bara at her mother's breast, Mia in the Vale, Gendry at his forge, and all the others.
"I shall guard your children as if they were my own,"
he said slowly. Robert nodded and closed his eyes. Ned watched his old friend sag softly into the pillows as the milk of the poppy washed the pain from his face. Sleep took him. Heavy chains jangled softly as Grandmaster Pycelle came up to Ned.
"I will do all in my power, my lord, but the wound has mortified. It took them 2 days to get him back. By the time I saw him, it was too late. I can lessen his grace suffering, but only the gods can heal him now." "How long?"
Ned asked.
"By rights he should be dead already. I've never seen a man cling to life so fiercely."
"My brother was always strong," Lord Renly said. "Not wise, perhaps, but strong." In the sweltering heat of the bedchamber, his brow was slick with sweat. He might have been Robert's ghost as he stood there, young and dark and handsome. "He slew the boar. His entrails were sliding from his belly, yet somehow he slew the boar." His voice was full of wonder.
"Robert was never a man to leave the battleground so long as a foe remained standing,"
Ned told him. Outside the door, Sir Barristan Selmy still guarded the tower stairs.
"Master Pycelle has given Robert the milk of the poppy,"
Ned told him.
"See that no one disturbs his rest without leave from me."
"It shall be as you command, my lord." Sir Barristan seemed old beyond his years.
"I have failed my sacred trust." "Even the truest knight cannot protect a king against himself,"
Ned said.
"Robert loved to hunt boar. I've seen him take 1,000 of them."
He would stand his ground without flinching, his legs braced, the great spear in his hands, and as often as not he would curse the boar as it charged, and wait until the last possible second until it was almost on him, before he killed it with a single sure and savage thrust.
"No one could know this one would be his death."
"You're too kind to say so, Lord Eddard."
"The king himself said as much. He blamed the wine."
The white-haired knight gave a weary nod. "His grace was reeling in his saddle by the time we flushed the boar from his lair, yet he commanded us all to stand aside." "I wonder, Sir Barristan," asked Varys so quietly, "who gave the king this wine?" Ned had not heard the eunuch approach, but when he looked around, there he stood. He wore a black velvet robe that brushed the floor, and his face was freshly powdered. "The wine was from the king's own skin," Sir Barristan said. "Only one skin. Hunting is such thirsty work." "I did not keep count. More than one for a certainty. His squire would fetch him a fresh skin whenever he required it." "Such a dutiful boy," said Varys, "to make certain his grace did not lack for refreshment." Ned had a bitter taste in his mouth. He recalled the 2 fair-haired boys Robert had sent chasing after a breastplate stretcher. The king had told everyone the tale that night at the feast, laughing until he shook.
"Which squire?"
"The elder," said Sir Barristan. "Lancel." "I know the lad well," said Varys. "A stalwart boy, Sir Kevin Lannister's son, nephew to Lord Tywin and cousin to the Queen. I hope the dear sweet lad does not blame himself. Children are so vulnerable in the innocence of their youth. How well do I remember." Certainly, Varys had once been young. Ned doubted that he had ever been innocent.
"You mentioned children. Robert had a change of heart concerning Daenerys Targaryen. Whatever arrangements you made, I want unmade. At once."
"Alas," said Varys, "at once may be too late,
I fear those birds have flown, but I shall do what I can, my lord, with your leave." He bowed and vanished down the steps, his soft-soled slippers whispering against the stone as he made his descent. Cain and Tommet were helping Ned across the bridge when Lord Renly emerged from Maga's holdfast. "Lord Eddard," he called after Ned. "A moment, if you would be so kind." Ned stopped. "As you wish." Renly walked to his side. "Send your man away." They met in the center of the bridge, the dry moat beneath them. Moonlight silvered the cruel edges of the spikes that lined its bed. Ned gestured. Tommet and Cain bowed their heads and backed away respectfully. Lord Renly glanced warily at Sir Boros on the far end of the span, at Sir Preston in the doorway behind them. "That letter." He leaned close. "Was it the Regency? Has my brother named you Protector?" He did not wait for a reply. "My lord, I have 30 men in my personal guard, and other friends beside, knights and lords. Give me an hour and I can put 100 swords in your hand." "And what should I do with 100 swords, my lord?" "Strike! Now, while the castle sleeps." Renly looked back at Sir Boros again and dropped his voice to an urgent whisper. "We must get Joffrey away from his mother and take him in hand. Protector or no, the man who holds the king holds the kingdom. We should seize Myrcella and Tommen as well. Once we have her children, Cersei will not dare oppose us. The council will confirm you as Lord Protector and make Joffrey your ward." Ned regarded him coldly. "Robert is not dead yet. The gods may spare him. If not, I shall convene the council to hear his final words and consider the matter of the succession, but I will not dishonor his last hours on earth by shedding blood in his halls and dragging frightened children from their beds." Lord Renly took a step back, taut as a bowstring. "Every moment you delay gives Cersei another moment to prepare. By the time Robert dies, it may be too late. For both of us." "Then we should pray that Robert does not die." "Small chance of that," said Renly. "Sometimes the gods are merciful." "The Lannisters are not." Lord Renly turned away and went back across the moat to the tower where his brother lay dying. By the time Ned returned to his chambers, he felt weary and heartsick, yet there was no question of his going back to sleep. Not now. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, Cersei Lannister had told him in the Godswood. He found himself wondering if he had done the right thing by refusing Lord Renly's offer. He had no taste for these intrigues, and there was no honor in threatening children, and yet, if Cersei elected to fight rather than flee, he might well have need of Renly's 100 swords, and more besides. "I want Littlefinger," he told Cain. "If he's not in his chambers, take as many men as you need and search every wine sink and whorehouse in King's Landing, until you find him. Bring him to me before break of day." Cain bowed and took his leave, and Ned turned to Tommet. "The Wind Witch sails on the evening tide. Have you chosen the escort?" 10 men, with Porther in command. 20, and you will command," Ned said. Porther was a brave man, but headstrong. He wanted someone more solid and sensible to keep watch over his daughters. "As you wish, my lord," Tom said. "Can't say I'll be sad to see the back of this place. I missed a wife." "You will pass near Dragonstone when you turn north. I need you to deliver a letter for me." Tom looked apprehensive. "To Dragonstone, my lord?" The island fortress of House Targaryen had a sinister repute. "Tell Captain Coase to hoist my banner as soon as he comes in sight of the island. They may be wary of unexpected visitors. If he is reluctant, offer him whatever it takes. I will give you a letter to place into the hand of Lord Stannis Baratheon, no one else. Not his steward, nor the captain of his guard, nor his lady wife, but only Lord Stannis himself." "As you command, my lord." When Tommet had left him, Lord Eddard Stark sat staring at the flame of the candle that burned beside him on the table. For a moment his grief overwhelmed him. He wanted nothing so much as to seek out the Godswood, to kneel before the hard tree and pray for the life of Robert Baratheon, who had been more than a brother to him. Men would whisper afterward that Eddard Stark had betrayed his king's friendship and disinherited his sons. He could only hope that the gods would know better, and that Robert would learn the truth of it in the land beyond the grave. Ned took out the king's last letter, a roll of crisp white parchment sealed with golden wax, a few short words and a smear of blood.
How small the difference between victory and defeat, between life and death. He drew out a fresh sheet of paper and dipped his quill in the inkpot. To His Grace, Stannis of the House Baratheon, he wrote. By the time you receive this letter, your brother Robert, our king these past 15 years, will be dead. He was savaged by a boar whilst hunting in the Kingswood. The letter seemed to writhe and twist on the paper as his hand trailed to a stop. Lord Tywin and Sir Jaime were not meant to suffer disgrace meekly. They would fight rather than flee. No doubt Lord Stannis was wary after the murder of Jon Arryn, but it was imperative that he sail for King's Landing at once with all his power before the Lannisters could march. Ned chose each word with care. When he was done, he signed the letter Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Hand of the King, and Protector of the Realm, blotted the paper, folded it twice, and melted the sealing wax over the candle flame. His regency would be a short one, he reflected as the wax softened. The new king would choose his own hand. Ned would be free to go home. The thought of Winterfell brought a wan smile to his face. He wanted to hear Bran's laughter once more, to go hawking with Robb, to watch Rickon at play. He wanted to drift off to a dreamless sleep in his own bed with his arms wrapped tight around his lady, Catelyn. Cain returned as he was pressing the direwolf seal down into the soft white wax. Desmond was with him, and between them Littlefinger. Ned thanked his guards and sent them away. Lord Pattier was clad in a blue velvet tunic with puffed sleeves, his silvery cape patterned with mocking birds. "I suppose congratulations are in order," he said as he seated himself. Ned scowled.
"The king lies wounded and near to death."
"I know," Littlefinger said. "I also know that Robert has named you Protector of the Realm." Ned's eyes flicked to the king's letter on the table beside him, its seal unbroken.
"And how is it you know that, my lord?"
"Varys hinted as much," Littlefinger said, "and you have just confirmed it." Ned's mouth twisted in anger.
"Damn Varys and his little birds! Catelyn spoke truly, the man has some black art. I do not trust him."
"Excellent, you're learning." Littlefinger leaned forward. "Yet I'll wager you did not drag me here in the black of night to discuss the eunuch."
"No,"
Ned admitted.
"I know the secret Jon Arryn was murdered to protect. Robert will leave no true-born son behind him. Joffrey and Tommen are Jaime Lannister's bastards, born of his incestuous union with the Queen."
Littlefinger lifted an eyebrow. "Shocking," he said in a tone that suggested he was not shocked at all. "The girl as well, no doubt. So when the king dies—"
"The throne by his rights passes to Lord Stannis, the elder of Robert's 2 brothers.
Lord Pattier stroked his pointed beard as he considered the matter. "So it would seem. Unless—"
"Unless, my lord? There is no seeming to this. Stannis is the heir, nothing can change that."
"Stannis cannot take the throne without your help. If you're wise, you'll make certain Joffrey succeeds." Ned gave him a stony stare.
"Have you no shred of honor?"
"Oh, a shred, surely," Littlefinger replied negligently. "Hear me out. Stannis is no friend of yours nor of mine. Even his brothers can scarcely stomach him. The man is iron, hard and unyielding. He'll give us a new hand and a new council for a certainty. No doubt he'll thank you for handing him the crown, but he won't love you for it. And his assent will mean war. Stannis cannot rest easy on the throne until Cersei and her bastards are dead. Do you think Lord Tywin will sit idly while his daughter's head is measured for a spike? Castle Rock will rise, and not alone. Robert found it in him to pardon men who served King Aerys, so long as they did him fealty. Stannis is less forgiving. He will not have forgotten the siege of Storm's End, and the lords Tyrell and Redwyne dare not. Every man who fought beneath the dragon banner or rose with Balon Greyjoy will have good cause to fear. Seat Stannis on the Iron Throne, and I promise you, the realm will bleed. Now, look at the other side of the coin. Joffrey's but 12, and Robert gave you the regency, my lord. You are the hand of the king and protector of the realm. The power is yours, Lord Stark. All you need do is reach out and take it. Make your peace with the Lannisters. Release the imp. Wed Joffrey to your Sansa. Wed your younger girl to Prince Tommen, and your heir to Myrcella.
It will be 4 years before Geoffrey comes of age. By then he will look to you as a second father, and if not, well, 4 years is a good long while, my lord, long enough to dispose of Lord Stannis. Then, should Geoffrey prove troublesome, we can reveal his little secret and put Lord Renly on the throne."
"We?"
Ned repeated. Littlefinger gave a shrug. "You'll need someone to share your burdens. I assure you my price would be modest."
"Your price?"
Ned's voice was ice.
"Lord Baelish, what you suggest is treason."
"Only if we lose."
"You forget,"
Ned told him.
"You forget Jon Arryn. You forget Jory Castle. And you forget this."
He drew the dagger and laid it on the table between them, a length of dragon bone and Valyrian steel, as sharp as the difference between right and wrong, between true and false, between life and death.
"They sent a man to cut my son's throat, Lord Baelish."
Littlefinger sighed. "I fear I did forget, my lord. Pray forgive me. For a moment I did not remember that I was talking to a Stark." His mouth quirked. "So it will be Stannis and war."
"It is not a choice. Stannis is the heir."
"Far be it from me to dispute the Lord Protector. What would you have of me then? Not my wisdom for a certainty."
"I shall do my best to forget your wisdom,"
Ned said with a distaste.
"I called you here to ask for the help you promised Caitlin. This is a perilous hour for all of us. Robert has named me protector, true enough, but in the eyes of the world, Joffrey is still his son and heir. The Queen has a dozen knights and 100 men-at-arms who will do whatever she commands, enough to overwhelm what remains of my own household guard. And for all I know, her brother Jaime may be riding for King's Landing even as we speak, with the Lannister host at his back."
"And you without an army?" Littlefinger toyed with the dagger on the table, turning it slowly with a finger. "There is small love lost between Lord Renly and the Lannisters. Bronze John Royce, Sir Balon Swan, Sir Loras, Lady Tunda, the Redwyne twins. Each of them has a retinue of knights and sworn swords here at court."
"Randy has 30 men in his personal guard, the rest even fewer. It is not enough, even if I could be certain that all of them will choose to give me their allegiance. I must have the gold cloaks. The city watch is 2,000 strong, sworn to defend the castle, the city, and the king's peace."
"Ah, but when the Queen proclaims one king and the hand other, whose peace do they protect?" Lord Pettier flicked at the dagger with his finger, setting it spinning in place. Round and round it went, wobbling as it turned. When at last it slowed to a stop, the blade pointed at Littlefinger. "Why, there's your answer," he said, smiling. "They follow the man who pays them." He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face, his grey-green eyes bright with mockery. "You wear your honor like a suit of armor, Stark. You think it keeps you safe, but all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done, but it's not honorable, so the words stick in your throat." Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Littlefinger laughed. "I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good lord. For the sake of the love I bear for Caitlin, I will go to Janos Slynt this very hour and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6,000 gold pieces should do it. 1/3 for the commander, 1/3 for the officers, 1/3 for the men. Ah, but when the Queen proclaims one king and the hand other, whose peace do they protect?" Lord Pettier flicked at the dagger with his finger, setting it spinning in place. Round and round it went, wobbling as it turned. When at last it slowed to a stop, the blade pointed at Littlefinger. "Why, there's your answer," he said, smiling. "They follow the man who pays them." He leaned back and looked Ned full in the face, his grey-green eyes bright with mockery. "You wear your honor like a suit of armor, Stark. You think it keeps you safe, but all it does is weigh you down and make it hard for you to move. Look at you now. You know why you summoned me here. You know what you want to ask me to do. You know it has to be done, but it's not honorable, so the words stick in your throat."
Ned's neck was rigid with tension. For a moment he was so angry that he did not trust himself to speak. Littlefinger laughed. I ought to make you say it, but that would be cruel. So have no fear, my good lord. For the sake of the love I bear for Caitlin, I will go to Janus Slint this very hour, and make certain that the city watch is yours. 6,000 gold pieces should do it. 1/3 for the commander, 1/3 for the officers, 1/3 for the men.